Chapter 1. The Land of Fire, Konoha. A stunningly beautiful girl, approximately 1 meter 50 meters, with delicate features, fair skin, and a figure both slender and curvaceous, walked gracefully along the bustling streets. Her exquisite appearance, paired with a youthful and pristine aura, captivated passers-by, even though she donned a simple white hooded jacket and black trousers. She perfectly epitomized the adage that beauty transcends even the most unadorned attire. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, the girl's heart was far from as radiant as her exterior, for she was engrossed in examining her personal status panel. Name: Hinakami Qianyu. Physique: elite lower ninja. Strength: ordinary lower ninja. Agility: elite lower ninja. Spirit: ordinary middle ninja. Chakra: ordinary middle ninja. Abilities: Wind Blade Technique Uninitiated 751. 1000 Ancient Flow Swordsmanship Proficient 131. 902 5000 Shadow Clone Technique Skilled 33455 Wind Release Gale Palm Skilled 123. 1600 Shuriken Throwing Technique Skilled 15311600 Konoha Fluid Technique Initiated 135400 Body Flicker Technique Skilled 327450 Transformation Technique Proficient 7200. Current Impression Points 0. Just a day prior, her experience points in Ancient Flow Swordsmanship stood at 13,100. This meant that after a full day of training, her skill level had only increased by 90 points. Under normal circumstances, she typically accumulated around 60 to 70 points daily, as her talent was mediocre, and at her tender age, she was cautious not to overexert herself, striving for a balance between effort and rest. Even if she consistently earned 90 or even 100 points, reaching the next level of Ancient Flow Swordsmanship would require at least 4 months. The pressing matter was that this year marked the 60th anniversary of Konoha, and with her being in the same class as Naruto, the graduation examination was scheduled for tomorrow, followed by class assignments the day after us. The narrative of Naruto was already unfolding. In 4 months, the third Hokage's funeral would have concluded. Not only would she be unable to participate in the plot, but she would also be relegated to merely an observer. With her current abilities, she was merely an elite lower ninja. To partake in the Chunin Exams with such power would be tantamount to courting death. However, abstaining from the plot was not an option, as she possessed a golden finger. Although she remained unaware of how to acquire the impression points that should enhance her abilities, leaving her with nothing more than a mere progress bar for training. But what if these impression points were linked to participating in the narrative and leaving an impression on others? Understanding how to gain impression points was imperative. As a transmigrator, if she could not even comprehend her golden finger, was her journey not in vain? Moreover, before her transmigration, she had been a formidable man, and now she had become a girl, essentially sacrificing her former self for this new existence. If she failed to make a name for herself in the ninja world, would it not mean that her crossing was not only futile, but had also resulted in a significant loss? Such a fate was unacceptable. So, if progress in Ancient Flow Swordsmanship is currently unattainable, then I must focus on the Wind Blade Technique. Contemplating, Chia's gaze shifted to another skill. This was a ninjutsu she had self-created, inspired by a character from a game in her previous life. Thanks to the characteristic of her panel, where only proper training would yield experience, she believed that even her whimsical ideas could improve through trial and error. Fortunately, the Wind Blade Technique was nearing perfection perhaps. With a stroke of luck, she might succeed. Then it settled. Qianyu resolved to continue her journey to the training ground she frequented. However, before she could take several steps, a small video box, reminiscent of those found on web pages, suddenly appeared before her. Then, the screen displayed. "Nice to meet you. Fire pliers Lu Ming. Fire pliers Lu Ming." Wow, this imagery is incredibly lifelike. Every detail is vivid. Why wouldn't it be? Do you think AI is just a joke? Indeed, AI has truly advanced. I watched that world's first AI actress. It was astonishingly real. Ahem, upstairs I have a friend. Accompanied by a barrage of familiar blocky text in the comments. A fearsome, nine-tailed fox, its 9 tails obscuring the sky, materialized before Qianyu. What on earth? Staring at the 9 tails adorned with fiery red fur and a menacing, drool-laden grin, Qianyu felt a jolt of fear, even knowing it was merely a video. Moreover, although she had been watching an animated scene, it had now transformed into a three-dimensional, realistic portrayal. Yet, despite this shift, she could still recognize it as the iconic moment from the first episode of Naruto, aided by the voice of the third Hokage. The sudden appearance of this video box, showcasing Naruto, was evidently a trick of the system. Furthermore, the plethora of comments indicated that there were many viewers. From their comments, it seemed they believed they were watching a purely AI-created drama titled Legend of the Ninja World. Thus, Chi was left perplexed. Was this not Naruto? Did the world of these comments lack knowledge of Naruto? In her quest for clarity, she decided to stand still and observe. To her amazement, it was indeed true. They had never seen Naruto before, or rather, what they were watching was their version of Naruto. Aside from the absence of Naruto, the comments echoed the sentiments of the absurd netizens she remembered from before her transmigration. At this juncture, an epiphany struck Qianyu. The sudden emergence of the video box was evidently a part of the system, combined with the viewers who had never encountered Naruto. An answer to a lingering question began to take shape. Yet, just then, the chaotic shouts of a familiar name interrupted her contemplation. "Stop right there, Naruto! Stop! Naruto! What's going on?" Qianyu turned to see Naruto being chased by Chunin, drawing closer to her. Upon glancing back at the video box, she noticed Naruto was also being pursued by Chunin within that frame. Though the perspectives differed, Qianyu could ascertain that the situation depicted in the broadcast mirrored reality. This revelation astonished Qianyu. So this is a live broadcast? If it's a live broadcast, then it all makes sense. She finally comprehended how to acquire impression points. To obtain impression points, it was not enough to leave an impression on the plot's characters. Instead, it was crucial to leave an impression on the viewers through this live video box. Verifying this hypothesis was quite simple. While Qianyu pondered, Naruto had already landed beside her, utilizing a makeshift disguise to blend into the wall, evading the pursuing Chunin. As Naruto moved, the camera in the live broadcast gradually shifted. With hair as pure and immaculate as freshly fallen snow, styled into a neat high ponytail, and eyes as radiant as rubies, Qianyu, with her striking white hair and red eyes, appeared ethereal and otherworldly before everyone. Gazing at the screen, the perfect visage that could evoke both affection and ire, alongside her captivating white hair and red eyes, rendered the comments regarding Naruto's thrilling urban parkour silent. In the next moment, an unprecedented flood of comments erupted. "Beautiful. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Wife. Wife. Oh no, I'm feeling butterflies. White hair, red eyes. White hair, red eyes. Friends, am genuinely a brother. Restraint is paramount. Divine beauty. Sister, take me. In 3 minutes, I want all this woman's information." Utterly insane. Indeed, it was sheer madness. Previously, no matter how realistic the special effects of movies or dramas were, they remained fictitious. Yet now, with the sudden emergence of an AI-crafted legend of the ninja world, which utilized real imagery to portray the narrative, it had left everyone in awe. Regrettably, the fleeting glimpse of the 9-tailed fox had merely whetted their appetites, leaving emotions pent up. Now, the sudden appearance of a beauty like Qianyu ignited the amassed feelings within many. The most immediate feedback manifested on Chi's personal panel. 1, 2, 3, 443, 4,396. The impression points, which had languished at 0 since her arrival, surged dramatically at that moment. From nothing to 7,777 occurred almost instantaneously, and the additions continued to rise. Just as Qianyu had surmised, the acquisition of impression points relied on the viewers within that little broadcast box. Finally, I have come to understand how to utilize my unique talents, and Qianyu could not help but reveal a smile of genuine delight that emanated from the depths of her heart. This extraordinarily infectious and breathtaking smile allowed Qianyu to garner a significant surge in her impression points, soaring to an impressive peak of 23,333. Initially, Qianyu felt a bit awkward due to the overwhelming flattery in the comments. Ever since her arrival in this world, she has worked diligently, never daring to slack off. This was primarily due to her remarkable external attributes. Without sufficient capability, she could easily become a mere tool for others, akin to a puff pastry, or be relegated to being a decorative vase reliant on the strength of others. Thus, now that she was gaining impression points based on her looks, how was it different from being a simple ornamental figure? Yet, as she gazed at the skyrocketing impression points on her personal interface, only two thoughts remained in her mind. You really have a keen eye, don't you? And I initially intended to admonish him loudly, but he has offered me too much. Under the stimulation of the massive impression points, Qianyu swiftly adjusted her expression, resembling a scholar who had accidentally appeared before the camera. In truth, she had indeed stumbled into the frame quite by accident. Consequently, the broadcast swiftly shifted back to Naruto. Surprised to see his classmate, Naruto's face radiated with the desire to share. Hey Qianyu, did you see that? Those foolish adults were easily duped by me, just like that. Haha, I told you. Those people thought they could capture me, Naruto Uzumaki, but they were 2,000 years too early. As he spoke, Naruto proudly placed his hands on his hips. However, after indulging in his boastful desires, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, Qianyu, isn't class time? What are you doing here? Regarding this question, Qianyu was reluctant to respond and merely rolled her eyes at Naruto. This was not only because he had stolen her spotlight, but also because, indeed, that's a question I too wish to ponder. From behind them, Iruka's voice floated ominously. Seeing his two students skipping class, Iruka was infuriated. Naruto, Qianyu, do you even realize that it's class time right now? Wow. Startled by Iruka, Naruto crouched down, clutching his head, while Qianyu sighed and looked skyward. Subsequently, amidst a flurry of laughter in the comments, the two truant students were promptly caught and taken back. Naruto received a thorough scolding. As for Qianyu, whether it was due to her status as an exemplary student or a beautiful girl, she seemed to benefit from some form of buff. In Iruka's eyes, being able to attend school using shadow clones was her own talent, and thus she was lifted high and then gently set down. There is no need to elaborate on the subsequent events. After retrieving Naruto, Iruka began a simulation test for transformation techniques, followed by Naruto's debut of his seductive technique. In the span of just a few brief scenes, Qianyu did not receive a chance to appear on screen. Moreover, following the segment featuring Naruto's seductive technique, the small frame that had briefly appeared turned pitch black, showing no further response. This was because the footage from the small frame was live, and Qianyu had also encountered a black screen upon returning to the Ninja Academy. It resumed playback only after she returned. Thus, Qianyu's impression points ultimately settled at the number 24,151. Having obtained impression points, the next logical step was, of course, to allocate them. In the afternoon, after school at the Ninja Academy, Qianyu hurried home. After dispatching a shadow clone to prepare dinner, Qianyu opened her personal interface, her gaze fixated intently on the various abilities she had acquired. Let's go through the process. Taking a deep breath, Qianyu concentrated her mental energy, extending a finger decisively to press the plus sign behind the wind blade technique. My current strength is entirely due to my own efforts. System, allocate points. Ding, consuming 7,248 impression points. Wind blade technique unlearned 751. 1000 wind blade technique learned 17,000 wind blade technique proficient 149,000. An exceptionally pure energy surged into Qianyu's body from the void. From being unlearned, with a singular direction and intention, she transitioned to learning how to merge with the flowing winds of the world, eliminating air resistance and enhancing agility. Then, she progressed to a stage where she could envelop herself in a whirlwind, actively boosting her agility and granting the flowing winds a degree of defensive capability, proficiently unleashing the gales. Under the influence of the impression points, the two stages were traversed in a single leap. A refreshing breeze enveloped Qianyu, leaving her with a sense of lightness and freedom. Following the enhancement of the wind blade technique, Qianyu's attributes underwent a transformation. Agility, elite Chunin, ordinary Chunin. Spirit, ordinary Chunin, elite Chunin. Chakra, ordinary Chunin, elite Chunin. With a simultaneous boost in 3 attributes, Qianyu's enhancement this time was nothing short of abundant. She had the desire to continue improving. However, her impression points were insufficient, and the remaining points could not be saved. They had to be used entirely for strength. For Qianyu now understood that her method of acquiring impression points was through appearing in that peculiar live broadcast showcasing Naruto, leaving an impression on the viewers, and obtaining varying quantities of impression points based on the depth of that impression. In such circumstances, remaining in front of the camera was undoubtedly the most advantageous. The issue was that her previous performance had only been average, and, as an orphan, it was said that her family, much like the Hitaki clan, had once been a warrior family before the establishment of Konoha, but had long since fallen into decline. Thus, being assigned to the small, strong class was impossible, and the Land of Waves was even more out of reach. Even in the Chunin exams, she would need to earn the recognition of her teammates and teachers after the class division through her strength. Otherwise, which ordinary class would be so stubborn as to accompany her to the Chunin exams in her first year? Qianyu's gaze shifted to the ancient flow sword technique. Ding, consuming 12,810 impression points. Ancient flow sword technique proficient 1,319,025,000. Ancient flow sword technique expert 150,000. A new round of enhancement commenced. Sometime later, Qianyu opened her eyes in astonishment. After elevating to expert level, it actually grants skills. The expert level ancient flow sword technique bestowed upon Qianyu a set of sword strikes and footwork, namely Yado and Shikuchi. Yado was straightforward, merely a thrusting technique. However, Shikuchi was a bit more intricate. This technique involved utilizing blind spots in vision to approach the enemy. To the enemy, it would appear as though you were in front of them one moment, and the next, you had closed the distance as if the ground beneath your feet had contracted. With the ability to traverse distances effortlessly, the mastery of the ancient swordsmanship, complemented by adept wind manipulation techniques, Qianyu finally felt a surge of confidence. After enhancing her ancient swordsmanship and wind manipulation skills, she was left with 4,903 impression points. While this sum was modest, it was insufficient to elevate her high-level abilities like wind manipulation and ancient swordsmanship by even a single tier. However, for lower-tier abilities, it could indeed propel them to remarkable heights. Thus, Qianyu's gaze shifted towards the shadow clone technique. She was curious whether the impression point system had any limitations on ability enhancements, particularly if the shadow clone technique could amplify her physical prowess. Additionally, would the high-level shadow clone technique also grant her new skills, given that the expert-level ancient swordsmanship had? The anticipation was palpable. Murmuring to herself, Qianyu pressed the enhancement button. Ding, she heard, consuming 2,993 impression points. Shadow Clone Technique Mastery, 7,200 Expert, 1,400 Grandmaster, 1,800 Sage, 11,600, Pinnacle of the Ninja World, 13,200. Wow! A vast reservoir of knowledge and practical experience surged into her mind regarding the Shadow Clone Technique. As she attempted to process the overwhelming information, Qianyu felt a mix of disappointment and elation. The pinnacle-level Shadow Clone Technique did not yield any new skills. Instead, it provided her with a plethora of practical case studies and enhancements akin to the realism of transformation techniques. Yet, the joy lay in the fact that the practical examples of the Shadow Clone Technique, combined with its intrinsic enhancements, significantly elevated its utility and potential. It was reminiscent of the Demon Jester in League of Legends, when used clumsily. He appeared merely a fool, yet in the hands of a skilled player, he could elicit resounding admiration. The pinnacle-level Shadow Clone Technique substantially fortified Qianyu's survival capabilities. Nice, she thought, secretly thrilled, although she had yet to ascertain the limits of the system's enhancements. She was content with her gains. Regrettably, the remaining impression points did not permit her to continue such operations. She could only allocate a few points randomly, upgrading her Leaf Village Fluid Technique, Body Flicker Technique, and Shuriken Throwing Technique. Upon completing the enhancements, Qianyu's personal profile transformed as follows. Name, Huafeng Temple Qianyu Physique, average Chunin Strength, elite Genin Agility, average Chunin Spirit, elite Chunin Chakra, elite Chunin Abilities, Y Manipulation Adept 149. 000. Ancient Swordsmanship Expert 150,000. Shadow Clone Technique Adept 33,455,000. Wind Release. Gale Palm Adept 1,231,600. Shuriken Throwing Technique Mastery 16,400. Leaf Village Fluid Technique Adept 11,600. Body Flicker Technique Expert 14,050. Shadow Clone Technique Pinnacle of the Ninja World 13. 200 Impression Points. 93. Aside from the inherent disadvantage of being a girl in terms of strength, her attributes had overall reached the level of a Chunin, with one ability at the pinnacle level, one at expert, and the remainder at least at adept. The concerns regarding her power and the golden finger had been simultaneously resolved, and the future appeared undeniably bright. Qianyu felt a tremendous weight lift from her mind, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. That moment, her shadow clone, who had been preparing dinner, emerged from the kitchen. The silver-haired, crimson-eyed girl, donned in an apron, gracefully carried a plate, exuding a gentle warmth akin to that of an ideal young wife. Naturally, Qianyu mused, it would have been even better if this exquisite young wife were not herself. However, she quickly chuckled and shook her head, realizing that had it not been for her own transformation, she wouldn't have even dreamed of encountering such a remarkable companion. Reflecting on this, Qianyu had a sudden epiphany. Her system was based on impression points, by appearing in the original storyline of Naruto and leaving a lasting impression. She could earn impression points according to the depth of that impression. Although the live camera did not remain fixed on her, she was still a kind of broadcaster, albeit one who had to position herself strategically to gain attention. For a broadcaster, establishing a memorable persona was crucial, as it allowed audiences to quickly recognize them. Thus, in order to create a persona that would resonate with others, Qianyu decided to embody the ideal of being a beloved wife, which was undoubtedly fitting. First, this persona was simple to cultivate. Qianyu merely needed to radiate beauty and charm, as people are naturally drawn to what is beautiful. Secondly, there were few standout female characters in the early Naruto series, leaving her largely unchallenged. With this in mind, Qianyu gently stroked her chin, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with inspiration. Becoming the beloved wife of all Naruto fans, how delightful. Once she had the means, she would purchase some new garments. Resolute in her decision, Qianyu faced her shadow clone and boldly proclaimed, "Feed me." After enduring 12 arduous years, was it not time for her to indulge? Hearing Qianyu's playful command, the shadow clone paused momentarily. Then a tender smile appeared on her identical, exquisite face. "You always manage to come up with something new. All right, I shall feed you." The shadow clone approached with the bowl, and the two identical beauties sat together, their hair intertwining as they began their aromatic feeding time. However, while the feeding play was immensely enjoyable and the normal functioning of the system was reassuring, Qianyu did not allow herself to become lost in this gentle reverie. After finishing her meal, she began to ponder a pressing question. Should she attempt to participate in the storyline tomorrow when Naruto steals the sealing scroll? If so, how would she involve herself? What rationale could she provide? Currently, she only had a vague understanding that the location where Naruto learned the shadow clone technique was in the forest behind Hokage Rock, but she did not know its exact whereabouts. How would she find this specific location? After careful consideration, Qianyu concluded that she must participate. This was not merely for the sake of earning impression points. It also stemmed from her prior enjoyment of the Naruto manga. Unlike the anime, which omitted the process of Naruto stealing the sealing scroll, the manga depicted him using a seductive technique to incapacitate the third Hokage, ultimately retrieving the scroll from the third's home. Therefore, the sealing scroll was likely genuine, and, at the very least, there would not be just one shadow clone. Ultimately, Naruto stealing the sealing scroll was fundamentally a test of his character, with the scroll serving as a tool for this coming-of-age moment. Alongside harmless techniques like the shadow clone, there would surely be more dangerous elements involved. With the system's enhancement capabilities, if she could acquire several high-level ninjutsu from the sealing scroll and learn them, it would be incredibly advantageous. As for her reason for participating, she could simply claim to be training in the vicinity .as for the specific location, she would have to rely on the live broadcast interface of the system. Currently, the system displayed a three-dimensional scene rather than a two-dimensional one. That if the broadcast could provide more information, as a local of Konoha, Qianyu might just be able to locate it. Thus, the next day, late at night, in the woods behind Hokage Rock, beside a small wooden house where passing ninjas often rested, Naruto had just opened the sealing scroll and was sitting on the ground, intently learning the shadow clone technique. A long-awaited white figure, like a ghost, gradually approached Naruto. At that moment, as the events of the storyline unfolded, Qianyu's arrival was swiftly reflected in the broadcast. Moreover, since Naruto was seated while reading, the camera lingered below, allowing the audience to see only a pair of delicate, elongated legs clad in elegant shoes adorned with plum blossom designs, standing gracefully beside Naruto. After a few seconds, seemingly realizing that Naruto was too engrossed to notice her, the newcomer bent down, her silky white hair entering the frame first, followed by her stunning visage. Shadow clone technique. Naruto, are you learning a new ninjutsu? Qianyu inquired innocently, casting a casual glance at the critical points highlighted in the sealing scroll. Yeah, Naruto instinctively replied, once I master this ninjutsu, Iruka-sensei will definitely let me graduate. Then Naruto suddenly realized, hey, wait a moment, who is speaking? He abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Qianyu's shimmering red orbs. Simultaneously, Qianyu offered a slight smile and was about to speak. However, a ghost, whether it was a trick of light or some other phenomenon, Naruto was taken aback by Qianyu's sudden appearance, causing him to drop the sealing book in his hands and leap back like an arrow released from its bow, darting 6 meters away to hide behind a large tree. A ghost. You think I'm a ghost? Qianyu's smile froze on her face, to garner a favorable impression. She had altered her previously simple attire, transforming her hair from a plain ponytail to one adorned with a butterfly ribbon and a princess-cut style framing her face. Furthermore, her outfit had been transformed into a flowing dress, reminiscent of Mihoyo's design, with a short front and long back, showcasing her long, slender legs, truly a feast for the eyes. Yet in Naruto's eyes, she had morphed into a ghost. 1,000 curses swirled in Qianyu's mind at that moment. Her feelings were conveyed to all who witnessed the scene through the mysterious livestream, the barrage of comments flooding the screen. This is hilarious. What a virgin. I could enjoy those legs for a year. Indeed, if such a female ghost were to approach me in reality, I would immediately grant her maternity leave. Likewise, I'd love to have a dozen of such female ghosts. I'd dive right in and battle until dawn. But take it easy up there. Rushing will only lead to your downfall. Youthful exuberance often blinds one to the reality, much like a child surrounded by girls who merely perceives the noise. Utterly unaware that he is at the pinnacle of life, it is difficult to deny the imagery. The barrage of comments erupted into laughter at Naruto's complete ignorance. However, despite the harsh criticism, Naruto remained oblivious. Faced with Qianyu's retort, he began to complain indignantly. What? Am I wrong? It's the middle of the night, and there is someone in white wandering around the forest, making no sound, and I suddenly turn and see a pair of red eyes. Wouldn't that scare anyone? Listening to Naruto's reasoning, Qianyu found herself momentarily speechless. From Naruto's perspective, his logic was sound. Forget it. I won't discuss this with you. Qianyu shook her head, unwilling to engage with Naruto, who was clearly still in the dark. There were far more pressing matters at hand. Her gaze shifted to the ground before her. One of her purposes for coming here was the sealing book, which had rolled out over a meter, revealing a plethora of text. Clearly, this was the second ninjutsu recorded after the multiple shadow clone technique. Controlling her expression, Qianyu stepped forward to pick it up, feigning curiosity while actually eager to examine it. Yet upon truly seeing the second technique, Qianyu was taken aback. Water style. Water-enhanced arm technique. She was familiar with the water-enhanced arm technique, having seen it used by Kirigakura's Sujetsu, which merely amplified one's wrist and arm strength. A B-rank ninjutsu at best. Thus, Qianyu couldn't comprehend why such a mundane technique would be inscribed in the sealing book. With this doubt in mind, Qianyu furrowed her brow and scrutinized the text further. Then, she realized her own superficial understanding. For the creator of the water-enhanced arm listed in the sealing book was none other than Senju Tobarama. Moreover, this water-enhanced arm was not the same as Suigetsu's version. Suigetsu's technique simply involved injecting water into his own arm. The issue was that members of the Hozuki clan could enhance their strength by injecting water into their arms due to their innate bloodline limit that allowed them to manipulate water. Ordinary individuals could not replicate this. Even Senju Tobarama, who was more adept than the Mizuki, could not perform such feats. Thus, what Qianyu was now observing was a different water-enhanced NIT enabled the user to accelerate their blood circulation, thereby delivering a significant amount of energy through this accelerated circulation to localize the limbs, enhancing strength and resistance to impacts. According to Tobarama's description in the sealing book, if mastered, this water-enhanced arm could elevate the striking power of an ordinary ninja to the formidable levels characteristic of the Senju clan. Truly a practical ninjutsu. However, regrettably, despite its practicality, the difficulty was evidently greater. Accelerating blood circulation was no trivial matter. IT required extremely precise chakra control, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. The technique boasted rank effectiveness, a rank difficulty, and a danger level approaching S rank, which was why it had been included in the sealing book. Even Tobarama, who inscribed this technique, never anticipated anyone would learn it. In his view, the water-enhanced arm was merely a half-finished product, as the complete version should have extended the amplification effect throughout the entire body. However, perfecting it was too troublesome, so he left the challenge for future generations. Yet, what did this mean for Qianyu? Just moments ago, after scanning the textual description of the water-enhanced arm, a new ninjutsu appeared on her personal panel. Water style, water-enhanced arm technique. Not yet mastered, 0-200, that as long as she could allocate points. Qianyu was unconcerned about the difficulty of training or whether it was incomplete. Having just picked up the sealing book, she immediately acquired a new ninjutsu, leaving her quite satisfied and eager to continue reading. Unfortunately, at that moment, the third Hokage was undoubtedly spying with his crystal ball. Just as Naruto had tossed aside the sealing book, she casually picked it up and took a quick glance. These were all perfectly normal actions. However, if she continued to flip through it, it might be somewhat disrespectful to glean further ninjutsu. She would need Naruto's assistance. Just then, Naruto returned. After reading about the water-enhanced arm technique, Qianyu seemed to sense something was amiss. Furrowing her brow and pretending to flip the scroll over, only to discover the 4 large characters on the back. Sealing book. Qianyu's expression shifted, and she asked solemnly, "Naruto, where did you acquire this scroll?" "What do you mean? Where did I get it?" "I just took it from the Hokage's house." Naruto, bewildered, did not grasp the implication of Qianyu's question. Qianyu pressed on, her demeanor serious. "Did the Hokage give it to you?" "Of course not." As he spoke, Naruto's brows danced with excitement. "I took it from the Hokage after knocking him out. I thought it would be difficult, but a single seduction technique took him down." "Ha ha, Qianyu. Let me tell you, as long as I can learn the ninjutsu within, I'll graduate." "Graduate? Why? Didn't you fail the assessment?" Qianyu's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Yes, that's exactly why. So Mizuki-sensei arranged this makeup exam for me." Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Qianyu's expression was one of confusion, seemingly swayed by Naruto's unabashed demeanor. "What else could it be?" Naruto retorted in disbelief. Then, realizing his time was limited, Naruto waved his hand, urging Qianyu, all right, step aside. I'm going to practice the ninjutsu I just learned." Qianyu walked aside in silence. Then, as if recalling something, she inquired of Naruto, "What about this scroll?" "Whatever." Naruto replied indifferently, "Just don't take it away." With that, Naruto engrossed himself in practicing the multiple shadow clone technique, leaving Qianyu standing there, lost in thought as she gazed at the sealing book in her hands. After all, she had initially intended to glean a few ninjutsu techniques, but who would have thought that an unexpected turn of events would leave her in possession of the entire sealing book? Now the question arose, with the sealing book in hand, should she read it or not? Reading would benefit her, but it might lead to an invitation for tea later. Conversely, not reading felt like leaving a treasure trove empty-handed, which was hard to bear. Honestly, Qianyu found herself in a dilemma. However, at that moment, another individual was equally caught in a predicament in the Hokage's office. This is troublesome. Gazing into the crystal ball, the countenance of Qianyu appeared bewildered, causing the third Hokage to furrow his brow in concern that he never anticipated that Naruto could be so unreliable, dismissing the sealing book with a mere wave of his hand. Had he known earlier that there were still individuals lingering in the forest, as reported by the Umbu, he should have decisively ordered a purge rather than entertain the notion that Qianyu, being Naruto's classmate, could participate in this trial, essay result. Through Qianyu, he confirmed that Naruto was not the kind of power-hungry individual he feared. However, the sealing book had fallen into Qianyu's possession. Observing her recent demeanor, it was evident that she was far from ignorant. Should Qianyu become insatiable in her greed, he might have to arrange for her removal for the sake of safety and confidentiality. Ultimately, this predicament stemmed from his own oversight that, of course, being the third Hokage, he would not suffer from pangs of conscience due to his mistakes. His concerns lay with Danzo and the two elders. Given their natures, if they were to learn of this incident, they would surely condemn him mercilessly. Yet, it was too late for such reflections now. The third took a deep drag from his pipe. Exhaling a long plume of white smoke, his gaze fixed intently on Qianyu within the crystal ball, murmuring, "Do not make this difficult for me, little one," simultaneously, as if she had heard the third's words. Qianyu, who had been standing in a daze, began to move. Contrary to the third's hopes, she did not merely acquire a powerful jutsu and then cease her exploration. Instead, she continued to peruse the sealing book. However, while flipping through its pages, she did not read meticulously, merely glancing at the types of jutsu before hastily turning the pages as if searching for something specific. Eventually, her search came to a halt after she had opened nearly half of the scroll. As she found the jutsu she sought, the third, who had been keenly observing Qianyu's peculiar actions, magnified the image within the crystal ball. The words 8 Gates Technique appeared prominently on the sealing book. Turning to Qianyu's beaming smile, it was clear that this was indeed the technique she had been seeking. With the sealing book in her possession, it would be a disservice to squander such an opportunity. However, possessing too much could jeopardize her safety. Given this, it would be prudent to select a technique that was not overly sensitive yet exceptionally useful. The 8 Gates Technique was her answer, while it was indeed a forbidden jutsu. Its danger paled in comparison to that of the Reaper Death Seal or the Edo Tensei. Even a novice like Harami would be hard-pressed to match its peril. Moreover, the 8 Gates was notoriously difficult to master. Even a genius like Kakashi could only open 2 gates at most, requiring immense willpower, making it a formidable yet thankless task. All things considered, the 8 Gates was an impeccable choice at this moment. As Qianyu began to memorize the training methods for the 8 Gates, the third's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had chosen this without even examining the other options. How intriguing. The third decided to observe further. He still recalled the events of the Third Shinobi World War, when Might Guy had transformed an ambush by the 7 ninja swordsmen into a mere trio. Since Qianyu was willing, the third welcomed the prospect of having more practitioners of the 8 Gates in Konoha. As Qianyu opted for the 8 Gates, an invisible storm began to settle quietly in the forest behind the mountain. Aside from the sound of the wind, only Naruto's voice practicing the shadow clone technique remained. Time passed, and the faint sound of footsteps, along with the return of the live feed, roused Qianyu, who had been resting her eyes after memorizing the 8 Gates practice methods. It was Iruka. "Hey, Naruto," with a glare that conveyed a desire to scold. Iruka approached Naruto, intending to reprimand his troublesome student. However, before he could continue, he noticed that Naruto was empty-handed. Hadn't he stolen the sealing book? Where was it? Iruka quickly inquired. "Naruto, where's the sealing book you stole?" "It's with me," a melodious voice chimed in from the side as Qianyu held up the sealing book, signaling to Iruka. "Teacher Iruka, you finally arrived?" Clearly, today was not as Naruto had described. It wasn't merely a supplementary graduation assessment arranged by Mizuki. "Mizuki, supplementary exam. What does that mean?" Iruka's expression shifted. What else could it mean? Qianyu set down the sealing book, preparing to explain further, but just then, whoosh, 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 a relentless barrage of shuriken rained down from behind Iruka. In a moment of crisis, Iruka had no choice but to step forward and push Naruto aside, leaving himself exposed to the onslaught of shuriken. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp sound of shuriken embedding into it echoed as Iruka was driven against a nearby wooden cabin. A total of 15 shuriken traced a perfect human outline on Iruka's body, with one particularly lodged deep into his thigh, blood gushing forth. Subsequently, Mizuki's voice drifted over. "I commend your ability to find this place." Iruka! So that was the situation. Upon hearing Mizuki's voice, Iruka finally understood. How could Naruto have stolen the sealing book without reason? Clearly, this was all part of Mizuki's scheme. However, it was too late for Iruka to grasp the implications. After incapacitating Iruka, Mizuki turned his attention to Qianyu, posing the question Iruka had been unable to ask. "Qianyu, how did you end up here?" As Mizuki's question was posed, the live feed shifted to Qianyu. With a beaming smile, Qianyu replied, "It's merely a coincidence. My training reached a critical stage today, so I practiced a bit longer and happened to encounter Naruto. I see." Mizuki nodded, his expression relaxing considerably. Then Qianyu, "May I have the scroll in your possession?" "Today's events have nothing to do with you, of course." Qianyu elongated her response. Maintaining her smile, Mizuki's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Iruka's heart raced, only for Qianyu to deliver the latter half of her statement. "Not at all." "Phew," Iruka exhaled in relief. Mizuki's expression darkened as he coldly scoffed. "Qianyu, do you truly believe that as a mere freshly graduated genin, you can impede me? Why not?" Qianyu tilted her head adorably, her right hand grasping the hilt of her long sword at her waist. 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. Since she had come to fish in troubled waters today, she was fully prepared. She was not afraid of Mizuki in a one-on-one, let alone with Iruka and Naruto by her side. Thus, Qianyu was genuinely eager to test her skills against Mizuki. However, Iruka was not keen on this. Seeing that Qianyu seemed to linger, Iruka gritted his teeth and stubbornly pulled the shuriken from his thigh, urgently calling out, "Regardless of the circumstances, Mizuki is still a Chunin. You can't defeat him. The sealing book must not fall into his hands. Qianyu, quickly take Naruto and leave. Naruto, do you hear me? Leave with Qianyu." Iruka was exceedingly anxious, but Naruto, clearly bewildered, replied, "One of you wants me to stay while the other wants me to leave. What exactly is going on? Haven't you figured it out yet, Naruto?" Qianyu sighed. "The so-called supplementary exam is merely a ruse. Mizuki's true aim is the sealing book in my hands. You are but a pawn he intends to use." "What?" Naruto's pupils dilated as he turned sharply to Mizuki, demanding, "Is that true?" "Indeed," Mizuki replied with a proud expression. "Naruto, you should be grateful to me. At least I see you as a pawn, a tool, rather than a monster, the nine-tails fox." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing the key phrase, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. Iruka also grasped what Mizuki was about to disclose and quickly interjected. "You bastard Mizuki, shut up." "Ha!" Relishing Iruka's urgency, Mizuki laughed heartily. "At this point, is there still a need to conceal the truth? Let me enlighten you, Naruto. You are, in fact, the nine-tails fox that slaughtered Iruka's parents and devastated the village 12 years ago. This matter has been suppressed, rendering it taboo to discuss. Naruto, do you not wonder why you are so despised? Why has no one played with you since childhood? Why has no one acknowledged you?" All of these have their reasons. Under the verbal assault of Mizuki, Naruto was overwhelmed with memories of the past, causing his chakra to spiral out of control as tears streamed down his face. Utterly shattered, he could never have imagined that the truth of the matter was such. Very well. A glimmer of delight flickered in Mizuki's eyes at this moment, with Naruto's emotions in turmoil and Iruka half incapacitated. All he needed to do was eliminate Qianyu. With this thought, Mizuki reached for the large shuriken at his back, but just then, a silent kunai suddenly lunged at him. Mizuki, having focused entirely on Naruto and Iruka, found himself unprepared and could only hastily turn his head at the last moment. Thud! The sharp kunai embedded itself in the tree trunk. In midair, a few strands of silver hair gracefully floated down. A streak of blood slowly appeared on Mizuki's cheek. "You little brat, you're seeking death." Feeling the slight sting on his face, Mizuki furiously turned his head. But at that moment, he realized that under the cover of the kunai, Qianyu had already enveloped himself in a whirlwind, brandishing a long sword. Leaping towards him, clang, a pure sword light, as luminous as moonlight, erupted in the dim forest. The next second, Mizuki was sent flying, his uncontrolled body tracing a perfect parabolic arc before crashing into a bush in front of Qianyu. Consciousness unknown. At this juncture, Chiyu's melodious voice floated through the air. Is Naruto a nine-tailed fox? I'm his classmate, am I not aware? He may be a bit foolish at times, but he's a good person. If you don't recognize him, I certainly do yes for you, Mizuki. Conspiring is one thing, but talking so much. You deserve to remain a mere Chunin after all these years. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Realizing that Chiyu's sudden intervention was clearly a reaction against Mizuki's verbal attack on Naruto. Upon grasping this, Naruto was momentarily stunned, deeply moved. Iruka felt similarly, though his expression betrayed a mix of gratification and exasperation. After all, there were more than just Mizuki who had lingered as a mere Chunin for so many years. However, Iruka's frustration was now of little concern, as the live broadcast filled with dense comments. What a swift blade, such a charming person. I'm truly moved to tears. How gentle she is, truly worthy of being my Qianyu. Beautiful, fierce, and so gentle. This time it's true love. Not only does she move like a startled swan or a gliding dragon, but she is also kind-hearted with white hair and red eyes. How can there be such a celestial sister in this world? Indeed, that previous strike was not merely against Mizuki. It was a blow to the heart. Chiyu's earlier action had already been astonishing, and combined with her heartfelt intention for her comrades, she left a profound impression on everyone once again. Just as the comment suggested, who could resist the joy of a beautiful soul with a kind heart? On Chiyu's personal panel, her impression points surged from just over 100 to 4 digits, continuously climbing. Seeing this, Qianyu, standing atop the tree where Mizuki had previously stood, displayed a barely perceptible smile. Interrupting Mizuki's words to prevent him from attacking Naruto was indeed her intention, but more so, it was to steal the spotlight and gain impression points. It appeared that this approach was exceedingly effective, as her innate beauty provided her with a natural advantage in capturing attention. In that case, let us keep the momentum going. Qianyu called out to a nearby tree, "Hey, if you're not dead, come out. You didn't think I would be fooled by that substitute in the bushes, did you?" Sasuke, behind the tree, Mizuki emerged, wielding a large shuriken. His face grimy and bloody did a deep cut, visible to the bone, marred the center of his forehead protector. Simultaneously, with a loud pop, just as Qianyu had said, the Mizuki in the bushes dissipated, revealing a substitute wood. "You little brat, how did you figure it out?" Mizuki asked, his expression soured. "I thought this substitute was flawless." Having focused all his attention on Iruka and Naruto, he had been caught off guard by Chiyu's kunai, resulting in a solid blow. Yet whether it was using his forehead protector to deflect the sword to avoid severe injury, or executing a substitution technique to lure Qianyu into pursuit, Mizuki had done his utmost. That Qianyu could see through it was something he could not accept as a teacher, to be outdone by his student. Had he truly rendered himself ineffective after years of teaching? Mizuki had not rendered himself ineffective. After years of teaching, having thoroughly explained the substitution technique, Mizuki's recent maneuver was, in Chiyu's eyes, at least expert level, in the context of a technique that is easy to learn but hard to master, was already commendable. But Qianyu had the advantage of skill points. Mizuki's calculations were as transparent to Qianyu, who had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, as if they were drawn in the palm of her hand. "It's quite simple. You were too rigid." Qianyu scoffed. "You think your feigned fall could deceive me?" "Ah, I see." Mizuki understood. The Ninja Academy teaches a technique known as falling skill, which involves protecting oneself in the least injurious manner when falling. From this perspective, his recent substitution, landing flat on the back of his head, did indeed seem somewhat contrived. However, it must be noted that Chiyu's strike had indeed landed on his head, despite using his forehead protector as a shield. Coupled with Chiyu's insufficient strength, the bluntness of the weapon, and the natural hardness of an adult skull, all these factors combined meant Mizuki did not suffer immediate defeat, yet he was certainly left in a state of concussion. Unable to react, in such circumstances, to refrain from pursuing Qianyu could only indicate her remarkable composure and clear understanding of the potential consequences of her actions. TSK. Mizuki clicked his tongue again, his previous disdain for Qianyu as a student quietly dissipating. Yet at this point, Mizuki still held onto the determination to win, albeit aware that it would be a bitter struggle, that he drew a large shuriken with his right hand, pointing it at Qianyu, while his left hand reached behind to grasp another, adopting an unmistakable combat stance. Qianyu of the Phoenix Temple, I admit I underestimated you to have honed your swordsmanship to this degree at such a young age. You are indeed a genius. Thus, I offer you an opportunity. Step aside and do not force my hand against you. As he spoke, blood flowed from the wound on Mizuki's forehead, trickling down his cheek. His fierce expression combined with the night's darkness rendered him fearsome and terrifying. Clearly, Mizuki was prepared to fight with all his might to owe this. Qianyu made no verbal response, merely tightening her grip on the longsword, expressing her stance through action. Ha! Mizuki's cold laughter echoed as he accelerated the rotation of the large shuriken in his right hand. Then, with his left leg lifted, he stepped forward, pivoting his body, coiling all his strength around his right leg, as if he were a taut bowstring. The massive shuriken whistling through the air like a cannonball. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Qianyu immediately retreated, preparing to evade. However, just as Mizuki's shuriken was halfway through its trajectory, an unexpected twist occurred. The large shuriken, which had been aimed directly at Qianyu, suddenly veered in midair, redirecting towards Naruto. Instead, it was as if it were not a shuriken the size of an adult's torso, but rather a normal one manipulated by a skilled Uchiha. Clearly, this was a brilliant feint. Oh no! Realizing she had been deceived, Qianyu knew Naruto and Iruka would be in dire straits. The wind surged around her. Chakra surged from her corridor of feet, attempting to teleport for a rescue. However, since Mizuki had orchestrated this maneuver, he had certainly anticipated Chiyu's presence. Qianyu redirected her movement. Mizuki simultaneously hurled the shuriken in his left hand, severing Chiyu's path to rescue. Watching Qianyu push forward, her expression shifting with urgency, Mizuki laughed sinisterly. It's futile. Qianyu, do you think my status as a Chunin was earned without merit? This secret technique of mine, twin flying swallows, has even taken down special Jonin. Thus, Iruka is doomed. Mark my words, there's no way the Hokage can save him. As for why Mizuki claimed the shuriken was aimed at Naruto, but the one to perish would be Iruka. It was because the essence of this technique lay in attacking the enemy while ensuring the target's safety. Mizuki's initial objective had always been Iruka. It must be said, though Mizuki's scheme was indeed underhanded, it proved effective as Iruka, without a second thought, opened his arms to shield Naruto. However, this strike was not a casual toss, as Suemu toyed with his prey in the original tale. If Iruka were to take the blow with his body, it would indeed spell his doom. Damn it. Chihane clenched her teeth in frustration. She had not anticipated that the Suemu, who was so easily subdued by Naruto in the story, could wield such a powerful technique. It was a reminder not to underestimate anyone in this world. Yet if Suemu believed that this would exhaust her capabilities, he was gravely mistaken. Mastery of wind blade technique hinges on the transformation of form, capable of unleashing fierce gales. With that thought, Chihane's gaze sharpened, and chakra erupted from her body like a torrent unleashed from a dam. The raging winds enveloping her hands, in a swift dash, Chihane slashed her sword. A pure white wind wall formed from the howling tempest surged forward, standing resolutely against the second giant shuriken. Wind blade technique. Wind wall. The high-speed rotating shuriken collided with the wind wall, producing a cacophony of turbulent in the ninja realm. There are water barriers and earth barriers, yet a wind barrier had never existed, simply because the unruly wind was ill-suited for defense. But today, that had changed. The solidified wind wall halted the advance of Suemu's massive shuriken. Impossible. Suemu's eyes widened in disbelief, ignoring the blood trickling into his eyes from his forehead. The third Hokage, who had been monitoring the scene through a crystal ball, shared the same astonishment. The live broadcast showcased the shock of the onlookers in vivid detail. With the assistance of the live footage, Chihane's reputation soared. However, this time, she had no time for joy or excitement. Suemu's interference remained effective, and time was running out. The giant shuriken was but an arm's length from Iruka, while she was still 5 steps away. In the original plot, Iruka had survived without her involvement. Would he perish now that she was engaged? Doubts surged within Chihane that if that were the case, her participation would have been in vain. No, there must be a way. In the blink of an eye, Chihane rapidly assessed her abilities. Then, a technique acquired while honing her ancient swordsmanship flickered in her mind. If it were that move, it could work. Gripping her sword with one hand, she extended her arm and thrust it forward with all her might. The relentless force of her strike propelled her form, closing the 5-step gap in an instant. Thud! The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, coincided with the clang of metal, striking metal point. One corner of the giant shuriken sank deeply into the swirling pattern of Iruka's Chunin vest. Ugh! Iruka coughed up blood, his weary body slowly collapsing to the ground. I did it! Samu's face brightened with glee. No, you have failed. Chihane shook her head slowly, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. The blade lodged in the center of the shuriken, pressed firmly against its advancing momentum, drawing forth renewed strength. Gradually, the enormous shuriken pulled free from Iruka's back and fell to the ground. From the bloody tip that had penetrated Iruka's body, it was evident that Samu's shuriken had not embedded too deeply. And indeed, that was the truth. Although Iruka was on the ground, his expression was weary yet not utterly haggard. He even had the strength to turn his head and express gratitude to Chihane. Thank goodness for you, Chihane. No worries, Iruka-sensei. Everything in this world is governed by cause and effect. You as a teacher are willing to risk your life to protect Naruto, so as a student, it is only right that I do my utmost to protect you. Chihane earnestly replied, for even as a transmigrator, she held deep respect for Iruka as her teacher. In stark contrast to Iruka's noble character, there was someone who merely reveled in schemes and deceit, tarnishing the very title of teacher. Chihane turned to Suemu and taunted, but what is most crucial, he indulges in treachery and betrayal. Yet he has failed. What a splendid performance it has been, Suemu-sensei. The last 2 words, sensei, were elongated in Chihane's voice, as if she had transformed into a mischievous imp, her taunt reaching its peak. And the most critical aspect was that Chihane's words were entirely factual. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Her speech cut through the tension like a knife that a fragile AD could not withstand the might of the Garen. And similarly, Sumu could not endure such ridicule. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You wretched little brat! I will kill you! Sumu howled, his composure shattered. Then come at me. Let's see who will kill whom. Chihane declared defiantly, raising her sword with the tip aimed directly at Sumu's eyes. Adopting a perfect stance, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the sword's tip, reflecting blinding rays that pierced through Sumu's gaze and struck at his core. Recalling his earlier humiliation at Chihane's hands, Sumu, who typically preyed on the weak, felt a sudden urge to retreat. However, he quickly regained his composure. Of course, I will kill you. Yes, Iruka is noble and remarkable, and you, his student, are also a genius. But what of it? Iruka, the noble one, was grievously injured, while you, the genius, Sumu's grin twisted into something sinister. That last wind technique must have drained your chakra significantly. And after that thrust, how much energy and chakra do you have left? The dull blade. Lacking in sharpness, who are you trying to intimidate? As he spoke, Suemu produced a kunai, spinning it menacingly as he slowly advanced toward Chihane. Each heavy step resonated like a hammer, applying pressure upon the onlookers. Chihane's complexion paled slightly. She was indeed attempting to intimidate Suemu. Her chakra and stamina were dwindling, the wind wall having consumed a considerable amount. Normally, a J-nin's chakra would not be so depleted. But Chihane had arrived early to train, aiming for a flawless performance, which left her at a disadvantage compared to Sumu's well-rested state. However, speaking of reserves, there was still one person on their side who had yet to make a move. Where is Naruto? Finally recalling who the true protagonist was, Chihane glanced towards the live stream. Indeed, the camera now focused on Naruto's face. That moment, Naruto was consumed by an overwhelming rage, his pent-up fury ready to burst forth at any moment. If so, then Chihane would ignite the spark. Naruto, Iruka-sensei can no longer fight, but we still have each other. You won't back down, will you? Absolutely not. Iruka also seized the moment, Both sides were utterly fatigued, and even the slightest exertion could tip the balance. They needed to rally Naruto. With fervent tears and unwavering sincerity, Iruka called out, "Naruto, you are my recognized, exceptional student." Naruto was immediately moved. After a moment of silence, he wiped his tears, lifted his head, and revealed a radiant smile. "Ah. Yes, I will protect you, Iruka-sensei." And Shihane, Naruto resolutely positioned himself in front of Suemu. Upon seeing this, Suemu's lips twitched, the turmoil within him finally boiling over. "You think you are someone special? Protect? Don't be arrogant. A little brat like you. I can take you down with a single blow." Suemu gripped his kunai tightly. "Then go ahead and try, you scum. I will repay you 1,000-fold. You're the one who should try," Naruto retorted. Demon Fox, multiple shadow, clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. As Iruka and Suemu gazed on in astonishment, thousands of Narutos sprang into existence, filling the forest and occupying every branch, and with a multitude of shadow clones summoned. The outcome was all but inevitable. With the dawn of a new day, Naruto emerged as a proud genin of Konoha. With the mission accomplished, he was rewarded with a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. After finishing the ramen, Naruto joyfully returned home, concluding a day filled with bountiful experiences. However, when Shihane was about to leave shortly after finishing her meal, Iruka called out to her, "Wait a moment. Shihane, may I see your sword?" "Huh. See my sword?" "Sure." Although unsure of Iruka's intentions, Shihane handed her sword to him. Iruka accepted the blade and examined it closely. It was evident that this was a very old katana, one that had seen many years. Aside from the newly wrapped cotton rope on the hilt, the blade bore countless signs of wear from use, relying entirely on the wielder's careful maintenance for its continued functionality. Yet, in the recent battle, Qianyu had first severed the tough wood of a forehead protector and then inserted the blade into the central hole of a spinning shuriken, causing the already fragile edge of the katana to fray further. Just as Mizuki had previously remarked, the blade had become dull and ineffective. Such a weapon could no longer be employed under any circumstances. However, in the earlier skirmish, Iruka had discerned that Qiyu's true potential lay within the sword. With it, she was a genius capable of holding her own against Mizuki. Without it, she was merely an above-average student at the Ninja Academy, since Qiyu's sword had been ruined through his actions. Iruka felt he could never forgive himself if Qianyu were to encounter misfortune on a mission due to being unarmed. Thus, he resolved, "Qianyu, I shall bequeath you a sword." Really?" The unexpected delight sparkled in Qiyu's beautiful eyes. Iruka's deduction was astute. The sword Qianyu currently possessed was indeed a relic from her frugal father. For someone as impoverished as she, nearly reduced to the surname Bujichuan, a new sword was akin to a lifeline, utterly impossible to refuse. Iruka chuckled heartily. "Of course, would I deceive you, my dear student? Come, the ninja tool shop should be open by now." With that, Iruka took the lead, striding forward. Observing Iruka's blood-stained back, even Qianyu had to concede that he truly looked impressive as a teacher. Subsequently, the two made their way to the ninja tool shop owned by the 1010 family. The process of purchasing the sword need not be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say, Iruka spent a considerable sum. Upon acquiring the unexpected treasure of a new sword, Qiyu's day of triumph finally came to a close. Once home, without even glancing at her accumulated experience points, a weary Qianyu hastily washed and fell into a deep slumber. However, while this little butterfly rested soundly, the storm she had stirred was just beginning to unfurl. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, a crisp knock echoed through the air. "Enter." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a striking silver-haired figure. Observing the third Hokage by the window, puffing on his pipe and gazing out at the tranquil landscape of Konoha, Kakashi greeted him. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" "Indeed." The third turned, a smile brightening his aged visage. "Kakashi, you have arrived." "Yes, Hokage-sama. Is there something you need?" Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, it's nothing much. First, take a look at that document." The third gestured towards the desk. Kakashi picked up the file indicated by the third and began to read intently. To his astonishment, he realized it was an investigation report from the Umbu regarding a genin. What sort of genin could warrant such attention from the Hokage to have the Umbu investigate? Kakashi first examined the photographs. Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful. Her gentle smile, paired with her snow-white hair and ruby-like eyes, gave her an ethereal quality. Next, Kakashi glanced at the name section. Phoenix Temple Qianyu? This name sounded somewhat unfamiliar. Kakashi had no recollection of anyone in Konoha with that surname among the many Jonin, whether they were present or absent. Yet, the third had specifically called him to discuss this girl, indicating her significance. What was the situation? Kakashi questioned the third with a puzzled look. Noting Kakashi's gaze, the third, unable to refrain from his usual authoritative demeanor, replied with mild annoyance. Finish reading before speaking. Kakashi, do you only possess the patience to read thoroughly when perusing those romantic novels? Kakashi felt a bit sheepish, realizing that might indeed be the case. However, he refrained from admitting this to the third and focused on the document. Soon, he grasped the purpose of the third summons. Oh, Kaka-san! Kakashi gasped upon reading the family background section of Qianyu. The names of her relatives were distinctly marked, with her mother's name prominently listed. This Phoenix Temple Qianyu was, in fact, the niece of his mother. In other words, Phoenix Temple Qianyu was his cousin. How could he have been unaware of such a close familial connection? Seemingly reading Kakashi's confusion, the third finally elaborated. The Phoenix Temple clan is quite proud. And being a family of warriors, their decline occurred even earlier than the Hatake clan. Originally, your two families maintained a long-standing alliance, and when your mother, Phoenix Temple Kaori, married your father, it should have presented an opportunity for the Phoenix Temple clan to regain their former glory. However, your mother tragically passed away during childbirth on the ancestral grounds of the Land of Fire, not in Konoha, and shortly thereafter, Shiboku. At this juncture, the third sighed, a hint of melancholy in his expression. You understand, right? After Shiboku's departure, only a young you remained. Their desire to reconnect inevitably took on a tone of rivalry with the Hatake clan. Gradually, communication dwindled, leaving both you and Phoenix Temple Qianyu unaware of this relationship. When I discovered it, I was quite taken aback. It seems that the blood of geniuses does indeed carry on. The third mused. Genius! Kakashi seized upon the critical point in the third's words. Precisely. The third handed Kakashi a stack of papers. It was a detailed battle report of Chiyu's encounter with Mizuki from the previous night. The document outlined her swordsmanship and hinted at the existence of a possibly self-created wind-style ninjutsu. As Kakashi read the report, even his mask could not conceal the changing expressions on his face. The third smiled. Does it resemble anyone you know, Kakashi? Indeed, it is remarkably similar. Kakashi nodded. The same focus on swordsmanship. The same potential for self-created jutsu. Aside from lacking the strength he once had, Qianyu mirrored him in nearly every aspect. Given such a connection, such a prodigy, and the circumstances that had only recently come to light, Kakashi began to understand the third's intentions. Hokage-sama, you wish to transfer her to my team temporarily? Exactly. Well done, Kakashi. The third laughed heartily that a child of such talent deserves not to be wasted in another team. However, my decision to place her in your 7th squad is not solely based on your familial ties. Pausing for emphasis, the third then delivered an astonishing revelation. Last night, when Naruto stole the sealing scroll, this girl was also present. What? Kakashi exclaimed, eager to inquire further, but the third raised a hand to silence him, signaling him to continue listening. Naruto glimpsed one technique from the sealing scroll, while this girl witnessed two, one being an unfinished water-style ninjutsu of the second Hokage, which is rather perilous, and the other, as you might guess, is familiar to you. Familiar? Kakashi instinctively searches memories for any technique that could have been included in the sealing scroll. Suddenly, an answer emerged. Could it be? Indeed, it is the 8 gates. Ah, this is awkward. Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed, but the third paid him no mind and continued, thus, Kakashi, you now understand the gravity of your task. Understood. Kakashi nodded, enlightened. The third's message was clear. He was to nurture and oversee this promising talent, ensuring that Qianyu did not inadvertently harm herself in her training. Coincidentally, due to his connection with Might Guy, Kakashi was well versed in the 8 gates, while the other water-style jutsu remained a mystery. Given Kakashi's Sharingan and proficiency in all 5 chakra natures, along with their newfound familial bond, it would be illogical to entrust her to anyone else. However, managing a team of 3 individuals, each requiring supervision. Seemed to be a daunting task for Kakashi, who was known for his lethargy. With a pained expression, he queried, "Hokage-sama, am I allowed to refuse?" "Regrettably, no." The third chuckled, for if refusal were an option, what would be the purpose of that familial connection? This relationship serves to bind you. After all, thus, the VIP position in Class 7 was unexpectedly opened up due to a background unknown to Qianyu and the subtle ripple of a butterfly effect. One could only say that luck is indeed a facet of strength. However, at this moment, Qianyu was blissfully unaware that she had been assigned to Class 7, but she continued to walk at her predetermined pace. After a fierce battle, the most crucial task was, of course, to organize her gains. Upon waking, she sent her shadow clone to procure some food, indulging in a simple brunch. Sitting on her bed, Qianyu summoned her personal panel. Name: Phoenix Temple Qianyu Physique. Ordinary Chunin Strength. Elite Genin Agility. Ordinary Chunin Spirit. Elite Chunin Chakra. Elite Chunin Abilities. 8 Gates of Duanjia Unawakened, 11,000. Wind Swordsmanship Proficient, 100, 049000. Ancient Flow Swordsmanship Expert, 175250000. Shadow Clone Technique Proficient, 334550000. Water Release. Great Water Arm Unawakened, 1200. Wind Release. Gale Palm Proficient, 1231600. Shuriken Throwing Technique Mastery, 1656400. Konoha Fluid Technique Proficient, 11600. Body Flicker Technique Expert, 184050. Body Replacement Technique Pinnacle of the Ninja World, 13200. Impression Value, 121173 compared to before. Her personal panel now displayed 2 additional abilities: the 8 Gates of Duanjia and Water Release. Great Water Arm. Furthermore, her proficiency in Wind Swordsmanship and Ancient Flow Swordsmanship had gained experience points, a result of her recent combat. However, in light of the most significant reward, these details paled in comparison. Unlike her previous fleeting encounter, this time Qianyu had fought for nearly half an episode, amassing an impressive 12,000 impression points. What does it mean to strike it rich? This is what it means. Choosing to participate in the Naruto Sealing Book storyline was undoubtedly the right decision. With such a substantial accumulation of impression points, it was time to allocate them. This round of allocation was straightforward. 12,000 impression points were sufficient to address every aspect. Hence, Qianyu boldly tapped her small hand, allocating them all at once. Ding! Consumed 114648 impression points. 8 Gates of Duanjia Unawakened, 11,000. 8 Gates of Duanjia Awakened, 18,000. 8 Gates of Duanjia Proficient, 1640000. Wind Swordsmanship Proficient, 100, 049000. Wind Swordsmanship Mastery, 1343000. Ancient Flow Swordsmanship Expert, 175250000. Ancient Flow Swordsmanship Grandmaster, 1250000. Water Release. Great Water Arm Unawakened, 1200. Water Release. Great Water Arm Awakened, 11,000. Water Release. Great Water Arm Proficient, 15,000. Body Replacement Technique Pinnacle, 13200. Body Replacement Technique Supreme Mastery, Max in an instant. 4 abilities surged simultaneously, and the exhilaration of allocation was simply irresistible. Yet, Qianyu soon realized her recklessness. Despite the seemingly low requirement for points to awaken the 8 Gates of Duanjia, they still necessitated the opening of the gates. The awakening corresponded to the opening of the first gate, while proficiency aligned with the second gate. Rest Gate, with the sudden activation of 2 gates, and the need to enhance her body to endure the strain of opening the gates. Combined with the subsequent enhancements to Wind Swordsmanship and Ancient Flow Swordsmanship, the required energy was immense. A torrent of energy surged into Qianyu's body in an instant, overwhelming her senses. She barely had time to react before an intense sensation of inflation, akin to a balloon being overfilled, coursed through her. What happens when a balloon is filled to capacity? It bursts, releasing its contents that, in the case of a human body reinforced by the system, what would occur? The answer is fainting from overexertion. And fainting, Qianyu did, remaining unconscious until the following morning. When she awoke, the live stream of the storyline had automatically commenced at that Rudo. A cacophony of screams jolted Qianyu from her dreams. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to be met with two faces locked in a kiss. One was Naruto, and the other Sasuke? Suddenly, Qianyu realized that she had fallen asleep during the iconic kissing scene between Naruto and Sasuke. How could she have slept through to this moment? Memories of her discomfort before losing consciousness began to resurface. Qianyu quickly sat up and began to inspect herself. Her little IO fragrance bore no unpleasant odors. Check. Her long legs felt smooth. Check. Moving upward, her slender waist and ample C-cup had not diminished. Check. After a moment, Qianyu lowered her hands, her expression a mix of astonishment. Was it truly the system's enhancement at play? Though she had nearly brought about her own demise, she now found herself in perfect condition. Moreover, due to the overwhelming energy she had absorbed, Qianyu's dantian and chakra pathways had undergone significant expansion. If her chakra pathways had previously resembled the cap of a soda bottle, they now resembled the cap of a sports drink bottle, and her dantian, once the size of a volleyball, had transformed into that of a basketball, greatly increasing her chakra capacity. Upon reopening her personal panel, Qianyu could clearly see that her chakra level had indeed risen. After the recent allocations, her attributes now stood as follows: physique, elite Chunin strength, ordinary Chunin agility, elite Chunin spirit, special Jonin chakra. Special Jonin. Such a transformation was utterly unexpected for Qianyu. Could it be possible that she could continue to accumulate impression points and use this method to further enhance her chakra capacity? This thought flickered through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. For there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every gain inevitably comes at a cost. Upon further inspection of her pathways, Qianyu noted that the walls of her veins were somewhat thin. This indicated that while the system had protected her pathways from tearing during their expansion, it had not enhanced their quality. The system's ability to safeguard her pathways was impressive, but it did not guarantee that the weakened pathways would withstand the pressures of using ninjutsu. Hence, Qianyu had no choice but to abandon this tempting notion. Simultaneously, this painful lesson served as a timely reminder for her that, if possible, future enhancements should be conducted separately. Nevertheless, despite the discomfort of the enhancement, the rewards reaped were undeniably gratifying. First and foremost, the 8 gates of Duanjia had reached the second gate, Rest Gate, allowing her to lift the fatigue limit and providing her with an additional trump card. Next, her wind swordsmanship had achieved mastery in elemental transformation, enabling Qianyu to unleash sword energy or wind blades. If her previous wind swordsmanship had merely involved wind manipulation, now it bore the semblance of true swordsmanship. In contrast to wind swordsmanship, the ancient flow swordsmanship yielded an unexpected surprise this time. Achieving Grandmaster level in ancient flow swordsmanship granted Qianyu a comprehension of a technique known as sword domain. This effect allowed Qianyu to perceive the area within reach of her sword as her domain, her territory. Within this realm, her reaction time, ability to read an opponent's intentions, sensory perception, sword speed, and control over the blade would all experience significant enhancement, enabling her to move her sword in sync with her thoughts and hold it at will. This understanding leaned toward defense, with all skill points allocated to close combat. The advantage was that Qianyu would no longer have to fear ambushes. Even within this single sword strike, the strength has dramatically ascended. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. Qianyu's swordsmanship will forever lack the long-range abilities akin to Zoro's sword energy techniques. She herself is perplexed, pondering how her steadfast practice in swordsmanship could yield such an extreme interpretation. Nevertheless, the absence of long-range capabilities can be compensated for by other means, which is somewhat reassuring. Overall, the enhancement of master-level ancient sword techniques remains significant. Yet, this is not the most astonishing aspect of this recent augmentation. The true marvel lies in transcending the pinnacle to reach the ultimate realm of the 3 bodies technique. The essence of this ultimate realm is in the concept of perfection, which allows for a further enhancement of ninjutsu effects that have already reached their limits. Take the transformation technique, for instance. Previously, no matter how one transformed, flaws remained. However, the ultimate transformation technique achieves perfect mimicry. Next is the shadow clone technique, which, while not as impressive as the transformation technique, can still produce clones that possess strength nearly equivalent to the original, akin to the wood-release clones. Lastly, the substitution technique, which boasts the most effective results, traditionally requires the user to place a substitute log.I in contrast. The ultimate substitution technique transforms it into a game-like maneuver, akin to Sasuke's heavenly hand power, enabling Qianyu to exchange positions with an object within a 10-meter radius. Although this substitution technique is limited to once a day, the effect of spatial teleportation is already quite sufficient. Had Qianyu possessed this during her battle with Mizuki, he would undoubtedly have been unable to outmaneuver her. However, the notion of a once-a-day teleportation feels somewhat ominous. Qianyu muses that it is worth noting that the last miraculous form capable of teleportation is now roaming the universe freely, present. However, such concerns are secondary. After a haphazard day of sleep, the immediate priority is to hasten to school, as class divisions are imminent. While time is tight, it is manageable. Even someone like Qianyu, with her C+ abilities, does not need to rush excessively. Drawing upon the speed at which she showered in her previous life as a boy, she completed her ablutions in a mere 5 minutes and promptly dashed toward the Ninja Academy. Her exceptional agility as a Jonin was fully manifested at this moment. Thus, although she missed the segment involving Naruto and Sasuke, Qianyu arrived at the classroom just before Iruka began announcing the class divisions. "Qianyu, you're here. Why are you so late today?" Sakura greeted her eagerly upon seeing Qianyu. "Good morning, Qianyu," Hinata shyly waved. "Nothing much. Just practiced a bit late last night," Qianyu replied to Sakura's inquiry before turning to gently ruffle Hinata's hair. "Good morning, Hinata. You look adorable today, but it would be even better if you could be a little less shy that you're too kind, Qianyu." Hinata, her face flushed, endeavored to lift her head under Qianyu's encouragement. However, when their eyes met, her pure, flawless white orbs connecting with Qianyu's encouraging crimson gaze, Hinata felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her head drooped once more. "I'm sorry, Qianyu." Hinata apologized softly. "It's all right. Personalities can change gradually." Qianyu reassured her, affectionately patting Hinata's delightfully soft head before bidding her farewell and making her way to her seat at the back of the classroom. "At this moment," Ino's voice floated over. "Qianyu, you really spoil Hinata, don't you? What can I say? Hinata is simply too endearing." Qianyu turned to face Ino, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she suddenly pulled Ino close, bringing her to face her. Unfortunately, Ino's waist was still wrapped in bothersome bandages. Though the sensation was pleasant, it felt somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, given that Ino was among the fastest developing girls, the encounter was still delightful. "What's this, Ino? Are you feeling jealous?" Qianyu teased. "Not at all." Ino's face turned crimson. "All right, let go of me. Iruka-sensei will be here any moment." All right. Without further teasing, Qianyu obliged and released Ino, settling in her own seat. As she walked, Qianyu greeted Sakura, ruffled Hinata's hair, and embraced Ino. Among her classmates, aside from herself, she had playfully interacted with all the pretty girls, and not a single one expressed dissatisfaction. Several boys looked on with envy, wishing they could take their place. Unfortunately, the live stream was not active at this moment. Otherwise, the comments would surely overflow with sentiments of envy for Qianyu's daily interactions. Yet they remained unaware that Qianyu had been brewing her own daughter's red for 12 years and was still longing for her brewing device. Without it, faced with the charming Hinata and Ino, all she could do was indulge in fleeting moments of affection. As for Qianyu's years of relentless training, where would she find the energy to cultivate relationships with the girls in her class? This was all thanks to a certain shadow clone that had been attending school in her stead. After Qianyu finished greeting the girls, Iruka soon appeared, beginning to read the class division list. The 1st through 6th classes passed swiftly without mention of Qianyu in their class of 30. Excluding the 9 from the 7th, 8th, and 10th classes, Qianyu quickly identified her teammates. It's Qizuke, Q, and Mizuno Emi. This could work. Q had commendable physical skills, coming from a family of elite Jonin, while Emi hailed from the medical corps. With these two by her side, Qianyu felt that attempting the upcoming Chunin exams was certainly feasible. However, just as Qianyu was contemplating her future, Iruka's voice rang out once more. 7th class. Uzumaki Naruto, HG Qianyu, and Uchiha Sasuke. Qianyu's mind momentarily blanked at the announcement, just as she thought Iruka had made an error. The list for the 8th class appeared, revealing Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino, while the 9th class comprised Kusakabe, Q, Mizuno Emi, and Haruno Sakura. I didn't get placed with Sasuke. Sakura's voice was filled with discontent. Yet, since Ino had not been placed with him either, Qianyu felt somewhat relieved. Sakura quickly reassured herself, embodying an Al-Q spirit. Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle silently at the tea that moment. A barrage of comments regarding the class divisions flooded her screen. I told you, not everyone likes that Sasuke. At least our Qianyu remains unfazed. Of course, the protagonist is Naruto. HG Qianyu is in the same class as him, and with all that previous plot. She is undoubtedly the female lead. This is infuriating. I don't want a female lead. Why does that blonde brat deserve my Qianyu? Just because of his yellow hair. Hey, don't say that. Yellow hair does have its merits. Honestly, the previous guys shouldn't be so upset. If HG Qianyu is the female lead, we might still get to enjoy some perks. After all, this is an anime produced in the 11th district. Ugh, just imagining HG Qianyu's legs paired with some fan service is too much to bear. As always, when the discussion turned to topics related to appearance, the conversation quickly veered off course. Qianyu shook her head in exasperation, contemplating what these people were thinking. She had indeed become a source of appeal, yet she was also destined to be both affluent and miserly. Although she currently relied on leaving a lasting impression to sustain herself, the limits of her current attire and the occasional indulgence in their fantasies were as far as she was willing to go. There would be no actual benefits to bestow. However, due to the misunderstanding that branded her as the female lead, Qianyu suddenly accrued another point of impression value, awakening her from her previous confusion regarding the class divisions. After all, being placed in the 7th class would ensure she remained in the spotlight, which was advantageous for her system, and there were no drawbacks. With that in mind, why dwell on it further? Nevertheless, she resolved to investigate the underlying reasons when the opportunity arose. Once the class divisions were finalized, Iruka announced the break until noon. Knowing that Kakashi would be late, Qianyu decided to return home, prepare her own meal, and leisurely arrive at school afterward. After a brief period of waiting, the live stream finally activated. Qianyu was acutely aware that a new chapter of the story was unfolding. Indeed, as Naruto voiced his discontent, his impatience led him to begin setting traps. The classroom, devoid of Sakura, was enveloped in a certain stillness. And Naruto's antics swiftly captured Sasuke's attention. Observing Naruto's childish behavior, Sasuke remarked with a hint of exasperation, "How could a jonin possibly fall for such a clumsy trap?" Upon hearing this, Qianyu's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and a brilliant idea for stealing the spotlight emerged in her mind. "Shall we place a bet? Will our jonin instructor actually fall for this trap?" She suddenly proposed. Is there even a need to wager? Sasuke replied, clearly unimpressed, that I wouldn't fall for such a trap. So how could a jonin? He advised Qianyu earnestly, "You've always been quite dependable. Don't let Naruto's incompetence rub off on you." Sasuke held a rather favorable view of Qianyu, appreciating her stark contrast to the more frivolous students in their class. Unlike them, she never bothered him, remained composed, and demonstrated considerable intelligence and strength. Thus, he found satisfaction in having her as a teammate. However, while Sasuke aimed to dissuade Qianyu, she was solely focused on capturing the spotlight and had little regard for his counsel. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Qianyu taunted. Afraid? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, straightening his posture, evidently baited by her challenge. "What is there for me to fear? But tell me, what do you have to wager against me?" He asked with a proud demeanor. "Let's bet on leadership, then," Qianyu suggested nonchalantly. "The victor shall be the captain of this little team." "What do you say? Deal." Sasuke's eyes gleamed with interest. He genuinely thought that securing command of the team in such a manner would be quite advantageous. Yet, the young Sasuke was blissfully unaware of the devious nature of certain individuals who were adept at manipulating situations to their advantage. Poor Sasuke, unwittingly ensnared by Qianyu's clever ploys. Truly the Uchiha Sasuke. So magnanimous. Qianyu praised him, elevating his stature even further. Meanwhile, Naruto, feeling utterly disregarded by the two, protested from the sidelines. Hey, you two, at least consider me. Although he was always willing to support Naruto against Sasuke, he still expected some semblance of recognition. Just moments ago, there had been a crowd outside, and now he would kneel if necessary. Yet at that moment, he was met with silence. Even the barrage of comments on the screen seemed to be captivated by the wager made between the two. The betting has begun. Place your bets. If you think you will fall for it, hit 1. If you think you won't, hit 2. That we don't have any fish balls to give away here. If you guess wrong, just type "I'm an idiot" on the screen. All right, I'll take this bet. 111I, Zhu Yuqin from Beijing Experimental School, Class 2, and placing my bet. 1111111 2222222 333333. Wait, hold on, I almost got caught up in your antics. Remove the votes for those who hit 3. Wait a minute, hear my defense. My vote for 3 means that the ninja takes an unconventional route, entering through the window. That sounds somewhat reasonable, but when my 40-meter blade is drawn, it will surely draw blood. Ha! The comments erupted into a frenzy. Even though Qianyu merely caught a glimpse of the barrage, she nearly burst out laughing, forcing herself to stifle it to avoid looking out of place. However, to Sasuke, it appeared that Qianyu's smile was more difficult to suppress than AK, as if she were already convinced of victory. Humph! Sasuke scoffed, his serious gaze fixed on the classroom door. In response, Naruto also settled into a quiet anticipation. Soon enough, just as scripted, Kakashi swung open the door, and the chalkboard eraser tumbled down, covering his white hair in dust. "I've been fooled, truly fooled," Naruto exclaimed, laughing heartily. According to the law of Naruto's smiles, Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. How could this be? Is this truly a Jonin? "Hey, you two, we didn't conspire, did you?" Sasuke questioned, a hint of anger in his voice. Yet after uttering those words, he realized there was a possibility of such collusion. After all, there were few white-haired individuals in Konoha, and this Jonin was one of them. What if he was related to Qianyu? Upon this realization, Sasuke, filled with suspicion, asked, "You two didn't really conspire, did you?" "Of course not. Where's the conspiracy in that? It's all deduction." Qianyu waved her hand dismissively. "And how did you deduce that?" "It's quite simple." Qianyu snapped her fingers with flair. "Because he was late? Is that truly sufficient?" Sasuke questioned incredulously. "It's more than enough." Qianyu smiled, then her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she asked, "Sasuke, let me ask you, what is a ninja?" "What is a ninja?" Sasuke found himself momentarily at a loss, as the question was far too expansive, with each individual possessing their own interpretation. For instance, the renowned Jiraiya once stated that a ninja is one who can endure pain that others cannot. Thus, Sasuke struggled to formulate a response. However, Qianyu did not require his answer. She had her own. Following orders is what makes a ninja. Adhering to rules is what defines a ninja. Therefore, a ninja is punctual. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they generally do not violate agreements. Yet, our teacher has arrived late. What does this indicate? Qianyu pondered aloud. It suggests that our teacher does not adhere to rules, or perhaps is unwilling to do so. This leads to 2 possibilities. Either he is deeply disheartened, indifferent to many matters, including a trivial chalkboard eraser trap and the playful antics of children, or he is exceedingly arrogant, dismissing the child's play as beneath him. "Am I correct, teacher?" As she posed this question, the confident girl turned to Kakashi, her image radiating vitality on a live stream. "I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot too." The comments on the live stream exploded with a flood of "I'm an idiot," igniting yet another wave of impression points. "Indeed, your analysis is spot on. Little one." Kakashi concealed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qianyu could derive so much insight from his mere tardiness, and it all made perfect sense. Such analytical prowess was entirely absent from the reports provided to him by the 3rd Hokage. I could see this moment. Curiosity swelled within Kakashi, and he spoke in a laid-back manner, half serious and half joking. "So, do you think I'm arrogant or disheartened?" "Both." Qianyu's answer once again took Kakashi by surprise. "You appear disheartened on the outside, yet are proud within." Kakashi fell silent, not because he had been accurately described by the girl, but because he had always believed he had fully surrendered, exhibiting both external and internal despondency. Yet, in Qianyu's eyes, he appeared outwardly defeated but inwardly proud. Such a response was unexpected, leaving him at a loss for words regarding his feelings. after a prolonged silence. Kakashi finally lifted his gaze to the three young ones before him. Put it simply, my first impression of you is rather unfavorable. All right, follow me. Without lingering on the previous conversation, Kakashi led Qianyu and the others out of the classroom. Before long, the newly formed Team 7 arrived at the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, where the classic self-introduction segment commenced. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke's introductions mirrored those in the original story. However, when it came to Qianyu's turn, she found herself momentarily stumped. What do I like, what do I dislike, and what are my dreams for the future? Interests? I haven't really thought about these. After all, ever since she had crossed over, she had been preoccupied with the future. And even after she had fully utilized the system, she had barely relaxed for a few days. However, upon reflection, she did have some thoughts that I love all things beautiful, such as beautiful girls. Therefore, my tolerance for beautiful girls is quite high, as long as they do not cross my bottom line. Then, I am overwhelmed with disdain when I find myself lacking in capability in the face of challenges, future aspirations, eternal and unfading, a pursuit of carefree freedom. When it comes to interests, does seeking amusement and self-pleasure count? I hold a deep affection for myself, for I am undeniably beautiful. Qianyu stands tall and resolute. Therefore, I cannot tolerate any attempt to harm me. A significant motivation for my growth is the desire to protect myself. Naturally, I shall not accept men. Being this adorable, with not a single flaw in my beauty, it is insufficient for me to indulge in my own enjoyment, let alone offer it to some extent. Qianyu feels a kinship with Shuang, the difference being that she has no brother to seek and is far more self-absorbed, caring only for her immediate desires. Yet, in truth, Qianyu is unlike anyone else. She is simply Qianyu. Just like the livestream interface at this moment, where initially someone posted about Alexia, then Jimu Yin, Han Li, Xiaoqiao Xinmei, Jisakan AI, and Liangong Herai, only to see no one commenting in the end. Only the rapidly rising impression points testify to their feelings towards Qianyu's words, be they good or ill. However, those in the barrage, separated by screen, are merely obsessive fans, while even the timid ones dare to express their admiration. After listening to Qianyu's self-introduction, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Yes, danger. Qianyu seems utterly unlike anyone who could emerge from the world of ninjas, that a person so focused on herself. Kakashi wonders what could possibly bind her. Coupled with Qianyu's dream of immortality, it is hard not to think of a certain individual. However, Qianyu lacks the extremity and peril of that person. She loves herself, but not to the extent of being a mere Shura. Even if she's not extreme, I understand everything you say. However, it is equally likely that I will not alter this situation. For a moment, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Third Hokage, what kind of talent have you sent my way? It must be said that Kakashi is genuinely inclined to return this batch. Yet, before he could act, hey, Naruto's late exclamation interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. Qianyu, your bold assertion that you do not like men has left Naruto with a plethora of unarticulated thoughts, causing him to anxiously scratch his head. This state of confusion can be likened to a KTV burning down. All right, if you can't make sense of it, just let it go. Qianyu chuckled as she patted Naruto's shoulder. Indeed, Naruto, the world is full of all sorts of peculiar individuals. Once you have seen enough, it becomes less surprising. At this moment, Kakashi no longer wished to discuss personal introductions and shifted the topic. Let us discuss what we shall do tomorrow. Tomorrow? What are we doing tomorrow? Naruto's attention was indeed captured. We are to conduct a survival exercise. Qianyu interjected knowingly, but a survival exercise. It can't be an ordinary one, can it? Exactly. Well done, Qianyu, you guessed it immediately. I hope you will be as clever tomorrow as you are today. Kakashi nodded, his tone becoming peculiar. Meanwhile, he released a hint of his elite Jonin presence, casting a thin veil of foreboding over the hearts of the others. What does that mean? Sasuke furrowed his brow. Maintaining the classic pose of Commander IT means that among the 27 graduates, only 9 will be recognized as genin. The other 18 will be sent back to the academy. Can you guess how the decision will be made regarding who returns? Kakashi playfully covered his face with one hand. Tomorrow's survival exercise. Sasuke suddenly understood. Indeed, you are quite clever, Sasuke, as expected of the Uchiha. Kakashi praised sincerely. In the past, Kakashi's acknowledgement of Sasuke as a proud Uchiha would have sent the cool exterior of Sasuke soaring. Yet now, Sasuke felt an icy chill sweep over him. 27 individuals, with 18 set to be eliminated. What does this signify? It means a staggering 2/3 elimination rate. In other words, among their class of 3. It is highly probable that only one will remain. At this moment, upon hearing Kakashi's words, not only Sasuke, but also Naruto was taken aback, and the barrage erupted with discussion that a 2/3 elimination rate. How ruthless. After all, they are ninjas. In the first episode, so many ninjas perished like grass beneath the claws of the Nine Tails. Was this a joke? Oh no, will my beloved Qianyu be unable to become a ninja? Hey, what are you thinking? In the first episode, Qianyu fought fiercely against Mizuki. How could she possibly fail? However, this Jonin seems quite formidable. Hardships are undoubtedly ahead. It remains to be seen how Naruto and the others will respond. Anticipation is in the air. You must be kidding. This progress bar is not going to move immediately, is it? The barrage, caught off guard, couldn't hold back. Yet despite their surprised expressions, Qianyu too felt a twinge of discomfort. It was not only due to the barrage, but also because of Kakashi. She realized something she had completely overlooked while watching anime in her previous life. Who informed Kakashi that their class consisted of 27 individuals. Clearly, Qianyu's class comprises 30 students, not to mention that the Ino-Shikicho trio belongs to Team 10. Thus, the notion of 27 students with 18 facing elimination was merely Kakashi's falsehood. In reality, he had no idea how many students were in their class, with such an obvious flaw regarding Team 10's count. Qianyu only recognized it after traversing into this world, leaving her somewhat speechless. However, upon glancing at the barrage, she noticed that the viewers were entirely oblivious to Kakashi's words, allowing her to relax. She maintained a facade of being deceived by Kakashi. On the other hand, seeing that the 3 members of Team 7 remained silent, Kakashi continued to outline the events of tomorrow. Remember to bring your ninja tools. We will gather at 5 in the morning. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, or you'll vomit. After leaving behind this classic remark, Kakashi vanished in an instant, leaving behind the 2 members of Team 7 sitting on the steps, their minds in disarray. Regardless, Qianyu was in no rush. At that moment, she leisurely observed the livestream screen, watching Naruto and Sasuke's inner thoughts unfold. Yet as she contemplated this, Qianyu suddenly furrowed her brow. She realized another matter. The system's anime livestream seems to hardly showcase her inner thoughts. Just like now, while Naruto admonished himself not to be eliminated, Sasuke's hands trembled in the classic Ikari pose. Only Qianyu, with her slight frown, flashed briefly across the screen before disappearing. Qianyu pondered, does this mean I remain an outsider? Although I have graced the screen, it still refuses to reveal my thoughts. Or perhaps, due to the nature of my inner dialogue being unsuitable for broadcast, the system simply decided to cut me out? Such possibilities do exist, but this is a good thing. Indeed, it is beneficial. Firstly, Qianyu conceals her uniqueness. Secondly, the fact that the livestream actively displays others' mental activities ultimately benefits Qianyu, should she engage in battle, and the opponent is plotting something. The livestream's revelation would equate to direct mind-reading. As Qianyu contemplated, the livestream abruptly closed, indicating that this segment of the narrative had concluded. Upon seeing this, Qianyu stood up, turned to the other 2, and clapped her hands. All right. Mina-san, are you not calm yet? The crisp sound of her applause jolted Sasuke and Naruto from their thoughts. They looked up to find Qianyu winking her enchanting, deep-set eyes and sporting a playful smile. If you are calm, then we can begin discussing tomorrow's plans. Certainly, Qianyu would not foolishly rise at 5 in the morning before dawn. She intended to wait until Kakashi arrived around noon. Initially, she hadn't considered joining Team 7. But now that she was part of it, how could Qianyu refrain from causing a stir? Subsequently, she shared her plans for the following day with Naruto and Sasuke, after a taxing afternoon and night. The next morning, at 11 o'clock, the 3 members of Team 7 reconvened. Gazing at the empty training ground, a once apprehensive Naruto exclaimed in shock, Kakashi-sensei really hasn't come, as Sasuke secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. He could not refrain from taunting. Fool, didn't Shihane clarify everything yesterday? Kakashi is notorious for his tardiness. Humph, arrogant Sasuke. Who are you calling a fool? You were the loudest in your doubts yesterday, Naruto retorted without giving Sasuke any face. Thus, a lively exchange of banter unfolded before the onlookers of the Hokage. However, at that moment, the viewers were too engrossed to pay heed to the amusing bickering between Naruto and Sasuke. After witnessing the dialogue between Naruto and Sasuke, a cascade of question marks flooded the entire screen. What did they mean? Did I miss an episode? It seems not missed, but rather skipped some parts, given the words exchanged by Naruto and Sasuke. It should be that Chihane informed them that Kakashi would be late tomorrow, hence they should not arrive too early. Understood. As a result, Kakashi indeed arrived late once more, precisely as my wife Chihane predicted. Right? My wife Chihane is truly remarkable. Indeed, she is far superior to any strategist employing exhaustive tactics. What the hell? The viewers exclaimed, you knew that all along, right? Can you not discern whether my words are complimentary or derogatory? Yes, I may have forgotten the beginning, the middle, and the end, but you comprehend the essence of my words. Following this were some obscure comments about Genshin, cultural exports, miHoYo, and the like, so captivating that even the bickering between Chihane and Sasuke paled in comparison. Amidst their playful exchange, several minutes slipped by unnoticed. Kakashi finally arrived, slightly delayed. Oh, good morning, everyone. You all seem quite spirited. And Naruto and Sasuke, still engaged in their quarrel, were taken aback. When did you arrive? Naruto inquired, a hint of anxiety coloring his tone. Chiefly because he was uncertain how much of their argument Kakashi had overheard. Noticing Naruto's unease, Chihane let out a sigh and came to his aid. She boldly admonished Kakashi, "You're too late." With Chihane leading, Naruto and Sasuke quickly echoed in agreement. Indeed, way too late. In response to the tension, their voices were filled with vigor, clearly indicative of capable individuals. Yet only the viewers were aware of the palpable panic within them, leading to playful jests. This household would surely fall apart without Chihane. Someone, fetch a change of pants for both Naruto and Sasuke. This time they truly were drenched in sweat. Weren't they, my dear brother? Huh. Laughter erupted among the crowd. However, thanks to Chihane's quick thinking, Kakashi remained oblivious to any suspicions. Even if he did harbor doubts, he paid them no mind and began to share his classic, flimsy excuses. Well, there was a black cat that crossed my path. Then I encountered an elderly lady and helped her across the street. And then Kakashi's rambling ceased, for if initially Naruto and Sasuke were merely feigning annoyance, now they were genuinely furious. After all, had Chihane not forewarned them to arrive later, they would have been tricked by Kakashi's pathetic excuse and left waiting for ages. Faced with the ire of Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi could only clear his throat awkwardly and set a clock down upon a nearby stump. Subsequently, the classic game of snatching bells commenced. Point 3 individuals, 2 bells, an iconic scenario reminiscent of the tale of the 2 peaches and the 3 warriors. Anyone with a modicum of education would recognize the absurdity of Kakashi's ploy. Yet just as the viewers continued to denounce Kakashi, he declared, "Begin! Shadow Clone Jutsu!" Naruto shouted, and a swarm of shadow clones surged forward. Simultaneously, Chihane and Sasuke reached into their ninja tool pouches. Whoosh! A flurry of ninja tools fell like a torrential downpour upon Kakashi. In that instant, all of Kakashi's evasive maneuvers were effectively sealed off by the combined efforts of Chihane and Sasuke. What is happening? The sudden assault stunned everyone. They never anticipated that just a second ago. Kakashi had been smiling, urging them to come at him with the intent to kill, and the next moment, upon the command to start, Chihane and the others genuinely launched their attack. This unexpected strike was swift, precise, and merciless. It not only shocked the unsuspecting audience, but also momentarily widened Kakashi's eyes. However, that was the extent of it. Despite Chihane's expertise with shurikens and Sasuke nearing mastery, their encirclement posed a significant threat. After all, if they couldn't handle shurikens, how could they possibly manage Naruto? Kakashi advanced nonchalantly, effortlessly dismantling the swarm of Naruto's shadow clones that came rushing at him, forming a makeshift wall to shield against the incoming ninja tools. He even took the liberty to critique their assault. "Not bad. Your strikes are quite decisive. You indeed come with the intent to kill me. But alas, sometimes sheer numbers aren't enough." Boom! 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 As Kakashi spoke, The wall of Naruto's clones was obliterated by the barrage of ninja tools from Chihane and Sasuke, sending a cloud of smoke billowing forth, affirming his assessment. Yet at that moment, Kakashi noticed that the faces of Chihane and the others, despite their surprise attack failing, bore no signs of panic. Instead, Chihane suddenly smiled brightly. Is that so? But I feel that Naruto's shadow clones are exceedingly useful. Boom! 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 Kakashi found himself amidst the dissipating smoke of the shadow clones. However, this time it was not Naruto's clones that were being destroyed, but rather Naruto himself had transformed into a multitude of shurikens scattered across the ground as he canceled the transformation. 5 Narutos surged forward, collectively seizing Kakashi's hands, feet, and neck. Sasuke, now's your chance. Naruto yelled towards Sasuke, and no need to remind me. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, having already reached the final hand sign even before Naruto spoke. With a tiger hand sign completed, Sasuke inhaled deeply, his slender chest inflating like a balloon. The next moment, a massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom! The searing flames engulfed Kakashi. The intense fireball crashing to the ground, scorching the training ground's muddy surface into a small pit, waves of heat radiating outward. Seconds later, the great fireball dissipated, gazing at the charred and barren ground ahead. Naruto couldn't help but step forward, his expression fraught with concern. Hey, Kakashi-sensei won't be reduced to ashes, will he? I didn't feel Kakashi-sensei breaking free from my restraints. Is that so? Sasuke pondered, though his thoughts did not dwell on whether Kakashi had perished in the flames. He understood the lethality of the so-called compassion technique in the ninja world. However, since Naruto claimed that Kakashi had not escaped his grasp, it indicated that Kakashi had only made his move to evade after Naruto's shadow clones had been engulfed by the great fireball. At such a distance, Sasuke was confident that even a Jonin could not emerge unscathed. This meant, I injured a Jonin? Sasuke's heart raced, a surge of excitement coursing through him. After all, Uchiha Itachi was merely a Jonin. If Kakashi had indeed been hurt, then it was imperative to press the advantage. Where did he go? Sasuke turned, scanning his surroundings. Behind, above, to the left, below. Kakashi's voice emanated from beneath the ground. However, it was not beneath Sasuke's feet, but rather beneath Naruto. Naruto, be careful. Realizing the danger, both Sasuke and Chihane turned towards Naruto, with Chihane drawing her blade to strike. Unfortunately, she was a moment too late. The few steps Naruto had unconsciously taken became an insurmountable chasm. By the time Chihane's swift blade descended, the target had shifted from Naruto's feet to his head, the timing so impeccable it seemed as though she and Kakashi were orchestrating a duet. One pulling a person underground with the earth release, decapitation technique, while the other executed the beheading. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sasuke's heart leapt to his throat, because in her attempt to save him, Chihane's strike was one with no retreat, should she fail to halt. Naruto would perish without ever encountering the enemy, falling victim to his own ally's blade. Kakashi harbored similar concerns. Thus, after pulling Naruto into the earth, he did not depart, remaining ever ready to assist Naruto once more. However, neither Sasuke nor Kakashi were aware that Qianyu's swordsmanship had already reached a masterful level. Within the confines of her sword, Qianyu wielded her blade as if it were an extension of her own hand, stopping or moving at will. Consequently, in one fleeting moment, a decisive strike was poised to sever without return, only to suddenly halt as if all force had dissipated in an instant, epitomizing effortless grace. The gleaming blade, amidst Naruto's panicked cries, came to rest precisely above his forehead. The sharp wind from the sword swept through, severing a few golden strands of hair, the acute edge causing a sharp sting in Naruto's widened eyes, tears of a physiological nature welling at the corners. Yet at this moment, Naruto was oblivious to the peculiarities of his vision. Gazing at the blade hovering above his brow, his mind blank, Naruto broke into a cold sweat. Overwhelmed with relief, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had survived. Indeed, he had survived. Sasuke also breathed a sigh of relief, entirely unaware that had Qianyu's blade descended, he might have unlocked the eternal Manjiki. Simply thinking that Qianyu's swordsmanship was quite impressive. Yet, how could one merely describe Qianyu's swordsmanship is impressive. To the untrained eye, it was a spectacle. To the trained, it was a profound art. Observing Qianyu's strike. Even Kakashi, who had emerged from the earth unbeknownst to him, found himself at a loss for words to articulate his inner turmoil. For in pure terms of swordsmanship, he was outmatched by Qianyu, though he had long abandoned the practice of swordplay. Prior to donning the Sharingan during the battle at the Qianyu Bridge, he had trained diligently at that time. He had been under the tutelage of esteemed masters, steeped in high-born traditions, bolstered by the bloodshed of war. To think that he, who had traversed such turbulent waters, was outdone by a girl from a peaceful era, devoid of parental guidance, with only a single sword manual to her name, Kakashi fell into a profound silence. For the first time in his life, the once lauded genius Kakashi felt the stark disparity in innate talent between individuals. Was this how Obito felt when he looked at me back in the day? The rare feeling of defeat and disillusionment compelled Kakashi to reminisce about his dear friend Obito. In that moment, he failed to notice a pair of autumn-like eyes locking onto him from behind a thicket. So, who was this beautiful girl, stealthily concealed among the bushes, possessing eyes akin to autumn waters? As the scene zoomed in, Qianyu's perfect visage appeared before all. Qianyu. Wife, how could Qianyu possibly be here? Indeed, when did she arrive? Gazing at Qianyu amidst the thicket, the onlookers, still savoring the intensity of the recent clash, were suddenly taken aback. They were bewildered. Had Qianyu not just nearly cleaved Naruto in two? How was she now present in this moment? Could it be that she had utilized a shadow clone? Those with quick-witted minds proposed such a theory. Surprisingly, they were half correct, for this was not a mere shadow clone of Qianyu, but her true self. The one who nearly dispatched Naruto was indeed the clone. Long before Naruto's shadow clones launched their assault, Qianyu had substituted herself with a clone, concealing her true self to seek an opportunity. And now it had finally arrived. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was distracted, Qianyu sprang forth from the underbrush, her agile chakra transforming into a tempest that enhanced her form, elevating her elite Chunin-level agility to that of a special J-Nin. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, with a sharp tip aimed directly at Kakashi's back. Wind blade technique combined with the thrust. The sensation of danger prickled at Kakashi's senses, alerting him to Qianyu's assault. From behind, when did this happen? Kakashi pivoted, preparing to counter Qianyu's sudden strike. But in the next instant, an identical, equally formidable presence surged from behind. It was Qianyu's clone, coordinating with her true self for a surprise attack. In that moment, Kakashi found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, flanked by threats on both sides. Immediately, he silently lamented. How can Qianyu's shadow clones feel indistinguishable from her true self? Which one is the clone? And which is the real Qianyu? Kakashi strained to discern the truth. After all, only by identifying the true self could he ascertain where the primary attack lay, allowing him to allocate his focus effectively. Yet this time, Kakashi miscalculated. Due to Qianyu's peak mastery of the shadow clone technique, she did not feign an attack. Every strike was genuine. Kakashi, caught off guard, failed to determine which was the primary threat, consequently expending precious reaction time. And before he knew it, Qianyu had ensnared him within her sword's embrace. Kakashi suddenly felt a premonition that if he did not exhibit some measure of strength now, the ensuing events would not bode well. In that case, Kakashi reluctantly placed his hand upon his left eye. Though it felt somewhat disgraceful, he had no choice. With a swift motion, he raised his forehead protector, revealing a crimson eye. The dark three-tomo within that blood-red eye began to rotate slightly. And the current situation became clear. While Qianyu's unparalleled shadow clone technique was indeed formidable, it lacked the lively essence of a typical clone, appearing somewhat rigid. Thus, the one before him was the true self, while the one behind was the clone. Therefore, he must first address the true self. Kakashi advanced instead of retreating, directly confronting Qianyu's blade. Then, relying on the Sharingan's ability to slow down Qianyu's movements, he reached out, attempting to deflect her long sword by striking its side. Yet, while Kakashi possessed the Sharingan to perceive Qianyu's shifts and enhance his own reaction speed, did not Qianyu also command her sword's domain? What the Sharingan could achieve, the sword's domain could likewise replicate. Thus, within Kakashi's astonished gaze, Qianyu deftly rotated her wrist, redirecting the blade to point towards his palm, with no other option, in order to protect his wife. Kakashi had to transform his palm into a claw, bracing to seize the sword. But at that moment, Qianyu showcased her mastery over sword control once more. She paused her steps, gripping the sword firmly. The previous momentum from her dash seemed to vanish entirely, the thrust seamlessly transitioning into an upward slash, the razor-sharp edge aimed directly at Kakashi's palm. Observing this, Kakashi couldn't help but express admiration. Such swift reflexes. Such exquisite swordsmanship. The momentum from her dash had not disappeared. Rather, it had been channeled in her blade. Moreover, her self-created wind-release body technique was evidently highly refined, capable of matching the Sharingan in terms of reaction speed. But what if I do this? Kakashi extended his other hand. With palms positioned left and right, he formed a perfect pincer attack, determined to grasp Qianyu's playful long sword, or rather, long knife, for swords are typically double-edged. And regardless of the approach, attempting to seize them would invariably result in injury from the blade. Only in places like Neon, where the distinction between sword and knife was blurred, could one encounter a single-edged knife referred to as a sword. Thus, Kakashi's simultaneous attack proved effective. After all, while the sword's domain negated the advantages of a Sharingan, Qianyu's innate speed could not quite match Kakashi's. Once he had the means, he would definitely acquire a proper sword. Not wishing to be disarmed by Kakashi, Qianyu reluctantly sheathed her blade, preparing to retreat. However, at that moment, Qianyu inadvertently locked eyes with a pair of crimson ones. Wait, could it be? Qianyu suddenly realized something. It seems you've caught on. Kakashi revealed his signature squint and smile. Yet this time, unlike the warm and reliable demeanor of the narrative, this smile bore a sinister edge. After the grin, Kakashi's eyes widened. Magical Naraka vision technique. Qianyu, damn! An invisible chakra invaded her mind, conjuring forth the very thing Qianyu feared most. She felt a moment of disorientation, as if she had been transported from the training ground she had carved out in the Konoha forest to a bustling, indulgent entertainment district, clad in an intricately heavy kimono. Before her stood a gaudily painted geisha, the white-faced Mama-san beaming a smile at Qianyu. Qianyu Oiran, today, Lord Ichiro has come to, before Mama-san could finish her words. Chihane, with a tingling scalp, swiftly disrupted her own chakra. In that brief moment of distraction, she realized she was already soaring through the air, her uncontrolled body hurtling toward her shadow clone, straining to turn her head. She caught sight of Kakashi, who happened to be looking at her, as well. He wore a mischievous grin and said, Ninja Tactical Insight number 2. Jinjutsu. It's something you should occasionally pay attention to. Ah, Kakashi, you scoundrel. Chihane, rare to be thrown off her guard, roared in fury. She never anticipated that despite being so much stronger than Sakura, she would ultimately fall victim to a Jinjutsu. Even more surprising was that this unscrupulous Kakashi had employed his Sharingan to cast the illusion. While Chihane felt she could typically withstand ordinary Jinjutsu, Kakashi's enhanced version, powered by Sharingan, left her utterly helpless. What was even more infuriating was that all she could do was hurl insults at Kakashi for his lack of martial ethics. For her, Jinjutsu was indeed a significant flaw. Now that Kakashi had pointed it out, Chihane had no choice but to thank him. The problem was she had come prepared for an intense battle today, hoping to earn some reputation, only to be toyed with by Kakashi in this manner. Thank you. Chihane glanced at her shadow clone. The clone, understanding her gaze, nodded knowingly. In the next moment, both of them unleashed their chakra, pushing the enhancement effects of the wind sword technique to the limit, launching a fierce assault on Kakashi from both sides. Kakashi, while adept at Jinjutsu, could he possibly handle two opponents simultaneously? Chihane reassured herself that with her master-level ancient swordsmanship and exceptional agility, combined with the distinctive traits of her dual swords, even Kakashi would have to endure some hardship. However, Chihane overlooked one crucial detail. Kakashi's moniker was 50-50, although she and her clone were attacking together. She was still just one person, right? So what if her swordsmanship was masterful? What if her dual sword technique was impressive? Faced with a whirlwind of attacks from two Chihanes, Kakashi effortlessly maneuvered within a small circle, parrying each strike with a kunai, displaying remarkable ease. Seeing Kakashi's unwavering defense, Chihane found herself at an impasse. forced to maintain her offensive in an instant. The core of their battle became a tempest of glimmering blades and the incessant clanging of metal, with sparks erupting from the friction of steel against steel. What was most astonishing was that despite the fierce exchange, both Chihane and Kakashi were still accelerating. Nearby, Naruto and Sasuke watched in amazement, realizing they could hardly keep up with the movements of Chihane and Kakashi, as if their vision had suddenly blurred. In the midst of such an intense showdown, Naruto even forgot about his own predicament. Murmuring in awe, is Chihane really this formidable? Tisk. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly to Naruto's astonished murmurs echoed his own thoughts. He never imagined that Chihane, who was only above average in the Ninja Academy, could be so powerful in combat, able to hold her own against a serious Jonin. He had previously thought Chihane was merely clever. Thus, when Chihane bet on leadership, he hadn't given it much thought, believing rationally that if Chihane was smart, it was wise to follow her. But now it was evident that Chihane was not just more intelligent. She was leagues stronger than him. This realization prompted Sasuke to recall a past incident when Chihane had been caught skipping class. The reason for her capture was simple. Her shadow clone lacked sufficient chakra and was defeated during a taijutsu spar. Iruka had been furious. Yet after that incident, Chihane had never been caught again until yesterday. It seemed that rather than becoming more cautious after being caught once, Chihane had simply become more careful, thus avoiding detection. In other words, while he was still playing around in ninja school, Chihane had been tirelessly training solo with her shadow clones for who knows how long. It was truly laughable. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. How absurd that Chihane, with such strength, remained inconspicuous in class, maintaining her own pace of self-improvement, while he, with far less ability, began to feel proud and self-satisfied. He had fancied himself a tragic avenger, destined to live for revenge all his life. What have I been doing all these years? Sasuke raged inwardly at this moment. His self-reproach and loathing morphed into a venomous serpent, continuously gnawing at his heart. Meanwhile, Naruto was fixated on the unfolding battle, completely unaware of Sasuke's internal struggle. Just as it seemed Sasuke was about to take a few months' worth of detours, Chihane's voice suddenly rang out. Sasuke, what are you doing standing there? Don't you want to graduate? Come help. Yeah. Sasuke snapped back to reality. He glanced at the battle scene. Kakashi's displayed strength had not significantly increased since the appearance of a Sharingan. Thus, a perfect balance had formed between Chihane and her clone and Kakashi at this moment. Even the slightest additional force could tip the scales. Yes, he indeed fell short of Chihane, for while she was a genius who worked harder than him, all he needed to be was the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Could the illustrious Uchiha Sasuke truly be incapable of even being that straw? Certainly not. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. After a brief assessment of the situation, he retrieved his shuriken, ready to provide support with his most straightforward and adept weapon. Then he launched several shuriken, successfully targeting Kakashi's most vulnerable spots, effectively disrupting him. Seeing this, Sasuke's spirits soared. I can do it. Kakashi, however, was in exasperation. You can do what? He was baffled. Why was this supposed to be a bell-stealing exercise? Why was it that from the beginning, whether it was Naruto, Chihane, or Sasuke, they all seemed to be targeting him? Shouldn't they be focusing on stealing the bells? Had he truly angered them by being late this morning? Kakashi found himself reflecting for the first time. Through the live broadcast, Kakashi's internal monologue was laid bare before the audience, prompting waves of laughter. Why don't you all go and steal the bells? This is just too funny. Indeed, who would have thought Chihane's early setup would leave the honest Kakashi bewildered? I'm dying. He's so gentle. He doesn't even suspect Chihane. Indeed, Chihane was rather cunning. Yet how could I not adore my wife Chihane for this little scheme? I love it, especially when Chihane appeared in that genjutsu wearing a courtesan kimono. Love one, but Chihane, my dear, the habit of wearing cloth shoes really needs to change. The suggestion here is to wear sneakers along with stockings. What the heck, porridge? How fitting for porridge etiquette. Your calculations are so meticulous that I can hear them from the M87 Nebula. Too tight. Unbelievable. The barrage of comments erupted from the audience regarding the previous player's musings. After all, discussing the smell of a beautiful girl's feet was indeed amusing, but such a peculiar preference would surely be niche. Just then, another comment popped up. Who says cloth shoes don't stink? Think about it. Chihane is a ninja. With such high physical activity, her feet could really smell. 666? Unbelievable. Release. It must be the porridge, bro. The crowd had no words for the previous commentator's wild imagination. Chihane, catching a glimpse of the comments, felt exasperated. Damn it, here I'm fighting for my life, and you all are discussing whether my feet smell. Where's the odor? I've always been fragrant for so many years. While it's true that odor can be a normal chemical reaction, she was a transformation ninja, naturally endowed with beauty. Regardless of how she presents herself, even without makeup or maintenance, she could still captivate hearts. Isn't that common knowledge? Qianyu inwardly lamented with a myriad of frustrations. Simultaneously, Kakashi keenly observed that Qianyu's main body had eased its offensive. Looking at Qianyu, although she was unaware of what had transpired, it was evident that she seemed somewhat distracted. In opportunity, Kakashi's eyes sparkled. He hurled the two battered kunai in his hands, forcefully repelling Qianyu's clone, and then aggressively closed the distance to her main body. His powerful fingers resembling a dragon's claws as they reached for her delicate wrist. Not good. Realizing she was being distracted by the barrage of attacks, Qianyu hastily regained her focus, intent on driving Kakashi away. But at that moment, Kakashi's eyes widened. Illusion technique. Magical abyss. Qianyu's body stiffened, the familiar scene reappearing once more. It's over. Seizing the moment while Qianyu was under control, a strong hand precisely grasped her slender wrist. Kakashi's gaze intensified, his arm tensing as he prepared to replicate his previous maneuver and hurl Qianyu away once more. However, this time, Kakashi did not pull her. Kakashi looked over in surprise, rapidly dispelling the illusion. Qianyu gritted her teeth. You can't possibly think that the same technique will work on me twice. Don't even think about escaping. Qianyu even countered by grabbing Kakashi, attempting to bind him in place with her own form. At that moment, Kakashi noticed a thick layer of chakra gathering beneath Qianyu's feet. It was this seemingly powerful adhesive chakra that firmly anchored Qianyu to the ground, preventing her from being seized by Kakashi. Kakashi realized, has she even mastered the technique of tree climbing without a teacher? Moreover, after gaining a moment of respite, a surge of water chakra suddenly manifested, swiftly filling her right arm. Whoosh! A subtle yet determined sound of flowing water erupted, emanating from Qianyu's slender arm with a force comparable to Kakashi's. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This is the water style mentioned by the third Hokage, to wield it in such a short span of time. In just over a day, to learn a water style technique of at least B rank and apply it in combat. What kind of prodigy is this? Kakashi realized that Qianyu's talent might surpass his expectations. Nonetheless, given this revelation, he felt compelled to swiftly conclude the battle. The dangers and complexities of the water style. Water arm had been explained to him by the third Hokage, and while Qianyu seemed to execute it flawlessly now, who could predict what unforeseen complications might arise later? Such a gifted individual, and one related by blood, if he were to inadvertently cripple her due to his trials, Kakashi would never forgive himself. Thus, he chose not to continue testing Qianyu's strength. Just then, Qianyu's clone was about to arrive. He broke free from her grip, lightly kicking off the ground to retreat. Consequently, Qianyu's clone swiftly changed its formation, unleashing a flurry of wind blades towards Kakashi's back. Kakashi's response was straightforward. Facing the incoming wind blades, he deftly drew a kunai, enchanting it with lightning strike. In the next instant, everyone witnessed a flash of lightning. Boom! The wind blades from Qianyu's clone dissipated into thin air, just as her clone vanished. Compared to the previous exchanges of blows, the disparity in strength between a Jonin and a Chunin was starkly laid bare for all to see. An overwhelming dominance, utterly devoid of any hope for victory. This scene left everyone present speechless, the arena enveloped in silence. After a while, Naruto finally reacted. Qianyu's clone has vanished just like that. Indeed, it has. Sasuke nodded solemnly. This is the strength of a Jonin. To Kakashi, they were merely playthings. Meanwhile, the spectators buzzed with astonishment at Kakashi's prowess. Only Qianyu sighed in resignation. She had initially hoped to showcase her skills and earn some impression points. However, she did not anticipate Kakashi's utter disregard for fair play. his Sharingan flashing to life, and utilizing lightning strike without hesitation, had diverted the majority of attention towards him. Thus, despite the fierce battle, her impression points lingered just over 70,000. Nevertheless, the situation regarding impression points was still manageable. Qianyu puzzledly inquired of Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, do you not wish for us to graduate? With your Jonin strength fully unleashed, how could we possibly snatch the bells from you?" Naruto chimed in, "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, you're not still holding a grudge over my chalkboard trap, are you? That's a bit petty." "Indeed." Sasuke added his voice in agreement. My apologies. That was my mistake," Kakashi readily admitted. His abrupt conclusion of the match, although intended for Qianyu's benefit, had indeed exceeded the bounds of reason. Regardless, the cooperation exhibited by the members of Team 7 had been remarkably decisive. Although their strengths varied greatly, it perfectly demonstrated the teamwork he sought. Thus, he decided to declare them successful. However, just then, a sudden epiphany struck Kakashi. He had gathered insights about the rivalry between Naruto and Sasuke prior to their meeting. They were not the sort to cooperate easily. Yet this time, their collaboration had been so resolute, as if they had conspired beforehand. Therefore, could it be possible that they had indeed conspired? In other words, someone had predicted his test. Not to say they had foreseen every aspect, but at the very least, they grasped the core element of teamwork. Given Naruto's impulsiveness and Sasuke's surliness, it was clear they could not have deduced his test. Thus, only one possibility remained. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Qianyu. If his intentions had been uncovered, he could no longer adhere to his original plan. That a brand new strategy began to form in Kakashi's mind. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Kakashi addressed everyone. Having reached this stage in the assessment, it is evident that we cannot proceed any further. Therefore, I announce that this examination is hereby concluded. Hooray! Naruto cheered, while Sasuke let out a sigh of relief, just as Qianyu thought it had truly come to an end. Kakashi suddenly tossed the bell from his waist, an object that no one was eager to seize, towards Qianyu. Qianyu instinctively caught the bell, a sense of foreboding creeping in her heart. Kakashi-sensei, what does this mean? Quite simply, I had mentioned before, only 2 individuals can pass this assessment. Kakashi grinned like a cunning fox. This time, it shall be up to you to decide who passes this graduation examination. Indeed, allowing Qianyu to determine who would succeed in this assessment was Kakashi's tactic. Although Qianyu was clever and had deduced the content of his test, making agreements with Naruto and Sasuke, ultimately, it was just Qianyu's unilateral declaration. Therefore, as long as Kakashi remained firm that only 2 could pass, Qianyu would have no recourse, and her prior agreement would crumble. Only in such a scenario could he truly ascertain whether this was a genuine team. At that moment, upon hearing Kakashi's words, both Naruto and Sasuke were indeed taken aback. They instinctively glanced at Qianyu, and then Naruto vociferously questioned, "Why is that? Don't you understand?" Kakashi chuckled again, though this time his smile bore a cold edge. "Because the 2 of you are simply too weak," Kakashi asserted. "In my eyes, among the 3 of you, only Qianyu possesses the qualifications to become my subordinate. I have no interest in either of you, Sasuke or Naruto." However, noting their initial collaboration, Qianyu must have communicated something to them beforehand that I detest presumptuous subordinates. But since Qianyu has conferred with you, I shall be magnanimous and allow one of you to pass this assessment. Thus, do you comprehend? This is a reward for the exemplary student. Kakashi raised his chin, looking down imperiously upon them. How could this be? The unfortunate Naruto, still in disbelief, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Sasuke contemplated more deeply. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. "Kakashi, are you aware of everything?" "Quite so." Kakashi was well aware of the question at hand. "After all, I am a Jonin, where intellect, agility, and wisdom are indispensable. Even if one was initially oblivious, after such a prolonged duration, one ought to have discerned the truth. Teamwork, as Chihane has conveyed to you, correct?" Kakashi shook his head. "Regrettably, teamwork is merely an innocent fantasy harbored by students. What do you believe defines a ninja? To accomplish missions at all costs is the true essence of a ninja. Sometimes, to fulfill the mission, teammates, and even oneself, may become sacrificial pawns. To illustrate, I have once personally taken the life of my own comrade. As unwelcome memories resurfaced, Kakashi's expression grew increasingly stern. Historically, the stark truth is often the most deceiving. For Kakashi has genuinely traversed the era where missions reign supreme, and indeed, he has endured dark experiences. Thus, his words resonate with an unmistakable authenticity. All who now behold Kakashi's countenance and gaze can sense that these are words that emanate from the depths of his heart. In stark contrast to the previous language. Charming Kakashi, who would arrive late and concoct feeble excuses, the current Kakashi appears to be an entirely different entity. Or perhaps, this is the true Kakashi, the genuine face of the ninja world. Is this what it means to be a ninja? Having glimpsed a shadowy facet of the ninja realm, Sasuke's demeanor shifted. How could it be? Even Naruto, whose head had been held high despite being buried in the earth, now hung his head in despondence, his expression quaking, his voice barely audible. This is undeniably too cruel. Indeed, the barrage of comments echoed in agreement. Is this truly what ninjas are like? Certainly, or rather, this aligns with the common perception of ninjas, employing any means necessary. Resorting to poison, assassination, seduction. Are these not the hallmarks of a ninja? If this is the case, will my beloved Chihane, perhaps, given the recent trends in the neon industry, which have become increasingly audacious, with dreams of becoming a magical girl and the upcoming release of an ABO-themed childcare BL this April. Inquiry. What is the ABO worldview? Response. Do not inquire, child, for what lies ahead is a chasm. Let us redirect our discourse to the present. The pressing question now is, if only two can be chosen, which of Chihane's fellow teammates will she select? A novel dilemma lay before all. Choose Naruto. Choose Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. The comments section erupted into a chaotic clash between Naruto's supporters and Sasuke's. Observing this, Chihane curiously withdrew her gaze, finding the circumstance rather peculiar. How is it that these individuals speak as if choosing a bride? If we were speaking of Naruto and Sasuke, I would certainly be on board, but alas, that is not the case. Ignoring the barrage, Chihane stepped forward. Kakashi's spirits lifted. It seems you are prepared to make a choice. Who will you select as your teammate? Naruto or Sasuke? At Kakashi's words, both Naruto and Sasuke turned their anxious gazes towards her. Could it be me? Naruto pondered uncertainly. It must be me. Sasuke is so full of himself, and I have fought alongside Chihane. However, Sasuke has always been quite popular with the girls. What if Chihane? No. Naruto abruptly shook his head. Chihane certainly is not as superficial as those others. Yet, even without considering that, Sasuke is an exemplary student. Is it not only natural for an outstanding student to select another outstanding student? Yikes, I might truly have to repeat the year. Lost in these thoughts, Naruto felt increasingly disheartened, his head bowed, as if awaiting execution. Team must be me. Sasuke was also deep in thought at in this assessment. I have performed far better than Naruto. When Naruto faltered, it was I who assisted. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose me. Indeed, it must be me. I have obligations to fulfill. How can I not even become a ninja? Standing tall, with the clear sky above, Sasuke contrasted sharply with Naruto's demeanor. Then, Sasuke witnessed Chihane separating the two bells, tossing one of them towards Naruto. Nanny? Sasuke's expression was one of disbelief, shock etched on his face. He could not comprehend why Chihane would choose Naruto over him, and Naruto was equally perplexed. At that moment, their expressions aligned in mutual confusion. Chihane, Naruto stammered, attempting to articulate something. Yet at that instant, Chihane casually tossed the remaining bell to Sasuke. Such an odd scene left Naruto momentarily stunned. Sasuke was bewildered. Chihane, you have given bells to both Naruto and me. What about yourself? Me? Chihane smiled. I shall simply remain behind a year. Next year, Sasuke's expression shifted. Are you implying that you intend to forfeit your chance to become a genin for Naruto and me? Indeed. Chihane nodded, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you mentioned that I would determine who could pass this graduation assessment. You never stated that I had to include myself. That is indeed what I said. Kakashi concealed his surprise, his expression darkening. But are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Absolutely, Chihane asserted earnestly. It was I who informed them that the essence of this assessment was teamwork. Hence, Naruto and Sasuke would act alongside me. However, the outcome was that I acquired the bells. While they lost their opportunities, I was reflecting that had I not communicated this, perhaps amidst the chaos, it could have been Naruto or Sasuke who successfully seized the bells, since my erroneous decision has resulted in Naruto and Sasuke's detriment. It is only just that I bear the consequences. This is, after all, only fair. Is it truly fair? Kakashi gazed at the young woman before him with a mixture of admiration and melancholy, beautiful, radiant, as the midday sun cascaded down. She seemed to shimmer with a golden aura to acknowledge one's mistakes. What a beautifully unadorned principle, yet how few are those who genuinely adhere to it. Observing Chihane, both Naruto and Sasuke were equally moved. And not just them. At that moment, all who bore witness to this scene were captivated by Chihane's noble character. The comment section flooded with a complex array of fairy and treasure girl, ultimately coalescing into a singular sentiment: greatness, requiring no further elaboration. It must be said that in an era dominated by superficiality, individuals like Chihane, who possess beauty, kindness, and admirable character, are increasingly rare, if the earlier allure of Chihane lay in her looks. Now it is her character that draws people in. Truly, it began with beauty and culminated in virtue. Thus, at this moment, the comments section resounded with fervent approval for Chihane. Thanks to Kakashi's interference, the impression points, which had lingered at a modest 70,000, began to soar. In this instant, Chihane felt a twinge of embarrassment, for her actions had been mere performances crafted to garner impression points. Especially now, she was taking advantage of Kakashi's lack of transparency, having known his intentions from the outset. Yet considering some individuals who would not even feign such behavior, and given that she might be compelled to maintain this fade for a lifetime in pursuit of impression points, a sense of professional integrity washed over her, and she found peace. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments expressed their sentiments through the surging impression points in the arena. Naruto and Sasuke, directly confronting Chihane's allure, were even more profoundly affected. Wow! An excited Naruto emerged from the ground, picked up the bell he had dropped, examined it, and then, with a decisive motion, tossed it back to the earth. If Chihane does not want it, then neither shall I. I can just repeat the year alongside her. Fuming, Naruto vented his frustrations towards Kakashi. Regardless, I refuse to believe that ninjas are as my teacher describes them, if that is truly the case. Then I shall forego being a ninja. Quite so. Sasuke concurred, casting aside the bell in his hand. Kakashi was genuinely taken aback. Really, Sasuke, did you not dream of eliminating that man? How can you expect to kill him if you cannot even become a ninja? Sasuke trembled slightly, parting his lips and closing his eyes once more, clearly wrestling with inner turmoil. After all, making a decision is one thing, but accepting the outcome is an entirely different matter. Sasuke, Naruto cast a worried glance in his direction, feeling a strong urge to offer him some words of encouragement. Although the three of them, he, Chihane, and Sasuke, were all orphans, it was evident that Sasuke bore a far heavier burden. There was no need for him to sacrifice his graduation for their sake. However, as soon as Naruto opened his mouth, Sasuke resolutely solidified his resolve. Naruto, you need not advise me. I indeed dream of vanquishing that man, but it shall be by my own hand, not through the charity of others. How could a member of the Uchiha clan rely on others to graduate? Sasuke roared. Though the Uchiha clan had been eradicated, their pride remained unblemished. Moreover, he could not allow himself to be outdone by Naruto. Who was the underachiever of the group? Could he? Sasuke, I knew it. This is the Sasuke I recognize. Seeing this version of Sasuke, Naruto's face lit up with joy. Yet at that very moment, Kakashi formed a few hand signs. Under the influence of chakra, the previously clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, and a terrifying aura transformed the air around the three into an oppressive force that was almost suffocating. In that instant, the three members of Team 7 felt as if they were trapped within transparent amber, unable to move. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke and Naruto turned in horror. It seemed that their blatant disregard for him had driven Kakashi to the brink of fury. He clenched his hands into seals, his voice laced with anger as he questioned, "You three, I shall give you one last chance. Are you truly saying that none of you will graduate under Kakashi's terrifying presence? Naruto was momentarily struck dumb, unable to find his voice. Yes. Chihane stood firm against the pressure, unflinchingly meeting Kakashi's gaze. We are a team. It is only right that we either all graduate or none of us do. Indeed, we are united as one. Sasuke gritted his teeth and added, Yes, exactly. I think the same. Naruto quickly chimed in. Kakashi regarded Naruto with amusement. How had he not noticed Naruto ever thinking like this? Nonetheless, in this moment, such trivialities could be overlooked. After a few seconds of steady observation, and upon realizing that the trio showed no signs of wavering, the shadows on Kakashi's face suddenly dissipated, revealing his trademark warm smile. Well then, congratulations, you have all passed? Eh? The others were incredulous. I said, Congratulations, you have all passed, Kakashi reiterated. But why? The abrupt turnaround left Naruto's mind reeling. Kakashi's grin took on a mischievous quality. Because Chihane was correct, this assessment was indeed focused on your teamwork. Now, don't look at me like that. A ninja must be able to see through layers of deception. Although this time, due to Chihane, I had to employ a scheme within a scheme. Remember, in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. However, those who do not value their comrades are even lower than scum. Gazing up at the sky, Kakashi lamented the famous words of the Hokage. The live broadcast shifted from Kakashi to the three of them. Sasuke smiled in relief. Naruto felt deeply moved, and Chihane too wore a relaxed smile. IT had been a challenging test filled with cunning and strategy, but it was finally over. In conclusion, the exercise has ended. And all have qualified, Kakashi declared enthusiastically. Hooray! I am a ninja now. Ninja! Ninja! Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air, creating a jubilant atmosphere all on his own. However, if it ended here, that would be too easy on Kakashi. So at the peak of the joyous moment, Chihane spoke up again. Kakashi-sensei, what are we having for lunch? Kakashi scratched his head in confusion. What are we having for lunch? You could decide that for yourselves. Red bean paste, Chihane exclaimed with surprise. Then I want grilled meat for lunch. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, what do you think? To celebrate the establishment of Team 7, how about we have Kakashi-sensei treat us to grilled meat? Hooray! Grilled meat! Grilled meat! Naruto cheered once more. This left Kakashi momentarily speechless. Wait, Chihane, when did I say I would treat you to a meal? What? Kakashi-sensei isn't treating us to a meal. Chihane feigned shock, her expression pitiful. But I heard Ino and the others say that their teacher treated them to a meal. Oh well, it seems we are not favored by the teacher like other teams. If the teacher thinks we are not worth this meal, then we do not need to trouble ourselves. We can leave. After delivering a couple of lines reminiscent of Lin Dayu, Chihane genuinely took a few steps away, feigning an intention to depart. The moment she moved, Naruto instinctively followed suit. At this point, it genuinely appeared as though Kakashi was dismissing them. Kakashi felt a wave of panic, quickly raising his hand. Wait. Chihane halted her steps. That I will treat you. Is that all right? Kakashi said, his tone tinged with reluctance. It's just a meal of grilled meat. Your teacher can still afford that. Hooray. Naruto jumped up again, transforming into an unrelenting cheerleader. Chihane turned around. I could see that moment. There was no trace of the delicate sadness that had previously graced her features. Gazing at Chihane's bright smile, complete with adorable dimples, Kakashi suddenly realized, shaking his head in resignation. You really got me this time. Kakashi-sensei, you won't back out now, will you? Chihane blinked her eyes, tilting her head slightly to the left. Her pure white ponytail swaying, exuding an utterly charming demeanor. Faced with such an endearing sight, no one could utter a word of refusal. Not even Kakashi. How could I back out? Once said, it cannot be taken back. Kakashi covered his face, shaking his head with a sigh. But this time, you really did trick me. At such a young age, where did she acquire so many tricks? In that moment, Kakashi felt a sense of relief that Chihane was not like Sakura, consumed by romantic thoughts. Otherwise, with Naruto and Sasuke as a pair, it would surely lead to complications. Point 1 could only say that perhaps this was just Chihane's layered schemes, caught off guard and without any means to counter her. Kakashi found himself successfully led astray, treating everyone to a delightful grilled meat feast. Afterward, They all returned home, each seeking their respective mothers, or perhaps their significant others. After all, none of the four could muster even half a mother, rendering their situation quite dire. Nonetheless, after the meal, Naruto and Sasuke returned home without incident. However, Chihane was intercepted by Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Chihane paused, perplexed by the situation. Surely Kakashi wasn't planning to give her additional individual guidance after class? With that thought, Chihane subtly stepped back, creating a bit of distance from Kakashi. However, Kakashi remained oblivious to the bizarre thoughts swirling in Chihane's adorable mind. He simply explained, "Well, Chihane, I don't know if you're familiar with the Sharingan, but it allows one to see the flow of chakra within the human body. During our previous battle, I noticed you utilized a particular water release technique. Water release, great water arm technique." Chihane declared the name of the technique before inquiring, "Is there a problem with this technique, Kakashi-sensei?" "No." Kakashi shook his head, continuing his explanation. "With my Sharingan, I could observe that it is a technique that demands precise control from the user and carries a high risk of self-injury. So, I wanted to ask if you had any questions. If so, I could assist you. I see." Chihane understood and shook her head. No, after all, her proficiency with the technique was granted by the system. And if it was labeled as proficient, then it was indeed so. There was no way it could lead to issues that a novice could not control. I see. Then I can rest easy. Kakashi, with a smile, reminded Qianyu, "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, I am your teacher. Whether it be Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, or Taijutsu, as a Jonin, I am capable of providing guidance on these matters." "All right," Qianyu nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude. "Kakashi-sensei, you truly are a good person." "Huh, a good person, perhaps," Kakashi replied, slightly embarrassed as he ruffled his hair. After discussing the subject of the water release technique, Kakashi bid farewell to Qianyu, turning away with a graceful ease that in fact, Qianyu was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's rapid departure, pondering, is he really leaving just like that? Was it merely to convey that message? She was genuinely perplexed. Did she not know Kakashi's character? Lazy and unmotivated, he would certainly prefer to lie down rather than stand, and he wouldn't show up without a compelling reason to end the original narrative, considering his relationship with Naruto. Kakashi had opted for a hands-off approach. It was already fortunate that she, a mere acquaintance, was not relegated to the same fate as Sakura. What warranted such attention from Kakashi? Was it merely her beauty? If that was the case, could Kakashi possibly provide her with personal guidance after class, focusing on the Phoenix Temple Qianyu? But that was not Kakashi's nature. Something felt amiss. Indeed, it felt profoundly wrong. Qianyu instinctively grew cautious, meticulously reflecting on Kakashi's earlier words. Whether it be Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, or Taijutsu, indeed it was Taijutsu. Her eyes brightened with realization. Kakashi had referred to her water release technique as a form of Taijutsu, yet he could have simply stated Taijutsu without elaboration, implying that she could inquire about anything. Thus, the water release technique was secondary. Kakashi primarily desired Qianyu to ask him about Taijutsu. What Taijutsu did she currently require his guidance on? The answer was the 8 gates. Yes, only the 8 gates could prompt Kakashi to offer specific advice. The water release technique was merely a ruse, as Kakashi could not disclose that he was aware of her mastery of the 8 gates. Qianyu comprehended the situation fully. Ultimately, it was the third Hokage who was observing her, potentially instructing Kakashi to provide thorough teaching. After all, she was someone willing to learn the 8 gates, which justified Kakashi's visit. She realized why she had joined Team 7. It was all connected. Qianyu was astonished. So it can unfold this way. She had never anticipated that her spontaneous decision to participate in the Sealing Book storyline would result in Sakura being pushed out of Team 7. The butterfly effect manifested so promptly and swiftly. It was far from a notion that a single flap of a butterfly's wings would take ages to stir a storm across the sea. This occurrence served as a stark reminder to Qianyu, emphasizing the necessity to remain aware of the butterfly effect at all times. Furthermore, starting today, she needed to return to her former disciplined training regimen, as the third Hokage was keeping an eye on her. After all, no matter how talented one might be, neglecting training would not facilitate steady or significant improvement in strength. Once or twice may be inconsequential, But over time, even a modicum of intelligence would make one aware of the secrets one harbored. With this thought, Qianyu couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration. Third Hokage, when will you cease to exist? After finally managing to relax with the help of the system, she was now compelled to revert to her previous lifestyle, which she genuinely despised. Moreover, she began to ponder further if she had to be mindful of the third Hokage's gaze. What about Danzo and Obito? What of Kagaya? Despair washed over Qianyu as she realized that before she wielded the strength to dismantle everything, she, despite possessing a golden finger, was still bound to maintain her rigorous training regimen. What a sensation it was! It felt akin to laboring tirelessly for an excellent score, only to discover that the educational system had enforced strict divisions. She had aced the midterms, yet there was still the looming challenge of the college entrance examination ahead. Although Qianyu rationally understood that maintaining a workout regimen was a conventional method of gaining experience points, benefiting her strength enhancement, especially since her advanced abilities required increasingly greater experience points as time progressed, it was still a source of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, despite her discontent, she had responsibilities to fulfill as an adult. She could not act like an oversized infant, throwing tantrums at every challenge. Thus, after parting ways with Kakashi, Qianyu promptly turned to the training ground, opened her personal panel, and began to organize the impressions she had garnered. Due to Kakashi's distraction, although Qianyu had shone brightly this time, her impression points were slightly fewer than before. Ultimately, her impression points settled on a rather intriguing number, 114,514. Coupled with the previous point allocation of 6525, Qianyu's current impression value stood at 121039.12,000 impression points. While considerable, it was not insubstantial either. Adding advanced abilities such as the wind blade technique or ancient flow sword technique, which required hundreds of thousands of points to upgrade, was evidently impractical. However, enhancing some lower-tier abilities and a few current necessary advanced abilities was quite feasible. After all, she had already utilized the system several times, and her understanding of it had greatly increased. Although the system categorized techniques like the Shadow Clone technique and 8 gates in the same ability section, one should not view them through the lens of the ninja world, but rather through that of a fantasy realm. In this context, ninjutsu equated to martial arts. The act of training in ninjutsu inherently alters the body that if one were to master a bloodline limit, such as ice release, one could permanently modify their DNA, enabling the transmission of their learned techniques to future generations. Moreover, one's body would gradually change under the influence of ice release chakra. Ordinary individuals often overlook this detail, as few possess the capability to cultivate bloodline limits. And only those limits yield immediate effects that in reality, even basic ninjutsu contributes to personal enhancement. For instance, a master of fire release possesses high fire resistance, like a Suma. Likewise, masters of lightning release exhibit heightened agility, as seen with Kakashi and Sasuke from the Cloud Village. Was not the third Hokage himself able to attain a remarkably resilient physique by mastering all 5 elemental releases to an extraordinary level? As for taijutsu, physical training is itself a manifestation of yang release. Returning to Qianyu's situation, advanced abilities like the 8 gates and wind blade technique are fundamental practices for her. Cultivating these core skills primarily enhances her attributes, or perhaps her realm, with current combat capability being a secondary benefit that, in contrast, techniques like the Shadow Clone technique serve as methods, primarily advancing immediate combat power with only minimal improvements to attributes. The ancient flow sword technique occupies a middle ground, enhancing both attributes and combat power, depending on one's specific characteristics. This further corroborated its classification in the system, akin to the Shadow Clone technique, rated as B-level in the ninja world, placing it among the intermediate tier of abilities. Thus, Qianyu's allocation strategy was distinctly clear. If immediate combat power was required, she would invest in lower-tier abilities. For attributes and realms, she would accumulate impression points to elevate her advanced capabilities. However, currently, lacking sufficient impression points, she could only afford to incrementally enhance both. With a swift gesture, Qianyu confirmed her choice. Ding! Consuming 64,000 impression points. 8 gates proficient, 164000. 8 gates mastered, 1512000. got a surge of potent energy flowed into her bi-wi point, cascading down through her left and right hemispheres. With a crisp sound, the third gate of the 8 gates, the life gate, was unlocked. Subsequently, a warm energy surged through the life gate, enveloping every limb and sinew, caressing the delicate, porcelain-like skin of Qianyu, as well-defined muscles swelled momentarily. However, this muscular enhancement quickly dissipated, restoring Qianyu's form to its original soft and fragrant state, as if the sensation of increased strength had merely been an illusion. Yet, Qianyu was aware that it was no mere figment of the imagination. Her 5-dimensional attributes had transformed as follows: physique, special Jonin elite Chunin strength, ordinary Chunin elite Chunin agility, elite Chunin spirit, special Jonin chakra, special Jonin. Both physique and strength had ascended one level, now standing at special Jonin and elite Chunin, respectively. With this newfound power, Qianyu possessed the Hao Shui Wan technique for strength and Yu Feng Jian Shu for agility, elevating her attributes to the pinnacle of special Jonin. If she were to engage in battle with Kakashi once more, she would undoubtedly not be easily outmaneuvered by his 2 small shurikens. After completing the 8 gates technique, Qianyu, having learned from her previous experience, took a moment to recuperate before proceeding with her next enhancement. As for the lesser abilities intended to augment her combat prowess, she deemed it unnecessary to dwell excessively on them. Reflecting on her options, she recalled that Lai Feng Zhang, a technique bequeathed to her by her parents alongside the ancient swordsmanship, was a C-rank jutsu with a relatively low cost. Thus, she decided to test the strength of Lai Feng Zhang before casually applying her remaining points. Ding! Consumed 50,181 impression points. Water release. Hao Shui 1. Proficient. 1,005,000. Expert. 125,000. Wind release. Lai Feng Zhang. Proficient. 1,231,600. Master. 1,102,400. Shuriken technique. Expert. 2,286,400. Specialist. 125. 600. Konoha fluid technique. Proficient. 11,600. Expert. 16,400. Body flicker technique. Specialist. 184,050. Master. 112,150. After this flurry of enhancements, Qianyu's current status became as follows. Name: Phoenix Temple Qianyu Physique. Special Jonin Strength. Elite Chunin Agility. Elite Chunin Spirit. Special Jonin Chakra. Special Jonin Abilities. 8 Gates Technique. Expert. 1. 512,000. Yu Feng Jian Shu. Expert. 1,380,343,000. Ancient Swordsmanship. Master. 2,304,250,000. Shadow Clone Technique. Proficient. 33,455,000. Water Release. Hao Shui Wan Expert. 125,000. Wind Release. Lai Feng Zhang. Master. 1. 102,400. Shuriken Technique. Specialist. 125,600. Konoha Fluid Technique. Expert. 16,400. Body Flicker Technique. Master. 112,150. 3 Body Technique. Pinnacle. Max. Current impression points. 6,858. How quickly they dwindle. Just moments ago, there were over 120,000, and now only a little over 6,000 remain. Gazing at her balance of impression points, Qianyu momentarily felt dazed. Yet there was no alternative. Enhancing one's strength necessitated rapid expenditure. Following this session, it was evident that, constrained by the rate of acquiring impression points, she would not experience any significant power boost for the foreseeable future. Qianyu steadied her mind and began familiarizing herself with her abilities at the training ground, returning to her previous routine. The next day, Team 7 officially commenced their missions. There was no need to elaborate on the D-rank tasks, which included mundane chores such as weeding, clearing waterways, babysitting, and repairing houses. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month passed in the relentless grind of D-rank missions. Under the watchful eye of their demanding instructor, Kakashi, at long last, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. Within the dense foliage of the Konoha forest, a voice crackled through the radio. Sasuke has arrived at Point B. Qianyu has reached Point C. Naruto has arrived at Point A. Excellent. Team 7 move out. Yash, at Kakashi's command. Naruto dashed forward, seizing a small brown creature with a crown-like mark on its forehead. This little tiger, the most pitiable of creatures in the world of Hokage, was well known among fans for being relentlessly tormented by the tank. Of course, one might argue that it was the feudal lord of the Land of Fire who deserved sympathy, given that the tank belonged to his wife. However, in this quasi-feudal society, it was normal for the lord to have a politically arranged primary wife while indulging in numerous concubines. Thus, the true victim remained the little tiger. All right, hand it over. With this thought, Qianyu reached out and took the struggling little tiger from Naruto's arms. Poor little creature, you must be terrified. She gently patted the tiger's soft head. Curiously, after being cradled in Qianyu's embrace, the previously frantic little tiger became serene, emitting a comforting purr. Why? I don't understand. Witnessing such a stark contrast, Naruto, nursing scratches on his face, was incredulous at the tea that moment. However, Qianyu's expression was not much brighter. The reason for the little tiger's tranquility was that it was needing milk. Watching the little tiger's paws rhythmically rise and fall before her, Qianyu slowly formed a question mark in her mind. Indeed, one should never harbor sentiments of pity. Such a troublesome creature should be returned to you. With an expressionless face, Qianyu disregarded the little tiger's pitiful gaze and tossed it back to Naruto. How is it a troublesome creature? Naruto, bewildered, inquired as he caught the little tiger once more. However, he soon discovered the answer, for the little tiger, having escaped Qianyu's grasp, redirected its frustrations onto him, unleashing a flurry of wild scratches. Ah, it truly is a troublesome creature. Naruto's cries echoed through the forest. This spectacle ignited the previously lackluster commentary, transforming the atmosphere entirely. Naruto, in the end, I bear the brunt of it all, just moments ago. The little creature was pitiable. Now, it had become a nuisance, eliciting laughter. Truly, I almost thought another entry into the humans or inferior series was imminent. Humans soothe, humans are kind. Needing milk? Bad. Needing milk signifies affection. Good. Humans are bad for not allowing needing milk. Hey, why don't you two just fight it out? Amidst the debate over the nature of goodness and evil, the commentary erupted into another fierce exchange. Yet, this battle did not last long, as the sequences of events were not synchronized. Just a few frames later, the group transitioned from the Konoha forest to the mission hall of the Hokage building. Soon, Naruto found himself embroiled in a heated argument with the third Hokage, primarily due to the low caliber of their recent missions. Following an extensive explanation regarding mission rankings and a brief overview of Konoha's organizational structure, the third Hokage made a concession, or rather, in Naruto's perspective, a compromise that, in reality, Dasna was waiting just outside the door, clearly indicating that the third Hokage had long prepared Team 7 for a more perilous undertaking. Please come in, the third Hokage called out, eyeing the doorway. With a creak, the wooden door swung open at a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, with graying hair tied back, donned a laborer's attire, and a pair of spectacles that denoted his status as a bridge engineer, stepped into the room. Upon rewatching the series, Qianyu realized how quintessentially classic Dasna's character design was. However, as the saying goes, while I may find the mountains enchanting, the mountains may not necessarily find me enchanting. With a pair of bleary yet perceptive eyes, Dasna surveyed Team 7 and remarked discontentedly, "What is this? Just a bunch of kids. Especially that short one who looks remarkably foolish. Are you even a ninja?" Taking a hearty swig of his drink, Dasna voiced his skepticism. "Daha! Who are you calling short?" Naruto, still lacking in prudence, retorted. What followed was yet another iconic scene, as Naruto scanned the room for someone shorter and dafter. Qianyu and Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance and moved closer together. At this point, Sasuke was approximately 1.58 meters tall, nearing 1.60, while Qianyu stood just over 1.50 meters. Only Naruto at 1.47 meters was clearly the one Dasna was referring to as short and foolish. Thus, in an almost fated turn of events, the situation unfolded. Warning! Warning! Two faint alarms sounded in the air. Naruto, filled with rage, shouted, "Damn it! I'm going to kill you!" Kakashi had to grab Naruto by the collar to restrain him, saying, "That is our client whom we are supposed to protect. You fool! I don't care." Ah! Naruto flailed his arms in the air. Tisich, observing the commotion caused by Naruto, Dasna spat in annoyance. "Can you really protect me like this?" And that short one aside, what about the girl over there? Dazna unexpectedly turned his attention to Qianyu, questioning, with that outfit, are you really a ninja? It was no wonder Dazna expressed skepticism. Qianyu's attire was remarkably avant-garde. She donned a national-style warrior outfit, modified with a high-low hem that boldly showcased her legs, and a flowing skirt that fluttered behind her, although the top was covered up to her neck. It featured a diamond-shaped cutout at the collarbone, and the sleeves had been altered to expose a significant portion of her smooth underarms and part of her delicate arms, revealing a glimpse of her flawless back. At first glance, one might think Qianyu was revealing too much skin, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that the exposed areas were relatively inconsequential. To label her as lewd would be inaccurate. However, to call her alluring would indeed be true. Thus, Dazna could not comprehend why such an outfit was acceptable. It was a challenge to traditional concepts of attire, yet undeniably appealing if Qianyu were aware of Dazna's thoughts. She would surely enlighten him that this style of revealing skin while concealing the essential areas was famously known as pure desire. The intricate details of her outfit were crafted by Miho. To customize this ensemble, Qianyu had spent considerable time and money visiting several tailor shops. Fortunately, the final result was quite satisfactory. Wearing this outfit, Qianyu could distinctly feel an increase in her impression points. Initially, it had sparked some discussion in the comments. However, she never anticipated that her choice of attire would lead to Dazna's scrutiny. What's the big deal? Qianyu replied with a smile. Ninjas always have peculiar outfits. Don't they? All right. Dazna conceded, his confidence shaken by Qiyu's self-assuredness. So, you're certain you can protect me, right? Absolutely, Kakashi replied seriously. Rest assured, Mr. Client, despite how my subordinates may appear, they are, in fact, highly reliable ninjas. Moreover, even if any issues arise, I, as a Jonin, will be here. Good. Dazna finally expressed satisfaction. Gulp. He took a swig of his drink, declaring, my name is Dazna, a renowned master bridge builder. During my time back home completing the bridge, I entrust you with my protection. With that, the introductions were complete, and the mission in the Land of Waves officially commenced, mirroring the original story thus far. The only difference was that, even after traveling a considerable distance and boarding a boat, stepping onto the Land of Waves, the anticipated confrontation with the Demon Brothers, which should have occurred shortly after Team 7 left the village, had yet to make an appearance. Oh wait, they did see a shadow, but only in the small live broadcast box. She indeed saw the Demon Brothers approaching to scout them. The question remained, where were they? The live stream provided no sighting, nor was there any presence in reality. Surely, such formidable foes would not simply vanish after a reconnaissance mission, right? Qianyu was utterly perplexed. Since there was no resolution to her thoughts, she decided to voice her concerns to Kakashi. Help me, Kakashi-sensei. Qianyu halted, directly conveying her doubts to Kakashi. Do you mean that this journey has been too quiet? Kakashi paused, stroking his chin. Exactly. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to grasp her point, Qianyu pressed on, Kakashi-sensei, think about it. If we were to ambush someone, what is the first thing we need to know about them? Their location, right? Once we ascertain their position, we would continue to investigate their strength, gather intelligence, and devise a plan. Yet, our journey has been eerily tranquil. Not even a rabbit in sight, as if the enemies Dazna-san spoke of simply do not exist. She glanced at Dazna. Will Dazna-san's enemies just abandon their attempt to attack him? No. Dazna shook his head firmly. I see. That indeed poses a problem. Perhaps hidden enemies are laying in wait for us, so we must proceed with caution. Kakashi concluded, then praised Qianyu. Your observation is excellent. Truly, you are the brains of our team. Qianyu smiled, grateful for the acknowledgement, but not overly boastful that moment. Having overheard the conversation, Naruto rushed over. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Are there enemies? Where? With excitement, Naruto looked around, shouting, come out. No matter who you are, I, Naruto, will defeat you all in one go. That idiot, Sasuke sighed, face-palming at Naruto's antics. Kakashi merely turned his head away, unable to watch. Yet Naruto, undeterred, grew increasingly animated as he searched the area. Suddenly, he produced a kunai and flung it toward a nearby bush, shouting, there is someone over there. Thud! The kunai struck a tree, producing a sharp sound. However, When the others looked over, they discovered that Naruto's someone was merely a small white rabbit. The poor creature, startled by Naruto's sudden kunai, froze in sheer terror, appearing as if it had fainted. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sasuke's voice rang out in anger. "Oh, I'm sorry, little rabbit," Naruto stammered, left without words, as he gently picked up the small rabbit and cradled it in his arms to comfort it. Observing Naruto's antics, Sasuke shook his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, neither Naruto nor Sasuke noticed the simultaneous shift in Chiyu's and Kakashi's expressions as they regarded the rabbit. Kakashi realized that this was a snow rabbit, which should not be present here. Qianyu, on the other hand, experienced a sense of déjà vu, realizing that the plot had reached a new juncture. "Is it coming? Where is it?" Qianyu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while secretly scanning her surroundings. Kakashi felt a surge of pride. Had Qianyu also noticed? Indeed. As such, I, as the teacher, cannot afford to lag behind. Kakashi discreetly tensed his body, sharpening his senses, under the subtle displays of awareness from both Qianyu and Kakashi. The previously serene narrative began to fill with scattered comments from viewers. "Are the enemies approaching? Where are they? Let us get ready for battle." Then, as if responding to the viewers' cries, the camera, previously fixed on a certain individual, slowly ascended, transforming the live broadcast into an aerial view. From a distance, atop a large tree, a face wrapped in bandages emerged. Qianyu, who had been keenly observing the live stream, quickly noticed this detail, following the scene depicted in the small broadcast box. Qianyu looked up and scanned her surroundings, ultimately locking onto a specific direction. "Come out." A flurry of shurikens traced an immaculate arc, soaring toward the tree behind which the figure lurked. Upon witnessing Qianyu begin to hurl shurikens in a similar manner, Naruto initially felt inclined to laugh. However, clang, the sharp sound of a collision resonated from behind the tree. In astonishment, the group watched as a shirtless figure, face wrapped in bandages and wielding a large sword on his back, emerged from the branches, gazing down at them. "What? There really is someone." Naruto stared, wide-eyed, as did Sasuke and Dasna, their expressions shifting in alarm. However, the figure, Zabuza, paid no heed to what he considered mere foot soldiers. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Qianyu. "To have detected my presence, it seems the one they spoke of, whom I must be cautious of, is you." Fortunately, they refrained from making a move. Otherwise, we would likely be staring at two lifeless bodies by now. "From this perspective, I must express my gratitude to you, Zabuza." Zabuza then turned his gaze towards Kakashi, his tone taking on a more serious note. "After all, I never anticipated that the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Itaki, would appear here." Kakashi stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the group. "I too did not expect to encounter the infamous rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, in this place." A rogue ninja. Upon hearing this new term, Naruto's expression turned one of confusion. However, no one was available to elucidate the matter for him. It appears this meeting was one that none of them desired. Kakashi regarded Zabuza with a serious demeanor, albeit with a hint of levity. "So may I inquire, who is your target this time? Are you unaware?" Zabuza expressed surprise at Kakashi's question, yet upon casting a glance at the trembling Dasna, he quickly understood, a frown of disdain appearing on his brow. "I see. It seems some individuals have chosen to conceal certain truths. This simplifies matters." Zabuza relaxed slightly. "Kakashi, why not hand over that old man behind you to me?" "So it is him." Kakashi realized, reflecting on Zabuza's words, but ultimately shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot comply with that request." "Why not?" Zabuza inquired, puzzled. In the world of ninjas, if a client conceals vital mission information, it is only natural for the ninja to abandon the task. Is it not? "Indeed," Kakashi concurred, "but that does not apply to the ninjas of Konoha. Even if the client withholds information, it is a matter between us of Konoha and the client. Furthermore, this is my first time leading a team on a mission. To abandon the task on my inaugural outing would be a disgrace I cannot afford." "What a pity." Zabuza's gaze turned icy, his massive sword gradually being drawn from his back. Simultaneously, Kakashi silently placed his left hand on his forehead protector. The gust of wind swept through, stirring the fallen leaves between the two, and a fierce battle appeared inevitable. Kakashi and Zabuza locked eyes, and in that moment, it seemed they were the only two souls in the arena, the oppressive atmosphere gradually expanding. Sasuke, Naruto, Qianyu form a protective barrier around Mr. Dazna. Kakashi commanded, "You cannot interfere in this fight." "Understood." Qianyu was the first to respond, turning to Dazna. "Let us go." Sasuke followed suit, but at that moment, Naruto, entirely bewildered by the situation, leapt forward. Wait, what is happening? Wasn't it said that C-rank missions do not involve ninja combat? Where does this eyebrowless weirdo come from? Sasuke, growing frustrated, retorted, "Are you really going to waste time worrying about that now, you idiot?" But Naruto attempted to argue. "Enough." A delicate hand landed on his shoulder, silencing Naruto's protest. Feeling Naruto's trembling beneath her touch, Qianyu paused, then offered a gentle smile, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, with Kakashi-sensei here, and with Sasuke and me, there's nothing to fear." Chu, gazing at Chiyu's exquisite face. Naruto found his heart inexplicably calmed. Yes, he didn't truly wish to dwell on these issues. It was merely the unsettling and fearful atmosphere that had unnerved him. Under Chiyu's comforting presence, the three members of Team 7 began to slowly retreat. Shielding in the blink of an eye, they had distanced themselves by several meters. Observing this, Zabuza redirected his gaze towards Kakashi, expressing a hint of admiration. "Kakashi, it seems you possess a remarkably capable subordinate." "Ah, indeed." Kakashi instinctively smiled. "It is my fortune to be Chiyu's mentor." "Fortune, you say?" As Zabuza pondered this word, a stunning figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. Indeed, he could not deny the validity of the notion of luck. However, this elicited a sinister smile from Zabuza. "If she were to perish, I assume you would be profoundly saddened, would you not?" "What do you mean?" Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. "Nothing." Zabuza suddenly leapt down from the tree, landing beside a small stream, forming hand seals, one hand pointing skyward while the other rested on his chest, invoking the hidden mist technique. A foreboding voice accompanied the thickening FOG.MY target is that old man. "So perhaps you would care to speculate why I so readily allowed them to escape? It is simply because you have subordinates, and I have subordinates as well," Zabuza asserted with great confidence. "And my subordinates are certainly stronger than yours." This is bad, Kakashi realized, as Chiyu's reliability had granted him a false sense of security regarding Team 7's ability to defend themselves, leading him to make the decision to withdraw the team. Yet how could he forget that despite Chiyu's dependability, the three members of Team 7 were merely freshly graduated genin? Immediately, Kakashi turned to retreat. Just then, a gust of wind whistled past his head. Kakashi quickly ducked, feeling the rotating blade of Zabuza's massive sword graze the top of his head, strands of his white hair drifting down his cheek. Kakashi turned to see Zabuza's silhouette, still poised to throw the blade, clearly visible through the not-so-dense fog. "Kakashi, your opponent is me. It appears I must trust Qianyu and deal with you first." Kakashi pulled two kunai from his ninja pouch and charged towards Zabuza. Within the mist, a fierce battle erupted between Kakashi and Zabuza. However, unbeknownst to either of them, their conversation had long been relayed through an online livestream, revealing everything to Qianyu. "Zabuza has arranged for more personnel on our side." Where Qianyu immediately became alert, warning the others, "Be cautious. There may be additional enemies." "Are there more enemies?" Sasuke's expression hardened, standing still as he began to remain vigilant, and Naruto did likewise. What keen senses! No wonder Lord Zabuza holds him in such high regard. At that moment, a boy donning a mask of the hidden mists, Umbu, stepped forward, his voice ambiguous. Such attire, such a voice. Could it be the enigmatic Mizuki Haku, who had captured the hearts of countless fans during the early days of the Naruto series? As for why Haku had appeared now, rather than rescuing Zabuza as in the original plot after his downfall, Qianyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Who else could it be but her? In the original narrative, the Demon Brothers had gone first, only to be dealt with by Kakashi, leading to Zabuza's diminished forces and forcing him to charge forth alone, leaving Haku to serve as insurance. But now, the Demon Brothers had gone first, only to sense her formidable presence and abandon their initial attack. Thus, Zabuza's side now boasted 4 members, ample strength, and a revised plan. Qianyu herself had not anticipated that her mere presence could cause such upheaval in the plot of this water country mission. This truly is... Qianyu shook her head at a loss for words. However, she had grown accustomed to the phenomenon known as the butterfly effect after experiencing it multiple times. Coincidentally, Qiyu's chakra affinity was wind water, and she had thoughts regarding ice release that it would be quite advantageous to engage Haku sooner rather than later. With that in mind, Qianyu stepped forward, approaching Haku. "Who might you be?" Haku shook his head, his tone calm. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is whether you could hand over that old man behind you to me." Haku extended his hand towards the group, as if inviting them. "Leave, and no one will be harmed." Haku spoke with great confidence, or rather, as one of the last remaining members of the Snow Clan, it would be strange if he lacked such confidence. However, just because you belong to the noble Snow Clan, does that render Uchiha less noble? What a bold claim. Sasuke was incensed by Haku's words. "Then why don't you come and try it?" "Exactly," Naruto chimed in, shouting. "You, who hides in shadows and dares not show your face. Just wait until I send you flying with a single punch." "Is that so?" Observing the vivacious Naruto, a faint smile flickered across the delicate face concealed by the white mask. Yet it was swiftly retracted. "Unfortunately, your adversary is not me." "What do you mean?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, Sasuke's furious shout pierced the air. "Naruto, be careful." Naruto gazed in confusion, only to find a chain arm with a sharp blade suddenly lunging towards him, ensnaring both him and Tazuna within its perilous reach. Distracted by the antics of Mizuki, neither Naruto nor Sasuke could react in time. Qianyu was poised to spring into action for a rescue. However, at that very moment, a swift figure materialized, lunging toward her with a handful of lethal shurikens. "Your opponent is me." "Is that so? Then I shall dispatch you first." Clang! In response to the sudden attack from Bai, Qianyu instantly drew her blade upward, parrying Bai's shurikens with finesse. Seizing the momentum, she gripped her sword with both hands, advancing with a downward strike, a gleaming arc of sword light aimed directly at Bai's forehead. Extending downward, supported by her masterful swordsmanship, the fluidity of her movements left no room for counteraction. It is no exaggeration to say that an ordinary person in this situation might have been cleaved in two. Yet, regrettably, from the very outset of her assault on Qianyu, Bai had intended to feign an attack, holding back her true strength. Consequently, Bai merely tilted her body slightly, allowing the sword light to graze past her mask, merely severing a few wayward strands of hair. Nevertheless, Qianyu had anticipated Bai's agility. With a swift twist of her pristine wrist and a pivot of her slender waist, her long ponytail flicked, and her blade carved an improbable 90-degree angle in midair, targeting Bai's equally slender waist. Simultaneously, the wind blade technique activated, a tempest erupted, and Qianyu's sword speed surged dramatically, unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of sword light. With such a rapid change in tactics, Qianyu was confident that Bai would find it impossible to evade. However, almost simultaneously with Qianyu's shift, even before she had fully transitioned, Bai had already sprung into action, deftly retreating with a light touch of her toes. The lethal strike from Qianyu merely grazed the scarf around Bai's waist, creating a small tear. Witnessing this, Qianyu furrowed her brow slightly. She managed to evade that. While she understood Bai's agility and strength, she also recognized that Bai belonged to the Yuki clan, not the Uchiha. What gave her the capability for such advanced prediction? At that moment, the live broadcast continued to capture Qianyu's side. The audience selectively ignored the first half of Qianyu's statement, honing in on the latter two words. "It doesn't matter if it's an opening. What kind of opening is that? It's all about prediction. Yes, even if a centaur kicks the mouse away, it's still considered prediction, right? There's nothing to be said. Neither side is virtuous. And I can only declare this a case of dogs biting dogs, with a deletion of the parentheses. Due to a recent hot topic, the barrage of comments shifted dramatically. However, at this moment, Bai truly had not opened up. To be able to dodge even before Qianyu had altered her tactics was indeed a feat of prediction. The reasoning was akin to the idle effect of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the past and the traditions of the Blood Mist. How to identify a master swordsman and how to deal with one were concepts that the people of Kirigakure understood all too well. Moreover, considering that Bai was raised by the infamous Zabuza, she was undeniably a prodigy herself. Thus, Bai remained remarkably calm. It was merely luck. Luck. I shall choose to believe that. Qianyu tightened her grip on a long sword, vigilantly staring at Mizuki by a head, then called out to her companions behind her. Naruto, Sasuke, how are things on your end? We're holding up, barely. Sasuke's voice emerged from clenched teeth, sounding far from unscathed. Qianyu's heart raced with anxiety, yet she dared not turn her head in Bai's presence. Fortunately, the live broadcast shifted its focus, allowing Qianyu to catch a glimpse of the situation over there. Due to the nature of their first real combat, Naruto had yet to react, but Tazuna had managed to spring into action, tackling Naruto to buy precious time for Sasuke to strike the AS for Sasuke's struggle. It stemmed from his effort to pin down the chains of the two ghost brothers with kunai, resulting in a fierce standoff among the three. Witnessing this scene, Qianyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she concealed her emotions and suddenly darted backward, seemingly intending to provide support. Seeing this, Bai was indeed deceived and hastily pursued her. Yet just as he was about to close the gap, Qianyu unexpectedly sheathed her sword at her waist, then forcefully pushed off the ground, executing a remarkable leap into the air. Did she really just jump? Bai was puzzled by Qianyu's intentions, but he recognized this as an opportunity. Therefore, he swung his arms vigorously toward the airborne Qianyu, unleashing a relentless barrage of shurikens. In an instant, a dense swarm of shurikens sealed off all of Qianyu's escape routes. Although Bai's inherent kindness ensured that none were aimed at vital points, should she absorb them all, a major setback in her performance was inevitable. And with Qianyu suspended in midair, lacking any foothold, it appeared that a disastrous outcome was unavoidable. Witnessing this, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, why is Qianyu acting so recklessly? Kakashi was occupied with the enemy's Jonin. Naruto was caught off guard. And he couldn't assist, and if Qianyu rushed in recklessly, wouldn't they be finished? In that moment, Sasuke felt as though he were a jungler who had just completed 3 camps, only to find that everything had gone awry. A wave of helplessness flooding over him. However, fortunately, Qianyu was not genuinely offering herself as a sacrificial pawn. Her leap was merely a tactical feint. Suddenly, Qianyu extended her hands in midair. Wind release. Gale palm. Boom! 2 powerful gusts erupted from her palms, generating tremendous recoil. That IT was as if she donned an invisible Iron Man suit, altering her trajectory mid-flight, executing a backflip to land behind Bai. Not good. Realizing he had been tricked by Qianyu, Bai hurriedly halted his movements, spinning around to search for her presence. But upon turning back, he was met with confusion. Where is she? Indeed, where had she gone? As the live broadcast captured Bai's perspective, the audience, unable to see Qianyu, echoed the same question. Subsequently, as if aware of the viewer's bewilderment, the camera gradually pulled back, encompassing the entirety of the battleground. The audience was astonished to discover that Qianyu had remained right beneath Bai's nose, merely transforming into a blade of grass. The moment Bai's gaze swept over, Qianyu employed her transformation technique to disguise herself as grass. Then, as Bai's line of sight shifted, she reverted, swiftly advancing, cleverly slipping into Bai's blind spot, transforming into grass, pebbles, or other inconspicuous objects as she repeated the process. In that fleeting moment, it felt less like a battlefield of ninjas and more like a game of red light, green light. Where did she go? The prolonged absence of Qianyu made it impossible to ascertain her location, and despite wearing a mask, Bai's visible tension was palpable. All the while, Qianyu, renowned for her exceptional swordsmanship and unyielding spirit, had suddenly resorted to this tactic, leaving the audience dumbfounded and filled with questions is that how it can be played? Indeed, I never anticipated that my wife Qianyu possessed such a skill. What is this? Ninja hide-and-seek? Or ninja red light, green light? It matters little. What truly matters is why he cannot see Qianyu. Such inquiries arose among the spectators. They reasoned that while Qianyu's transformation technique was indeed realistic, at times it seemed rather jarring that if one could meticulously memorize the surrounding scenery, identifying Qianyu should not be overly challenging. Yet in reality, the methods by which a ninja could vanish were myriad. Determining the specific means of disappearance was the most formidable challenge. Moreover, Qianyu had mastered the transformation technique to its zenith, achieving perfect mimicry, and possessed the ability to manipulate her proximity to the enemy's line of sight, thus executing such tactics with finesse. Until this point, Bai had never encountered an opponent with such cunning. However, as a rare elite foe in the early stages of being Hokage, Bai indeed possesses a keen sense of combat awareness. Since Qianyu has hidden away, out of sight, he decides to disregard it. Bai swiftly turns to support the battlefield of the Ghost Brothers and Naruto, determined to save his comrades. At that moment, utilizing her mastery of the body flicker technique and the perfect transformation technique, Qianyu has already arrived at a position alarmingly close to Bai. Seizing the instant Bai pivots, Qianyu erupts with a whirlwind of energy, thrusting forward with her blade. I knew it, the moment Bai senses the movement beside him. He quickly turns, revealing his left hand, which has already formed a series of seals. Clearly, Bai is attempting to lure Qianyu into a trap. As Qianyu approaches rapidly, Bai calls out, "Ice release. Ice rock dome." With a sudden surge of frigid air, transparent ice crystals materialize into an inverted dome, enveloping Bai within. Has he managed to shield himself? Qianyu furrows her brow slightly. Yet in the next moment, her ruby-like eyes blaze with sharp determination. What if he has shielded himself? Isn't it merely an ice wall? Watch me cleave through it. A tangible chakra erupts from Qianyu, surging fervently in her long blade. Simultaneously, she activates the advanced water release, great water arm technique, channeling immense power into her arms. With the force of a comet striking the earth, her blade, encased in a tempest, plunges mercilessly into Bai's ice rock dome. Crack! A crisp sound resonates as the entire ice rock dome shudders violently. A web of fissures radiating from the point of impact. Crack, crack. More sounds follow as Qianyu's blade pierces through the ice wall, advancing perilously close to Bai's mask. It seems the ice rock dome is on the verge of shattering. Just as the dome is about to break, Bai forms another seal with both hands. Congeal! A torrent of icy air floods the ice rock dome. Crack, crack. The continuous sound of ice forming echoes as, bolstered by Bai's ice release chakra, the ice rock dome, previously marred with spiderweb-like cracks, begins to mend itself, the returning frost even starting to swirl along Qianyu's blade towards her hand. Not good. Qianyu's expression shifts as she loosens her grip slightly, as if contemplating relinquishing her weapon. Observing this, Bai places one hand on the ice rock dome, channeling chakra to sustain the ice wall, while his other hand begins to form seals for his next attack. However, just as Qianyu's fingers are about to leave the hilt of her blade, she suddenly tightens her grip, holding the sword with renewed determination. Bai glances at Qianyu in surprise, with a charming smile that reveals her dimples. Qianyu declares, "As a swordswoman, I cannot let go of my long sword. Moreover, I distinctly remember stating that I intended to cleave through your ice wall." As her words settle, verdant lines suddenly appear upon the icy surface of Qianyu's blade. Subsequently, the ice shatters, a fierce wind surging forth, racing along the embedded blade, wildly crashing into the ice rock dome's interior. Not good. Sensing the breeze now stirring within the confined ice rock dome, Bai hastens to amplify his output of ice release chakra. Whoosh! Under Bai's intensified efforts, the frost on Qianyu's sword recedes slightly. Yet, wind is an element that penetrates all barriers. How could it be contained by ice? As Qianyu simultaneously channels wind while forcefully dragging her sword downwards, a small fissure opens. Crackle, crackle, whoosh! The sound of shattering emerges from the initial crack in the ice rock dome, with another forceful pull. The freshly mended ice rock dome bursts apart like an overinflated balloon, shards of ice exploding outward, sending earth and grass flying at the same time. A prickling sensation manifests at Bai's brow. Instinctively, he tilts his head back and retreats, striving to distance himself from Qianyu. However, Qianyu's blade has already descended. A greenish-blue wind blade erupts from her downward stroke, cleaving directly into the mask he wears. The overwhelming force strikes Bai as if he were hit by a colossal hammer, sending his body spiraling backward uncontrollably, ultimately crashing heavily into a thicket. Is this the end? Observing the scene, some in the audience express their doubts. No. Qianyu silently responds within. She is well aware of the power behind her strike. It was merely a final forced eruption, akin to unleashing a surge of momentum that Bai's Umbu mask has withstood blows even for Naruto's tailed beast chakra-enhanced punches in the storyline, let alone her strike. And indeed, this is the reality. After a brief interval, Bai emerges from the woods, having regained his composure. Although his attire is somewhat disheveled and speckled with grass, onlookers can still discern that Bai has not sustained severe injuries. However, due to the fact that his mask and the hairpin adorning his head have been dislodged, his long black hair cascades down, obscuring his face like a spectral figure, coupled with the dim sunlight filtering through the forest. He appears somewhat eerie. What on earth? The chat in the live stream explodes with incredulous comments, until, as Bai steps into the sunlight, he raises his face toward Qianyu, with the curtain of black hair no longer concealing him. A delicate visage adorned with a lively charm, presenting a strikingly attractive oval face, is revealed to all. Wow! Witnessing the waterfall-like cascade of black hair, the classic long straight hair of Bai, even though she had braced herself for this moment, Qianyu is momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live chat, utterly unprepared for the striking appearance of the foe they have been watching engage Qianyu, flood the screen with reactions. What the heck? Who are you? So beautiful. Is she truly such a stunning lady? Brothers, I genuinely like this. This is a quintessential Yamato Nadeshiko. Hooray, it's my favorite beautiful girl pulling hair. What Yuri enthusiasts? First of all, I am not a Yuri enthusiast. And secondly, do you not enjoy watching beautiful girls tugging at each other's hair? Add 1. Let us pull. Let us pull. The chat revels in the chaos. However, at this moment, Qianyu's expression turns peculiar. Beautiful girls tugging at each other's hair? Where do you see beautiful girls? Who told you that being this stunning means she must be a girl? Recalling the thunderous shock she felt upon learning Bai was male years ago, Qianyu experiences a rare desire to stir up some mischief. Thus, she feigns surprise and asks Bai, "Are you a girl?" A girl? Bai is momentarily taken aback by Qianyu's question, then offers a wry smile. Am I still being misunderstood? Bai shakes his head. No, I'm not. While I may appear somewhat feminine, I'm undoubtedly a boy. Truly a boy. With that voice of yours. Qianyu expresses her skepticism, although this is a fact stated by Kishimoto himself. She seeks confirmation once more. After all, Kishimoto knows nothing about Naruto. Really, Bai helplessly nods. Zabuza-sensei says that my voice is ambiguous due to my age, but it will change as I grow older. Is that so? Tisk. Qianyu clicks her tongue in disappointment. Even though she anticipated this outcome, she could not help but hope that she had stumbled into a world where Bai was a girl. Based on her ninjutsu and techniques, the ice release bloodline limit could transform a boy like Bai into such a figure. One can only imagine if Bai were a girl. Terms like ice skin and jade bones would likely be descriptive rather than metaphorical. In that case, she would indeed be quite curious to touch. Yet, the reality is that Bai is a little boy with an androgynous appearance, which renders it rather uninteresting. Lost in thought, Qianyu shifts her gaze back to the live stream, eager to witness the expressions of the bewildered netizens. However, Qianyu has miscalculated. While the revelation that Bai is male may indeed disappoint viewers from over 20 years ago, it is now the year 4202. Therefore, not a girl, which means a cute boy, a boy with an androgynous appearance, a little boy with an androgynous appearance. What the heck? Even more appealing, ecstatic. I'm ecstatic. Brother, you smell delightful. Brother, do not look back. Southern Liang, Northern Dynasty. Southern Liang, Northern Dynasty, a multitude of unprecedented, densely packed, chaotic comments flooded the screen, unlike anything Qianyu had ever encountered before. As she gazed around, it seemed as though Qianyu had returned to the place she had traversed from, where petals fluttered to the ground. Yet, even in that place, certain things had never been bold enough to manifest so overtly. Qianyu was profoundly shaken. Have people's XP systems truly devolved to this extent? What on earth have you all experienced in these intervening years? Qianyu was perplexed. She distinctly remembered her crossing occurring in the year 1202. Such comments must surely be the result of some prevailing ideology that had emerged. So, what had transpired subsequently? Qianyu suddenly found herself deep in thought. Across from her, Bai, observing Qianyu's sudden silence, mistakenly believed she was still grappling with his gender. The honest boy wished to offer a word of counsel. That silence. I am pondering, Qianyu interjected, cutting him off. A hint of embarrassment crept on Abai's face. Like a tea that moment, Qianyu realized she had been distracted. Losing focus in battle could prove detrimental, especially against someone like Bai. If it had been anyone else, she might have faced considerable consequences. Moreover, claiming to be in deep thought necessitated revealing the subject of her contemplation. But how could she articulate that? To say she was analyzing the evolution and changes of the human XP system? That would certainly give her away. Fortunately, Qianyu possessed quick wit, and this very contemplation provided her with a topic. Just as Bai was contemplating whether to assist their ghostly companions, Qianyu suddenly spoke. Is it due to the ice release? What? Bai was puzzled that I said, is it due to the ice release? That you, as a male, have ended up looking this way? Otherwise, with your narrow shoulders and slim waist, one might easily mistake you for a girl. Qianyu reiterated. Because of the ice release, Bai furrowed his attractive brows. He had never heard of such an argument regarding his appearance being attributed to the ice release. Yet, as Qianyu continued, her enthusiasm grew. An inspiration flowed freely. Indeed, the ice release. It is common knowledge that ninjas possess 7 fundamental chakra attributes, 5 of which are explicit and 2 hidden. Water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth, alongside yin and yang, that if one can combine 2 chakra attributes, such as wind and water, a brand new attribute, ice, emerges. Ice, at its core, is simply water that is cooled to the point of freezing. Thus, water is the essence, and wind acts as a catalyst, utilizing its flow to dissipate heat, enabling water to freeze. Therefore, I surmise Bai, your body temperature must be significantly lower than that of an average person. Bai's expression shifted slightly. Qianyu had guessed correctly. His body temperature was indeed quite low. How did you deduce that? Bai inquired. Qianyu replied, because you appear quite mature, yet your stature is relatively short. A low body temperature indicates a sluggish metabolism. In nature, creatures with lower body temperatures tend to have longer lifespans, but longevity, in turn, implies slower growth. Thus, although Bai is 3 years older than Sasuke, he stands at only 1.55 meters, just a few centimeters taller than 12-year-old Sasuke. This disparity is quite striking. 3 years hence, in the Shippuden arc, Sasuke will likely reach heights of 1.68 or even 1.70 meters, towering over Bai by a significant margin. One can only imagine the extent to which Bai's physical development has lagged. Upon hearing this, Bai appeared contemplative. However, he remained perplexed. What does this imply? My slow growth has no bearing on my somewhat feminine physique. In truth, it does. At that moment, Qianyu had crystallized her theory, and the more she spoke, the more convincing she found her argument. Your physical development may be slow, but this does not equate to a sluggish mental maturation. I previously mentioned that ninjas possess 5 explicit chakra attributes and 2 hidden ones. The latter, yin and yang, respectively represent the mind and body, do they not? Moreover, chakra does indeed influence the human body. Those with strong yang release tend to exhibit robust physiques and a sunny, handsome appearance, while those with strong yin release may be more ethereal and delicate in form. In your case, although your physique is not weak, the influence of the ice release chakra has slowed your physical development, allowing yin to overshadow yang, resulting in your somewhat feminine appearance. I see. After hearing Qianyu's reasoning, Bai was thoroughly enlightened. Then how can I improve? Bai sincerely inquired. Due to his appearance, he had faced considerable trouble in the bloodthirsty and violent Kirigakure. Although he had since left the village, his appearance still felt out of place alongside Zabuza, necessitating the use of a mask for concealment that, if possible, Bai wished to follow Zabuza in his true form. Let me think, Qianyu said, lowering her head in contemplation. After a moment, she indeed devised a solution. Why not try to rein in the ice release chakra that is inherently within you, preventing it from freely dispersing throughout your body? Consider this. Your condition arises from a low body temperature, a sluggish metabolism hindering your growth. However, under normal circumstances, humans should not be cold-blooded creatures. Even those with bloodline limits share this trait. A higher body temperature is advantageous for human immunity. Reflecting on the circumstances of your clan, the Yuki clan, you likely awakened your bloodline limit at a young age and have never actively controlled it, as no one taught you. Therefore, If my conjecture holds true, the ice release chakra permeating your body may indeed be an abnormality, leading to an internal conflict between your body temperature and the ice release chakra. Qianyu surmised, if you can eliminate this internal conflict, the potency of your ice release should increase. Much like Naruto, whose chakra control improved significantly after expelling the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. Listening to Qianyu's words, Bai found them exceedingly logical. I'll give it a try. He promptly closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and began to channel his chakra. Meanwhile, Qianyu stood by, waiting patiently. Observing this scene, the viewers were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend. What does this mean? Weren't they enemies? Indeed, they had just exchanged blows moments ago. It's hilarious. While Naruto and Sasuke are locked in a fierce battle, Qianyu is teaching Bai. Could it be that Qianyu is here to make friends? This reminds me of an old acquaintance, the demon cannon tyrant. Right? But the tyrant only associates with girls. It's all so confusing. The spectators were utterly perplexed by Qianyu's actions. Yet her motives were quite straightforward. She simply desired to master the ice release. Such a unique ninjutsu is challenging to study independently. Even with a system that grants instant access, one must first find the means to do so. However, if a user of the ice release could provide information or direct guidance, it would be an entirely different matter. Qianyu had just utilized her understanding of the Naruto world to formulate her reasoning. Given this, what harm could come from granting by a moment of time? Surprisingly, this peculiar maneuver earned Qianyu a significant amount of impression points. She suddenly realized that after establishing a fixed impression, occasionally performing unexpected actions could yield delightful surprises, much like a long-married couple who know to switch things up for a little thrill. Just as Qianyu pondered how to create future surprises, Bai's efforts began to bear fruit after a while. For someone like him, who possessed a bloodline limit, the foreign chakra should have been as familiar to him as moving his own limbs. However, in the past, Bai had never proactively undertaken such an endeavor. Almost visibly, Bai's porcelain-like visage flushed with color. Moreover, it was not just his face. After constraining the ice release chakra within him, the warmth that had vanished from Bai since his bloodline had spiraled out of control had now returned to his body. He had always believed that the cold, numbing sensations of his childhood, akin to the feeling of being dead, stemmed solely from the loss of his family, a consequence of his utter despair. Little did he realize that while the loss of his loved ones played a significant role, it was equally due to the ice release bloodline limit that he possessed. Now, as his body temperature returned to normal, the long-suppressed sensations surged back into his consciousness, and Bai felt as though he had been reborn. Upon opening his eyes, an exhilarated Bai turned to Qianyu and exclaimed, "I did it." "Yes, congratulations," Qianyu replied with a smile, gently clapping her hands. "That I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Bai felt a wave of emotion. Some things may appear to be separated by merely a thin veil. Yet for those involved, they can feel as insurmountable as a mountain. Were it not for Qianyu's reminder, Bai would have remained oblivious to how long it would take him to grasp this realization. Encountering someone as kind-hearted as Qianyu made Bai feel extraordinarily fortunate. However, Qianyu herself did not consider herself a benevolent person. Her ulterior motives were laid bare. She remarked, "What is there to be thankful for? How about giving me an ice release scroll?" Bai was momentarily taken aback by Qianyu's request. That hard to understand. Qianyu maintained her cheerful demeanor. "I have a keen interest in bloodline techniques like ice release. I don't need anything too profound. A C or D rank will suffice." That I see. Bai's initial excitement gradually subsided. He chuckled to himself. Indeed, where in the world could one find so many truly altruistic individuals? Seeking one's own benefit is the norm. That if everyone were adversaries, why would they help each other? Yet conversely, given their antagonistic positions, being able to discuss matters purely in terms of profit is not necessarily a bad thing. Besides exchanging a mere ice release scroll, the efficacy of which remained uncertain, for the opportunity to resolve a significant potential issue with his body was undeniably advantageous for Bai. With this thought in mind, Bai promptly retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Qianyu. This should suffice, right? Indeed, Qianyu accepted the scroll without even glancing at it, emphasizing the trust between them. After settling this transaction with Qianyu, Bai finally redirected his attention to the battlefield. He turned his head to see how the Ghost brothers were faring. However, hey, where are the Ghost Brothers? Bai asked, bewildered. The battlefield, though strewn with remnants of chaos, was now eerily empty. The Ghost Brothers, Naruto, and Dasuno were nowhere to be seen. Ah, those missed shinobi. Qianyu's voice floated in. They were defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, working together. When did that happen? Bai's expression turned grim. Qianyu calculated, about 10 minutes ago, I suppose. They were doing reasonably well. After all, Naruto was awakened by Sasuke while you and I were playing hide and seek. With both brothers collaborating, dealing with a single ghost brother was a straightforward task. Yet this piece of news struck Bai like a bolt from the blue. The Ghost Brothers have been vanquished, but what of Zabuza? Zabuza-san, Bai exclaimed, taking off towards Zabuza's location in a frenzy. Qianyu did not stop him. Instead, following closely behind, I could see that moment, Kakashi, having been lax for quite some time, had been imprisoned in a water prison, just as in the original tale. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, despite having just endured a fierce battle, were executing that iconic wind shuriken technique. Shadow Windmill. Just as Bai and Qianyu arrived, they witnessed Naruto reverting from his transformation and throwing a kunai at Zabuza. Zabuza-san. Upon seeing Zabuza in peril, Bai instinctively unleashed a barrage of shuriken. The reaction was so fluid and instinctual that even before he finished calling out, several shuriken were already airborne. Given the lightweight and slender nature of shuriken, they perfectly adhered to the principles of aerodynamics. Whereas the comparatively cumbersome kunai felt as though Bai's shuriken had an advantage in speed. Not good. Just as the plan seemed poised for success, an unexpected twist emerged, causing Sasuke's previously triumphant expression to falter. He intended to intervene but felt powerless. Fortunately, Qianyu was present. While she felt a twinge of sympathy for both Zabuza and Bai, that did not mean she would let emotions interfere with the bigger picture. Thus, shortly after Bai's shuriken were launched, several wind blades pursued them. While shuriken indeed excelled in speed, how could they possibly compete with wind blades? Clang! The airborne shuriken were struck down by the wind blades. Simultaneously, Naruto's kunai zipped between Zabuza and Kakashi. A drop of blood trickled from beneath Zabuza's eyelid. You little brat! The water prison technique was forcefully dispelled, and an enraged Zabuza unleashed a terrifying aura, spinning the wind shuriken in his hand, ready to hurl it at Naruto. However, clang! A sharp sound rang out. Amidst the splattered blood, Kakashi used the forehead protector on his glove to forcibly halt Zabuza's wind shuriken. The Scarlet Sharingan radiated an unprecedented sharpness. At that moment, Kakashi had finally shed the lethargy of the past few years, reclaiming his place among the elite J-Nin and transforming back into the prodigious Kakashi who had become a Genin at 5, a CH-Nin at 6, and a J-Nin at 12. Faced with such a Kakashi, Zabuza was momentarily daunted. Observing this, Kakashi relaxed slightly and praised. Well done on the restraint, Qianyu and Naruto. That was a splendid strategy. You've both made impressive progress. Naruto grinned proudly and began to explain his strategy. The shadow clone wasn't meant to defeat Zabuza, but to disguise me as the wind shuriken. I left behind a clone while I transformed into the wind shuriken. Then the clone threw me to Sasuke, who should have instantly recognized me. Then he could use his own wind shuriken to execute the shadow windmill. The shuriken I turned and aimed directly at Zabuza. Of course, I never thought I could defeat Zabuza outright. I merely aimed to save Kakashi-sensei, but I didn't expect to eliminate the water clone as well. It was a tremendous success. I owe thanks to Qianyu. Had she not mentioned a similar tactic before a survival exercise, I might not have thought of it. Naruto was elated. Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Naruto to give her a shout-out at the end. Since Naruto had praised her so openly, she reciprocated, Naruto, while you may be a bit reckless at times, you indeed possess quick wit in times of crisis. I believe you would have devised this strategy even without my input. So the credit primarily goes to you and Sasuke for your excellent cooperation. Moreover, Sasuke's shuriken techniques are truly impressive. He is indeed a renowned Uchiha. Just luck. In the end, it was your interference that secured our success. Sasuke shook his head, his demeanor remaining somewhat indifferent. However, just observing the barely contained grin at the corner of his mouth revealed how much Qianyu's compliment had thrilled him. The essence of his Tsundere nature was unmistakably revealed in that moment. This delightful scene elicited laughter from those present. The love between friends. What a praise circle for Team 7, Zabuza remarked. You all seem to have received accolades, but I'm the only one left out. Right? Where's the promised mutual flattery? That guy whose name I don't even know. Save me. Indeed, they still had no idea what that brother's name was. After sharing a laugh, the group redirected their attention to the ongoing battle. Just then, Bai was calling out for Zabuza. Bai, you've come. Zabuza glanced at Bai, whose mask had been torn away. By the looks of you. It seems things went horribly wrong over there. I'm sorry, Zabuza, it's all my fault. I was held back by the enemy. Bai lowered his head in shame. It's all right. Zabuza's smile was menacing that I never expected you to succeed anyway. As long as I can eliminate Kakashi, that old man will still belong to us. With that, Zabuza turned his gaze toward Kakashi. The fact that the water prison technique was broken just now was merely your luck. I won't grant you another opportunity. Kakashi's gaze was laced with disdain as he declared. If you believe you can accomplish it, then by all means, do give it a try. I must clarify, however, that the same technique may only be employed against me once. Furthermore, he added, your water prison technique was not merely dispelled. It was thoroughly unraveled. Take heed. Upon finishing, the two locked eyes, and amidst their intense stare, a spark seemed to ignite. Subsequently, while maintaining their stalemate, both combatants simultaneously kicked toward one another. Bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed as Kakashi and Zabuza propelled themselves backward. Leaping into the AIR.AT that moment, Zabuza violently hurled his wind shuriken towards Kakashi, unperturbed by the outcome, and swiftly began forming hand seals. TSK. Kakashi retaliated by launching two kunai to knock down the wind shuriken. Hastily following suit, they landed once more upon the water surface. The two commenced what would become the longest series of hand seals in the history of the Hokage, maintaining a steady rhythm of 3 to 4 seals per second. After several seconds, they simultaneously unleashed water style, water dragon bullet technique. Two formidable water dragons, adorned with whiskers and claws, rose majestically from the agitated waters, intertwining in a stunning display. Observers would note that the dragons, from their inception, maintained identical movements, resembling twin brothers, exuding an aura of mystique and authority, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, these dragons were not summoned to showcase their might. Their singular purpose was to vanquish one another. After a brief pause, the two water dragons charged at each other, their dragon heads colliding with a thunderous crash. The next moment, splash! A cacophony of water erupted in the fierce clash. Neither dragon could sustain its form. The chakra-bound waters dissipating explosively, transforming the once tranquil stream into a raging torrent. Enormous waves surged towards the shore. Naruto, unable to swim, was engulfed by the towering waves, his panicked cries echoing in the air. Yet, no one could spare a thought for Naruto at that moment, as all eyes were fixated on the epicenter of the water-dragon collision. Moments later, as the waters from the dragons began to subside, Zabuza braced himself against his executioner's blade, attempting to maintain control, only to be thwarted by Kakashi's kunai. Overall, it appeared that Zabuza still held the upper hand in this contest of strength. However, at that juncture, Qianyu began to shake his head. Zabuza has lost. Lost? Bai, standing beside Qianyu, was momentarily taken aback, then quickly dismissed the notion without thoughtful consideration. Impossible. How could Zabuza-san possibly be defeated? We shall see. Qianyu offered no further explanation. Yet his conviction grew stronger. For Zabuza, an elite shinobi who relied primarily on close-quarters combat and wielded such a formidable weapon as the executioner's blade, to be thwarted by Kakashi's kunai was, in itself, a significant issue. In reality, how could a dagger ever stand against a broadsword? If blade clashes were already unfeasible, one could only imagine the futility of attempting to shake a broadsword. The sword embodies the heart, and to engage in such a clash indicated Zabuza's wavering resolve. As anticipated by Qianyu, Zabuza's inner turmoil became apparent, and Kakashi, with the inside of his Sharingan, discerned his thoughts, articulating them aloud, which only heightened Zabuza's urgency. Desperate to conclude the battle, Zabuza aimed to unleash the water style, great waterfall technique. However, during this moment, Kakashi mirrored his every move with uncanny precision. Ultimately, facing the evident cracks in Zabuza's resolve, Kakashi's Sharingan, with its dark tomo, began to whirl. The hypnotic gaze activated. Zabuza momentarily fell into a stupor. Yet before Zabuza could react, Kakashi had completed the hand seals necessary for the Great Waterfall technique and was the first to strike. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. In a fleeting instant, an immensely powerful whirlpool surged forth from beneath Kakashi, akin to a cannon's roar or a speeding bullet train. What? How is this possible? Amidst Zabuza's bewildered and anguished cries. The overwhelming torrent engulfed him. Zabuza-san. Witnessing this, Bai's expression transformed to one of sheer panic for the first time. In the next moment, without a second thought, Bai unleashed a surge of chakra, racing toward the direction where Zabuza was being swept away by the tumultuous waters, disregarding the ferocious waves of the water style. Yet, Qianyu would not permit Bai to rescue Zabuza. They would reconvene in a week's time. Stop, Qianyu resolutely pursued, activating his masterful body flicker technique, in an instant. The wind howled as Qianyu appeared before Bai, raising his blade and declaring, "Halt, Bai! I do not wish to kill you. Do not force my hand." At that moment, Bai had already stepped inside Qiyu's sword perimeter, a formation excelling in defense. Yet, Bai was frantic to save Zabuza, thus affording Qianyu a reasonable opportunity to strike. However, in his desperation, Bai had become utterly unhinged. "Get away!" Gripping a kunai tightly in one hand to deflect Qiyu's strike, Bai swiftly formed hand seals with his other hand, summoning a flurry of fine, needle-like water projectiles to assault Qianyu. Water style. 1,000 killing water needles. TSK. The water environment is troublesome, confronted with the relentless barrage of 1,000 killing water needles. Even Qianyu was compelled to leap back defensively. Yet Bai was undeterred, swiftly executing more seals. Water style. Annihilating water needles. A vast quantity of water surged from around Bai, morphing into an impenetrable wall of water needles. Arranged like a formidable barrier behind him, at a cursory glance revealed that the water needles numbered in the thousands. With a sweeping motion, Bai unleashed the multitude of needles, releasing them like a rain of arrows from above, encircling Qianyu in a 360-degree assault. Qianyu had no choice but to defend himself, drawing his long sword to create a protective circle around him. Faced the tempest, a robust surge of wind-released chakra erupted from his blade, forming a circular wall of wind that shielded him from Bai's onslaught. However, while the wind wall successfully blocked the annihilating water needles, it also temporarily hindered Qiyu's advance. Yet, at the moment the annihilating water needles were unleashed, Bai had abandoned all concern for Qianyu. He pressed onward toward Zabuza's direction, his footsteps unrelenting. Qianyu could only warn Kakashi. Meanwhile, Zabuza had been swept into the forest by the raging waters. The powerful current uprooted trees and devastated the earth, culminating in Zabuza crashing violently against a sturdy trunk. Hearing Qiyu's voice, Kakashi glanced back, swiftly tossing several kunai in an attempt to intervene, while hastening towards Zabuza's location. Yet, Bai was resolute, forming seals. Ice style. Ice pillar swallow. A swift avian-like ice sculpture surged forth, obliterating Kakashi's kunai and erupting into a wall of ice before him, obstructing his path. Simultaneously, Kakashi's Sharingan illuminated the chakra within the ice wall, revealing that it was primed to explode at any moment. Thus, there was no time for detours. Kakashi could only adjust his angle and continue launching kunai towards Zabuza. Boom! Bai's ice wall erupted at the opportune moment, intercepting some of the kunai, yet a few still penetrated the explosion and sped towards Zabuza. Zabuza-san, Bai cried out in distress. "Tsuke, how irritating. I am aware, no need for your concern." Hearing Bai's voice, Zabuza, his skin a sickly shade of blue, resembling a corpse, opened his eyes wide in anger, summoning the last remnants of his strength to twist his body violently. Thud, thud, whoosh. The sounds of kunai embedding into wood and flesh resonated simultaneously. Two kunai grazed Zabuza's neck, embedding themselves into a tree, while 3 others pierced his arm, shoulder, and thigh. Blood gushed forth, yet he remained alive. Zabuza-san, this outcome brought by the tears of joy. His youthful face, adorned with tears, appeared so pitiable that it was hard to believe he was male. In the barrage of comments, sentiments of admiration flooded in. So adorable. I want to hug him. A true man must be a man. Yet, amidst the tension of the scene, no one paid heed to these remarks. For in yet another contest of instantaneous movement by this 15-year-old youth had triumphed over Kakashi, the nearly 30-year-old veteran, reaching Zabuza's side first. We are in trouble. Observing the resolute gaze of Bai, who was evidently prepared to fight to the death, Kakashi furrowed his brow in frustration. Despite appearing competent at the moment, he was acutely aware of his chakra depletion and the overuse of his Sharingan. Feeling as empty as a knight with 7 encounters, he was merely holding on by a thread. Had Bai not been intimidated by Kakashi's prior display, he might have charged forward, and the outcome could have been quite different. After all, Bai's consecutive use of 3 ninjutsu, first blocking Senju's attack, and then intercepting Kakashi's explosive performance, was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, Senju soon arrived, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. Yet, the threat from Zabuza and Bai persisted. While it was true that the danger posed by Zabuza and Bai had not been alleviated, determining who was in greater peril was not straightforward. The current situation was undeniably complex. From Bai and Zabuza's perspective, Zabuza, the primary combat force, was rendered ineffective after enduring a full blast of air-rank water release and several shuriken strikes, becoming a burden. Relying solely on Bai to confront both Kakashi and an equally formidable Senju was clearly an impossibility, placing them in a precarious position. However, from the viewpoint of Senju and Kakashi, Kakashi had become a paper tiger, dependent on Senju. Thus they too were in a precarious situation in such circumstances, the outcome of the confrontation hinged on the duel between Bai and Senju. Whichever of the two emerged victorious would determine the fate of their respective sides. Could Senju defeat Bai? The answer, without revealing any trump cards or opening up, was likely a resounding no. The original narrative established that Bai, even if unable to win, would not concede defeat. Yet the Bai before them now exhibited abilities surpassing those in the original tale, rendering the eventual outcome unpredictable. In this moment of uncertainty, both sides fell into a contemplative silence. Thankfully, Kakashi was not entirely devoid of advantages. Neither Bai nor Zabuza was aware that he was no longer capable of fighting, allowing him to bluff somewhat. However, this tactic relied heavily on not cornering them too aggressively. The timing was crucial. Moreover, he required a degree of cooperation, which hinged on Senju. Thus, Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at Senju and, regardless of whether she grasped his intent, urged, "Surrender. It's not too late to capitulate." With Zabuza's strength, even if returned to the hidden mist by Konoha, he would not face execution. As for you, young lady, you could easily continue your life in Konoha. I believe the Hokage would be quite amenable to your presence. After all, Bai is a descendant of the Snow Clan, a brand new lineage capable of coloring itself at will. Would surely compel the third Hokage to stand firm against the hidden mist. Yet, Bai simply shook his head, resolutely stating, "Give up? I will never abandon Zabuza." The notion that he might be sent back without facing death was ludicrous. Bai, being from the hidden mist, had vivid memories of its blood-soaked madness. Those people would not concern themselves with niceties. They would only covet Zabuza's executioner's blade. And I am a man, Bai emphasized. Kakashi was genuinely taken aback. What a delightful surprise. You are a boy. However, was that not preferable? Of course, this preference did not pertain to any shallow notion of superiority, but rather to value. The differences between genders are indeed significant. Had Bai been a girl, the prospect of childbirth would entail a lengthy gestation, and even with full effort, the yield would be limited. Conversely, if he were a boy, given sufficient will, a brand new Snow Clan could emerge in 12 years. One must always believe in the quality of Konoha's girls. At that moment, Kakashi found himself genuinely contemplating Bai's potential inclusion in Konoha. However, Bai's unwillingness to forsake Zabuza posed a genuine dilemma. Kakashi understood and empathized with such feelings. Yet they were adversaries, and he had his own subordinates to protect. Therefore, Kakashi pressed, "But what if you do not surrender? Your prior display of combat prowess was indeed impressive, but such a continuous barrage of ninjutsu cannot be sustained indefinitely. How much chakra do you have left? A pivotal question loomed over everyone present. Kakashi implored, "Surrender, please. There's still a future ahead. Young man, believe me, my affection for you and my charming subordinates has compelled me to offer this counsel. I, Hatake Kakashi, promise that Konoha will not make things difficult for you if you surrendered AS for the Mist Ninja. You may negotiate terms yourselves." This was Kakashi's most lenient offer, as the term negotiate implied that when Zabuza was handed over to the Mist Ninja, Konoha would not restrict his chakra, allowing him the opportunity to escape once more. The notion of surrendering now, with the understanding that they would be released after the mission, was utterly unrealistic. What reputation did Zabuza possess? Would one dare to release him without prior understanding? Even Zabuza himself was aware of this. Thus, at this moment, Zabuza began to waver. He wore a pained smile, gazing at Bai's somewhat frail figure, and urged, "Bai, forget about me. You must leave at once. You are not me. Your hands are not stained with blood, and the people of Konoha will not trouble you. Do not join Konoha, nor return to the Hidden Mist. My life has already reached this point, but you are still young, with a future ahead. You can go wherever you wish that I took you in all those years ago, and you have served as my tool for so long. We are even now to AS for me. I can always escape from the mist again." Yet Bai shook his head vigorously. "What are you saying, Zabuza-san? How could I ever abandon you?" The debt of gratitude owed to Zabuza was one that Bai felt could never be repaid. "I will not allow you to return to the Hidden Mist." Bai regarded the tragic history of his own Snow Clan and Zabuza's teachings with a profound sense of determination, viewing the Mist Ninja as a hellish realm. Thus, even if escape was a possibility, Bai could not bear the thought of Zabuza falling back into their hands. Moreover, Bai believed that he was not entirely devoid of chances, thanks to Senju, after consolidating the chaotic ice-released chakra within him. He had indeed grown stronger. However, Zabuza was unaware of Bai's newfound strength. He was simply touched and gratified, exclaiming, "Is that so? This is how you truly feel, Bai. Very well, Bai. Let us proceed as you wish," originally viewed merely as a tool. Bai's newfound resolve prompted Zabuza to choose to support him. After deciding to resist to the very end, Bai promptly retrieved a few soldier pills, chewing and swallowing them to demonstrate his unwavering determination. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Sasuke and Naruto had crossed a small river, dripping wet, and joined Kakashi and Senju. It seemed they were preparing for another bout. Kakashi, weary, reached for a soldier pill, truly reluctant to consume such a thing. Already weakened, he felt compelled to further exhaust himself. Each pill only drained him more. Thankfully, at that moment, Senju suddenly raised her hand. "Wait, I have a proposal." "What is it?" Senju's words garnered the attention of all present. She turned to Bai and earnestly proposed, "If you are unwilling to let Zabuza return to the Hidden Mist, then let him stay. We can allow Zabuza to leave freely, wherever he chooses. What do you think?" The astonishment in the crowd was palpable at Senju's suggestion. Sasuke quickly countered, "That can't be right, Senju. If we let Zabuza go, it would be like releasing a tiger back in the mountains." "Exactly," Naruto chimed in. "How could we possibly allow Zabuza to escape?" Indeed, even the murmurs of the crowd began to echo their agreement. How could such a formidable opponent as Zabuza be allowed to walk free? It seemed Senju had truly lost her mind. What if she had developed feelings for the enemy? No way. Such a thing should only be discussed 50 years after my demise. The narrative had gone awry. Characters have their own lives, after all. Indeed, it was best to keep an eye on the distant figure of the charming boy in black stockings. Alas, why must such a plot reemerge? I find myself utterly exasperated. In a moment when Qianyu was completely unprepared, the barrage of comments erupted with a PTSD green radar activated. What began as a mere discussion about whether releasing the tiger back into the wild would pose any issues swiftly devolved into them being backstabbed once more. In the midst of this public outcry, Qianyu, having traversed time since 2021, felt as though she was a bewildered monk unable to grasp the situation. What on earth is happening? Wasn't the cowherd slain? Is there truly a way to engage in such antics? Questions regarding her experiences after her time travel and the subsequent misfortunes that befell others surged anew. Yet, these matters were beyond Qianyu's comprehension, even beyond her imagination. With her simplistic understanding, how could she fathom the fantastical occurrences encountered by the Blue Star players, such as the Lion Lady, the Scattered Grass CP, and Lady Raymond? One could only say that the barrage was indeed fearful. However, in the current predicament, Qianyu had no alternative but to proceed as she envisioned. Ignoring Naruto's objections, she turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, what are your thoughts?" Kakashi stroked his chin in contemplation. To Naruto's astonishment, Kakashi nodded in agreement. "I believe it is a viable option." "Oh, why is that?" Naruto exclaimed loudly. Indeed, Sasuke furrowed his brow, anxiously awaiting Kakashi's explanation. But louder than Naruto was Zabuza. "You want to let Haku take my place? What a joke. Just a mere tool. I refuse to accept this. Kakashi, if you have the ability, then kill me. Do not subject me to such humiliation." Zabuza was seething with anger. His pride could not bear this. Fundamentally, Zabuza was someone who valued his comrades greatly. He then cast a furious glance at Haku, wishing for him to directly refuse. However, after merely exchanging a glance with Haku, Zabuza understood. Faced with Qianyu's proposition, Haku felt a stirring within. In a way, Zabuza's face contorted with rage. "Haku, I said no, I do not agree. Remember, you are merely my tool, and tools must obey their master's commands. You cannot decide for yourself." The unprecedented intensity of Zabuza's reaction left Naruto and the others dumbfounded. Simultaneously, it drew the attention of the barrage amidst their fierce battle. Is the reaction truly this extreme? Damn, has this BYD forgotten that Haku had recently risked his life for him? Indeed, perhaps it would be better for him to perish. Naruto, equally bewildered, questioned, "Hey, what are you talking about?" "That is your comrade. How can a comrade be a tool?" Yet Zabuza paid no heed to Naruto. "Silence, brat. This is none of your business. Haku." He attempted to persuade Haku again. I could see that moment. Haku merely conjured a water needle and flicked it gently. Buffed. The water needle pierced Zabuza's neck, sealing his vocal cords without causing harm. Zabuza instantly became mute, unable to even utter a syllable, glaring at Haku with red-rimmed eyes, filled with resentment. Witnessing Zabuza in such a state, Haku felt a pang of guilt and bowed his head. "Gomen nasai, Zabuza-san, but I had no choice, because I want you to live. The very act of living itself is an immeasurably precious thing. And today I have come to understand this deeply." Having said that, Haku straightened his back, looking earnestly at Qianyu. "I have agreed to your demands, and I now have but one question. How can Zabuza-san leave in this condition?" "That is simple." Qianyu snapped her fingers. "You can use a shadow clone to carry him, right? The clone can keep an eye on him until the chakra runs out. Moreover, by dividing your chakra with the clone, it makes it easier for us to control you, achieving two objectives with one action. Let us proceed with this plan." Haku nodded, forming hand seals, and indeed exhausted all his chakra to create an ice clone. Subsequently, the ice clone hoisted Zabuza onto its back and slowly made its way into the distance. Meanwhile, the chakra-depleted Haku's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Strangely, that thud seemed to echo. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto's panicked voice rang out. The fallen Haku turned his head in confusion, only to find Kakashi had also collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously. However, unlike Haku, Kakashi had lost consciousness entirely. Seeing this, Haku suddenly grasped everything. So that is how it is. With a mix of discomfort and indignation at being outwitted, he helplessly looked at Qianyu, accusingly stating, "That was too cunning. What could I do? In that situation, if I didn't want to fight, what other choice did I have but to attempt a little deception? The outcome proved our choice was indeed correct. You were truly deceived. Let us accept the consequences." Qianyu approached with a cheerful smile, checking Kakashi's condition. "All is well. There are no major issues. Kakashi merely overextended his chakra." She informed Naruto that it was commendable that he had managed to hold on until now. "Hey, Qianyu, did you know this all along?" Hearing Qianyu's words, Naruto was utterly astonished. "Indeed," Qianyu nodded. "You observed how smoothly Kakashi handled Zabuza. However, his consumption was by no means insignificant. Thus, letting Zabuza go was a realization Sasuke also came to. Yes, releasing Zabuza may have been unavoidable, because if we didn't, he would have fought us to the death. Qianyu pointed at Haku. Do not be deceived by Haku's delicate appearance. In a fight, the three of us may not be able to handle him. In any case, managing to outwit him like this is indeed a favorable conclusion. And you need not fear Zabuza's return. Since Kakashi made the decision to let Zabuza go, it indicates he is unafraid of Zabuza's return. So, how about it? Kakashi and I made quite the effective team. Did we not? With the plan laid out, Qianyu placed her hands on her hips, her face beaming with pride, radiating an aura of triumph. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke expressed their admiration. It can only be said that Qianyu truly deserves a reputation as their acknowledged leader and strategist. Alongside Kakashi, the master of deception, they could turn black into white. Reflecting on this, Naruto and Sasuke even felt a twinge of sympathy for the fallen Haku. Poor child. What does it matter if he possesses great strength? He was still outwitted by Qianyu and Kakashi, leaving him with nothing. Meanwhile, having heard Qianyu's revelations, the small square livestream chat was filled with comments of misunderstandings being resolved. Qianyu delightedly noticed that, just from the impressions garnered in the latter half, she had reaped quite a bounty. Soon after, the livestream concluded, and this segment of the plot came to a gentle close. The members of Team 7, accompanied by Haku and Kakashi, sought out the hidden Dazuna and made their way to his home. At Dazuna's residence, after several days of travel and a fierce battle, Qianyu finally had the opportunity to cleanse herself. Although her unique constitution meant she would not emit a foul odor, always remaining fragrant, the stickiness was still quite uncomfortable. After finishing her bath, Qianyu disregarded Naruto and Sasuke, laying down to rest, leaving them to keep watch over Kakashi and Haku. However, this was not Qianyu exercising her T0 privilege. That was a jest. There is no T0 in the ninja world. The main reason was that their current situation deviated from the original story, with the addition of the captive Haku and the fact that none of the three members of Team 7 understood sealing techniques. They could only rely on human vigilance to guard the prisoner. Currently, Haku's chakra had not yet recovered. However, once it did regain some, only Qianyu among Team 7 will be capable of keeping an eye on him. In order to facilitate supervision, Qianyu was granted the privilege of resting first. The balance of power and obligation should inherently be equal, a notion to which Qianyu was quite accustomed. The only discomfort she felt lay in not scrolling through her phone before sleep, which left her with an odd sensation. Fortunately, this habit had been forcibly amended over the years of her journey. Thus, as she lay in bed, Qianyu soon drifted into a state of drowsiness. However, at that moment, as if on purpose to prevent her from sleeping early, the system's small interface came to life once more. Yet this time, the focal point of the broadcast was not Team 7, but rather Zabuza and Haku. Accompanied by Zabuza, Haku arrived at a secluded cabin nestled within the woods. All right, no need to go further. This is the place. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Zabuza's eyes as he gazed upon a cabin. I never imagined I would need to come here one day. Zabuza, and you spoke. Haku appeared quite astonished to hear Zabuza's voice. Zabuza's expression darkened. You little brat. Do you expect me to remain mute forever? I simply had some thoughts to ponder. No, that's not it. Haku hurriedly waved his hands, only to remember that he was still supporting Zabuza. Consequently, he quickly steadied him, appearing somewhat flustered. Yet Haku disregarded his own embarrassment and continued to explain. I merely, enough, no need to elaborate, Zabuza interrupted. I understand. With a deeply reflective expression, Zabuza added, I always believed I was molding you into a perfect ninja devoid of emotion. Yet you have made such a choice. Perhaps it is simply human nature. Aside from those born with malevolence, everyone else desires connection. Recalling a fellow member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza shook his head. Even those inherently wicked cannot escape once they encounter it. It's just that, most of the time, they never do. Therefore, Haku, you need not explain. Is that so? Haku felt somewhat dazed. Yet despite Zabuza's insistence that no explanation was needed, the one requiring clarification was Zabuza himself, in the past. Zabuza had been so direct. Why had he suddenly transformed into a riddle? Could it be that the events surrounding him had struck a profound blow? Haku cautiously inquired. Zabuza-san, are you all right? I am fine. Zabuza shook his head. I was merely feeling sentimental. Now, help me inside. Supporting Zabuza, Haku entered the woodland cabin. Upon stepping inside, Haku was astounded by the interior's opulence, contrary to its modest exterior, which appeared somewhat dilapidated. The interior was lavishly adorned. Various jars and containers, as well as impeccably preserved ninja tools and scrolls, were neatly arranged upon the shelves lining the cabin. Haku even sensed a faint fluctuation of chakra emanating from these shelves. Instinctively, he leaned closer to Zabuza and gently touched one of the storage racks. Zzz. A minute spark of electricity erupted, accompanied by a subtle repulsive force at Haku's fingertips, a sealing technique. Gazing at the spark, Haku was utterly astonished, for it was evident that this was a ninja safe house. Yet typical safe houses merely stocked emergency food and medicine. However, the items here were preserved through sealing techniques. In light of this, Haku hastily examined the jars and containers on the shelves, only to discover anomalies: high-grade bandages from the Konoha hospital, blood replenishment agents from the Nara clan, honey candies from the Uzumaki clan, recovery plasters from the Iwa ninja village. And was that a spa bottle from the Hozuki clan? Wasn't this thought to be extinct? Haku instinctively glanced at Zabuza. It is indeed extinct. Zabuza chuckled, forming a seal with difficulty to dispel the sealing technique on the storage rack. Grabbing the spa bottle and fervently drinking from it as if he were a traveler parched in the desert for 3 days. After quenching his thirst, Zabuza continued. However, if it pertains to someone connected to the Hozuki clan, there may still be remnants gifted by a friend. I see. Haku understood. This was a token left for you by Hozuki Mangetsu. Suddenly, Haku received a playful flick on the forehead, bewildered as he looked at Zabuza. Zabuza chuckled. Were you thinking, Haku, that rascal Hozuki Mangetsu is always fixated on my sword? Given our relationship, it's a miracle we don't end up fighting when we meet. So how could he possibly give me this? Haku was perplexed by this statement. Tsukuyami-me? This name evidently caught Haku off guard, conjuring an image of a fiery, free-spirited figure, graceful yet thorny like a rose. If it were Tsukuyami-me, then it was indeed plausible. Haku nodded in comprehension, yet his expression grew increasingly confused. But does this imply that this is Tsukuyami-me's safe house? Yet, Zabuza-san, you are not. Haku hesitated. Zabuza discerned Haku's thoughts. You wish to inquire why. Despite my resolute break with the Mist Village, I would accept something from Tsukuyami-me, correct? Having regained a modicum of strength, Zabuza released Haku's support and seated himself on a nearby bed, gazing towards the direction of the Mist Village. It was you who altered my perspective. What, me? Haku was even more bewildered. How could he, of all people, change Zabuza's mind? Indeed surprising, isn't it? Zabuza smiled again, today seeming particularly cheerful. Your choice has allowed me to rediscover something I thought I had forsaken, the yearning for bonds. The aspiration for beauty. Bonds? Beauty? Haku struggled to grasp the concept. Yes, bonds and beauty, Zabuza continued. Do you know, Haku, that humans are inherently restless, unwilling to accept solitude? No matter how bleak reality may be, the pursuit of beauty remains alive within their hearts. They will unconsciously crave it until death or until an opportunity arises to unleash that yearning. My decision to adopt you and the sudden betrayal of that rascal Raiga are both manifestations of this truth. Your choice this time has once again illuminated this for me. Haku, feeling somewhat bewildered, asked. So? Zabuza's expression turned resolute. Therefore, I shall heed Mei's invitation and return to the Mist Village to try once more. Zabuza-san, you originally intended to fight Kakashi and the others again. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, Haku initially felt elated, but soon realized the underlying implications. Wait, return to the Mist Village. Surprised, are you? Observing Haku's astonishment, Zabuza chuckled. Indeed, I have contemplated facing Kakashi again, but I am also acutely aware that should I go again, I would most likely be defeated and perish. If the outcome is death regardless, why not return to the mist and fight once more? You may not know, Haku, but not long ago. Tsukumi may sent someone to find me and discuss the situation regarding Yagura. As Zabuza spoke, his expression grew cold. That girl informed me that Yagura is currently under the control of Jinjutsu. Haku's shock deepened. Zabuza-san, are you referring to the fourth Mizuki? Haku recalled the powerful, doll-faced figure of the fourth Mizuki. The fourth? He is a Kage. How could that be? Surprising, isn't it? Zabuza clenched his fists. Veins bulging. The slaughter of the Bloodline clan, the implementation of the cruel blood mist, generations of mist ninjas slaughtering one another. This was all merely a scheme orchestrated by others. I cannot tolerate such actions. Haku, what does that make me, who was raised in the blood mist? I must verify this matter. By the end, Zabuza's voice had risen to a near roar. The overwhelming fury caused his previously calm visage to contort once more into a monstrous expression. Zabuza-san, the fearsome Zabuza prompted Haku's worried exclamation. I am fine. Zabuza inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Thus I have come to a resolution. You may go to Konoha. At least you can avoid this upcoming bloodbath. Zabuza-san, having fully comprehended Zabuza's thoughts. Haku was profoundly moved. Not only Haku, but all the viewers in the live stream were left in utter shock upon witnessing this scene. How could this man, with such pronounced eyebrows and large eyes, or rather, devoid of eyebrows, possess such a facet? Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in the enormity of this information. Is it not said that the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages are already among the world's top-tier warriors? How then could they be susceptible to Jinjutsu? It is indeed true. The Kage under the influence of Jinjutsu, shrouded in a mist of blood, present an enigma with countless unknowns. My goodness, brothers, I suddenly find myself filled with anticipation. Anticipation +1. May the storyline of the Mist Village arrive swiftly. I'm the king of Gigi. The dialogue between Zabuza and Haku visibly amplified the viewer's eagerness for the Mist Village narrative. However, at this juncture, Qianyu shook her head. You are overthinking it. There is no plot concerning the Mist Village here. The camera might follow me, but that is merely a fantasy. Yet, at this very moment, had there already been movements from the Mist Village? This was something I was unaware of. In the original work, when Qianyu encountered Arumi Mei, the power struggle in Kirigakure had already concluded. Everyone was aware that Kagaya Yagura had perished, and the Three Tails had begun its rebirth, while Obito abandoned Kirigakure, leading to its decline, relying solely on Chirumi, Mei, and a handful of others to hold on. Clearly, there was a grand narrative unfolding in the Mist Village, with numerous casualties. Otherwise, would Obito not relish in controlling Kirigakure and seizing a significant power? It is unfortunate that Kishimoto left many plots unresolved. Not only was the situation in the Whirlpool Village vague, but the intricacies of Kirigakure were also not elucidated. Even the grand clash involving the third Raikage was merely described in passing with characters emerging. Qianyu found this truly regrettable. Now, although the viewers on the other side could not see it, the Mist Village had only just begun to stir. It seemed she might seek out opportunities. Qianyu silently committed the happenings in the Mist Village to memory, planning to find a VIP spot to observe after Team 7 disbanded. For there was little else to occupy her time over the next 3 years. Subsequently, Qianyu continued to watch the small screen. After Zabuza articulated his thoughts, Haku was deeply touched, so much so that he expressed his desire to accompany Zabuza back. However, Zabuza sternly refused him. No. Stay in Konoha. Haku, Zabuza said earnestly, you are my last concern. Only by having you remain in Konoha can I return to the Mist Village with peace of mind. You wish to become my burden and flaw. Moreover, with Kakashi watching, how could you possibly leave? Zabuza casually remarked, can you even fly out? Yet, in response to Zabuza's question, Haku nodded earnestly. Yes. This time, Zabuza was taken aback. How so? He instinctively inquired. Through the ice mirror technique. Haku replied, Zabuza-san, my ice mirror technique possesses the ability to transfer space. Though I have yet to fully develop this aspect of its powers, it indeed exists. Is it possible to do that? Haku's revelation astonished both Zabuza and Qianyu. Particularly Qianyu, who learned for the first time that the ice mirror technique could indeed facilitate spatial transfer. Conversely, Zabuza quickly regained his composure upon this revelation. That still won't suffice. Zabuza continued to deny. Why, Zabuza? Haku did not understand. If you say the fourth Mizuki is being manipulated, then he bears a grudge against me too, because I do not wish for you to enter that vortex again, Haku. Truly, once you engage in that battle, you will experience gains, joy, loss, and pain, and then find no way to extricate yourself because your heart refuses to emerge. Zabuza spoke sincerely. I understand that feeling all too well, which is precisely why I do not want you to endure it again. Zabuza. Haku fell silent for a moment. He wanted to argue that he could handle it, but ultimately, gazing at Zabuza, Haku refrained from voicing it. Finally, with a hint of pleading, Haku ventured, then Zabuza, is there anything else I can do for you? Anything else? Zabuza pondered earnestly, and indeed thought of something. He suddenly drew the beheading sword from his back and thrust it before Haku. Zabuza. Haku was somewhat perplexed by Zabuza's intent. Take this sword, assume my form, and eliminate Kato for me. Haku. Zabuza said coldly, then bring me his money. I will require it upon my return at AS for how wicked Kato truly is. You should be well aware. Is there an issue with killing him? Or is it merely that you, as an ice clone, lack the capability? Not at all. Haku shook his head, grasping Zabuza's beheading sword. Thus, after a period, the demon Zabuza returned to the fray. Qianyu did not expect that after conversing for a while, Haku and Zabuza would arrive at a conclusion regarding the elimination of Kato. She had assumed that Team 7 would ultimately handle Kato, yet it turned out to be Haku and Zabuza who would take action. So be it. Qianyu was quite eager for Kato's petty riches, but since Zabuza and Haku had taken the initiative, she let it be. After watching the new segment of the plot, Qianyu buried her head beneath the quilt and fell into a sleep akin to that of an infant. After a solid 6 hours, Qianyu rose to keep watch over Haku. As for Kakashi, he did not awaken until the following afternoon. Wow, teacher, you are finally awake, exclaimed Naruto, his booming voice drawing a crowd into Kakashi's room. Qianyu approached Kakashi's side and teased, though it may be due to your Sharingan, sleeping for an entire day after a battle? Kakashi, you are quite pathetic. No wonder you are not unattractive, with such favorable conditions. And yet you remain single. It appears that is your downfall. Hey, I cannot simply ignore that. Kakashi hurriedly sat up. However, due to his physical condition, he barely managed to sit up before collapsing back down. This sight sent Naruto into fits of laughter. Kakashi-sensei is just too lame. Is that so? My sincerest apologies. Kakashi lay in bed, showcasing his signature deadpan expression, and promptly gave up, as the saying goes. Once I accept my own weaknesses, I become invincible. Seeing Kakashi in such a state, the others refrained from further mockery. Zabuza interjected. In any case, we have defeated such a formidable ninja, Kakashi-sen. You can rest assured. I will ensure that all expenses for your stay during these days are fully covered. The scenery of the Land of Waves is rather pleasant. Until the bridge is completed, let us simply consider it a vacation. As for compensation for Konoha, you need not worry. I assure you, Zabuza intended to convey that they would sell everything they owned to compensate. However, Kakashi waved his hand, interrupting him. Let us forego that. After all, we have captured Haku, which is a gain in itself. Moreover, I have a rough understanding of the situation on your end. It is not that you lack funds, but rather, all your available resources are directed towards building the bridge. Engaging in battle with a ninja of Zabuza's caliber would at least require an A-rank mission. Even if you manage to gather the funds, what difference would it make? If you take that money away, will the bridge still be constructed? How much longer will Team 7 be delayed in the Land of Waves? The Chunin exams are approaching rapidly. Hence, after careful consideration, Kakashi resolved to extend a bit of kindness. I truly appreciate it. Zabuza expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He then quickly called for his daughter. Tsunami, quickly prepare some food. Kakashi-san must be starving after lying here for so long. Today, we shall celebrate properly. Oh, okay. Tsunami nodded and hurried off to get busy. However, once Tsunami had left, Kakashi, observing the jubilant Zabuza, felt compelled to douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Do not celebrate too soon. Zabuza, the danger is not yet past. But did we not already defeat Zabuza? Naruto was perplexed. That is indeed correct, Kakashi stated solemnly, but Zabuza has merely been defeated, not killed. He still possesses the potential to return. Moreover, even if Zabuza were not to return. Have you all forgotten who summoned him? Kato. Dazuna immediately grasped whom Kakashi was referring to. Indeed, the true obstacle to the construction of the bridge is Kato, not Zabuza. Do not be mistaken, Kakashi cautioned. Kato, having summoned one Zabuza, is certainly capable of summoning a second. Does that not render our current mission doomed? Sasuke furrowed his brow, acknowledging, after all, that one Zabuza has already brought you to this state. Indeed, Naruto nodded in agreement. Well, there is no need for excessive worry. Just as the others began to fret, Kakashi broke into a smile. Zabuza's injuries would require at least a week to heal, and individuals of Zabuza's caliber are not easily found. Thus, we have ample time before a new enemy arrives. Therefore, in preparation for the potential adversaries ahead, let us train. Minasan, Kakashi made the same decision as in the original story. I shall endeavor to enhance your abilities to the fullest during this period. All right, this is becoming interesting. Naruto's spirit soared, and Sasuke's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as did Chihaya. She was curious about how Kakashi would assist her in enhancing her strength. After all, she was not Sakura, and Kakashi could not easily deceive or dismiss her. However, it was evident that Kakashi was currently unable to guide everyone in training. Thus, Team 7 took a night's rest. The following day, leaning on his cane, Kakashi led everyone to a grove not far from Dazuna's home. At Kakashi's request, Chihaya explained the fundamental definitions and compositions of chakra to Naruto and Sasuke. Subsequently, Kakashi introduced the tree-climbing exercise, stepping on a Newton's coffin and ascending vertically up the tree, ultimately hanging upside down from a branch. Kakashi looked at everyone. Do you understand? This is the sensation, but how can this make one stronger? Naruto was perplexed, because the soles of the feet are the most challenging areas for a ninja to gather chakra. And the amount of chakra required for climbing is quite subtle. If you can master this balance, your control over chakra will significantly improve. And control over chakra is fundamentally essential for performing all ninjutsu. If you can remember this feeling, in theory, you will be able to learn any ninjutsu. Of course, this is merely theoretical, Kakashi emphasized. Additionally, this will help you train how to maintain chakra. It is well known that the chakra of ninjas is refined and stored in the dantian. However, invoking it from the dantian requires traversing through the meridians, which ultimately takes time. Yet even a simple physical attack, with chakra enhancement versus without, makes a significant difference. The human body infused with chakra can sometimes be harder than rock or tree. Thus, this sensation of sustained output will enable you to maintain the chakra enhancement on your body, reducing reaction time in critical moments and enhancing your combat effectiveness. Moreover, ninjas who learn to climb trees can disregard most terrains. One could say the applications are endless. Kakashi concluded with a summary. I see. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in realization. At the same time, the audience began to grasp the foundational concepts of chakra through Kakashi's explanation. However, Kakashi-sensei, Chihaya raised her playful little hand. What is it, Chihaya? Kakashi looked over. Well, Chihaya lightly leaped onto a nearby tree, directly stepping onto it, just like Kakashi, to everyone's astonishment. Chihaya, too, stood vertically on the tree, as if walking on Newton's coffin. Nanny? Naruto and Sasuke gaped in disbelief. Chihaya smiled brightly. Climbing trees is something I have long mastered. Not only that, Chihaya took a few steps up the tree, elevating her height, to the astonished gazes of everyone. She stood on one leg atop the tree, then removed one of her shoes, revealing a delicately crafted edible treat wrapped in pure white socks before all. Moreover, seemingly unsatisfied with that, Chihaya frowned and removed the pure white socks, unveiling her palm-sized, exquisitely refined, healthily rosy feet with 5 crystalline toes that gleamed like flawless pearls. Simultaneously, an exceedingly perceptive cameraman, perhaps unknown to existence, showcased his years of singlehood in an instant, swiftly adjusting the live stream camera to focus and zoom in. A perfect jade foot appeared at the center of the live broadcast. At that moment, the system's streaming room seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, food, close up on delicacies, a clear and explicit shot. Whoa, Jade, the envy of the air was palpable. She is so beautiful. I wish I could taste that jade foot. Can I have her step on my face when she comes down? An avalanche of enthusiastic comments flooded the screen. Simultaneously, Chihaya's impression value skyrocketed, with increments of 1, 520, 1314, 2333, 2887, and 10086. In the blink of an eye, Chihaya garnered tens of thousands of impression points, a momentum rivaling her debut. Well, in a way, this was also her first appearance, albeit of her jade foot. Such momentum even astonished Chihaya. She knew the immense response such a display would provoke, yet she never anticipated it would be this overwhelming. Money, crossed out. Impression points are surprisingly easy to earn. No wonder when streamers are at their peak, the ladies tend to dwindle. What a pop! Chihaya quietly mused, her movements uninterrupted. She extended her little toes, gently hovering above the tree trunk, as chakra surged into her poised toes. Moreover, I can do this too. Wind release, gale palm, or perhaps just I.O. Boom! With Chihaya's voice, a storm erupted from her feet, reminiscent of her battle with Haku. In an instant, it was as if springs were installed beneath her feet, propelling her swiftly off the tree. The light and airy figure of the girl spun 360 in the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing gracefully on the grass. This moment. Naruto and the others finally understood why Chihaya had ascended a few steps earlier. It was because, without sufficient height, she would not have been able to adjust her posture mid-air for a flawless landing. Chihaya's meticulous control over her image was evident, as delicate as a detail-oriented spirit. However, at this moment, Chihaya's little thoughts were of little consequence. They were all left in astonishment by her display. Naruto rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did Chihaya just use her feet to perform ninjutsu? Indeed, Chihaya executed a C-rank wind release using her feet. Sasuke, who had initially felt invigorated, now wore a grim expression. He felt disheartened once more. The ninja world is vast and full of wonders. There have been those who formed seals with their feet. So using feet for ninjutsu is certainly not news. Yet the issue lies in the fact that this is Chihaya, someone of his own age, effortlessly showcasing such prowess, as if it were mere flair. Moreover, Sasuke noticed that Chihaya had performed this wind release without any hand seals. Am I truly a genius? Feeling overshadowed by Chihaya, Sasuke began to doubt himself. If that were the case, why was there such a vast difference between him and Chihaya? But if not, then were those who praised him over the years merely setting him up for failure? Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. However, his musings were of little importance at present. Meanwhile, even Kakashi marveled. Is such a feat truly achievable? Incredible, Chihaya! Simultaneously, Kakashi realized, and oh wonder the third Hokage remarked that Chihaya could easily grasp the water release. It turns out her control over chakra is this formidable. Not bad at all. Listening to Kakashi's exaggerated praises, Qianyu playfully stuck out her little tongue, her ponytail swaying, presenting an adorably charming demeanor. It even seemed that the crowd was somewhat taken aback. The gentle Qianyu did not forget to sprinkle in a touch of her Sai-style wisdom. You need not be overly astonished. My achievements are merely a reflection of my diligent efforts. If you too strive diligently, you can attain similar feats. Tisk. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. While effort may bridge the gap to genius, what if the genius works even harder? How then would one keep pace? Meanwhile, the naive Naruto genuinely believed Qianyu's words and eagerly inquired, "Is that true?" Gazing at Naruto's expectant face, how could Qianyu deny it? Yes, indeed. The gale palm is truly quite simple. Qianyu nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile that barely concealed her teeth. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Really? Naruto exclaimed, jumping with delight. Of course, if you wish to learn. How could I refuse? After all, we are teammates. Qianyu gently patted the soft little bear, causing a subtle tremor. Surprisingly, she was quite earnest about teaching Naruto strength ninjutsu, the gale palm, like the low-level techniques Qianyu had previously employed. Primarily served practical purposes, IT could be used to launch ninja tools or allow shadow clones to spring forth from beneath the user's feet for a propulsive takeoff. Upon reaching mastery, One could even unleash it without hand seals, enhancing the user's instantaneous mobility from all directions. And of course, Naruto need not concern himself with that last part. Each individual's understanding varies. However, the earlier techniques were ones he could likely grasp without Qianyu's guidance. Unlike her, who had only learned these maneuvers after augmenting her skills. Unfortunately, Qianyu's heartfelt intentions were evidently lost on Sasuke, who sneered, believing her to be boastful. Fool. Hey, Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Naruto bristled. It appeared that another conflict was brewing between the two. Thankfully, Kakashi intervened just in time, saying, all right, no need for quarrels. The focus now is on Qianyu. He then turned to Qianyu, apologizing, my mistake. I should have realized that when you came to assist me, you were simply treading water. Having accomplished that, climbing trees would naturally be a breeze for you. However, I'm at a loss regarding how to help you improve the Do you have a specific direction in mind? Kakashi-sensei isn't planning to teach me. Qianyu felt a twinge of wariness. Not at all. Kakashi hurriedly clarified. I merely intend to tailor my instruction to each individual. Oh, I thought I might never measure up to Naruto or Sasuke in winning the teacher's favor. Qianyu retracted her previously prepared poetic musings and began to ponder her own direction. She glanced at her current impression points. Previously, she had 6,858 remaining, then added the 93451 from the confrontation with Zabuza. And with the recent 49802, she now boasted a total of 150,111 impression points. Although this figure seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the 300,000 to 400,000 required for windblade techniques, old-style sword techniques, and the 8 gates training. Thus, Qianyu found herself at a loss for immediate methods to enhance her combat power, and she didn't particularly need a short-term boost. After all, Kakashi and the others were unaware. And so was she. With Kato gone, the mission in the Land of Waves had effectively concluded. Therefore, during this rare opportunity to earn Kakashi's bounty, she ought to acquire something beneficial for her future. What treasures might Kakashi's cache hold that would be particularly advantageous for her? Perhaps it was the wind and water ninjutsu she could utilize from the thousands of copy techniques? Or perhaps insights into the Sharingan's jinjutsu? Exclusive techniques like Raikiri? Or perhaps the secret method of using lightning chakra to invigorate the body? Yet she had not yet developed her lightning affinity. Yes, she reflected on her understanding of Kakashi. Qianyu suddenly found herself at an impasse. A direction. Qianyu looked around, seeking inspiration, and lo and behold, she indeed found it. Her gaze landed on the long blade at her waist. All this time, Qianyu had delved into wind blade techniques and old-style sword techniques, gaining a foundational grasp of the transformation and nature of wind, along with a commendable level of swordsmanship. Yet, she was troubled by one thing. Despite accumulating so many skills, she lacked a signature move in swordsmanship. Merely a super soldier. Even if she couldn't become a hero, she still aspired to be a renowned swordsman. What use was merely being a super soldier? Fortunately, this was precisely where Kakashi could fill the gap. After all, in the annals of Hokage history, when it came to sword techniques, if White Fan claimed second place, who could possibly claim first? Kakashi, being White Fang's son, was undoubtedly capable. Therefore, Qianyu bowed deeply to Kakashi, declaring, Sensei, I wish to learn swordsmanship. Learn swordsmanship? Qianyu's response caught everyone off guard. Could Kakashi-sensei truly wield a sword? Hearing Qianyu's assertion, Naruto scratched his head, looking somewhat bewildered. Swordsmanship from Kakashi? Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi, tried to discern any signs of swordsmanship in him. Their shared skepticism only amplified the chorus of doubts from the audience. Could a visibly frail Kakashi still be proficient in sword techniques? Ridiculous. Hey, that's a narrow view. Let me enlighten you about Kakashi's swordsmanship. Step 1. Surpass sound. Step 2. No cough. Step 3. Poof. What about Ms. Kakashi? Alright, so it's Kakashi, huh? If you keep this up, I'll have to step in. Hold on now, Kakashi's fans are getting riled up. Just a heads up, he's merely frail, not sick. Frailness is still manageable. Hey, the lady in front. I have a friend with a car and a house. Both parents are kings, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 140 pounds, an exceptionally handsome young man that I can ask him if frailty is truly acceptable. Really? Qianyu found herself intrigued by this question as well. After all, She once had friends. Well, perhaps not anymore. Shaking off her thoughts, Qianyu refocused on Kakashi, who, upon hearing her request to learn swordsmanship, appeared deep in thought. As if reminiscing about days gone by, he regarded Qianyu with keen interest. "Are you so certain that I can wield a sword?" "Absolutely," Qianyu affirmed confidently. "From observing Kakashi-sensei, I can discern traces of swordsmanship. Furthermore, I've gathered intel on you. Your father is none other than the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. White Fang's son. Even if he abandoned the sword, how could he lack swordsmanship? Indeed, how could White Fang's son be devoid of sword skills?" Kakashi, with a mix of nostalgia and resignation, remarked, "However, I haven't heard that name in quite some time. It's impressive that you know Qianyu." "Indeed," taking a deep breath, Kakashi conceded, "my father was indeed Hatake Sakumo, and White Fang is his moniker. It signifies that when the White Fang's short blade is unsheathed, all darkness before it shall be torn asunder by its sharp edge. Such a striking description. When the White Fang's blade is drawn, darkness shall be obliterated. How magnificent!" Listening to the introduction of White Fang, Naruto's eyes sparkled. Kakashi-sensei's father was such an extraordinary figure. "Indeed," Sasuke nodded, struggling to fathom how such a lethargic Kakashi could have such an indomitable father. The audience shared in their astonishment. Thus it appeared that Kakashi indeed possessed swordsmanship. Konoha White Fang. What a captivating title. Certainly, it sounded far more appealing than Kakashi's technician title. And no wonder, Qianyu, my beloved, could uncover such information. In regard to Qianyu's intelligence-gathering abilities, Danmu is filled with admiration. However, while Qianyu does indeed collect information, it is not akin to the boundless capabilities of Hawaii. More often than not, she relies on the knowledge from her previous life. At this moment, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Qianyu is somewhat astonished. "So that is the meaning behind the moniker White Fang. So cool," she exclaims, echoing Naruto's sentiments. Yet inwardly, she feels a profound realization. When the teeth that tear through darkness encounter an insurmountable shadow, self-destruction becomes inevitable. It is no wonder that White Fang ultimately chose such a fierce fate. "Not too bad," Kakashi chuckles, as the complexities of his earlier emotions gradually dissipate. After all, White Fang has been gone for many years now. And hearing his students marvel at him brings him a measure of joy for Qianyu's desire to learn White Fang's swordsmanship. That poses no issue, setting aside the fact that Qianyu is his little cousin. Considering White Fang's techniques, since he did not inherit them, it is only fitting that someone carries on his legacy. The only concern lies in Qianyu's current state. Kakashi realizes that he may not be able to teach her personally, but rather through scrolls. You can start by examining the scroll, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. "Just the scroll?" "Of course." Qianyu nods. "It is not merely that only the scroll is available. Indeed, having a complete scroll is preferable. After all, with a comprehensive scroll, she can allocate her skills accordingly." "All right." Seeing Qianyu's willingness, Kakashi bites his finger, forming 5 leisurely seals, and then slams his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! As the inky black summoning array spreads, a colossal scroll, reminiscent of the one Naruto carries on his back, appears on the ground. It's so large. The crowd gasps at the sight of the scroll, which is thicker than a human thigh. Impressive. Kakashi's eyes glisten with nostalgia. This is a culmination of all that my father learned throughout his life. Anything less would be unusual. Here, take it, but be careful not to damage it. Kakashi gestures towards the scroll, indicating for Qianyu to take it. Without reservation, Qianyu seizes the scroll, slinging it over her shoulder like Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, or Naruto. The weight of the scroll transfers through the straps on her shoulder. For some reason, Qianyu suddenly feels a premonition that she may have acquired something truly extraordinary. This feeling is validated when Kakashi announces that they will practice individually, and Qianyu opens the scroll. Reading through it once, the culmination of swordsmanship honed to perfection, that a physique refined to its zenith, and chakra techniques polished to their utmost, coupled with the ultimate transformations of wind release and lightning release chakra. Interwoven together, a trinity, 2 natures becoming one. Is this the legendary swordsmanship of White Fang? Setting the scroll down, Qianyu is astounded. After thoroughly perusing White Fang's sword technique scroll, she finally comprehends why White Fang's swordsmanship is so formidable, and why Kakashi chose to forego it. White Fang's techniques are simply beyond the reach of an ordinary practitioner. To master White Fang's swordsmanship, one must first be an exceptional swordsman, possessing at least a mastery-level skill. Years of sword practice enable one to wield their long sword with consummate control, achieving a unity of sword and self, while also cultivating a unique mental state akin to Qianyu's own sword circle, ensuring that in the midst of high-speed assaults, one does not succumb to the same loss of control that afflicts Kakashi. Simultaneously, advanced swordsmanship fosters a resilient spirit. Chakra, a blend of physical and mental energy, thrives on mental fortitude, thereby enhancing its robustness. Next, one must possess a body tempered by relentless training. That a body forged through ceaseless effort not only sharpens the senses and quickens reflexes, but also significantly augments physical resilience. For only a body capable of withstanding the rigors can engage in the next phase. Chakra techniques. This transcends mere ninja feats of climbing trees and walking on water, resembling Kakashi's lightning release chakra stimulation. Yet advancing further still. To illustrate, the technique employed in the 1,000 Years of Pain is but one of many chakra techniques mastered by White Fang. Indeed, 1,000 Years of Pain is not merely a comedic jutsu. It is a technique whereby one forms a tiger seal with both hands and thrusts towards the opponent's rear. Its essence lies not in the thrust itself, but in the chakra's stimulation of the body, allowing for instantaneous repositioning behind the foe. This bears resemblance to Byakuya Kachiki's unique footwork, incorporating rotational techniques into his direct shuinpa. The single technique enables White Fang to swiftly maneuver around his opponent. Two techniques can slightly accelerate his sword strikes. 3 techniques, 10 techniques, 100 techniques can fully harness the synergy of physical strength and chakra, all directed towards enhancing sword speed to its pinnacle. Furthermore, it is not devoid of variation. For chakra empowers the body to move with vigor. Achieving all 3 aspects creates a consummate swordsman. Yet, even this is insufficient to forge the illustrious reputation of Konoha's White Fang. Such prowess merely equates to a samp, a mere shadow of Hanz's swordplay. The Book of Formation describes White Fang's prowess as surpassing even that of the 3 legendary ninjas. Thus, what is the critical element that transformed Hatake Tsukumo from a swordsman into Konoha's White Fang? It lies in the white radiance emanating from his chakra-infused short blade. This white light is neither a mere reflection of the sword's blade nor an afterimage caused by rapid swinging. It is the genuine manifestation of blade light. According to White Fang's own account, it arises when he simultaneously maximizes the wind release and lightning release chakra, causing them to converge. In this state, his chakra possesses the ethereal sharpness of wind and the swift impact of lightning, while also being more refined than wind and more stable than lightning. Thus, the brilliance of a chakra on the blade can extend freely, akin to a serpent striking with stealth. Hence, White Fang opted for a short blade, not because his lineage lacked the means to forge a long sword infused with chakra, but because a short blade better facilitates the manifestation of this radiant blade light. Upon reaching this understanding, Qianyu finds herself overwhelmed. For the fusion of wind release and lightning release, 2 exceedingly swift techniques, resulting in such transformations is none other than the famed swift release. It had never crossed Qianyu's mind that White Fang was also a wielder of bloodline limits. This revelation elucidates why Kakashi chose to abandon White Fang's techniques. Firstly, the ability to withstand chakra-induced stimulation requires a robust physique, which Kakashi no longer possesses due to the strain of the Sharingan. Secondly, Kakashi's innate talent far exceeds that of swordsmanship, leading him to be less focused. Lastly, it is uncertain whether White Fang merely possessed the rudiments of swift release without realizing it, and thus failed to fully actualize it. Alternatively, it could be that Kakashi did not inherit this particular genetic trait or awaken it. In this regard, Qianyu leans towards the former possibility. After all, White Fang himself remarked that he believed this was merely a product of his chakra's transformation. A remarkable chemical reaction. Had White Fang lived longer and continued this integration, even without awareness, swift release would have naturally emerged. However, he perished too soon for that to occur. Furthermore, after her initial reading of White Fang's scroll, Qianyu is astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to her, she has acquired two methods for cultivating bloodline limits. The first stems from the scroll previously gifted to her, wherein Bai candidly provided the core technique of his system, the ice crystal of the magic mirror. Thus, Qianyu has already unlocked the option for ice release within the system. Ice release not integrated. 110-0000. Ice release magic mirror ice crystal not initiated insufficient prerequisites. Additionally, there is the swift release demonstrated on the scroll of White Fang. Moreover, due to Qianyu's lack of lightning release, the option for lightning release has also appeared in the system. Swift release not integrated insufficient prerequisites. Lightning release not developed. 110,000. It requires 100,000 impression points to integrate ice release and 10,000 impression points to develop lightning release. Point 1 must admit, although the enhancement of abilities within the system is multiplicative, the initial development costs are quite reasonable. With Qianyu's current 150,000 points, achieving these goals is not overly challenging. However, she is not prepared to develop them just yet, as her impression points are simply insufficient. Furthermore, if she were to proceed with development, she would prioritize lightning release, followed by unlocking swift release. This choice is not only because swift release aligns better with her combat style, but also due to the emergence of White Fang's swordsmanship, which has altered one of her old skills. That skill is the ancient flow sword technique, which Qianyu has relied on the most thus far. At this moment, a query from the system appeared beside the ancient flow sword technique section. Ding! Superior ability detected. Would you like to fuse Konoha sword technique, not initiated 1200, with ancient flow sword technique master 514-125-0000 to create White Fang sword technique? Qianyu could comprehend the essence of White Fang sword technique, which signifies the swordsmanship he employed before transitioning to a short blade. However, the term superior ability and fusion left Qianyu somewhat perplexed. Point 2 lower tier abilities merging into a superior ability implies that, according to the system's judgment, White Fang sword technique is a fusion of their family's ancient flow sword technique and the Konoha family's inherited swordsmanship. But isn't White Fang from the Konoha clan? How could their ancestral sword technique be associated with the Phoenix Temple? Could it be that her long-lost family had past ties with the Konoha clan? Upon reflection, it seems plausible that both Konoha and Phoenix Temple are fallen samurai families, suggesting that a connection might not be out of the question. Forget it. Dismissing thoughts of her distant ancestors, Qianyu decisively clicked to fused in the next moment. The inscriptions of ancient flow sword technique and the subsequently appearing Konoha sword technique gradually blurred. Ultimately, both inscriptions transformed into smoke, coalescing into a new entry. White Fang sword technique expert 8614-117-2800 had a wealth of swordsmanship knowledge, chakra techniques, and their corresponding sword strikes and secret techniques surged into Qianyu's mind at that instant. The vast influx of knowledge struck her like a heavy hammer, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, unlocking a door named Sword Way, for which an abundance of knowledge poured forth. In a daze, it seemed as if a clear, carefree male voice resonated beside Qianyu, eloquently recounting everything about White Fang's sword technique. Under the guidance of that male voice, Qianyu's already bright red eyes shone ever more brilliantly. Eventually, she became completely immersed in the comprehension of White Fang's sword technique, losing track of time. However, while Qianyu lost track of time, time itself swiftly marched on, indifferent to day and night, that on the second day after Team 7 defeated Zabuza and arrived at the Dasna household. News broke of the brutal massacre of Kato and his armed group by a browless monster, leading to a joyous night for the group that on the third day, free from concerns, the 3 members of Team 7 eagerly commenced their training. Yet on the fourth day, after surviving White's slaughter and hiding for 2 days, the rogue ninja reappeared, confirming that Zabuza had indeed left. In an instant, bandits invaded, plunging the previously tranquil land of waves back into chaos, disrupting the steady construction of the bridge. Consequently, Kakashi was compelled to dispatch Naruto and Sasuke to eliminate the rogue samurai prowling nearby. The 5th, 6th, and 7th days were spent in the endeavor of clearing out rogue samurai. On the 8th day, Naruto and Sasuke encountered a particularly formidable adversary, embroiling themselves in a fierce battle. In the midst of this crisis, Sasuke successfully awoke his Sharingan. Witnessing this, Qianyu, stationed to guard the bridge and watching the events unfold through the system's livestream, was left utterly astonished. Wait, this can actually come full circle, Qianyu exclaimed in surprise. For in her timeline, due to her influence, Naruto and Sasuke had faced significantly less hardship, resulting in a power level inferior to that of the original narrative. Qianyu had intended to provide these two brothers with further opportunities for growth later on. However, unexpectedly, the butterfly effect had eradicated the return of Zabuza and his partner, yet left them with the wild rogues running rampant in a land of waves. Simultaneously, this group of useless drifters, having escaped White's massacre for a night, found themselves fighting for survival, leading to their own growth. Thus, the butterfly's wings flapped 360 degrees, returning to where it began. Is this the inertia of history? Qianyu felt she had learned something anew. After all, Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan was due to the fact that his Sharingan had already awakened. He simply had not realized it. Therefore, whenever he found himself in a battle that demanded his utmost effort, his Sharingan would awaken naturally. This was the cause from the past resulting in the present outcome. Thus, even if Qianyu, as a butterfly, had driven away Zabuza, another adversary would inevitably emerge, compelling Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan. Such is the nature of cause and effect. Qianyu firmly etched this moment of realization into her memory. Once Naruto and Sasuke had vanquished the strongest rogue, the remaining minor thieves dissipated like smoke. Half a month later, after a series of ups and downs, the bridge in the Land of Waves was officially completed. In recognition of Team 7's contributions during the bridge's construction, it was unanimously named the Team 7 Bridge. Crossing the Team 7 Bridge, the members embarked on their journey home alongside White. After a considerable period of travel, they finally appeared outside the gates of Konoha, looking weary yet accomplished, gazing at the familiar gates. Naruto exclaimed joyously, we're finally back. Qianyu couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we set out. Such an opportunity for an outing was rare. Wasn't it, Sasuke? Qianyu winked at Sasuke, her gaze suggestive. Yes, indeed, it wasn't easy. Although Sasuke did not grasp Qianyu's meaning, he nonetheless continued the conversation. Qianyu then turned to Kakashi, her intentions clear. So, Kakashi-sensei, to celebrate our successful return from our first mission, how about we? Qianyu intended to coax Kakashi into treating them to a meal, hoping to extract some fun from his little treasury. However, before she could finish her sentence, Kakashi interjected, our mission took too long, and I need to report back to Hokage-sama immediately and arrange matters concerning White. You all can disperse. After a hurried explanation, Kakashi seized White and vanished in a flash. Let us go eat together. At that moment, Qianyu's last few words barely escaped as Kakashi's silhouette disappeared. He leaving that quickly. Observing the now empty space beside her, Qianyu was left dumbfounded. After all, she had intended to create a moment of levity. But she genuinely wanted to share a meal with Kakashi, and having him pay would have added to the comedic effect. Now, however, Kakashi had slipped away, leaving her to become the punchline instead. It was akin to winning a game, but losing her own dignity in the process. Nonetheless, this unexpected turn of events certainly made for a more entertaining spectacle. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. The map of the Land of Waves is too short. Qianyu, is this the defensive awareness of a top-tier shinobi? If Kakashi had that speed when facing Zabuza, he wouldn't have been trapped in the water prison. I feel sorry for Qianyu. Before she could finish her words, he vanished. Forget it. Qianyu shook her head in resignation and turned to her two unremarkable teammates, suggesting, since Kakashi is gone, shall we eat by ourselves? After all, we earned quite a bit from those rogue attacks. How about we go out for a meal? I know a little place with great flavors. Let us go. Regarding the invitation to dine together, neither Naruto nor Sasuke declined. Thus, the group meandered through the winding streets of Konoha, swiftly arriving at a familiar thoroughfare known to Chiba. However, at that moment, a faint yet recognizable feminine voice echoed from a nearby alley. Let go of Q. Sakura-chan? Hearing that voice, Naruto was taken aback, for it belonged to none other than his long-admired goddess, Sakura. Like a dog responding to its master's call, He dashed towards the source of the sound before Chiba and Sasuke could react. That fool! That fool! Wait, where did she go? As Chiba called out, Naruto's figure vanished around the street corner in the blink of an eye. Chiba exchanged glances with Sasuke, and they too had to hasten after Naruto's footsteps. Subsequently, the live broadcast shifted rapidly, revealing the scene in the alley ahead to Chiba and the viewers. There lay a lavish bento scattered across the ground. Not far from the bento, Chiba's classmate, Kusaka, was being subdued on the ground by a man cloaked in black robes, his face adorned with violet paint, and a bandage package strapped to his back. With the weight of his own body compounded by the burden of the package, the painted man rendered Kusaka immobile, with a standard police kneeling position that locked his throat, leaving Kusaka's struggles visibly waning and his complexion deteriorating. Witnessing this scene, Sakura grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Naruto, having just arrived in the alley, was filled with fury. Let Kusaka go. Upon seeing his classmate in peril, Naruto rushed toward Kankuro without a second thought at another one after another. The genin of Konoha truly lacked memory. Kankuro dismissed Naruto's arrival with a smirk. Not even altering his stance, he merely flicked his fingers, and Naruto stumbled backward as if caught in a trap, landing awkwardly on his back. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura hurriedly rushed to help him up. I'm fine. Naruto rubbed his backside, swiftly springing to his feet and glaring at Kinko. What kind of sorcery did you use? Sorcery? Kankuro chuckled at Naruto's words. You don't even know what technique I employed. The quality of Konoha's genin appears to be quite concerning. Damn it. The mockery only fueled Naruto's anger further. However, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Kusaka was on the verge of suffocation under Kinkuru's restraint. Thus, he shouted, I don't care about your nonsense. Release Kusaka at once. Can't you see he is about to lose consciousness? I warn you, if you don't let him go, I will not hold back. Kinkuru's companion, Temari, interjected, All right, Kinko, that's enough. Although this brat is indeed arrogant, this is ultimately Konoha's territory, and he is coming. Yet Kankuro remained nonchalant, grinning that I know, but there is no rush. Let us keep him pinned a little longer that he is still resisting. As if in response to Kinkuru's words, Kusaka began to struggle anew, his intermittent voice breaking through. If you have the ability, just choke me to death, or else I. Kiva tightened his grip, gleefully glancing at Temari. See, I told you. You truly are, Temari sighed, exasperated by her brother's foolishness. However, before she could insist he let go, a flurry of shurikens suddenly surged from the distance. Fall back. Temari's expression shifted as she quickly pulled Kankuro behind her. She swiftly unsheathed her 3-star fan, positioning it like a shield before her. Yet before the kunai could arrive, a ghostly figure with white hair and red eyes appeared before them. Hello there. Observing Temari's eyes widen in shock, Chiba greeted her. Without waiting for a response, Chiba twisted her waist, her ponytail sweeping gracefully through the air as she delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that struck Temari's fan. Bang! The immense force sent Temari's fan flying from her grasp. Utilizing the momentum from her kick, Chiba swiftly retreated to the sidelines with Kusaka, who lay on the ground. Thus, all that remained before Temari were the kunai glimmering ominously as they grew closer. Oh no! Kankuro exclaimed, reaching out, but it was too late for them to react. Puffed. A thin layer of yellow shield materialized, intercepting all of Sasuke's kunai. Clatter! The kunai fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. As the kunai vanished, the yellow shield dissipated into the wind, transforming into a fine layer of sand that settled atop the kunai. Was that sand? How could this be? Such an unexpected defensive medium left everyone in awe. They glanced at Kankuro and Temari, seeking answers, only to notice the unmistakable fear etched across their faces. Not the fear of having narrowly escaped death, but of something even more terrifying. Kankuro's fear was particularly pronounced. The brashness he had displayed moments ago was now replaced by palpable dread. What is wrong with them? This bizarre situation left Naruto utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Chiba furrowed her brow, gazing up at the large tree behind her, pressing a hand to her chest to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. For at that moment, perched atop the tree, was Gaara, observing Chiba from above with a chilling gaze. His crimson eyes sparkled like stars as they locked onto Chiba's. After a few seconds, she spoke up. "Who asked this little pervert? Is it now commonplace for peepers to be so brazen? No wonder your eyes look so sunken. You've been beaten up pretty badly." "Haven to you." "Huh." Chiba's words took everyone by surprise. Gaara had made his entrance with a sand shield, followed by a silent and sudden appearance that exuded a suffocating aura tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Coupled with his grim expression, which hinted at suppressed rage and sleep deprivation, and the weighty gourd strapped to his back, anyone who laid eyes on him should have felt like prey under the gaze of a predator, their hearts sinking into a state of alertness. Yet, Chiba boldly accused Gaara of being a peeping Tom. "A pervert, Gaara? What a joke!" Kankuro could hardly reconcile such an accusation with his brother's demeanor. However, it must be said, witnessing the typically aloof and cold Gaara being called out by a girl was a delightfully unexpected turn of events that brought a flicker of satisfaction and schadenfreude to Kankuro's heart. Yet, that fleeting joy was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread and agitation that coursed through him. The tremors stemmed from the fear of Gaara's impending wrath. The agitation arose from the responsibility he and Temari bore in restraining Gaara's fury. While Kankuro had no qualms about the Konoha folks provoking Gaara, he wished they would keep their distance. He didn't want to be drenched in blood. "Oh no, what should we do?" Kankuro called out to Temari, his voice trembling. The adolescent boy, who believed he had matured or was invincible, would not typically express such trepidation, underscoring his panic at that moment. Yet Temari was equally drenched in cold sweat, unable to fathom how Chiba, so lovely in appearance, could exhibit such audacity as the elder sister. All she could do was offer Kankuro a semblance of reassurance. "Stay calm. Let us observe Gaara's reaction." Teeth. Kinko bit down on his teeth, nervously watching Gaara. Surprisingly, despite being accused of peeping, even having his sensitive eyes pointed out, Gaara maintained his composure. How amusing! Gazing at Qianyu, it seemed as though it was the first time he had encountered such an attitude from someone. And fueled by an interest in a formidable adversary, Gaara even allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Woman, what is your name?" "Saved." Observing Gaara's lack of significant reaction, Kanjiro nearby was overwhelmed with excitement. However, given Qianyu's provocative words, it was evident that trouble was afoot, and it was implausible for things to proceed as Kanjiro envisioned. As the saying goes, those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do yourself. Qianyu's brows knitted slightly. "You're asking for my name." "Hey, you little pervert, don't think changing the subject will help. You should just come along with me to the security team. Do not presume that being a ninja from Sunagakure grants you the right to brazenly spy on others in Konoha. If you dare to pry today, what might you do in the future? I can hardly bear to imagine." At Qianyu's words, Gaara's smile faltered. Kanjiro felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his fingers trembling in shock. In the next moment, he cried out in exasperation, "Wah, you woman, do you even realize what you're saying? Gaara would never spy on you. Who do you think you are? Don't assume that your beauty gives you the right to slander others. How arrogant can you be?" Indeed, what was Qianyu thinking? Why provoke him so? Sakura, standing at the side, was internally raging at the situation. Moreover, Sakura urged, "Qianyu, could there be some misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" Qianyu shot a knowing glance at Sakura. Unfazed by her words at this juncture, Sakura was still attempting to mediate, despite the escalating tension. Thus, Qianyu countered, "What have I misunderstood?" Noticing Qianyu's piercing gaze, Sakura instinctively shrank back. Nevertheless, she forced a smile and replied, "Well, regarding the matter of him spying on you. Perhaps there is a bit of misunderstanding. You think it's a misunderstanding?" Qianyu then turned to Naruto. "Naruto, what do you think?" Me." Naruto jolted awake, but he glanced first at Qianyu on his right, then at Sakura on his left, who looked at him expectantly. Glug. For reasons unknown, Naruto felt a surge of tension, swallowing hard. What should have been a simple yes or no question now felt burdened with grave significance. The issue had escalated beyond just Gaara's spying. It now felt like a matter of life and death for him. Compelled by the pressure of the moment, the dormant intellect he had scarcely used for 12 years kicked into high gear. Rubbing the back of his head, he awkwardly chuckled. I think there might be a slight misunderstanding. However, the position he was in was indeed a bit sensitive, so it would probably be best to clarify things at the security team. Right? His words were artfully crafted. He neither dismissed Sakura nor neglected to support Qianyu, solidifying his stance. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted with praises of emotional intelligence and master diplomacy. At least he bore the admirable genes of the Namikaze clan. In a crisis, Naruto demonstrated his wit. Yet, Qianyu was aware of this, hence she did not expect Naruto to provide the crucial push. Qianyu merely looked down at Kusanagi by her feet. Kusanagi, you should be feeling better now, right? Yeah. Although Kusanagi still felt a bit dizzy, he managed to stand upright. He glared resentfully at Kanjiro in the distance and said to Qianyu, "He definitely spied on you. Qianyu, I saw it clearly from the ground. You bastard!" Kanjiro erupted in anger once more, gritting his teeth. "If you want revenge, be straightforward about it. Let us set a time to settle this ourselves. Slandering isn't a skill. Furthermore, what are you Konoha Genin trying to achieve with all this? Are you hoping to eliminate the competition before the Chunin Exam even starts?" "Ha!" Qianyu chuckled again, but her innocent and beautiful smile appeared utterly detestable in the eyes of Kanjiro and his companions. "What are you talking about? We just returned from a mission and have no idea what this Chunin Exam is. On the contrary, you all are here, attacking Konoha ninjas and maliciously spying on me. It seems we must visit the security department today." "You!" Kanjiro was infuriated to the point of boiling over, even contemplating a glorious samurai duel with her. Unfortunately, just as he was about to act, a delicate hand, as white and refined as the sands of a desert, halted him. Tamari's expression was calm. "Calm down, Kanjiro. Can't you see? She's trying to provoke us. Provoke us? Had they gone mad?" Kanjiro found it hard to believe. The main issue was that Gaara, in his mind, was too terrifying. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to intentionally provoke him. Yet Tamari sighed. She has succeeded. What? Kanjiro instinctively glanced toward Gaara. It was only then that he noticed. Due to their ruckus, Gaara's expression had darkened to an extreme. The sand gourd on his back had opened, and fine grains of sand began to flow out incessantly. What to do? Kanjiro instinctively took a few steps back. Tamari quickly instructed, "Throw away the crow and run quickly to find Teacher Maki. Remember, be swift." "What about you?" Kanjiro asked reflexively. "I'll keep watch here. If necessary, I will step in." "Gaara must not rampage here," Tamari urged. "Now hurry." "All right," Kanjiro nodded. Under Tamari's insistence, as a puppeteer, he indeed discarded his puppet and turned to dash toward their lodging. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed like the starting gun of a race. With an arm swing, Gaara unleashed a flurry of sand shurikens. In an instant, Qianyu drew her blade, simultaneously kicking Kusanagi aside. Facing the onslaught, she summoned the fierce winds. Boom! A wall of pure white wind erupted, meeting Gaara's sand shurikens head-on. Under the force of the gale, Gaara's shurikens were obliterated like sand castles battered by ocean waves, instantly reduced to fine granules of sand. The highly condensed wind wall remained steadfast, pushing forward as if it were a massive wave crashing upon the shore. Seeing this momentum, Gaara frowned and leapt down from the treetop, attempting to distance himself from the wind wall. However, in the next moment, Qianyu, wielding her long blade, surged through the wind wall. The advancing wind wall became her gateway, allowing her to close the distance to Gaara in an instant. Before Gaara could react, Qianyu's sharp blade was aimed directly at his side. The onlookers felt their eyes widen in disbelief. It seemed she was about to succeed. Sakura stood by, astonished. "No." Sasuke shook his head. Unlike Sakura, who only observed the surface, Sasuke had a broader perspective. He could see clearly that Gaara's demeanor remained composed, as if he were confident that Qianyu's strike could not harm him. Indeed, in the next instant, the sand that had just been scattered by the wind wall gathered again, and a sand shield, identical to the one from Tamari's previous encounter, emerged just as Qianyu's blade approached, blocking her fierce strike. Yet, Qianyu had anticipated this, that if one strike failed, she would unleash two, then three. Drawing upon her agility that far surpassed Gaara's, Qianyu transformed her long blade into a myriad of strikes, creating a dense net of blades that surrounded Gaara. However, throughout Qianyu's relentless assault, Gaara's expression remained unchanged, for the blessings from his mother shielded him from all malevolence, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Regardless of how the trajectory of Qianyu's long blade shifted or how intricate her hidden techniques were, a mound of sand invariably obstructed the path of her blade. In that moment, the dull thuds echoed incessantly as vast amounts of sand rose and fell, while Qianyu's blade glimmered continuously, rendering both combatants unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Witnessing this, Qianyu decisively increased her speed. Much like Li's battle against Gaara, she spun rapidly around Gaara as her focal point. Simultaneously, her agile blade flickered like a serpent's tongue, resembling an antelope's horns, occasionally striking Gaara amidst her swift movements. This time, confronted with Qianyu's rapid tactics, Gaara finally furrowed his brow, and his sand's automatic defense began to falter. Observing this scene, Temari's eyes widened in shock, Gaara truly being suppressed. Indeed, although he had yet to employ his hands to hasten the sand, the fact that the once invincible Gaara was suddenly being restrained astonished Temari. However, among the spectators, Temari focused on the performances of both Qianyu and Gaara, while Sasuke's attention remained solely on Gaara. Thus, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a thin layer of yellow sand had accumulated beneath the feet of the two combatants. Thickening with each of Qianyu's strikes, the thickening sand. What did it imply? With a contemplative expression, Sasuke, now aware of the awakening of his Sharingan, closely observed Gaara. Utilizing his keen insight, he discerned that Gaara's hands, which had remained idle, were suddenly aimed at the ground beneath them. Oh no! The realization of what Gaara intended struck Sasuke, causing his expression to shift, and he was about to sound a warning. Yet, Gaara's manipulation of the sand was swifter than his own movement. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, causing the sand that had been quietly lying on the ground to rise, forming a dense fog of sand at foot level. Qianyu's feet sank into this sand fog as if she were trapped in a quagmire, her initial momentum thwarted, leaving her unable to advance. Was there yet another trick up his sleeve? Qianyu's expression reflected her surprise. She truly had not anticipated Gaara possessing such a tactic. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Gaara's speed was indeed a critical flaw, so how could he not have considered means to restrict his opponent? The original narrative had not revealed this, as the arenas of both the Chunin Exam preliminaries and the third round had been far too expansive. Unlike this cramped alley, where both Qianyu and Gaara intentionally limited their combat range to the alley's center, just barely adequate for their display of prowess in such a confined space. Gaara's choice to unveil this strategy was hardly surprising to this moment, observing the agile Qianyu, who was darting about like a monkey. Gaara finally spoke, his voice darkened after a prolonged silence. "I've caught you, bug, such exquisite beauty. Your blood must surely exude the fragrance of blossoms, right?" With that, Gaara waved his hand once more, causing a torrent of sand under his control to converge upon Qianyu's feet like swallows returning to their nests. In an instant, a thick layer of yellow sand enveloped Qianyu's feet, ankles, and even her delicate calves. Beneath that layer of sand, a terrifying power began to accumulate. Qianyu. Seeing this scene, Naruto voiced his concern, his body restless as if he wished to rush forward in assistance. Observing this, Temari swiftly unfurled her twin fan, ready to intercept at a moment's notice. Yet perplexingly, despite having her feet ensnared and on the verge of being crushed, Qianyu continued to smile, appearing exceedingly pleased, gazing at the beautiful smile on Qianyu's face. Gaara found it exceedingly irksome, a natural aversion and irritation bubbling within him. Gaara coldly inquired, "What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at?" Qianyu's smile faltered momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Gaara's question. Yet, she quickly provided her answer. "I'm laughing at you. You finally revealed a flaw." "What?" Gaara was momentarily bewildered by Qianyu's words. After all, it was Qianyu who had been captured by him. How could it be that he had exposed a flaw? However, he soon comprehended. Suddenly, Qianyu opened her glossy crimson lips, revealing her pearly white teeth, then took the hilt of her sword and bit down upon it, as if it were a gag. Subsequently, she disregarded the sand that had already reached her thighs and squatted down into a standard starting position for sprinters. Although he had never witnessed such a stance, The moment Gaara laid eyes on it, a profound sense of unease washed over him. Thus, regardless of the sand still not having fully ensnared Qianyu, he hastily extended his hand towards her feet, his fingers ready to grip tightly, sand binding. Gaara was unable to complete his final command that a powerful gust of wind erupted from beneath Qianyu's feet, disrupting his technique before it could be realized. Wind release, gale palm. Furthermore, body flicker technique. The master-level body flicker technique was simultaneously activated. The understanding provided by the master-level technique allowed for an enhanced version of the ordinary body flicker technique, seamlessly converting it into a wind body flicker. With Qianyu's accumulated prowess, her wind body flicker was naturally a result of this transformation at that moment. The combination of the gale palm and the rudimentary wind body flicker yielded an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Propelled by the fierce winds exploding from her feet, Qianyu surged forward, reaching Gaara with a speed that was blindingly swift. At that moment, gazing upon Qianyu's flawless visage, Gaara finally grasped the meaning behind her claim of a flaw. The confined space not only restricted Qianyu, but equally constrained him. If the arena had been expansive, he would have consumed chakra to create sand, ensuring that he would always have sand at his disposal. However, now, due to the cramped conditions, Gaara's available sand was already sufficient, and his focus on capturing Qianyu had inadvertently left him with all his sand concentrated in front. The flaw Qianyu spoke of was the insufficiency of sand. But what of it? The gourd of sand that never left his back existed precisely for such situations. With a thought, Gaara commanded the sand from his gourd to scatter, forming a formidable barrier between himself and Qianyu. Feeling the reassuring presence of sand, Gaara smirked with pride. You couldn't breach my defense before. What makes you think you can now? The one revealing a flaw is clearly you, woman, when my sand returns. Your end shall follow. Just as Gaara had declared, behind Qianyu, a massive wave of yellow sand surged forth, disregarding the destruction of the environment, crashing towards her like a tempest, in an instant, with no way to advance, and a formidable force approaching from behind. Qianyu found herself entrapped in a predicament of being attacked from both sides. Qianyu. Naruto voiced his concerns, unable to fathom how swiftly the tide of battle had turned. Observing this scene, even the spectators began to discuss among themselves. This little gourd warrior possesses such strength. Indeed, I always believed Qianyu was the strongest among her peers, yet it seems there are always greater heights. It appears Qianyu is in for a tough fight. Tough fight. Given Qianyu's previously displayed prowess, she seems utterly at a loss against such an opponent. Where are her teammates? Someone assist her. The spectators were deeply worried for Qianyu. However, the Qianyu deemed to be at a loss merely smiled faintly. What makes you think I haven't accounted for your gourd? What? Gaara was taken aback. Then he observed Qianyu gripping the sword hilt, raising it at an angle, and assuming a rather peculiar stance. Simultaneously, within Sasuke's Sharingan vision, Azure Chakra filled Qianyu's body once more. This enhancement had been acquired at great expense, elevating her mastery to an expert level, allowing her to empower her entire being. Only with this augmentation could Qianyu employ the technique she was about to unleash. That technique was the master-level White Fang swordsmanship. White Fang swordsmanship. First form. Modified / dance. With a swift slash of the long blade, Qianyu's form was propelled by the edge, transforming her into a swirling tempest of steel. The glimmering blade spun like the razor teeth of a fierce tiger, effortlessly shredding through Gaara's automatic sand defenses, reducing the resilient sand wall to mere fragments of yellow dust. Gaara attempted to manipulate the disintegrating sand to continue his resistance, but regardless of how many times he gathered the grains, the sand, unsupported in quantity, would ultimately succumb to Qianyu's ferocious onslaught, disintegrating into finer in mere moments of collision. Gaara's gathered sands were utterly obliterated by Qianyu. In the midst of Temari's panicked cry, the whirling storm of blades successfully engulfed Gaara. Gaara's pained, distorted scream resonated from within the tempest. Hearing such a sound, an inexplicable gloom suddenly enveloped the hearts of all present. This is bad. Gaara, concerned for her brother, Temari sought to rush forward in aid. However, at that moment, two figures, one clad in yellow and the other in black, obstructed her path. Where do you think you're going? You can't interfere with Qianyu's battle. Sasuke and Naruto spoke in unison. Damn it, Temari gritted her teeth in frustration. When she turned her head to observe the scene once more, she could only see the tidal wave of sand summoned by Gaara, swallowing him whole along with Qianyu. Crashing through a significant section of the wall. Qianyu. This time, it was Naruto and Sasuke who were filled with concern. Yet their anxiety was short-lived, for only a few breaths later, Qianyu emerged from the mound of sand, brandishing her long blade, and swiftly approached Naruto and Sasuke. This was precisely why she employed the technique of slash dance. Its blade storm effect was all-encompassing, rendering her impervious to attacks from behind. If it were merely to breach Gaara's sand defenses, a simple first form of slash would suffice. Upon seeing Qianyu's emergence, Sasuke immediately inquired, "Qianyu, how is it? Have you defeated him? Surely you have, right?" Before Qianyu could respond, Naruto interjected, how could he possibly withstand that kind of assault? However, Sasuke merely cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. "Idiot! Are you implying that your eyes are sharper than my Sharingan?" Huh. Naruto suddenly realized that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, leaving him momentarily speechless, turning instead to Qianyu for assistance. Yet Qianyu was unable to offer him a definitive answer. Not quite. Qianyu shook her head. In addition to the sand defenses, there exists another layer of sand protection on the surface of that guy's body. What? Another layer of defense? Naruto was taken aback. To him, Gaara's automatic sand defense was already astonishing, and now he was informed that there was yet another layer behind it. Did you break through it? Sasuke probed, as this was his true inquiry. With the inside of the Sharingan, he had already observed Gaara's sand armor. It was merely the subsequent results that had been obscured by the returning tide of sand. I did break through, Qianyu affirmed, but then quickly shook her head. However, I only managed to breach a tiny portion that Gaara's sand armor was exceptionally tough. Even Li with the third gate could merely shatter it. While complete destruction would require the fourth or even fifth gate, in contrast to the third gate Li, Qianyu's sole advantage lay in her use of a sharp weapon rather than blunt force. Thus, after exchanging a few words with Naruto and Sasuke, Qianyu redirected her gaze towards the collapsed alley wall. There, the once silent yellow sand began to stir. Before long, Gaara emerged from the sand. Just as Qianyu had anticipated, Gaara was now covered in cracks. Beneath those fissures, faint traces of blood oozed forth. Clearly, these were the wounds inflicted by Qianyu's long blade. Upon seeing Gaara in such a state, Temari's mind went blank. It's over. Gaara is injured. A profound sense of despair instantly filled her heart. After all, she understood all too well what it meant for Gaara to be wounded. Having just entered Konoha, she had never imagined that their encounter would lead to such a disastrous conclusion. Such a failure would ruin their plans, and with their father's cold demeanor as the Kazekage, even his own children would likely not escape severe repercussions. Even if imprisonment was avoided, the tasks assigned would be grueling to the extent that one could perish with a single misstep. However, upon reflection, what difference would it make to face imprisonment or death? At the very least, it would allow her to escape the current plight of cautiously tending to her youngest brother while balancing the demands of her middle brother, all while exhausting herself to meet high expectations. With a sudden sense of liberation, she thought, so be it. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Temari gazed skyward, as if in tranquil meditation, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy, prepared to await Gaara's fated rampage. Nevertheless, after a considerable wait, there was an eerie silence from Gaara's side. She turned her head in confusion towards Gaara's direction. That moment, Temari realized that Gaara was also looking at her. What was peculiar about Gaara was that he stood there with his arms crossed, fingers digging into his own arms, as if he were struggling to contain himself. However, within his two eyes, one reflected a sense of struggle and restraint, while the other burned with brutality. Yet, under Gaara's suppression, the eye filled with fury gradually began to exhibit his inner struggle for control. This scene sent Temari's thoughts racing. It was evident that Gaara possessed rationality, aware of priorities, and was actively restraining himself from succumbing to rage. Yet, Gaara merely cast a brief glance at Temari before averting his gaze, as if their eye contact was merely coincidental. In the next instant, an inhuman aura of fury enveloped all present. How terrifying! Feeling this overwhelming presence, Sakura, who was supporting her teammate not far away, turned pale, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Naruto and Sasuke's expressions also shifted dramatically. What an intimidating force. Is this truly the same person from moments ago? He seems even more fearsome than Zabuza. Qianyu. The two simultaneously looked to Qianyu. Though no further words were exchanged, their concern was unmistakable. There was an unspoken sentiment between them. While they had always trusted Qianyu's intellect and judgment, they felt her provocation of Gaara was somewhat reckless that, of course, the situation had already unfolded, and debating right or wrong was futile. The focus now lay on how to conclude this confrontation. However, faced with their gazes, Qianyu merely smiled at Gaara. For in his rage, while Gaara had subdued Shikaku, he had also unleashed a considerable portion of his power. A torrent of yellow sand writhed around him as if it were alive, the surrounding walls and concrete ground appearing to be gnawed upon, with chunks missing from various places. Yet it was not mere consumption. It was assimilation. Each time the living, undulating sand made contact with the walls and earth surrounding Gaara, a portion transformed into sand, joining the tumultuous mass. Thus, in just a few undulations, a mound of sand the size of a truck accumulated around Gaara. Then he raised his hand high, and the vast quantity of sand began to ascend into the sky, forming a colossal wave of yellow sand towering 6 or 7 meters high. Gazing at Qianyu, Gaara's eyes glinted with a ruthless and bloodthirsty light. "Woman, I will have you perish. Mother will relish your blood." With that, Gaara swung his hand forward, and a massive wave of sand came crashing down. It was evident that once this wave descended, it would sweep through the entire alley like a deluge, obliterating everything in its path. Witnessing this, Qianyu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, for this was precisely the outcome she desired. As for how to conclude, what conclusion was needed? In this clash, it was never her who required resolution, but Gaara instead. Qianyu extended her hand to grasp Naruto and Sasuke, preparing to evade as the colossal wave crashed down. Unfortunately, Gaara's massive sand wave did not descend as anticipated. Just as his palm swung halfway, a rough, calloused hand, large and imposing, seized Gaara's arm in an instant. The once formidable wave of sand, poised for attack, seemed to lose its very spine, cascading down softly. Simultaneously, Gaara appeared to have overexerted himself. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. The newcomer deftly supported Gaara and glanced over. It was then that Qianyu and the others noticed the peculiar attire of this individual. His appearance was unremarkable, a face weathered by the sands of the wind country, yet the scarf wrapped around his head hung down halfway, obscuring part of his cheek. "Who is this?" Naruto asked, his voice laced with confusion. "Maki-sensei," Temari exclaimed, astonished. "Maki," Qianyu echoed, her expression turning grave. Maki, the elite among the elite of Sunagakure, was a man whose name could stand alongside the likes of Kakashi and Gai, even among the most powerful jonin. Had it not been for the emergence of the improved Gaara, he would undoubtedly have been the 5th Kazekage. A person of such caliber was far more formidable than the current Gaara. True to form, after subduing Gaara, Maki turned his attention towards them. "What happened?" "Maki-sensei." It's like this. Temari rushed forward, recounting the events in haste. "Yes, that's so. I see." Upon hearing Temari's words, Maki's piercing gaze sharpened like a blade. He coldly inquired, "Is this how the people of Konoha behave?" As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke felt as if they were trudging through a vast desert, sinking into quicksand. Utterly powerless as the sands filled their mouths, noses, and ears, unable to breathe or call for help. Qianyu fared slightly better, though her chest felt tight and her breaths became labored, leaving her quite displeased. Why does everyone insist on using pressure to intimidate others? Is it really something remarkable to kill a few more, possess heavier chakra, and exhibit mental fortitude? Well, it does seem rather impressive. Faced with Maki's interrogation, Qianyu furrowed her brow, contemplating how to stall. Simultaneously, she found it curious that in a battle occurring within Konoha, an enemy jonin had arrived while Kakashi had yet to appear. Fortunately, Kakashi did not keep her waiting long. "Oh dear, it seems quite lively here," a light-hearted voice called from nearby. "Kakashi-sensei." Upon hearing the voice, Naruto exclaimed with delight. Sasuke also smiled. Finally, Kakashi has arrived. Apologies, I ran into a black cat on the way here, which delayed me. My bad, Kakashi stated nonchalantly, presenting a rather poor excuse. Yet for once, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon hearing it. According to the law of emotional conservation, Qianyu's relief translated to Maki's agitation. However, there was little that could be done. The moment Maki laid eyes on Kakashi, he realized that today's events would likely conclude without resolution. While he had temporarily subdued Gaara using his secret technique, Gaara would soon transform into Shikaku while asleep, and the duration of his technique was limited. Immediate action was required. Maki cast a disgruntled glance at Qianyu and the others. My student has overexerted himself in a fit of rage and requires assistance. However, people of Konoha, remember this. Sunagakure will seek an explanation regarding today's incident. With that, Maki swiftly vanished, taking Gaara with him. Temari followed suit, departing alongside Maki. Phew, the group sighed in relief as they watched the Sand Ninja depart. That was indeed an intense battle. Given the outcomes, it was clear that the lower ranks of Sunagakure were hiding their strength, and no wonder they had only sent this one team this year. Kakashi gazed at the large pit created by Gaara's sand and was filled with emotion. Yet he turned to Qianyu and the others with an expression of confusion. How did you find yourselves in a conflict with the Sand Ninja? Well, as Kakashi posed his question, the previously relaxed group tensed once more. They exchanged glances and finally, the previously silent Kusanagi stepped forward, gritting his teeth. I apologize. It was my fault. I was distracted while carrying my lunch and bumped into the Sand Ninja. Then acted arrogantly, provoking them. Qianyu intervened on my behalf, which led to the conflict. That's so. Kakashi looked at Qianyu. This explanation was acceptable to him. However, Qianyu shook her head. Yes, but also no. Her response caught everyone off guard. They then heard Qianyu continue. When my classmate was bullied, I certainly felt compelled to retaliate. But more than that, I was eager to have a bout with that guy. Why would you want to fight? Sakura asked, bewildered by Qianyu's reasoning to create such a commotion just for a fight and then frame others seemed excessive. It really that hard to understand. Qianyu looked at Sakura, puzzled. The Chunin exams are about to commence. And those Sand Ninja are clearly here to compete. That IT is essential to gauge the strength of formidable opponents before the exams. Isn't it? At Qianyu's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Chunin exams? Naruto inquired, utterly confused. What is that? Kakashi's expression turned even more surprised. I should have mentioned this to you. How did you learn about it? I guessed. It wasn't that difficult to deduce. Qianyu feigned confusion as she looked at everyone. Although the Sand Ninja are our allies, they generally do not appear in the village. Thus, one only needs to consider the reasons they might be here and piece together a bit of information to make an educated guess. As she spoke, Qianyu elegantly twirled her sword before sheathing it. Qianyu Holmes maintained a composed demeanor. This is merely a straightforward deduction, my friends. A straightforward deduction? Hearing Qianyu's words, Naruto felt a bit bewildered. Is it really that simple? Sakura was equally astonished. You could deduce the Chunin exams from that. As the top performer in the written exam at the Ninja Academy, Sakura had always believed herself to be the smartest girl, only to realize now that she merely excelled at studying. The group marveled at Qianyu's intellect. Consequently, following Qianyu's earlier remark, terms like Holmes Qianyu began to flood the comment section. However, Qianyu did not linger at her role for long. The persona of a clever strategist was too easily dismantled. After enjoying the astonishment of her peers, she provided a more acceptable explanation. I merely researched it. The Chunin exams have been held twice a year since 4 years ago, alternating between Konoha and Sunagakure. The timing is just right for Konoha's turn this year. I see. Upon hearing Qianyu's explanation, everyone finally understood. That made sense. Yet, as they listened to Qianyu's clarification, Kakashi's gaze grew increasingly admiring. The ability to consider gathering such information demonstrated that Qianyu was a ninja with career aspirations. Though the term career planning may seem simple, few in the ninja world truly engage in it. After all, being a ninja often signifies a profession with no guaranteed future. With this explanation, the motives behind Qianyu's actions were no longer in question. After Kakashi disclosed the details of the Chunin exams, he departed to report to the third Hokage. Following this incident, the members of Team 7 clearly lost interest in continuing their meal and dispersed to return home. They had been out for too long, and all needed a good rest. However, as Qianyu set foot on her path home, she noticed a peculiar situation. The camera in the System's live broadcast room was still fixated on her. Is this not concerning? Generally, at this hour, shouldn't the live stream have concluded? Could it be that there is more of the storyline to unfold? Is it Tobi? Or perhaps the Sand Shinobi? Or could it be Gaara, the third Hokage? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qianyu appeared outwardly relaxed, yet internally remained vigilant. However, her alertness dissipated abruptly upon turning a corner and spotting the entrance to her residence. None of the aforementioned individuals were present. Instead, there stood a handsome young man clad in a black t-shirt and white shorts. Finally hearing the familiar sound of footsteps, Sasuke, leaning against the wall, lifted his head. "Qianyu, your pace seems a bit slow today. What can I say? After all, I just had a scuffle and I'm a bit worn out." Qianyu shrugged nonchalantly. "I see." Sasuke did not press further, but merely glanced at the entrance of Qianyu's home and asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" "Of course. Let's go." Qianyu promptly retrieved her key and unlocked the gate, the two of them entering in succession, their demeanor so natural it seemed as if this scene had played out many times before. Observing this interaction, the comments flooded in with confusion. What is going on with these two? There's a conspiracy afoot. Naruto chimed in. "Oh, I see how it is. You two are excluding me." Well, truthfully, Qianyu was quite magnanimous. Squeezing in a little is not out of the question. Upstairs, whoa, a car. The comments erupted into a cacophony. Yet in reality, this was merely Sasuke's second visit to Qianyu's home. The first time had been a casual exchange of their respective addresses, so they could locate one another in times of need. Qianyu's ease was due to her intuition that Sasuke had a purpose for coming to her. Sure enough, after Qianyu invited Sasuke to sit down, and they both sipped some water, Sasuke set his cup down, his expression turning grave. Qianyu seized the moment to speak. "Sasuke, your visit today must be for a reason, right? Go ahead as teammates. I will certainly assist if I can." "All right." Upon hearing Qianyu's words, Sasuke's serious demeanor softened slightly. "Then I'll be straightforward." Sasuke pressed his lips together, gazing intently into Qianyu's eyes. "Qianyu, although this may be rather presumptuous, could you enlighten me on how you have become so powerful so swiftly? From a survival exercises to the mission in the Land of Waves, and then to the recent encounter, I can distinctly sense your rapid rise in strength. Initially, I felt I could catch up to you, but now the gap between us has not only failed to close, but has rather widened." As he spoke, Sasuke's urgency was palpable, his voice involuntarily rising. Yet he quickly became aware of this and bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry. I was out of line." Qianyu shook her head. "It's fine. I understand." Listening to her, Sasuke instinctively opened his mouth, wanting to argue that she couldn't possibly understand him. However, he soon recognized the awkwardness of the situation and lowered his head again. Unbeknownst to him, Qianyu truly understood his anxiety and felt a deep sense of empathy. She had never anticipated that Sasuke would lower himself so much in pursuit of strength. She also hadn't realized he had managed to hold back his frustration until now. Qianyu had initially thought Sasuke would have exploded during the mission in the Land of Waves. Evidently, she and Naruto were not on the same threshold as him. Of course, differing thresholds can be a good thing. Otherwise, the dynamics of Team 7 would be rather peculiar. Returning to the present topic, Qianyu was surprised to find that Sasuke's question had genuinely stumped her. What could she possibly tell him? Should she suggest he don a frilly skirt and dance? Such antics would undoubtedly garner a multitude of likes, and perhaps even receive a private message from Itachi Uchiha. But Sasuke lacked a system to grow stronger through such means that, in a moment of contemplation, Qianyu furrowed her brow. The atmosphere fell into silence. However, this silence was undeniably hard for Sasuke to endure. After fidgeting for a while, he quickly interpreted it as Qianyu's refusal. "Is that so? All right then, I apologize for my abruptness." Sasuke clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and offered a slight bow to Qianyu. Then, in a swift motion, he stood up as if attempting to flee. But just then, Qianyu slammed her cup down, the resounding noise interrupting his actions. Sit down. Looking at Sasuke, Qianyu quipped, with that level of patience and audacity, how do you expect to grow stronger? What is the rush? Qianyu, what do you mean? Sasuke turned in surprise. Precisely. Qianyu nodded. The secret is, sharing it with you doesn't pose a problem, but I must forewarn you, I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. That is fine. Sasuke replied, visibly elated. I would be immensely grateful for any insight you can provide. Very well. Sit. Qianyu gestured to Sasuke's chair, and he complied. However, while instructing him to sit, she stood up herself. Secrets. Where should I begin? Reflecting on life before the arrival of the system, inspiration struck Qianyu. Of course. Let us start with the importance of effort. Suddenly, she asked with an air of mystery. Sasuke, have you ever seen the moon at 2 o'clock in the morning? Before Sasuke could respond, the comments section erupted. Never seen it. Too much smog. Seen it, but I was still awake. How coincidental. I wasn't asleep either. Wait, did you two sleep together? Ha 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 ha. Qianyu couldn't help but smile at the playful comments. The internet was indeed a source of amusement. However, Sasuke was clearly not as adept at banter as the viewers. The moon at 2 o'clock in the morning? Listening to Qianyu, Sasuke appeared confused. Of course I've seen it. Why do you ask? What is it to you? Qianyu chuckled, a deep smile gracing her lips. Can you see it every day? Every day. Sasuke felt he grasped Qianyu's implication. She was suggesting he should train diligently at night. But don't you need sleep? Sasuke inquired. Young men differ from adults. During their developmental years, sleep is essential. That if Qianyu was implying one should train in place of sleep, Sasuke felt that was unrealistic. Of course you need to sleep, Qianyu replied. That's why I use my shadow clones for training. Shadow clones? Upon hearing Qianyu's response, Sasuke felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. Suddenly enlightened, of course, shadow clones, Sasuke realized, as a shinobi, he was well aware of the technique of shadow clone training. However, he had never considered it due to the exhaustion it caused and its inability to train the body directly. Only honing ninjutsu skills, which placed a significant strain on him. Yet Qianyu's suggestion was indeed insightful that a day consists of only 24 hours. For a young person, at least half of that is spent sleeping. But if, after sleeping, the shadow clones continued to engage in training, then those extra hours could effectively increase his training time. Moreover, Sasuke was inspired by Qianyu's words. The chakra consumed by ninjas can lead to fatigue. Thus, during his practice of fire style, fireball jutsu, he often found himself unable to continue with physical training. Yet now, with Qianyu's idea of utilizing shadow clones for ninjutsu practice, he could focus on physical training during the day while conserving chakra. Allowing the shadow clones to practice ninjutsu at night while he slept as for the fatigue from the shadow clones. Young people recover quickly, and since he would already be asleep, the added strain would merely lead to a deeper sleep. This truly is a brilliant method. Why hadn't I thought of this before? It's so simple. After Qianyu pierced through this veil of ignorance, Sasuke felt a tinge of frustration as he slapped his forehead. Nonetheless, despite his discontent, Sasuke recognized that Qianyu's insights stemmed not from mere luck, but rather from a genuine disparity in their thought processes that it was akin to solving a mathematical problem. What eludes one may be immediately apparent to a genius. You are truly remarkable, Qianyu. Sasuke couldn't help but exclaimed, Oh, it's nothing. Qianyu replied with a smile, waving her hand modestly. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants. Without the predecessors who developed the shadow clone technique, I wouldn't be able to achieve this. Yet, she felt a sense of pride in her own discovery, having devised this method through her own exploration. However, was that truly sufficient? Sasuke inquired further. While Qianyu's method was indeed commendable, effectively addressing the limitation of a ninja being able to focus solely on taijutsu or ninjutsu in a single day, it merely extended the training time rather than achieving the level of proficiency she had attained. Indeed, it is not merely that. Qianyu had never intended to dismiss Sasuke so easily did in fact. Her approach contained the next crucial element. Methodology, she elaborated, effort alone is not enough. One must exercise initiative and seek out methods that yield greater results with less effort, rather than just laboring tirelessly and exhausting oneself for minimal gains. Moreover, once you have both determination and a strategy, success in any endeavor becomes possible. However, transcending to a significantly higher level in a short time requires another element: talent. Talent? Sasuke pondered Qianyu's words, struggling to grasp the concept. Although he did not consider himself as gifted as his brother, he believed he possessed some degree of talent. Was Qianyu suggesting that her talent was boundless? Qianyu clarified, "When I speak of talent, I refer to your most exceptional qualities that it pertains to what you excel at, what you learn swiftly, and what is most suitable for you." Like me, Qianyu continued, providing her own example. "I'm suited for swordsmanship, which is why I have dedicated myself to mastering it. And you, Sasuke, you excel in fire release. Do you believe your talent lies therein?" Fire release? Sasuke immediately shook his head. He could still vividly recall the time his father taught him the great fireball technique, that he possessed some talent in fire release, but it was rather average. At this juncture, Qianyu's explanation resonated with Sasuke. To enhance his abilities, he could not merely exert himself. He needed to identify effective methods and recognize his innate talents, seeking the path that would lead him to progress most swiftly. However, the pressing question remained, though Qianyu had elucidated the principle. How could he apply it? How could he discern what he was truly suited for? Sasuke conveyed his uncertainty to Qianyu, who merely shook her head in response. "For that, you must consult Kakashi. He is a master of the Leaf Village. Having replicated thousands of jutsu, perhaps he could assist you." "All right," Sasuke replied, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he refrained from voicing his disappointment. For Qianyu had indeed done all she could. He prepared to express his gratitude to her before returning home to contemplate how to find his direction. Just then, Qianyu interjected, "Oh, I just remembered something. I believe your Sharingan has reached the level of 2 Tomo, correct?" "Yes," Sasuke nodded. "With the 2 Tomo Sharingan, you can now replicate taijutsu. Since that's the case, let us engage in some sparring. The Sharingan should not be wasted. We are comrades after all, and it would be no issue for you to replicate my swordsmanship." Qianyu smiled selflessly, radiating warmth akin to a small sun. However, upon hearing Qianyu's proposal, Sasuke was utterly astonished. "What did you say? You don't mind?" he asked incredulously. The Uchiha Sharingan had the power to replicate techniques honed through years of diligent training, and in the past, such strength had gone unchallenged due to the Uchiha clan's prowess. Yet, there had always been whispers of a thieving clan in the shadows. Thus, Uchiha clan members were occasionally cautious. If it were a unique skill from their own village, replicating it would merely contribute to their own growth. They would not flaunt it. But now, Qianyu was actively inviting him to replicate her abilities. Is there anything strange about that? Qianyu countered, failing to grasp Sasuke's astonishment. After all, once the ancient swordsmanship merged with Kakashi's technique, she elevated her skills to a master level, making it her strongest asset. With several master-level skills under her belt, she understood that a unique mastery could not simply be copied. For instance, the White Fang sword technique comprised many extremely simplified forms, such as the first form slash, second form thrust, and third form cleave. Moreover, the first form she had used, the slash dance, was not an established technique, but rather a creation born from her own understanding and adaptation. "Those who learn from me thrive, while those who merely imitate me perish," Qianyu concluded, summarizing her perspective for Sasuke. "I see," Sasuke exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. His insight was not lacking, and Qianyu's guidance had clarified everything for him. In her view, his learning from her did not constitute theft. What she possessed was uniquely hers, and mere imitation could not seize the essence of genuine mastery. Once he developed his own understanding, what he wielded would no longer belong to Qianyu. Thus, she was unconcerned about him using the Sharingan to replicate her techniques, as the core logic remained. If it could enhance a comrade's strength, why not pursue it? It was akin to Qianyu teaching Naruto the Gale Palm technique. During the battle in the Land of Waves, Naruto's application of the Gale Palm was indeed varied and impressive. Nevertheless, despite this, the generous spirit of Qianyu deeply touched Sasuke. This was not merely a matter of camaraderie among teammates or friends. There were instances in the ninja world where brothers had turned against each other for forbidden techniques. Gazing at Qianyu, Sasuke solemnly vowed, "Qianyu, I shall remember your kindness today. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to give me the opportunity." "All right, no problem," Qianyu readily agreed. However, while she accepted his promise, she knew not when Sasuke would ever be able to repay her kindness. That said, a thought struck Qianyu. She realized she indeed had a request for Sasuke. With her big, sparkling eyes, she looked at him mischievously and said, "Sasuke, as the last scion of the Uchiha clan, you must be quite wealthy, right? If so, how about taking me shopping for some clothes? Of course, you'll be footing the bill." Currently, Qianyu's attire was rather rudimentary. To achieve the level of control over player experience akin to Mizuki, she needed to invest in both style and material quality. Sasuke, having inherited the Uchiha legacy, had little left but wealth that he fondly recalled the happiest moments of his life, which were when he had only a mere coin to his name. Thus, two individuals, one impoverished yet wealthy, the other destitute yet armed, crossed paths, akin to a fateful meeting of golden winds and jade dew, surpassing countless encounters in the mortal realm. In the following days, Qianyu trained with Sasuke during the day, allowing him to replicate her swordsmanship and taijutsu, while in the evenings, all expenses were covered by the Uchiha heir, granting her a taste of high society. However, since her original techniques were few, the replication process did not take long. After fulfilling Sasuke's request, Qianyu then turned her attention to her own matters, specifically the direction and thought process surrounding the wind blade technique. She sought to resolve the bug that rendered the technique devoid of any swordsmanship elements. After all, this concept was initially devised in response to the techniques of the Sai clan, and simply imitating them would not suffice. Reflecting on why the wind blade technique had evolved into something that only encompassed wind manipulation without any swordsmanship, Qianyu realized it was ultimately her own oversight. The system could only extrapolate based on previous ideas, and her focus had solely been on the aspect of wind. Thus, Qianyu allocated numerous skill points toward the transformation of forms and the properties of wind. However, apart from a few auxiliary elements, there is nothing to apply it to. In that case, it would be prudent to incorporate some swordsmanship. Fortunately, she currently possesses the excellent material of the White Fang's blade technique. Yet, to undertake this endeavor, merely having the White Fang's technique is insufficient. Qianyu requires a spark of inspiration. Thus, she made her way to the memorial stone forest of Konoha, intending to seek Kakashi's insights on the daily practice of the White Fang. However, this time, Kakashi, who would typically be found at the memorial stone forest, was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Qianyu began to search within the memorial stone forest. Although referred to as a forest, it is not particularly vast. After all, a single stone bears the names of many, making it more akin to a cemetery. Before long, Qianyu had traversed the small cemetery, only to find a handful of individuals. All women, with no sign of Kakashi's conspicuous white hair. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, wondering aloud, why is Kakashi not lost on the path of life today? Where could he be? Upon hearing Qianyu's words, a woman with waist-length hair and an exquisite demeanor turned her head, revealing a pair of golden eyes. "Little sister, are you searching for Kakashi?" "Ah, indeed." Qianyu took 2 steps forward, her spirit invigorated, and sweetly inquired, "Sister, do you know where Kakashi is gone?" "Of course." The woman with golden eyes smiled slightly, speaking in a leisurely manner. "Not long ago, he was called away by a young man in black clothing and white pants. From the insignia on the back of that young man, it seems he belongs to the Uchiha clan that I see. So Kakashi was summoned by Sasuke. Then I understand." Qianyu nodded, indicating her comprehension. Knowing that Kakashi was called away by Sasuke, she surmised their likely whereabouts and prepared to find them. Before departing, Qianyu did not forget to bow and express her gratitude to the kind sister who had alerted her. "Thank you. Sister, I shall go look for them now. Goodbye." As she spoke, seemingly intrigued by how this beautiful sister had come to be there, she instinctively glanced at the nearby memorial stone. Subsequently, without knowing what she had or had not seen, Qianyu turned naturally, maintaining a steady pace as she slowly departed. However, as she observed the white ponytail swaying behind Qianyu, the kind sister who had just informed her of Kakashi's absence wore a playful smile. Suddenly, she asked, "Little one, you recognized me, didn't you? How dreadful." Hearing the voice from behind, Qianyu's body stiffened, and her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Fortunately, she was not facing the other party. Otherwise, this moment might have revealed her. Slightly utilizing the water release technique, She adjusted her blood flow to slow her heartbeat, maintaining an appropriate facade of confusion as she turned around. "Sister, were you calling for me?" Orochimaru did not reply, but maintained a playful smile, watching Qianyu with keen interest, as if observing a performance. "Sister?" Not receiving a response, though her heart was already drenched in sweat, Qianyu still tilted her head adorably, attempting to maintain her cute demeanor. However, the woman before her was not swayed by such antics. Orochimaru spoke in a calm, assertive tone. "You recognize me, that I am quite curious. How did you come to that conclusion?" Given Orochimaru's current feminine guise, it was evident that she had returned simply out of interest. Yet, she likely harbored thoughts about how few could recognize her in such a form. However, this was akin to revealing a secret. While seeking thrills, she wished to remain undiscovered, for being recognized would transform it into an entirely different game. Thus, she was genuinely intrigued by Qianyu's ability to recognize her. Haha, it was merely a coincidence. Yet in response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Qianyu could only offer an awkward smile. The truth was, recognizing Orochimaru had indeed been a fluke. Hadn't she just elevated the White Fang's blade technique to a master level? Mastery not only enhanced her understanding of swordsmanship, but also improved her previous sword range. The sword range encompasses all within a single stroke as territory. And upon reaching master level with the White Fang's technique, this notion expanded further. Now, within each step and each stroke, Qianyu maintained the highest level of perception and reaction to everything within reach. The unfortunate aspect of today's events lay in this extra step of distance, which allowed Qianyu to sense Orochimaru's chilling aura as a man. This mental imprint often obscured the perception of others, yet it did not escape Qianyu. Thus, with waist-length hair, an oval face, and golden eyes, the presence of someone exuding such spiritual intensity at this time led Qianyu to instinctively connect the dots. What transpired next was unforeseen. Qianyu never anticipated that her first encounter with Orochimaru would not be during the Chunin exams, but rather at the Memorial Stone Forest. Caught off guard, she inadvertently revealed a few cracks in her facade, immediately drawing Orochimaru's attention. That it can be said that knowing too much is indeed not a blessing. Likewise, a single coincidence could not dispel Orochimaru's curiosity. Coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences? A mere evasion would not satisfy my intrigue. Or could it be that you simply cannot articulate? With that, Orochimaru took a step forward, suddenly appearing before Qianyu, her pale hand deftly bypassing Qianyu's instinctive obstruction, precisely grasping her cheek. Then, with a gentle but firm pressure, Qianyu's small mouth was forced open, revealing a delicate, pink tongue before Orochimaru's eyes. Yet atop that tongue, there were no signs of the black curse marks Orochimaru had anticipated. Not one of Danzo's people. Observing this unexpected outcome, Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. She had assumed Qianyu was affiliated with the root. After all, she recognized Qianyu. She was a teammate of Naruto and Sasuke from Team 7, suddenly inserted into the team to replace Haruno Sakura when class assignments had already been determined. In light of this, connecting the dots with Danzo's incessant claims about weaponizing Jinchuriki and monitoring the Uchiha, Orochimaru had naturally concluded that Danzo had triumphed in his struggle against the third Hokage. She had even mocked the third Hokage at that time. Yet it now appeared that this was not the case. Qianyu's inclusion in Team 7 stemmed from other reasons. Speak. Do not keep me waiting too long. Orochimaru released Qianyu, her interest piqued. All right, in the face of such a tremendous disparity in strength, Qianyu, for once, behaved obediently, even refraining from rubbing her sore cheeks. She explained, "It is merely that my perception is somewhat more sensitive than that of the average person. Additionally, I have a greater fondness for reading." With that, Qianyu cast her gaze towards the memorial stone beside Orochimaru. It was an old stone, having endured the ravages of time, yet the names etched upon it remained as clear as ever. Following Qianyu's line of sight, Orochimaru too recognized the name that had profoundly impacted her. Shina. Indeed, a keen eye for observation and judgment. Orochimaru nodded in approval. The ability to discern her identity through her demeanor and the act of paying respects to Shina indicated that. Even among those Orochimaru had encountered, Qianyu was among the sharpest-witted. This somewhat improved Orochimaru's mood. As a scientist, she harbored a certain disdain for foolishness and ignorance. However, Orochimaru swiftly shifted her tone. Yet, reading cannot unearth my secrets. There is a saying, chasing shadows reveals the origins of words. Since the revelation of Orochimaru's human experimentation, everything about her has been branded as evil, with official records obliterated, and any remaining documents seized by Danzo. The records that could not be destroyed have become mere whispers of the past, only remembered by those who lived through it. If there were a lineage, it would be unsurprising. Yet, Qianyu, you are an orphan. Thus, you harbor a secret. Orochimaru chuckled softly, her dark red tongue, slick with saliva, slithering forth as she licked her lips. What could that secret be? Ah, how intriguing. A sense of dreadful pressure enveloped Qianyu at that moment, akin to countless slimy, cold serpents crawling over her body, causing goosebumps to rise all over her skin. Tick-tock. Cold sweat trickled down her smooth forehead. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to open the door and escape through her space clone. However, she had a modicum of confidence in her ability to flee. Yet, Qianyu forcibly suppressed this impulse, as a sudden realization dawned upon her. Orochimaru would never lay a hand on her, while she indeed harbored secrets. She was not Sasuke. Her secrets were trivial to Orochimaru. Moreover, she was a member of Team 7, and Orochimaru's current target was Sasuke. What if she encountered trouble? What would happen if Team 7 could not participate in the Chunin exams? With this thought, Qianyu gradually calmed herself. Observing her composure, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. A wise choice, not succumbing to fear, yet displaying such intelligence and commendable strength. My dear, I find myself rather fond of you. So, would you care to join me? Orochimaru's unexpected invitation caught Qianyu off guard. Caught unprepared, she found herself somewhat tempted. After all, Orochimaru was not a miser like the third Hokage, associating with the Snake Lady. As long as you possess talent, whether it be conventional ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, wood release, or even the Sharingan, she could provide it all, along with instruction. Furthermore, had she not long desired a longsword? The Kusanagi, one of the finest longswords in the ninja world, could easily be hers. The only risk was that if one were too talented, they might be used as a vessel by the Snake Lady. It was a case of mutual benefit. She sought Orochimaru's generosity, while Orochimaru sought her body. However, Qianyu did not need to worry about this issue. If Orochimaru could seize her despite having a system, she might as well find a block of tofu to smash her head against. It is no exaggeration to say that Orochimaru was akin to Jiraiya, claiming to rank second in teaching ability within the ninja world, with no one daring to assert the first position. If she truly followed her, it would indeed be a remarkable opportunity. So, should she follow Orochimaru? Qianyu could not help but ponder within herself. After careful consideration, the final answer was a strong desire to, but regrettably, she could not. Her system was based on impression values, meaning she had to align with the main storyline involving Naruto. While Orochimaru's side was undoubtedly appealing, aligning with her might lead to a temporary departure from the main plot. Much like Sasuke, that was unacceptable for Qianyu. What if she were to pursue Orochimaru while simultaneously acting as an undercover agent in Konoha? It seemed promising at first glance, yet a significant issue arose. Did the Snake Lady truly require an undercover agent in Konoha at present? Yes, but only in relation to Sasuke's departure. Once Sasuke left with her, Konoha would lose its worth to Orochimaru. On the contrary, even if Qianyu, as an undercover agent, were not abandoned by Orochimaru, the exposure of her situation to the audience would inevitably pose complications. Therefore, after careful consideration, Qianyu could only firmly decline Orochimaru's offer. Is that so? Orochimaru was not surprised by Qianyu's response. What astonished her was that Qianyu had genuinely felt tempted by the notion of following her and had taken time to ponder it. After all these years away, it brought her a sense of joy to see the younger generation in the village hesitating for so long, even when invited. However, for Orochimaru, that was the extent of the matter. Her invitation to Qianyu was merely a casual remark, a habit formed from her history as a seducer. To Orochimaru, Qianyu's value was merely that of a decent junior. The real intention was that Qianyu was a clever individual, Clever people would not leave matters unresolved, by expressing her invitation in a favorable manner. She showed enough face. Thus, even if Qianyu declined, she would not report her to Konoha, although her return was merely a casual visit. It was preferable to remain undisclosed before the Chunin exams. Well then, Junior, I shall take my leave, Orochimaru declared. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring her luxuriously smooth black hair. Simultaneously, Orochimaru was astonished to discover that amidst the breeze, Qianyu's hair and skirt, those elements easily influenced by the wind, remained utterly still. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a barely perceptible yet persistent breeze swirling around Qianyu. It was this subtle wind that shielded her from a gust, rendering her pristine and radiant as if untouched by dust. Yet, this wind, which excelled in wind release among the five natures, was something she, renowned for her title of Disaster Wind among the Sand Ninja, had failed to notice. Interesting. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the wind surrounding Qianyu, a spark of intrigue igniting within her. She inquired once more, Junior, are you proficient in wind release? Wind release? It's passable. Qianyu replied, though she did not fully grasp the purpose of Orochimaru's question. I don't know many wind release techniques. I only have a self-created wind release ninjutsu. I wouldn't say I'm proficient. Oh, a self-created wind release ninjutsu. Upon hearing about new ninjutsu, Orochimaru's interest peaked. May I see it? Sure. Qianyu summoned a gale, enveloping herself to accelerate, swiftly darting back and forth before Orochimaru. Then, she drew her sword in an instant, the whirlwind entwining the blade, unleashing several wind blades that severed a few leaves falling from the trees. Gradually, Qianyu sheathed her sword. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed. After witnessing Qianyu's demonstration, though it was merely 2 moves, the golden serpentine pupils of Orochimaru sparkled with newfound appreciation for Qianyu's value. She praised, enveloping oneself in wind to eliminate air resistance and enhance speed, while also utilizing the wind to further accelerate. What a brilliant concept. Your ninjutsu is quite impressive. Really? Receiving praise from the renowned ninjutsu master Orochimaru filled Qianyu with delight. Of course. Orochimaru affirmed with a nod, but she quickly shook her head. However, regrettably, judging by your appearance, you intend to thicken that layer of wind surrounding your body to enhance both the speed and defensive capabilities. Correct? Yet, due to insufficient accumulation, you can only remain at the stage of eliminating resistance. Meanwhile, the wind blades, as an offensive measure, are somewhat lacking. This ninjutsu is merely a half-finished product. You are absolutely correct. I have also been contemplating improvements in this regard. I came to see Kakashi precisely for this reason. Qianyu acknowledged, resonating with Orochimaru's words. She indeed wished to create a natural wind shield around her body, similar to Yasuo's path of the Wanderer. But that required impression values, did it not? Moreover, the offensive weakness had always been a shortcoming of her wind manipulation sword technique. However, with Orochimaru's comment, could it be that Qianyu gazed expectantly at Orochimaru in response to Qianyu's hopeful gaze? Orochimaru revealed a smile befitting a seasoned mentor. In her characteristic hoarse yet magnetic voice, she said, No need to seek Kakashi. I can resolve such a trivial matter for you. Consider it a small, welcoming gift for my adorable junior, as well as compensation for startling you earlier. As she spoke, Orochimaru raised her finger, and a small snake slithered out from her sleeve. Subsequently, the snake opened its mouth wide, regurgitating a scroll the size of a water bottle into Orochimaru's hand. The surface of the scroll prominently displayed a large character for wind. Take it. Orochimaru extended the scroll toward Qianyu. What is this? Qianyu inquired as she received the scroll. To her surprise, the scroll bore none of that repulsive slime. Rather, it was remarkably dry and clean, entirely unoffensive. This contains some of my insights on wind release. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Additionally, it records a few wind release techniques that you can study to enhance your ninjutsu. Really? Qianyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Although Orochimaru spoke casually, this was the understanding of wind release from a true master of ninjutsu. Such knowledge, if presented in the ninja world, would undoubtedly ignite fierce competition among wind release practitioners. Yet, she was simply giving it to her. Qianyu felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude. Isn't this a bit too precious? Nonsense. Orochimaru smiled lightly. Did I not mention? This is merely a small, welcoming gift for my junior. He cast a glance at the nearby memorial stone, and with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, remarked, "Seeing you always evokes memories of the past." The melancholic silhouette momentarily left Qianyu unable to discern whether Orochimaru was genuinely reminiscing or merely performing a charade. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally extricated herself from her reverie, emitting a deep sigh laden with myriad emotions. She then turned her gaze towards Qianyu and declared, "Well then, Junior, I have paid my respects to the rope tree today. It is time for me to take my leave." With that, Orochimaru pivoted and began to depart. However, just a few steps away, as if struck by a sudden recollection, she turned back, blinked playfully, and with a faint smile, reminded, "Oh, and do remember not to disclose my visit to others. Let it remain our little secret." Of course, Qianyu promptly nodded in agreement. With Qianyu's affirmation, Orochimaru gradually exited the scene. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she beheld Orochimaru's graceful and nonchalant silhouette, Qianyu felt an irresistible urge to chase after her. It took a while for her to suppress that impulse. Subsequently, she opened the scroll in her hand for a glance. The techniques listed: wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, wind cutter technique, wind release, beast wave palm, wind release, wind killer ray, and wind release. A plethora of B to D rank techniques were nothing short of comprehensive. This was far beyond mere insights. It was a veritable compendium of foundational wind release techniques, complete with Orochimaru's personal annotations. In that moment, Qianyu finally comprehended the source of her earlier desire to pursue Orochimaru. Truly, Aunt Snake was exceedingly generous. As one of the legendary three shinobi, aside from her initial, seemingly intimidating demeanor, she conducted herself with poise throughout, treating Qianyu with utmost respect and importance. Furthermore, upon recognizing Qianyu's challenges with ninjutsu, she promptly bestowed upon her a valuable ninjutsu scroll without seeking anything in return, displaying remarkable grace. Ultimately, she even evoked a wave of nostalgia, making one feel that even the cold-blooded serpent could exhibit genuine emotions, inadvertently fostering a sense of fondness. Following this, they made a pact of sorts. With such a display, one might wonder, who could remain unenchanted? It was truly perplexing. It was only due to Qianyu's status as a time traveler that she was aware of Aunt Snake's true nature. Had she been a native of the ninja world, wouldn't she have immediately followed her? Yet, even with her knowledge of Orochimaru's true persona, after such an encounter, her admiration for her remained remarkably high. Was this the allure of the greatest seducer in the ninja world? Indeed, Qianyu was genuinely astonished by Orochimaru's captivating prowess. She truly excelled in her craft. However, having experienced this encounter without being ensnared by Orochimaru, Qianyu's gains were substantial. With the wind release scroll annotated by Orochimaru, she later obtained some notes from Kakashi regarding the White Fang. Thus, Qianyu finally had a clear direction for her subsequent study of wind sword techniques. Though solidifying her approach would require a bit more time. Yet before that, the day of the Chunin Exam arrived without delay. As the live broadcast commenced, the three members of Team 7 reconvened outside the Ninja Academy. However, unlike their previous encounter, Sasuke now bore a ninja blade at his waist. Naruto, who had always been observant of Sasuke, quickly noted this change. "Hey, Sasuke, why do you have a sword like Qianyu?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. Well, Sasuke exchanged a knowing smile with Qianyu. The reason for his sword was simply that he had learned much swordsmanship from Qianyu. However, there was no need to elaborate to Naruto that it was merely a necessity for battle. Sasuke dismissed casually. "Is that so?" Naruto appeared confused, his suspicious gaze darting back and forth between Sasuke and Qianyu, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. "But why do I sense the aroma of deceit?" Naruto mumbled, "Is it just my imagination?" Such keen perception from Naruto caused Sasuke to break into a cold sweat. Qianyu also felt exasperated. It was unusual for the usually oblivious Naruto to be this astute, particularly regarding Sasuke. She even suspected he would notice if Sasuke changed his lipstick shade. Observing Naruto's behavior, the live comments erupted in amusement. Qianyu and Sasuke, Care to take a guess? Dancing? This special training, swaying, who was he invited, gesturing, Isaiu, pointing and laughing. Naruto, I suspect I've been subjected to American-style bullying, but I have no evidence. Naruto. This scent is definitely the scent of lies. Sasuke, Qianyu. Yet one must admit, Naruto seems to be overly concerned about Sasuke. Doesn't he? Up above, is this your first time noticing their unusual dynamic? With Qianyu's beauty, how could neither of these two brothers be moved? I wonder if Qianyu is only admired by us. Is that the case? Naruto, Sasuke, don't look back, it's me. Excellent. You've learned well. Go ahead and use that on your good buddy. These people, 6. Qianyu found the current barrage of comments unbearable. Fortunately, after this brief interlude, they quickly entered the Chunin Exam venue. However, upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted not by the familiar antics of Lee and Tenten, nor by the playful antics of Kamizuki Izumo and Sarutobi Iron, but rather by a shattered door and a partially collapsed wall. The sign for room 201 hung forlornly on the remaining fragment of the wall. What on earth happened here? Naruto exclaimed in shock as he surveyed the dismal state of classroom 201. Did a fight occur here? Sasuke assessed the surroundings, drawing this conclusion. However, such extensive destruction likely required fire release techniques. Who would dare unleash fire release in such a confined space? Sasuke furrowed his brow, and Qianyu mirrored his concern. The presence of the broken wall indicated that the narrative had shifted once more. This time, Kamizuki Izumo and Sarutobi Iron had obstructed those who should not have been impeded. There were formidable opponents in the Chunin Exam. Yet, Qianyu was puzzled. Where would a fire release expert come from at this juncture? It's not fire release, a vibrant voice interjected. Not fire release. Sasuke turned towards the source of the voice and found a man clad in a green jumpsuit, with thick eyebrows and a hairstyle reminiscent of a kappa. According to the intelligence we've gathered here, that person employed a peculiar earth release technique. Earth release? Upon hearing this answer, Sasuke grew increasingly intrigued. Are you certain? Earth release was one of the 5 elemental techniques that left the most visible traces. Once utilized, the ground would invariably bear remnants of soil. Yet the ground here bore only a slight layer of dust. Not certain? Lee shook his head. That's why I came to find you, Uchiha Sasuke. His gaze was intense. S and Uchiha. You should be able to discern at a glance whether it's fire release or not. As he listened to Lee's words, Sasuke once again scrutinized the collapsed wall. After a moment, he concluded, it was indeed not fire release. There were no scorch marks or signs of an explosion. However, it also did not seem to be earth release. Sasuke turned to Qianyu for her thoughts. Qianyu, what do you think? Qianyu stepped closer to the entrance of classroom 201, examining the damage to the wall carefully, and concurred it definitely isn't earth release. Earth release typically leaves a softer impact, indicative of blunt force damage. And here, Qianyu pointed to the edge of the wall. It is far too smooth. This appears to have been pierced and crushed by an exceptionally hard object. Even if it were earth release, it would be a highly unusual type that possesses a hard quality. Qianyu looked at Lee. In the intelligence you've gathered, did you note the color of the technique used by that person? Well, Lee faltered, glancing helplessly at the side. Meanwhile, Hinata Niji and Tenten approached. It was red. Niji answered Qianyu's question with a hint of exasperation. Lee, weren't we just supposed to stay here and gather insight from others? My apologies. Lee turned away sheepishly, then looked at Qianyu, who wore a puzzled expression. Hey. Could it be? Observing the subtle shyness on Lee's face and recalling the plot of the original story, Qianyu felt an ominous premonition surge within her. She maintained her composure but stealthily stepped back, positioning Naruto in front of her. Unfortunately, Naruto was far too short. He could hardly prevent Lee's gaze from fixating on Qianyu, after staring intently at her for a few seconds. Lee strode over with long strides, approaching Qianyu directly at that moment. Naruto remained blissfully unaware of Qianyu hiding behind him. Glancing at the advancing Lee, Naruto wished to inquire about his intentions. However, Lee completely disregarded Naruto, standing between them. My name is Rock Lee, and you must be Qianyu. Will you go out with me? Qianyu, I will protect you until my dying breath. Upon finishing his declaration, Lee gave a thumbs up, flashing a toothy grin that reflected a blinding light under the illumination. Yet in the face of this dazzling smile, Qianyu appeared as though she had been struck by the whisper of Garen. Falling into a deep silence, her defenses shattered at a tumult of emotions, a cacophony of expletives mingled within her heart. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments was even more fervent than Qianyu's inner turmoil. Witnessing Qianyu's face twitch, her eyes tremble, her silver teeth clench tightly, her expression spiraling into utter chaos after Xiao Li's confession, the comments erupted. Puffed. Ha. 2333333333333. Never did I expect this episode to be so hilarious. I am a person trained professionally and would never laugh. Yet this time, dear Qianyu, it's just too amusing. The comments flooded with laughter, but as someone had previously noted, never did I anticipate such humor before watching this episode. It is entirely normal for someone as beautiful as Qianyu to be admired, and for confessions to arise. However, they never imagined that the first to confess would be someone like Xiao Li, clad in green resembling a watermelon rind, with prominent brows and eyes, a kappa hairstyle, and teeth that could reflect light. Such a comical character. With such a humorous figure in the mix, the goddess-like aura surrounding Qianyu, with her white hair and red eyes, seemed to diminish, transforming her into a figure of comedy. This was the root of the viewer's uncontrollable laughter. Surely, the sheer absurdity of the situation, coupled with Qianyu's visibly strained composure, contributed to their mirth. One could say that the more flustered Qianyu felt, the more laughter she incited, a balance of amusement. Perhaps Qianyu herself had never anticipated that she would one day become the source of laughter. Yet, at that moment, she could hardly dwell on these thoughts. For she truly had not expected to receive a confession. Although she had mentally prepared herself for such a scenario upon becoming a girl, the reality of that day arriving felt like a stark reminder that she had long lost her former self. An uncontrollable agitation surged within her heart. Furthermore, she had never fathomed that Xiao Li, with those pronounced features, was indeed the type to fall for anyone he encountered. Or perhaps he was simply straightforward, liking beauty for its own sake. Having once possessed a certain allure herself, Qianyu could accept this notion, but to think she was the one he deemed beautiful, smack, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Qianyu's expression darkened as she abruptly placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of sharpness filled the hearts of everyone present. Under the weight of this intensity, a panic akin to standing at the edge of a precipice, where one misstep could lead to a fall, emerged. Those with keen senses like Niji even felt a premonition that Qianyu's blade would slice across his throat in the next heartbeat. He quickly called out, "Li, step back." Then, facing Qianyu, Niji assumed a standard stance of gentle fist. Following Niji's lead, Tenten also readied herself for defense. Only Naruto, who was naturally oblivious and not the primary target, remained clueless. "Nanny, what's going on?" Naruto completely failed to comprehend how Xiao Li simply confessing could incite such a reaction. That fool. Sighing in exasperation, Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Yet, simultaneously, he turned a serious gaze toward Qianyu. While he understood that Qianyu's reaction was a bit excessive, did it truly warrant such a response? Tentatively, Sasuke called out, "Hey Qianyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Taking a deep breath, Qianyu forcibly suppressed her displeasure. Her aura retracting like a receding tide, a cold voice slipped through her clenched teeth. "I apologize, but I have no interest in ordinary humans. Additionally, I do not like men. Furthermore, you, simply chasing after beauty, are quite bothersome." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Qianyu's words, Xiao Li immediately slumped in defeat. "I'm sorry, Qianyu." Phew, having expressed her thoughts, Qianyu finally exhaled in relief. In any case, remember this for the future. Let's go, I've already wasted too much time." Qianyu turned to Naruto and Sasuke. She no longer wished to linger at this falling phoenix cliff. Observing Qianyu's demeanor, Naruto and Sasuke dared not utter a word of dissent, obediently following her toward the examination hall on the third floor. Hinata Niji watched as they departed, his gaze shifting from Sasuke's back to Qianyu. Qianyu, the one even the Uchiha could command. With that earlier aura, this Chunin exam is turning out to be quite interesting. "Li, let us leave as well." Niji directed at Xiao Li. Xiao Li nodded, trailing behind Niji as they exited. Whether it was due to the severe blow Qianyu dealt him or some other reason, Shaoli had no desire to seek out Sasuke this time. Thus, the trio from Team 7 made their way directly to the examination hall, soon encountering Kakashi, who awaited them. After Kakashi offered a few encouraging words, the three pushed open the door. Before them appeared a throng of candidates, diverse in form and even bizarre in nature. Wow. Amazing. Naruto was momentarily awestruck by the scene. However, Qianyu remained unfazed. She understood that the vast majority of these individuals would not progress to the second exam. Consequently, she immediately began searching for the mysterious, formidable foe who had obliterated the 201st participant. Unfortunately, there were simply too many people, and her vision blurred momentarily, making it challenging to locate her target. At the same time, Sasuke, you're so slow, a lively voice chimed beside the trio, accompanied by hurried footsteps as Ino, with her golden hair, leaped towards Sasuke. In a flash, Qianyu swiftly maneuvered for Naruto's right to Sasuke's left, expertly intercepting the airborne Ino, leading to yet another encounter at their peak. A faint smack resonated between them. Accompanying this moment was the 30-year-old single cameraman capturing the two's impressive development. This elicited another wave of comments flooding the screen. Smack, an unmistakable sound effect. Meeting of celestial bodies. Excellent, our Hokage also has their own moments. This is my favorite episode, Ball Battle. Historically, those who falter on the left side of the wave. Who truly is the Iron One? Need I say more? Brother, a moment's mistake can lead to a lifetime of regret. Watching the torrent of comments, Qianyu herself was astonished, merely as a petty jealousy after losing her former allure. Wishing not to grant Sasuke any satisfaction, she had garnered such an abundance of commentary. Alongside the comments came a significant influx of impression points. This led her to a simple realization. Affection impression points? Could it work this way? Qianyu fell into deep contemplation until Ino's complaints snapped her back to reality. Qianyu, what are you doing? You're so annoying. Ino pouted, visibly displeased after her attempt was thwarted. What's with the fuss? Girls should be a bit more reserved. Qianyu lightly scolded as she gently set Ino down. Okay, I got it. Qianyu mom. Seriously, you're acting like a mother hen. Ino sought support from Hinata. Hinata shyly gestured with her fingers. I think it's fine that a mother hen's care is incomparable to the stringent rules of the Hyuga clan. You, clearly a loss for words regarding Hinata's situation. Ino remained silent. After a brief commotion among the group, the other young ninjas gradually gathered around. Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, scanned the surroundings and noted that this year, among the graduating genin, only Sakura's team was absent. Ino, do you know what is going on? He inquired. I actually do know. Ino nodded, her expression tinged with regret. It seems Sakura's team has a member who is injured and hospitalized. So she's been taking care of her teammate these past few days. Therefore, they couldn't participate in this Chunin exam. I see, Urdo exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. It appeared that during their last encounter with Gaara, Sakura and her team were on their way to visit their injured comrade. Unfortunately, he had hoped to see Sakura. The lovesick Naruto expressed his disappointment. However, Chiharu felt differently. If this encounter enabled Sakura to begin studying medical ninjutsu early, it could be considered a positive outcome. It was just that she might not achieve her goal of becoming Hokage, nor could she marry Sakura. What a significant loss for Sakura. Yet upon pondering this, Chiharu suddenly grasped an intriguing point. When Sakura was present, it was about winning the title of Hokage versus marrying Sakura. The question now was among Team 7. Who was she? Winning meant marrying Chiharu. Losing meant becoming Hokage? This thought made Chiharu feel a phantom pain. After a brief exchange among the young ninjas, the designated NPC for the Chunin exam briefing, Yakushi Kabuto, appeared in an opportune moment. After a few words, he successfully crafted an image of a caring senior who looked out for his juniors, a small card capable of recording character data, the ninja identification card, materialized before everyone. The first card displayed the number of participants from each ninja village. Sand Village had 30, Rain Village 21, Grass Village 15, Waterfall Village 12, and Konoha 72. Lastly, the Sound Village had 6 participants. 6? Chiharu's attention peaked 0.3 more than before. yet she distinctly remembered that only Tsukuwa and two others were supposed to participate from the Sound Village. Instinctively, Chiharu recalled the unique red-colored earth released traces from the previous encounter. Could it possibly be her? A vague silhouette began to form in Chiharu's mind, though she could not yet ascertain it with certainty. Just then, after Kabuto finished his explanation, Sasuke stepped forward, asking, "Is there a card with personal details?" "Indeed," Kabuto replied with a focused gaze. "Is there someone in particular you're interested in?" "Yes," Sasuke nodded affirmatively. "Great." Kabuto began to organize the ninja identification cards. "Although the information on this batch of candidates isn't complete, I preserved it, including yours. Just mention the person you wish to know about, and I'll see what I can find." Without hesitation, Sasuke declared, "Gaara from the Sand Village." However, when it came to the second name, he hesitated. "And who else?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, curiosity evident in his voice. There's something about this person you wish to know." "It's nothing," Sasuke shook his head. His gaze slowly shifted to the side. The others followed his gaze and discovered Chiharu, with her white hair and red eyes, looking adorably back at them. "Is it me?" Chiharu suddenly realized. She had intended to wait until Sasuke finished before inquiring about the Sound Village's situation from Kabuto. Unexpectedly, the spotlight had turned on her. She looked at Sasuke with curiosity. "If you want to know about me, you can just ask directly. Besides, you should already know quite a bit by now. I haven't hidden much." Well, this Sasuke, unusually bashful, averted his gaze. He quietly explained, "I was just curious as to why someone as strong as he seems so ordinary. Since I also gather intelligence, I wanted to see if there was any other information." "I see." Chiharu understood. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Kabuto also appeared to grasp the situation. So, it was Gaara from the Sand Village and Chiharu from Konoha, right? "If you have names, I can find the information quickly. So, just a moment." Kabuto shuffled the cards as if shuffling a deck of cards, quickly pulling out two to hear are the two. First, he placed Gaara's card on the ground and unlocked it with a finger. Task experience. C rank 8 times. B rank once. Unfortunately, since he is a newcomer from another country, this is all the information available. However, it is said that he has returned from all tasks without a scratch. Is that all? Sasuke expressed disappointment. The intelligence gathered from his battle with Gaara was far more substantial. "That's it, sorry." "Now, let us take a look at Chiharu from the Phoenix Temple." Kabuto awkwardly retrieved the second card and unlocked it. As a fellow ninja from Konoha, Chiharu's information was far more comprehensive than Gaara's. Chiharu from the Phoenix Temple. C rank 1 time. D rank 7 times. AS for your teammates and guiding teachers. You all know them. So, I won't elaborate. In terms of abilities, she is a master of swordsmanship, which is tied to her family heritage. The Phoenix Temple clan was already somewhat renowned as a warrior family before joining Konoha. However, Sasuke, you wish to know about special information, right? "Well, I do have something." Kabuto's words piqued both Sasuke's and Chiharu's interest. "What is it?" Chiharu eagerly inquired. "It's like this," Kabuto said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "As I mentioned, the Phoenix Temple clan is a warrior family, albeit one that has fallen on hard times. There are many such fallen warrior families in Konoha, and they often band together, forming marital ties and maintaining decent relationships. As for the Phoenix Temple clan, their closest ties are with a warrior family called Hitaki." Kabuto surveyed the group. "That would be your guiding jounin, Kakashi Hitaki." He added, "Perhaps Chiharu and your jounin are even blood relatives. After all, there aren't many people in Konoha with white hair." Upon hearing Kabuto's words, everyone turned to Chiharu's hair, instantly drawing parallels with Kakashi. Surprisingly, they had sensed it before, but now, with Kabuto's comment, it felt like undeniable proof. After all, something like the White Fawn's technique wouldn't just be handed down to Chiharu without reason. That would be excessively generous, as they were merely teacher and student, not master and disciple. In the live broadcast, a comment flashed across the screen. "So, that lazy Kakashi is actually our big brother-in-law." "Who are you calling lazy? Show some respect for our big brother-in-law." "Your big brother-in-law?" "No, he is my big brother-in-law." "Stop arguing. Can we not quarrel over our cyber big brother-in-law? We are all companions here." "Indeed, however, I still see Kakashi as quite charming. Perhaps we should include him as well." 6 Kakashi, is it too late for me to withdraw? In the comments section, the title of Big Brother-in-Law had already been established. Meanwhile, Chiharu found Kabuto's words to be quite credible, setting aside her previous melding of ancient sword techniques with Hitaki's swordsmanship. Considering Kabuto himself, being a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru and a triple agent among Orochimaru, Danzo, and Sasori, his statements were unlikely to be mere fabrications. However, knowing this information would not lead to any substantial changes. At most, it clarified some of Chiharu's uncertainties. Regardless of whether Kakashi might be her relative, Chiharu continued to inquire of Kabuto, now, about the intelligence on others. Do you have any information on the Sound Village? The Sound Village, Kabuto's head lowered slightly, the reflection on his glasses obscuring any unusual glint in his eyes. Indeed, Chiharu responded with apparent curiosity, and I'm quite intrigued by them. While other villages boast participants numbering in the dozens, they only have 6. Just how confident must they be? Haha, so that is how it is. Pharmacisto chuckled. I must apologize, but due to the fact that Sound Ninja Village is a recently established small ninja village, I lack any intelligence on them. Not even a name? Qianyu furrowed her brow, surprised at the extent of Pharmacisto's caution. Indeed, not even a name. However, those who can participate in the Chunin exams are certainly formidable individuals. Every ninja village is like this. Those who arrive here are the elite among the genin. Pharmacist Do concluded that that's so. After listening to Pharmacist Do's informative discourse, Hinata felt slightly intimidated, sensing a lack of confidence creeping in. Hey, don't say that. Ino interjected. Yes, I'm sorry. Hinata lowered her head, and a heavy atmosphere descended upon them. After all, they were merely freshly graduated genin, stepping out into the world to compete against the finest genin from various ninja villages. It felt akin to emerging from a novice village with an ancestral divine sword, only to encounter the final boss head-on. Nevertheless, Qianyu found some solace in the situation. Some things, when unweighed, may appear to weigh 4 taels. But when placed on a scale, they might not even reach 1 tael. In the ninja world, the disparity between ninjas from major villages and those from minor ones was stark, especially since many present were outstanding scions of distinguished clans from major villages. Casting a glance at Naruto, who was visibly simmering with emotion, Qianyu interrupted him with a sharp clap. She then turned to Hinata, reassuring her, All right, Hinata, there's no need to be afraid. Should I have Naruto protect you instead? Hinata blushed, feeling flustered by such public teasing. However, this hint fell entirely flat with Naruto, who simply asked, Why should I protect Hinata? Just stay out of it. Qianyu rolled her eyes at him exasperatedly, as she observed Naruto. The barrage of teasing comments flooded the screen. It was undeniable that Naruto was rather slow to catch on. One couldn't help but wonder if he had consumed too much expired milk. Yet, Qianyu couldn't be bothered with him. If he understood, then good for him. If not, he could just wallow in defeat. After all, there were plenty of underdogs around. Subsequently, whether it was due to intervention or simply because Pharmacist Do had not provoked them, the anticipated assault from Sound Ninja did not materialize. Amid the laughter directed at Naruto, Mori Noabiki made a grand entrance. The first written exam of the Chunin exams officially commenced. Each participant began with 10 points. Losing 1 point for each incorrect answer and 2 points for being caught cheating. That if a candidate was caught cheating 5 times, they would be disqualified outright. Furthermore, if one received a score of 0, their teammates would also face elimination, compounded by the numerous proctors present. This was nothing short of a nightmare for the average academically challenged ninja. Thus, while this examination was termed a test, it truly evaluated the ninja's reconnaissance skills. Gaara and Sasuke employed their respective abilities, one with the Eye of Sand and the other with the Sharingan, to brute force their way through. Shino and Kiba relied on their pets, while Ino cleverly utilized wires to position mirrors on the ceiling. Kanjiro even disguised a crow as an examiner to stage a comedic skit. In a moment, various talents displayed their skills, and the sounds of frantic writing blended into a symphony. Each candidate was preoccupied with their own affairs, except for Naruto. What do I do? He fretted, watching time slip away. Cheating my only option. Staring at the blank sheet, his head throbbed with frustration, just as he contemplated abandoning his dignity to sneak a glance at Hinata's paper. A shuriken zipped between them, embedding itself in the paper of the individual behind him. Following that, the proctor's announcements of disqualifications rang out incessantly. Some candidates even attempted to resist the proctor's judgment, only to be forcibly pinned against the wall. Naruto's urge to cheat vanished in an instant. After much internal conflict, to avoid implicating Qianyu and Sasuke, Naruto resolved to boldly declare to Hinata, true strength never resorts to cheating. Then, after catching a glimpse of Hinata's admiring gaze, he silently shed bitter tears, realizing he had to maintain his fade, even if it meant suffering in silence. I'm dying of laughter. Is this what a prideful academic underachiever looks like? The comments erupted anew. That fool Naruto! Qianyu shook her head in exasperation. Well, I suppose I'll lend a hand. Although Naruto wouldn't be eliminated even if he failed to answer, she felt compelled to assist him, especially since it would help her gain impression points. Why this time? Qianyu had completed her own exam. The questions posed no challenge for someone with higher education in a past life. She placed her hand on her intentionally unmarked paper. And at that moment, her spatial perception expanded, locking onto Naruto's exam sheet. Indeed, she prepared to employ the ultimate substitution technique granted by the system, that if she could swap bodies, switching two exam sheets would be a trivial task. Fortunately, there was a full day between the first and second exams, so Qianyu need not worry about depleting her trump card too soon. In the next instant, the substitution technique activated. Swish! The two papers exchanged places silently. In the astonished gaze of Naruto, his blank sheet transformed into a flawless paper, brimming with intricate, flowing handwriting. That handwriting. Naruto recognized it. Qianyu? When did this happen? He instinctively glanced toward Qianyu. However, at that moment, Qianyu, having successfully swapped the papers, was already busy scribbling on her own sheet, embodying the essence of discretion. Impressive. The comments flooded the screen in a frenzy. How did she do that? If this were used to pass notes, it would be exhilarating. As Qianyu anticipated, her little display of skill elicited gasps of admiration and a wave of impression points. In the course of the Chunin exam, the most tense moment revolved around Naruto's illiteracy. With the issue of his illiteracy resolved, the subsequent proceedings need not be elaborated upon. Following the pressure exerted by Mori no Ibiki, which Naruto had shattered, Qianyu finally spotted the second team from Sound Ninja. They consisted of a young woman with a pineapple hairstyle and bluish-gray hair, accompanied by two burly men. The latter two appeared to be mere fillers, but the woman in front was someone Qianyu recognized well. Just as she had surmised earlier, the newcomer was none other than the renowned Ketsuryugen. Honglian. She possessed the bloodline limit of Ketsuryugen, a potent combination of fire and earth, capable of crystallizing surrounding materials into various forms for offense and defense. Its sole weakness was the fragility of the crystal, easily shattered by high-frequency sound waves. During the Shippuden arc, Honglian had even faced off against the Three Tails briefly. Though she had been overwhelmed, the might of Ketsuryugen was formidable. It was evident that if Honglian could rectify the inherent weakness of her technique, she would undoubtedly be on par with a Hokage-level ninja. Even with 3 years remaining until Shippuden, her prowess already placed her at least at the level of a special Jounin or beyond. In this early stage, where most possessed limited skills, Honglian's vulnerabilities were nearly non-existent. She could potentially challenge Gaara. Thus, Qianyu found herself perplexed. Honglian had no place in this Chunin exam. Who could possibly be her adversary? Qianyu scanned the candidates. However, after a thorough examination, she could only despondently fix her gaze upon her own 32C figure. Given Honglian's Ketsuryugen's nature, facing her, a purely physical swordswoman, would be exceedingly convenient for Honglian, effectively countering her at every turn. Was Orochimaru attempting to recruit her? Did he intend to orchestrate a loss for her, similar to what he had done with Sasuke, only to later provide assistance? This was indeed troublesome. Qianyu knitted her brows, realizing that this implied she would inevitably face Honglian in the preliminary rounds of the second phase of the Chunin exam. To Orochimaru, the elimination of Qianyu may seem inconsequential. However, for Qianyu, missing the third exam signifies a direct loss of impression value. She must devise a strategy. Qianyu's gaze once again fell upon her skill list, if she wished to contend against Honglian. Acquiring sound-based skills at this juncture was evidently too late, and she lacked the necessary accumulation. Yet, what is the essence of sound? It is vibration. If achieving high-frequency sound waves is unattainable, then high-frequency vibrations might still be feasible. In the realm of Gundam, It is often depicted that high-frequency weapons can induce rapid vibrations in materials, causing fatigue and ultimately severing them in a brief span. Thus, does Qianyu possess a skill capable of generating high-frequency vibrations? The answer is affirmative. It is the swift release. Hence, she must ultimately incorporate swift release. Gazing at the locked swift release on her panel, Qianyu let out a sigh. Among the two bloodline limits she possessed, she actually preferred ice release. After all, what warrior does not harbor dreams of wielding arcane powers? But necessity dictates otherwise. Following the completion of the first exam, the trio of Team 7 dispersed, and Qianyu once again found herself in the small grove where she often trained. Previously, she had amassed an impression value of 150,000, but after investing 100,000 into the White Fang sword technique, she was left with 50,000. However, upon her return, it was unclear whether the Naruto series had surged in popularity or for some other reason. But Qianyu could distinctly sense an increase in the viewership of Naruto. Consequently, the impression value she gained in a short period had also risen significantly. After her battle with Gaara in the first exam of the Chunin, she had accrued an additional 130,000, bringing her total impression value to 180,000, 30,000 more than the previous 150,000. Thus, she could afford to develop swift release. With a gentle tap on her panel, Qianyu began her endeavor. Ding, consuming 10,000 impression points. Lightning Attribute Chakra undeveloped, 110,000. Lightning Attribute Chakra development complete, max. Ding, consuming 100,000 impression points. Swift Release unfused, 1,100,000. Swift Release development complete, max. That, as the system announced, a surge of energy flowed directly into Qianyu's body from the void. Unlike before, this time the energy did not linger superficially in her flesh and veins. Instead, it descended deeper, reaching the very essence of human genetic base pairs that a peculiar tingling sensation erupted from the depths of Qianyu's soul. Enduring the odd sensation of enhancement, Qianyu bit her lip, her throat emitting strange sounds. Fortunately, while modifications at the DNA level are intricate, they are not vast in scale. Soon, the tingling subsided, and a new sense of lightness enveloped her. Simultaneously, the system issued another round of enhancement notifications. Agility, Elite Chunin Special Jonin, Spirit, Special Jonin Ordinary Jonin, Chakra, Special Jonin Ordinary Jonin. With the development of Lightning Release Chakra and Swift Release, Qianyu's agility, Spirit, and Chakra attributes were once again elevated. Consequently, her five-dimensional attributes now stood as follows: Constitution, Special Jonin, Strength, Elite Chunin, Agility, Special Jonin, Spirit, Ordinary Jonin, Chakra, Ordinary Jonin. Aside from the natural limitations of a girl's strength, her attributes had reached a commendable level. As for strength, Qianyu was not particularly concerned. After all, the pioneers of physics had long informed her that speed equals power. She simply grasped the hilt of her sword, directing her gaze toward the wooden post she had prepared in advance, channeling the newly born power within her. In the next instant, a beam of white light erupted from Qianyu's body, enveloping her entirely. Buzz! In the void, it seemed another mysterious ripple spread outwards. Then Qianyu noticed that the world had fallen silent. The various sounds of small animals in the forest vanished, as if the mute button had been pressed, disappearing without a trace. However, Qianyu soon realized that it was not the world that had quieted, but rather she had accelerated. For before her, a dragonfly flapped its wings at a leisurely pace. The typical flapping speed of a dragonfly ranges from 10 to 13 times per second, with some capable of reaching 16 to 40 times per second at their peak. Yet now, the dragonfly's movements appear to her as if they were being played back in slow motion. Observing her surroundings, everything appeared to unfold at a languid pace. Is this what swift release feels like? Qianyu mused softly. The sensation of the world slowing down is truly remarkable. That a question suddenly sprang to Qianyu's mind. How did Quicksilver manage to be shot by a bullet? Was it truly a matter of exorbitant special effects? Forget it. Qianyu shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, and began to experiment with swift release in the training area. She tested her new abilities. Time seemed to have been nudged forward by Paimon, and before she knew it, it was already noon the following day. in the Konoha number 44 training ground, at the entrance of the Forest of Death. The trio of Team 7 reconvened. However, unlike before, there was a peculiar sound incessantly emanating from the group. After enduring for some time, Naruto could no longer contain himself. "Hey, Qianyu, did you skip lunch? Why have you been eating since you got here?" he inquired, bewildered, as he watched Qianyu devour chocolate bars. This question piqued Sasuke's curiosity as well. Hearing Naruto's words, a glimmer of insight shone in Sasuke's eyes. "You eat like Choji because of the Akimichi clan's secret technique. Have you suddenly adopted that habit too? Are you nervous?" Sasuke crossed his arms and rested his chin on one hand, nodding sagely. Indeed, it seems that eating can effectively alleviate one's nervousness. Is that so? Naruto was momentarily convinced he believed himself to be carefree and untroubled. Yet regardless of how formidable Qianyu appeared, she was still just a girl, and it was normal for her to feel anxious. Thus, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sorry, Qianyu, I didn't know." Naruto, with tears welling in his eyes, covered his forehead and looked at Qianyu in confusion. "Why are you hitting me? For your wild assumptions." Qianyu replied, exasperated. She then turned to Sasuke. "All right, don't provoke me any further. I'll just tell you directly. The reason I'm eating like this is that I completed a secret technique yesterday, which requires energy. Currently, Qianyu resembled the Flash, Barry Allen. Barry's metabolism was far faster than that of ordinary people due to the speed force, necessitating constant consumption of food, while her swift release had minimal consumption when not in use. Once activated, it drained her energy far more than the speed force. During her initial use of swift release the previous night, Qianyu hadn't paid attention and nearly starved. She felt as if she were depleting her own reserves like a camel. Thus, to avoid becoming impoverished, Qianyu had deliberately prepared snacks to replenish her energy. "That I see." Sasuke's confusion dissipated as he nodded in understanding. However, he soon donned a mask of despair. "So, you've become stronger again?" While Qianyu grew stronger, Sasuke sought out Kakashi, only to be told there wasn't enough time to continue their training. Sasuke fell silent, retreating into his own thoughts. Observing him, the barrage of ridicule naturally erupted. "I told you, don't pry into the affairs of beautiful girls. Didn't you heed my warning? Indeed, it's important that my wife eats well so she won't starve our future children. What is wrong with that?" "Exactly. Even if our children can't eat, I can." "Hey, that comment about breastfeeding is said to be quite fishy. Isn't that even better? I enjoy flavors. Slurp, slurp." The audacity of internet users never ceases to amaze me. By the way, remember to share a piece of the pie with me. 6. Unbelievable. Indeed, truly unbelievable. Qianyu averted her gaze from the live stream chat box, feeling she ought to refrain from reading the comments too often. What was that saying again? As you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The barrage of comments is so overwhelming that it could easily infect her as well. For instance, she is currently pondering a particular question. Is that truly as visceral as it sounds? Once she masters the medical ninjutsu in the future, should she perhaps procure a sample to taste? Of course, she is not some sort of deviant. Her curiosity is purely innocent. Indeed, it is a genuine curiosity. Just look into her eyes. Under the influence of the barrage, Qianyu's pure red eyes blink innocently, leading her into some rather questionable daydreams. Observing Qianyu in such a state, Naruto and Sasuke do not intervene. After all, it is still early, and there is some time left before the agreed-upon start time with Mitarashi Anko. Thus, Qianyu remains blissfully unaware that, at some point, the focus of the lens has shifted from the three of them to 2 men and a woman adorned with Sound Village headbands, after casting a distant glance at Team 7. One of the men lowers his head towards Honglin. "Lady Honglin, we have spotted them." "Then what are we waiting for? Go." Honglin's expression is haughty. "Aren't they curious about us? Let's satisfy their curiosity." "Yes, Lady Honglin." The 2 male sound ninjas, both standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, begin to stride towards Team 7. As they approach, the ominous presence of these strangers sends a jolt of alarm through Qianyu and Sasuke. They exchange glances, and, ultimately, it is Qianyu who subtly shakes her head at Sasuke, indicating they should observe a little longer. The 2 watch as the sound ninjas walk past them, veering increasingly closer to Naruto. who is currently peering through a chain-link fence at the Forest of Death. For the moment, they find it difficult to discern the intent of the sound ninjas that IT is not until the two sound ninjas, having clearly seen Naruto ahead, collide into him, their hands stealthily patting him down while slipping something into his pockets. Ouch! With the force of the towering sound ninja, Naruto tumbles to the ground, his backside facing the sky. "Who just knocked me over?" he exclaims, turning around with a furious expression. However, upon seeing the two imposing sound ninjas towering over him, his bravado diminishes somewhat. "Do you have business with me?" Naruto cautiously inquires. "Not much, just came to check out the exam venue. Didn't expect to bump into such a little fellow." The sound ninja responds arrogantly. Such a remark undoubtedly provokes Naruto's ire. "What did you say?" he retorts, rolling up his sleeves. "You looking for a fight?" "Hayu." The two sound ninjas step forward, flanking Naruto on either side, effectively trapping him amidst their muscular forms. In this predicament, Qianyu and Sasuke find themselves powerless to intervene, mere spectators to the unfolding scene. However, swifter than the two of them is Mitarashi Anko's kunai. Thud! Thud! Two kunai was past Naruto's cheeks, narrowly grazing him while simultaneously striking the chests of the two sound ninjas, embedding themselves deeply into the ground. Hiss! The two sound ninjas recoil in pain, while Naruto finds himself in a less than favorable position. Unlike the original scenario, where he only received a superficial cut, this time both sides of his face bear wounds from the kunai, crimson blood trickling from the symmetrical gashes. Witnessing this scene, Qianyu is unsure of the thoughts of the others, but she can no longer contain herself. "Oh, Naruto, why must you be so unfortunate?" Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko materializes behind Naruto, gently cupping his face and wiping away a few drops of blood. These young lads are truly brimming with vigor. A mere brush could elicit my favorite, vivid red blood. However, if a scuffle is in the cards, it must be within the confines of the arena. Do you understand? With that, Anko's expression turns icy as she gazes at the two sound ninjas that a chilling aura, one that strikes fear into the hearts of sound ninjas, envelopes them, causing torrents of sweat to cascade down their brows. They hastily bow in apology. "My apologies, esteemed Proctor, we understand." Humph. Seeing their apologies somewhat sincere, Anko refrains from further reprimands. She merely pats Naruto on the shoulder. "Little brother, as a ninja, one must always be vigilant and aware of one's surroundings. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared by a venomous serpent." Without waiting to see if Naruto comprehends her words, Anko strides away, leading into the next phase of the Chunin Exam and the distribution of life and death documents. However, both Qianyu and Sasuke can only spare a fraction of their attention to these proceedings. Sasuke turns to Qianyu. "You saw that too, right?" Qianyu nods. "Indeed, I did." "How interesting." A smirk dances on Sasuke's lips. "It appears we have become the quarry for some." "You were right earlier, Qianyu. They are indeed quite confident." "Let us hope their confidence is genuine and not mere arrogance." "Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with Sasuke." The barrage of comments echoes in agreement, targeting Naruto, specifically seeking out Team 7. Goodness, I have no idea what these individuals are thinking. Indeed, this is the protagonist team. Naruto is one thing. But as for you, Qianyu and Sasuke, which of you is the easy prey? Hee, those poor souls must have thought they were marking their targets, only to discover that they have unwittingly stepped into the realm of the vengeful spirit. As the audience eagerly anticipates the forthcoming twist of fate, Qianyu, while maintaining an fade of amusement, finds herself utterly perplexed. The Serpent Lady has not emerged. Instead, it is the Honlin team that has come to play the role of the hunters. What does this mean? Does this imply that during the Chunin exams, the Serpent Lady has chosen to ignore them, casually tossing them a Honlin instead? Qianyu cannot fathom that IT is merely an addition of one more player. How has the narrative veered in this direction? What happened to the narrative inertia? A little inertia would be nice right about now. Sigh. Life is indeed challenging, Qianyu muses, yet having reached this juncture, they must proceed, or rather, continue onward. Whatever challenges arise, they shall meet them head-on. After all, she possesses the convenience of the small, live-streaming box, allowing her to clandestinely observe the actions of others, following Honlin's announcement of the exam rules. The trio signs their life and death documents, securing the heavenly scrolls as per the script. Subsequently, under the guidance of the examiners, Team 7 approaches the entrance to their designated examination site, 30 minutes later, at 2:30 in the afternoon. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the Chunin Exam commences punctually. Let us go. Under Sasuke's leadership, Team 7 dashes forward at the very first opportunity. Aware that Naruto has been marked for tracking, they are determined to find a suitable location to prepare for battle. Ready to turn the tables. While sprinting, Qianyu keeps a vigilant eye on the live-streaming box. Within the box, Team 8, Team 10, Team 2, the Sound Ninja Tours team, the Gaara team, and the Kabuto team appear in succession. Their actions mirror those in the original narrative. For instance, the Tours team merely reminds themselves not to forget their objective before commencing their search in the forest. Qianyu recalls that they must have received a mission from Orochimaru to eliminate Sasuke. However, in reality, these three serve merely as bait prepared by Orochimaru for Sasuke's curse mark awakening, and thus, they are of no consequence. Following them, the figures of the Honlin team materialize. Yet, unlike the other frantic teams, the Honlin team's movements can only be described as leisurely. They stroll forward at a relaxed pace, seemingly unaffected by any directives from Orochimaru. What does this mean? Observing the Honlin team in the live stream, Qianyu furrows her brow. Are they perhaps planning to wait for their opponents to tire out? However, based on their roles as pursuers and the pursued, it should be they who are awaiting the Honlin team. Their demeanor clearly suggests they are not preparing to engage. Wait a moment. Are they not preparing to engage? Suddenly, Qianyu seizes upon a critical realization. Indeed, the Honlin team's behavior unmistakably indicates they are not preparing for a confrontation. If they're not preparing to engage, it implies that the mark they placed on Naruto is not intended for themselves. Who else could it be but Orochimaru? No, Orochimaru has no need for this. In this examination, the influence of the Sound Ninja is limited to just a few individuals. After eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining option, no matter how unlikely it seems, becomes inevitable. This tracking mark was actually prepared for Team Tours. As for why Team Tours, which appears much later in the original storyline, is introduced with a tracking mark at the onset, it is evident that they are meant to encounter challenges right from the beginning. Clearly, someone has orchestrated this. Who? Other than her beloved snake aunt. Could it be? It is merely that Qianyu has yet to comprehend what Orochimaru intends for Team Tours to accomplish. And, as if summoned, Orochimaru appears. After the figures of the Crimson Lotus team emerge in the live broadcast, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, finally reveals herself. The only issue is that Orochimaru's team appears even more leisurely than the Crimson Lotus team. At least the latter is moving forward on foot, whereas Orochimaru's group has simply come to a halt. What does this mean? Qianyu thinks in a flurry, a multitude of question marks clouding her mind. Could this truly be the real deal? Is Snake Aunt actually not coming? From the information at hand, it doesn't seem entirely impossible. No. Wait. Qianyu abruptly overturns her assessment. That moment, Orochimaru lifts her gaze toward a certain direction, following her line of sight. A scene that is hauntingly familiar to Qianyu unfolds before her. After all, is that not the very path that Qianyu and her comrades are currently traversing? Orochimaru is not stationary. She is positioned right before them. As she gazes toward the direction of Team 7's approach, Orochimaru elegantly begins to form hand seals. Witnessing this, Chiyu's expression drastically shifts. Be careful ahead. What? Naruto and Sasuke feel a tightening in their hearts at Chiyu's warning. However, ninjas leap through the forest, and they have just completed a new jump, their bodies suspended in the air. Hence, even with Chiyu's alert, they are momentarily unable to react, only able to cast their gazes forward. As their bodies rise and fall, their line of sight elevates, and indeed, Orochimaru's figure materializes. Observing Team 7, a faint smile graces Orochimaru's lips. Have you found me? Such a keen reaction. But alas, Orochimaru inhales deeply, filling her lungs with air until her chest swells like a balloon. In the next moment, she expels the air forcefully. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom. A powerful gale, akin to a typhoon, rushes toward the airborne members of Team 7. In the face of such a tempest, countless branches, thicker than a human, snap and become battering rams, swept up in the wind. The shattered wood and leaves resemble arrows and daggers. It is evident that if such a wind release were to strike directly, even Naruto would not escape severe injury. Yabai. Naruto grimaces at the sight of the wind release. Sasuke is equally horrified, sinking into despair. It's merely a Chunin exam. How could such a formidable opponent appear? This is outrageous. I haven't even seen Itachi yet. A deep sense of resentment wells up within him. How can I fall here? In his mind, he roars in defiance, his Sharingan wide open, gripping his kunai tightly, desperate to find a glimmer of survival amidst the storm, using his keen insight and remarkable physical prowess. Yet, a pure white figure arrives even faster than the wind. Bang bang, two muffled sounds resonate. In midair, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly feel a tremendous force strike their waists, causing them to uncontrollably tumble to either side. Sasuke struggles to regain control of his body and glances back toward the original direction. A familiar graceful silhouette reflects in his blood-red Sharingan. It is Qianyu. Due to her distraction with the live broadcast, she is a step slower than Naruto and Sasuke. Now, that slight delay allows Qianyu to leap just in time to kick Naruto and Sasuke out of the path of the wind release. However, having kicked them to safety, what will become of her? The answer is to take advantage of the moment. Facing Orochimaru's great breakthrough, Qianyu expends all her strength to slice through the air, attempting to counter the wind with her own. Yet, how can her wind compare to Orochimaru's? The solid barrier of air she conjures barely withstands the onslaught for less than a second before it shatters explosively. Subsequently, Qianyu swings her long blade in the air, slicing through several branches as thick as cartwheels. However, more and thicker branches surge forth like a tidal wave. Qianyu resembles a sandcastle on the beach, visually appealing but destined to collapse upon encountering the tide. Ultimately, in the wide-eyed gaze of the Sharingan, Qianyu is engulfed by the branches, leaving only a single severed silk ribbon to drift down from the sky. That ribbon was the custom piece he had commissioned for Qianyu, and at the time, he had teased her for adorning herself with such frivolous items. Yet now, in retrospect, Sasuke falls into a silent contemplation. However, within the blood-red double tomo of his Sharingan, a new tomo quietly emerges. Though not as devastating as the loss of the beloved, it is still profound in recent days, due to her remarkable character and flawless appearance. Qianyu and Sasuke have maintained a good relationship. Moreover, Qianyu has always been the strongest among Team 7. The sudden demise of the strongest member sends shockwaves akin to Satoru Gojo confronting Sukuna. Qianyu, we will win. Amidst the whirlwind of emotions, and considering that Qianyu died to save them, it is no wonder that Sasuke activates his 3-tomo Sharingan. Additionally, not only Sasuke awakens the 3-tomo upon witnessing the death of a teammate, Naruto also dons the cloak of the Nine Tails. However, against the formidable snake ant, the difference between 2 and 3-tomo is negligible. As long as Naruto does not tap into the power of 4 tails or beyond, it remains relatively manageable. Thus, while the battle between the explosive duo and snake ant is fierce, it does not deviate significantly from the original narrative. So there is no need for further elaboration. Returning to the other side, has Qianyu truly been eliminated by Snake Ant in a single blow? Of course not. Although Snake Ant's wind release, great breakthrough, is indeed formidable. One must not forget that Qianyu herself is also a master of wind techniques, proficient in wind swordsmanship. From Sasuke's perspective, she is buried beneath the branches unleashed by Orochimaru's great breakthrough, seemingly lost. However, in truth, while Qianyu is indeed engulfed, the branches do not touch her. She surrounds herself with her own wind, repelling the foreign objects unleashed by Orochimaru. Yet, in the heat of the moment, she could not fully shield herself. Consequently, her clothing is torn slightly, which explains the ribbon Sasuke sees. Simultaneously, while she can protect herself, she cannot prevent being swept away. Thus, under Orochimaru's great breakthrough, Qianyu is sent nearly 1,000 meters away. When she finally descends from the air and gazes at the intense battle displayed in the live broadcast, she cannot help but acknowledge a rather amusing truth. In this battle, she has been effectively banned. Indeed, just as Captain Yamamoto is often targeted before a fight, she, Hinokagami Qianyu, now experiences the same fate. The reason she failed to comprehend Snake Ant's strategy earlier was that Snake Ant had intended from the very beginning not to allow her presence in this battle, lest she interfered. Qianyu never anticipated that she would earn such treatment from Snake Ant, which is why her insight was clouded. Snake Ant's choice to employ the great breakthrough stemmed from her knowledge of Qiyu's wind swordsmanship. Realizing she could be directly blown away as for why Snake Ant decided to eliminate her, whether to preserve her prior image or simply to avoid complications. It matters little. Life is indeed challenging. Qianyu sighs once more. Snake Ant, oh Snake Ant, if you wish for me not to interfere, perhaps we could have a proper discussion. Though Sasuke is also a dear friend and an invaluable teammate, the price could always be negotiated. Why go to such lengths for a mere inconvenience? Shaking her head, she gazes at the towering tree beside her, her expression indifferent as she speaks. You may as well come out now. There's no need to hide. Finish up quickly, so I can return. It's over 1,000 meters to cover. You think you can return? A chilling voice emanates from the tree, followed by an arrogant female voice. If you kneel and lick my toes right now, I might begrudgingly consider bringing your corpse back. Enough of this chatter. Let us dispatch her swiftly. Our objectives extend beyond just her. The impatient man spoke, seemingly voicing the thoughts of the crowd. They fell silent, and 2 men and a woman leaped down from the tree, surrounding Qianyu in a triangular formation. Among them, 2 of the men were ninjas, one hunched with a bandaged face, while the other had vacant eyes, his clothing emblazoned with the ominous word death in vivid red. The last ninja, a woman of striking beauty, had long, flowing black hair cascading nearly to her ankles, though her haughty expression somewhat marred her allure. This could only be the Sound Ninja team, selected by Lady Orochimaru. As Qianyu surveyed the group, her gaze ultimately settled on the figure directly before her, none other than the man referred to in certain circles as Six Paths Toss. In the game, Toss was known for his invincible grasp, and within this Sound Ninja team, he was undoubtedly the strongest and their leader. Among the trio, he was the only one worthy of her attention. With a casual flourish, she twirled the long blade in her hand, eager to test Toss' strength. However, the first strike came from the black-haired female ninja, Jean. Clang, 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 clang. 4 shuriken adorned with bells shot towards Qianyu. Yet she quickly noticed that beneath the cover of the ringing, there were also 4 silent shuriken. Perhaps the ringing shuriken were merely a distraction for their soundless counterparts. Intriguing. A smile curled at the corners of Qianyu's lips as she deftly dodged the shuriken. It was merely a fleeting amusement, but what about this? Observing Qianyu's ease in evading Jin's attack, Sak raised his hands, the air holes his palms aimed squarely at her .60 charge. Void / wave. Boom! Buzz, a torrent of air and high-frequency ultrasound surged forth. The speed of the ultrasound matched that of sound, so before the air currents could reach her, the sound waves enveloped Qianyu. A nauseating sensation overcame her. Her eyes felt uncomfortable, and dizziness began to set in. The buzzing sensation enveloped her. This was the power of ultrasound. It posed a genuine challenge. Frowning, Qianyu intensified her wind blade technique to create a barrier of breeze around her, attempting to disrupt the sound. However, while wind can serve as a medium to truly block sound transmission, one would require a vacuum environment. Consequently, although she amplified the winds around her, the ultrasound was merely interfered with, not significantly weakened. As the shockwave approached, Qianyu propelled herself upward with a powerful thrust of her feet, the gale palm erupting beneath her, launching her skyward like a rocket. Just then, ding, 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 a distinctly different ringing sound emanated from Jean. Piercing through Sak's void / wave. It dawned on Qianyu in that moment. Their skills did not interfere with one another. In the following second, a wave of dizziness struck her, the world around her blurred. Her form in the air became unstable. She had intended to leap onto a branch, but under the disorienting influence of the bells, she overshot and plummeted instead. Now Toss, Jean called out loudly. Oh. Toss rolled up his sleeves, revealing the protective arm gear on his right arm. He then bolted after Qianyu's trajectory, leaping into the air, his iron-like right hand lunging forward to grasp her. Whether it was the fabled invincibility of Six Paths Toss or Qianyu's mind clouded by the bell's illusion, She could only flail aimlessly, her neck captured in Toss' grip. Gotcha! As he felt the soft, delicate texture in his grasp, Toss' expression brightened, only to turn fierce in an instant. Resonating strike. Buzz, 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 buzz. A piercing sound wave erupted from Toss' arm gear, traveling along her nape straight to her ears. Under the violent impact of the sound waves, Toss felt the soft, warm body in his grasp shudder. In the next moment, blood gushed from her delicate eardrums. Qianyu collapsed, as if the strength had been shaken from her like a serpent. Thud, thud. Qianyu and Toss landed simultaneously. However, while Toss landed on his feet, Qianyu fell headfirst into the ground, her pure white hair becoming stained with dirt. Is that all it took? After such grand claims, I expected more, Jean remarked curiously, stepping closer to observe Qianyu's dirted silken white hair, a glimmer of cruel satisfaction in her eyes. It seems these kunoichi from the major ninja villages aren't all that impressive. Perhaps they spend all their training time maintaining their hair. Indeed, Sack pondered, why did Lord Orochimaru send us to eliminate someone like her? Well, now we can proceed to find Sasuke, right? Toss nodded affirmatively. Theoretically, yes, he replied. Theoretically? The two looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Toss glanced at the fallen Qianyu. Her legs weakly sprawled beside her, her skirt flipped up, revealing her safety shorts. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. What are you thinking, Toss? Jean stepped forward, roughly kicking Qianyu's soft posterior. In this state, she must be dead after such a fall. True, Toss mused, recalling the earlier sensation in his grasp. His confusion began to dissipate. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Let's just continue. He turned to signal his teammates to proceed with the mission. But then, puff! A cool blade suddenly pierced through Jin's left chest, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. Qianyu's resigned voice echoed. Even if it's merely a doppelganger created by a substitution technique, it's quite embarrassing to be toyed with like this. As her words faded, bang. The Qianyu that had been face down in the dirt transformed into a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a battered wooden substitute lay exposed. Substitution technique? When did that happen? Toss' eyes widened in disbelief. The sensation had been so real. So lucky for you. That was the real sensation produced by my transformation technique. Qianyu smirked. Care to guess when I used the substitution? Guess what? You scoundrel, die. Void/wave. Sack roared angrily, disregarding the now hopeless Jean. The sound waves and air currents surged forth to engulf the two of them. Yet this time, as the air holes aligned with her, Qianyu swiftly sidestepped, taking Jean along with her. Though Jean had been mortally wounded, she still managed to grasp a shuriken, seeking vengeance against Qianyu. However, Qianyu merely withdrew her long blade. Thud! A torrent of blood gushed from Jin's heart, spilling forth like a breached dam. With a final gasp, Jean collapsed, her once lustrous black hair now soaked in her own blood. The sight, combined with her pallid face, created a momentarily tragic beauty, but Qianyu's expression remained indifferent as she swung her blade, blood splattering. A killer will always be hunted down. Consider yourself fortunate to die in my hands. At least it's better than being a sacrificial pawn for Lord Orochimaru's reincarnation. She then pointed her long blade at the remaining two. Now that the troublesome illusionist is dealt with, it's your turn. Make haste. Let me finish this so I can move on to the next. You bastard. I'm not as weak as Jean. Sack's face darkened as chakra surged wildly in his hands. Sensing the chakra fluctuations from Sack, Toss quickly urged, Sack, calm down. However, the trio had always been at odds, making it impossible for him to quell an agitated spirit. 100 output. Extreme void wave. In the next instant, a powerful sound wave combined with a shock wave capable of shattering rocks erupted from Sack's hands. Even the earth bears deep scars beneath the force of this technique. When the slash of the void wave is unleashed, those specially enhanced allies find themselves immune to one another's attacks. However, the slash of the void extreme is a different matter altogether. Toes cannot advance. He must retreat to avoid being caught in its wake. Yet at that moment, the striking figure Qianyu appears behind Sack, as if she were an executioner awaiting the noon hour. Once Sack's slash of the void extreme has exhausted its energy, Qianyu thrusts her long sword forward, akin to dispatching the female sound ninja. Jean! Pucci! The blade pierces through Jean and emerges from Sack's chest. With Sack, Qianyu is devoid of her earlier gentleness. She hesitates only slightly before withdrawing the blade. The long sword is yanked free, and as blood spurts forth, Qianyu vanishes from sight, reappearing behind. A cold, indifferent voice resonates from behind. Only you remain, Ghoul Dong. The suffocating pressure sends his throat into a roll as he swallows hard, quickly realizing how fatal his moment of weakness could be. Get lost, he bellows, swinging his heavy right fist backward, producing a piercing sound wave from the holes in his ninja tool. However, when Toes turns around, he is met with an empty space behind him. Just like his teammates, he too has been toyed with by Qianyu's speed. In the direction he had just turned, a faint sound reaches his ears. Do not think you can dispatch all three of us in the same manner. You scoundrel, Toes roars as he swings his fist once more, the resonance of his sound wave reaching its peak. Yet, Qianyu has already discerned that as long as she avoids a direct hit from the sound wave and utilizes her sword's spatial awareness rather than relying on traditional senses, she can disregard the disorienting sound wave. Thus, in response to this furious shout, Qianyu nods in agreement. Indeed, simultaneously, she unleashes the first form of the White Fang sword technique, a slash that cleaves through the sound wave, shattering his sound-producing ninja tool, severing flesh and bone, leaving a deep gash from Tis' left shoulder to his right hip. Poochie, a fountain of blood erupts from Tis' wound as his hunched form slowly collapses. Lying on the ground, Toes casts a glance at Qianyu with eyes unwrapped by bandages, his lips quivering as if to say something. Yet ultimately, he closes his eyes peacefully, a trace of understanding and resignation upon his face. However, before he can speak, Qianyu interjects, "What a pity. Although the strength of the three of you is lacking, with that special sound-based ability, had you coordinated better, you could have at least stalled me or forced me to take things seriously. I might have hesitated, considering this is the Death Forest, where supplies are non-existent, and even beasts know to avoid injury and conserve their strength. Yet, your teamwork is woefully inadequate. No one dared to exert their full power at the outset. Consequently, after I deceived Jean, the illusionist with the broadest area of control, the ensuing deaths were as inevitable as a landslide. Otherwise, if the three types of sound waves had resonated simultaneously in the forest, akin to the meticulous harmony of the Malleus, Incus, and Stapes, would it have come to this? With that said, Qianyu disregards Tis' reaction, shakes her head, retrieves their earth scroll from him, and then sheathes her longsword, hastening towards Naruto and Sasuke. Moving on to the next battle is also one of Qianyu's motivations for swiftly eliminating the Sound Ninja team. Of course, another reason is that there is no audience here. She need not perform splendidly. A few swift strikes will suffice. Meanwhile, as Qianyu dispatches the Sound Ninja team with haste, the battle on the other side has already reached a fever pitch. After she was banned, Naruto was met with a 5-element seal from Orochimaru, marking his temporary demise. That Orochimaru's exaggerated tongue ensnares Naruto, carelessly tossing him aside. Observing the unconscious Naruto, Sasuke cries out in alarm. He is determined to rescue Naruto. However, in the next instant, Orochimaru appears before him in a flash. Sasuke, you have no time to concern yourself with others. Damn it, first Qianyu, then Naruto. His teammates are falling one after the other, all due to this individual before him. And Sasuke grits his teeth in fury. But after this bout, he understands that brute rage alone will not suffice to defeat the person standing in his way. Calm. Remain composed. Qianyu has stated that training relies on effort and method. If those two are correct, then one must consider talent, though talent can sometimes be difficult to gauge, hence the need for experimentation. Yet, fighting is no different. One must think critically, for no one is devoid of weaknesses. It merely depends on whether one can uncover them. Since the beginning, they have tried ninjutsu and taijutsu, but neither has yielded results. Thus, it seems that only jinjutsu remains. Sasuke's expression sharpens. Just in time. I have evolved my eyes, though still unrefined. I might as well give it a shot. Fixing his gaze on Orochimaru, the three Tomo and Sasuke's eyes begin to rotate slowly. Illusion. Naraka path. An invisible wave emanates from Sasuke's eyes, penetrating Orochimaru's gaze and seeping into her mind. Originally smirking, poised to relish Sasuke's struggles, Orochimaru suddenly freezes. She realizes that the boy she once could easily crush has inexplicably transformed into Uchiha Itachi. The man who instills fear deep within her bones. Unable to defeat me, so you resort to bullying my brother. How pitiful. Orochimaru. Gazing at Orochimaru, Itachi's expression remains impassive, his gaze condescending as if observing a mere insect. His left hand resting casually against his chest, embodying a familiar posture. It seems my earlier impartation of despair was insufficient. Then allow me to remind you. As he speaks, the crimson three-tomo in Itachi's eyes whirl and gradually converge at the center, culminating in a blood-red pinwheel. Itachi's eyes widen. Illusion. Tsukuyami. Puchi. Puchi. The sound of blades piercing flesh reverberates. Orochimaru is stunned to discover that under Itachi's gaze, her body is once again impaled by the thick iron nails that have become her nightmares. The sensation of being utterly paralyzed, akin to a feeble insect trapped in amber, is both repulsive and chilling. How could something as simple as the Tsukuyami possibly confine her? From within, a potent resentment arises. She is Orochimaru, a master of all ninjutsu and seeker of every secret, immortal and indestructible. How could she be restrained by such a trivial technique? Damn it. 1 against 7. You better kill me. Otherwise, I will never relent. Orochimaru struggles violently, her furious roars echoing incessantly. Yet the Naraka path invokes the deepest fears buried within the human heart. The terror within cannot be so easily cast off. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, while she bellows in rage. Sasuke hears that name. He has long been haunted by 1 against 7. The moment Sasuke was poised to attack, he is momentarily taken aback. The fear that grips him is none other than Itachi. What is happening? The sudden emergence of this formidable foe is somehow linked to Itachi, shrouding today's ambush in an additional layer of mystery. The matter concerning Itachi must be clarified. First, take him down. Sasuke charges forward, unleashing a flurry of kunai that pierce Orochimaru's limbs like the bindings of the Tsukuyami. Simultaneously, the iron wires tethered to the kunai ensnare Orochimaru, binding her tightly. Having accomplished this, Sasuke swiftly forms hand seals, rapidly concluding a fire dragon technique. Only then does Sasuke exhale a sigh of relief, maintaining the flames while dispelling Orochimaru's jinjutsu. I've fallen victim to a jinjutsu. Staring at Sasuke before her, the newly awakened Orochimaru wears an expression of disbelief. She cannot fathom this reality. It was one thing to be toyed with by her brother's jinjutsu, but now, having sought out his younger brother, she finds herself ensnared by his illusion as well. What a futile endeavor. Yet, Sasuke is unconcerned with her turmoil. He simply inquires, "What is your relationship with Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi. Upon hearing that name again, Orochimaru seems to regain her composure. He is, without a doubt, my enemy. Her expression darkens. He inflicted upon me an unbearable and devastating defeat. It is my deepest humiliation. I have come this time to seek someone to confront him, and you, indeed, are the person I have been searching for. Therefore, Sasuke, come and follow me. I can bestow upon you the power to slay him. Orochimaru's tone was laced with seduction. Is that so? Listening to Orochimaru's words, Sasuke seemed somewhat intrigued. Yes, indeed, come. You shall not regret it. Orochimaru intensified his persuasion. Yet Sasuke merely uttered a single sentence that ended the discussion. Why should I follow a defeated subordinate of Itachi? Furthermore, you killed Chiha, perish, fire style, dragon fire technique. A torrent of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth in a vertical line, surging forth along the wire he clenched in his teeth, advancing towards Orochimaru himself. In the throes of his seething fury, the raging inferno enveloped Orochimaru in an instant, the intense heat igniting ferociously. Under the scorching flames, Orochimaru flailed about like an eel pinned on a cutting board, desperately writhing yet unable to escape, his anguished screams echoing. After a time, Orochimaru's cries gradually diminished, his entire form collapsing into a heap of charred It is over. Observing this scene, Sasuke felt a wave of unbearable fatigue wash over him. But just then, a voice, tinged with amusement, echoed in his ear. Is it truly over? What? Sasuke spun around, only to be taken aback to find Orochimaru standing unharmed behind him. But a glance back at the spot where he had previously incinerated Orochimaru revealed nothing but a hardened shell of earth. Clearly, it had merely been Orochimaru's clay clone. When did this happen? Sasuke was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Orochimaru had escaped his grasp. Although Orochimaru's strength vastly surpassed his own in the presence of his Sharingan, Orochimaru should have had no chance that, of course, it was when you mentioned Itachi, my dear Sasuke. Orochimaru chuckled softly. The Sharingan may pose a significant threat to him, but Sasuke is still no Itachi, especially since he provided him an opportunity. It seems you are still too young, too inexperienced. Nevertheless, whether it be the temporarily awakened three tomo or the sudden burst of Jinjutsu, they merely serve to illustrate what a precious gem Sasuke truly is. Orochimaru's insatiable greed could no longer be contained. Very well, Sasuke-kun, I have seen enough of your strength. The time has come. As soon as he uttered these words, to Sasuke's horror, Orochimaru's head shot up into the sky, as if propelled by a rocket. What the hell? What sorcery is this? I only knew her tongue could extend, but her head could stretch this far too. Brothers, I have a bold idea up above regarding your audacious thought. The hospital's infectious disease department possesses a complete set of treatments. The barrage of comments was astounded by Orochimaru's head taking flight at the slightest provocation. If the seasoned commentators were astonished, Sasuke was even more so. However, unlike the commentators, he had the advantage of being in a life-and-death battle. Even if he didn't fully understand, he had to respond. Watching Orochimaru's head extend towards him in the air, Sasuke retreated rapidly, simultaneously forming hand seals, his chakra surging around him, clearly preparing something grand. Yet Orochimaru remained unfazed. Useless. Sasuke-kun, you can only unleash another fire-style technique like the previous one. That mere dragon fire technique. Considering her own modifications, how could she not withstand it? At most, it might scorch the outer layer she had disguised herself with. Is that so? Then you underestimate me greatly. Sasuke smirked with pride. I am Uchiha. Each upgrade of the Uchiha Sharingan brings a comprehensive enhancement. This time, the activation of the three tomo has improved both my chakra and chakra control. Coupled with a touch of desperation, just enough for me to execute my next move. Fire style. Great dragon fire technique. A blazing dragon head erupted from Sasuke's mouth. The magnificent fire dragon ascended into the sky, its jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, descending upon Orochimaru with tremendous force. Orochimaru, who had been sprinting forward, intending to absorb Sasuke's technique to demonstrate his might, found himself in a predicament. Hastily attempting to dodge seemed ungraceful. Thus, he boldly charged directly towards Sasuke's great dragon fire. Boom! The fiery dragon head collided with Orochimaru's serpentine head, erupting into a vast explosion of flames in the air. The intense heat wave from the explosion surged forth, singeing Sasuke's hair and filling the air with the scent of burning. Yet at that moment, Sasuke paid no heed to such trivialities, his gaze fixed intently on the epicenter of the explosion. After a few moments, as the flames dissipated, Orochimaru's completely charred head emerged. I did it. Gazing upon this sight, Sasuke's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, yet a relieved smile graced his face. Only then did he fail to notice that Orochimaru's mouth was agape. In the eyes of all, incredulous, a pale, slimy hand suddenly emerged, propping up the charred upper jaw. Then, with a forceful flick, the intact Orochimaru emerged from within. The only difference was that this time, Orochimaru revealed his true male form, rather than the appearance of a grass ninja under the transformation technique. How could this be? Witnessing the unscathed Orochimaru, despair settled over Sasuke, an adversary of such caliber. He truly did not know how he could triumph. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I have told you, Sasuke-kun, you cannot surpass me. Now, the time has nearly come. Allow me to conclude this. With that, Orochimaru's head soared once more, charging towards Sasuke. Sasuke wished to resist, but the previous Barank Great Dragon Fire technique had drained him of all his chakra, plunging him into a state akin to Kakashi's first battle against Zabuza. He managed to sway a couple of times. Yet Orochimaru's venomous fangs sunk deeply into his neck, rapidly injecting the power of Heaven's curse seal. Moments later, Orochimaru withdrew his head, 3 pitch-black tomo slowly manifesting on the back of Sasuke's neck. In overwhelming agony, seized his body at that instant. However, thanks to the prior awakening of the 3 tomo, Sasuke could still endure. Clutching his neck with great difficulty, he managed to ask, "What have you done to me?" "Just a little gift. Sasuke-kun, you are a seeker of vengeance. You will require my power." Orochimaru turned to glance in the direction from which they had come. "Very well. Rest now, Sasuke. I am quite satisfied to witness your prowess today. As for now, I must deal with another little fellow." Another? Sasuke bowed his head, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. Thus he could not comprehend who else could possibly be arriving. But he soon realized who Orochimaru referred to. With the sound of soft footsteps, a pair of familiar cloth shoes entered his line of sight. Chia's regretful voice rang out. "Ah, am I still too late? I was rushing at full speed." However, rather than saying she was slow, it would be more accurate to say that Orochimaru was simply too fast. With no thoughts of women in her heart, and even considering herself one, indeed, it greatly enhanced her speed with the blade, Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. "Chia, you're not dead? Ah, did you think I perished?" Chia teased in return. "Sasuke, you have so little faith in me, Sasuke. Rest assured, I am not that fragile." "My apologies," Sasuke revealed a relieved smile. Simultaneously, perhaps due to his consciousness fading, heartfelt thoughts slipped from his proud lips. "Chiha, I am truly glad you are alive." Before Chiha could respond, Sasuke's head drooped, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Watching Sasuke's head resting at her feet, Chiha first froze, then her expression softened. Has he reached his limit? Indeed, he must have thought I was dead, tirelessly battling against a formidable foe. "Thank you for your hard work, Sasuke and Naruto." She had witnessed the recent battle through a live stream. "However, it seems I must demand an explanation from you." "You are right, are you not, Orochimaru?" Chiha turned to the side, her body crackling with wind and thunder, her right hand gripping the hilt of her blade tightly, exuding an air that suggested she was ready to strike at any moment. However, Orochimaru merely chuckled hoarsely, his gaze laced with amusement, entirely unfazed. "Don't waste your efforts. Qianyu that I am but a shadow clone at present." "What?" Qianyu's previously gathered momentum deflated instantly, akin to a punctured balloon. "Where are you?" Qianyu asked, her tone laced with reluctance. "That I've left." "Is that so strange?" Orochimaru shrugged, a rather irritating smile adorning his face. "I in Team 7. 2 are currently unconscious. Naruto and Sasuke. If you were to falter as well, wouldn't your team be easily picked off by others?" "I'm merely looking out for you, Qianyu." "Huh." The girl, itching to strike yet unable to do so, clenched her silver teeth in frustration. "Yes, oh, I should be grateful to you." Orochimaru chuckled nonchalantly. "If you wish." "Humph." Annoyed, Qianyu flicked her ponytail, turning her back on Orochimaru as she bent down to drag Sasuke, evidently preparing to tend her teammate. "Oh." Such an attitude piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. "Aren't you at all intrigued as to why I would leave a shadow clone behind despite my absence?" "Not curious. Regardless, if I don't ask, you'll likely reveal it yourself." Qianyu found a flat patch of grass for Sasuke to lie on, then scattered some insect-repellent powder around him before moving to retrieve Naruto from Orochimaru's side. Seeing her actions, Orochimaru couldn't help but acknowledge her intelligence. She clearly had no desire to squander effort. Smart individuals are aware of the importance of conserving energy, allowing reason to govern their actions rather than emotions. Observing as Qianyu bent over, revealing her graceful silhouette, Orochimaru spoke again, as expected of one I hold in high regard. "Qianyu, allow me to be forthright. What I wish to discuss pertains to Sasuke." Eye in her eyes, Sasuke was undeniably a seeker of vengeance, yet his bonds with Naruto and Qianyu seemed excessively profound this time. He had even awakened the Sharingan due to Qianyu's influence. Thus, she hoped that Qianyu might act as her advocate during Sasuke's moments of hesitation. In Orochimaru's estimation, intelligent individuals, when faced with a cost-benefit analysis, would invariably make the right choice. Yet to her dismay, the instant Orochimaru believed Qianyu would refrain from striking, she made her move. A flash of white light enveloped her in an instant, from her radiant skin to the silky strands of her hair. Every inch of Qianyu emanated a fierce, white glow. Subsequently, her elongated fingers grasped the hilt of her sword, maintaining her bent posture as she drew it with a resounding clash. In the blink of an eye, a swift strike emerged. The viewers in the live stream only witnessed a pure white light darting from beside Naruto to behind Orochimaru. Then, as the light dissipated, the poised Qianyu came into view, her icy voice slicing through the air. White Fang sword technique. Second form, modified Iato flash. Orochimaru, your words may carry considerable weight. With your eloquence, I might have been swayed had I chosen to listen. But alas, I do not wish. With that, Qianyu retracted her blade. Behind her, the shadow clone of Orochimaru, sporting a look of shock at the gash on its arm, erupted into smoke with a loud pop. Shortly thereafter, the clone's memories were transmitted back to the original via a trickle of chakra. The livestream camera shifted to the edge of the forest of death, where the waiting Orochimaru exhibited a clear expression of surprise. She glanced at her arm, still able to feel the lingering sensation of Qianyu's long blade slicing through to prevent me from feeling threatened. Triggering my instinctual response as a formidable being, did you deliberately aim for a mere flesh wound instead of a more satisfying strike to the neck? After all, shadow clones are exceedingly fragile. A small injury suffices to obliterate them. And what of the last flash of light? Orochimaru's surprise morphed into an intrigued smile, her long tongue flicking out to lick her lips. How fascinating. Have you inherited the legacy of White Fang? Qianyu, you seem to surpass my expectations. Yet, such a statement necessitates severing the bonds you share with Sasuke, for whether as a seeker of vengeance or as the vessel I have prepared. Such deep connections are not advantageous for him, especially now that both Naruto and Qianyu have displayed remarkable potential, to say nothing of the scenario where I successfully seize Sasuke's body, only for Qianyu and Naruto to discover this truth. Would they not pursue me as Jiraiya once did? Would I still be able to conduct my research? Would I find suitable materials? Would I even have a life left? Contemplating this, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of cold resolve. Her golden serpent-like eyes glimmered ominously within the dim forest, heralding the inception of yet another devious plot within her heart. A palpable aura of pressure enveloped the scene. Watching this unfold, the audience in the live stream, who had been exhilarated by Qianyu's decisive strike against Orochimaru's clone, fell into a sudden state of calm. Worrying comments flooded the screen. Oh no, Qianyu is being targeted. Indeed, it seemed she was destined to be bound and taken back by the snake-like creature. Perhaps subjected to all manner of humiliating positions. One could only imagine the sight of snakes, as thick as a bowl, slithering about. What a scene to behold! Great description. You've conjured a vivid 3D image in my mind, followed by tears in 2D, and then nothing left in 1D. Hey, you over there, stop hiding your face. Is this really the time for such discussions? Why not? Isn't this the perfect moment for it? JPG. All right, let's all calm down and not overthink it. The legends of the ninja world have been with us for so long. It's safe to say everyone has faced setbacks, except Qianyu, who remains unscathed, akin to Nexus breaking free from the TV. This character archetype, much like Guozien's toxic admiration, appears easily toppled, yet remains steadfast. Rest assured, she will undoubtedly emerge unscathed from this ordeal. A lengthy and verbose commentator appeared, soothing the audience's anxieties. Yet, soon others began to derive new angles from his reassurances. Neither Eddie nor Qianyu has faced adversity. Thus Qianyu equals Eddie. Qianyu Ultraman? Whoa, I can feel it now. The one I admire is Ultraman. Isn't this akin to the mech Sam opening up, revealing a firefly inside? Impossible to resist. I command the skilled creators to produce this at once. Do not make me beg. I too can do anything. Excellent. Another brother has stepped up to fulfill the demand. Creator, you know what must be done, right? Well, since you've all spoken your piece, what shall I do? Just go ahead. Ha! The previously odd comments transformed into joyous banter. The light-hearted atmosphere even spread to Qianyu. However, rather than concerning herself with the otherworld's audience, her focus remained on her impression value. Unexpectedly, upon the mention of Qianyu Ultraman, her impression value surged dramatically. Initially, she had been banned at the start of this storyline, reaping minimal gains. Yet that title and her recent strike had netted her a small fortune of 8,000. This keenly alerted Qianyu to a significant realization. Through her unwavering efforts, her persona as a beloved figure had evidently taken root in the hearts of the audience. Consequently, beyond this aspect, the viewers began to explore her other dimensions, further enriching her character. This avoidance of setbacks was starkly evident. But had she truly never faced adversity? Not quite. This was merely a signal that the audience had begun to seek depth beyond superficial allure. Much like the initial appeal of Honkai Impact, where the joy of battling cute anime girls was undeniable. Ultimately, it is the compelling narrative that captivates and retains individuals. Naturally, she must also weave some tales for herself. Stories. Qianyu found herself in a quandary, for she suddenly realized that compared to Naruto and Sasuke, she was indeed somewhat lacking in her own story. Yet, in that fleeting moment, even if she wished to fabricate one, she found herself at a loss. Qianyu could only shake her head, conceding, "Very well, I shall ponder this later." The immediate focus remains on these two brothers. She glanced down at Naruto and Sasuke, who lay unconscious at her feet, feeling somewhat helpless. "How should I accommodate you both?" According to the original narrative, these two brothers had been in a state of unconsciousness for quite some time, finally arriving at the second stage of the Chunin Exam just within the 5-day limit. Caring for others is manageable for a day or two, but for 3 or 4 days, Qianyu felt utterly unprepared. After all, they were not two enchanting maidens. Tsk. Qianyu clicked her tongue, her expression revealing her distress. It must be said, she began to reminisce fondly about Sakura from the later arcs. If Sakura were here now, the task of tending to others would certainly not fall upon her shoulders. However, the pressing question remained. Where could she find a caretaker of Sakura's caliber in this perilous forest? What a headache! Qianyu once again glanced down at her 32C, pondering how to manage without a maternal figure. Yet then a thought struck her. Qianyu suddenly had an epiphany. Who said there were no caretakers in this treacherous forest? She recalled a certain red-haired girl with glasses. Swiftly, she began to weave hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. An identical Qianyu materialized, cast a glance at the original before disappearing into the dense foliage. The implications clear without words. Meanwhile, the original Qianyu sought refuge for Naruto and Sasuke in a nearby tree hollow, settling into wait. When the scene returned the following day, the audience was astonished to discover that Qianyu had unexpectedly acquired a seemingly delicate and easily bullied red-haired girl with glasses. This girl busily flitted about, her legs encased in fishnet stockings, creating a rather enticing appearance that a flurry of perplexed comments erupted in the chat. What is happening? Did I miss an episode? Where did this red-haired girl come from? Observing Karen, the viewers' questions multiplied. However, they certainly hadn't missed anything. Karen was a shadow clone of Qianyu, brought back during the night. At this point, Karen was far from the fiery character she would later become. Having been bullied by the grass shinobi, she appeared remarkably meek. Qianyu had merely dispatched her 2 teammates who only knew how to bite her for healing, and Karen had obediently followed her back, diligently caring for Naruto and Sasuke ever since. The earnestness of her efforts even made Qianyu feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Karen was genuinely quite endearing in her current state. She donned a slightly long gray-green short-sleeved jacket, beneath which she wore a snug fishnet top that outlined her youthful, albeit slightly undeveloped, figure. As for her lower half, Qianyu could not discern any pants, or rather, there was only a very short pair of shorts, barely concealed by the jacket, leaving her slender legs clad entirely in black fishnet stockings, appearing both juvenile and delicate. Moreover, due to the shorts being obscured, it gave the impression that she was wearing her boyfriend's shirt, exuding an air of vulnerability to say the least. If one were to make an audacious remark, the youthful Karen appeared quite adorable, whereas upon growing older, she might evoke an entirely different sentiment, which left Qianyu both surprised and contemplative. Yet, Karen, being a character introduced later, meant that her charming youthful image was not widely recognized, which was indeed a pity. Thus, to rectify this oversight, Qianyu waited until Karen had completed her tasks, and, as the audience became familiar with her presence, she finally stood up from her resting position. However, Qianyu evidently underestimated the fearsome image she held in Karen's mind. Upon standing, Karen seemed dissatisfied with her own care, with a sudden weakness in her legs. She knelt before Qianyu, exclaiming, I'm sorry. Lady Qianyu, I should not have been lazy, causing them to remain unconscious for so long that in fact, it has been tested that even if someone is unconscious, they can regain vitality through a wound inflicted upon me. Please do not worry. I shall treat your two comrades immediately. Speaking rapidly, Karen swiftly retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, pressing it against her palm. However, despite her earlier decisiveness, she hesitated at this critical moment. After all, aside from masochists, who truly enjoys inflicting pain upon themselves, yet, recalling Qianyu's swift execution of her teammates the previous night, and motivated by her own survival, Karen gritted her teeth and shut her eyes. With a sudden force, she aimed to cut her palm, just as the cold blade of the kunai began to etch a line across her delicate hand. A warm, gentle hand grasped hers, halting the impending pressure. Enough, enough! Qianyu's expression was one of exasperation. Why brought you back last night? I did not compel you to treat them. Why would I do so now? Remember, Karen, you are a person, not merely a walking healing pouch. All individuals are born equal. You possess this ability, and while you may choose to share it, it must never be coerced. If anyone forces you, it is inherently wrong, and you should resist them with all your might. Qianyu gazed earnestly at Karen. Meanwhile, within a livestream's small frame, as Karen absorbed Qianyu's words, the audience was treated to flashbacks of her harrowing memories, the contrasting flow of time amplifying the emotional weight. They witnessed the gruesome moment her mother was brutally bitten to death, and how young Karen was ruthlessly treated as nothing more than a blood bag afterward. Such a horrific ability. How could those people commit such atrocities? One viewer lamented. Damn it, I'm enraged. How could such beasts exist? Another chimed in, Qianyu, you did well to eliminate them. Initial astonishment and fury morphed into heartfelt admiration. Qianyu, you are so gentle. Oh my, she seems to be enveloped in a halo. Indeed, it was no wonder that she captivated the audience's hearts. The unexpected surge of goodwill stemming from Karen's plight left Qianyu somewhat taken aback. For all her grandiloquent words, when she sought Karen, her intent had indeed been to have her bite Sasuke and Naruto. Yet upon arrival, she had witnessed Karen being bitten by her teammates, prompting her to abandon that notion and instead bring Karen back to assist. The words she spoke to Karen now were heartfelt truths. However, it was clear that Karen, having been suppressed for so long, did not fully comprehend Qianyu's intentions. Karen looked bewildered, staring blankly at Qianyu. So, what you mean is, I don't need to bite them after all? Precisely, Qianyu affirmed with certainty. Then, Lady Qianyu, what should I do now? Karen asked timidly. Qianyu initially contemplated responding that she need not do anything at all. But after a moment's thought, she reconsidered. Given Karen's past experiences in the grass village, showering her with kindness might leave her feeling disoriented. How about this? Qianyu proposed. You choose one of them to carry on your back. We shall head directly to the central tower. She gestured to Naruto and Sasuke. Reflecting on the original storyline, the 7th team had not proceeded to the central tower due to incomplete scrolls, and Sakura lacked the strength to carry 2 individuals. However, after defeating the Sound Shinobi team and acquiring the Earth Scroll, along with their original Heaven Scroll, which had not been destroyed by Orochimaru, they now had all the necessary scrolls. The only task remaining was to carry 2 individuals. Thus, Qianyu resolved to head straight to the central tower, where the medical team from Konoha would be able to take over the care of these 2 brothers. As Qianyu issued her command, Karen approached Naruto and Sasuke, standing before them as if contemplating who to carry. She first glanced at Naruto, and her heartfelt sentiments echoed within the livestream's frame. No matter how many times I see it, his chakra feels so warm. Just when everyone believed that Xianglin would choose Naruto, she cast a glance at Sasuke's pale, handsome face, even in his unconscious state. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and without a second thought, she turned away from Naruto and hoisted Sasuke on her back. Oh dear, the barrage of comments erupted in surprise. Naruto exclaimed, wasn't I supposed to be the warm one? No love left. Qianyu found the situation quite amusing. The essence of a beauty chaser had already been exposed so early on. Poor Naruto. To be frank, Qianyu did not quite understand how such a striking figure as Minato Namikaze could have a son who seemed to lack charm entirely. Was it perhaps Kushina's facial structure that was to blame? With such musings, Qianyu lifted Naruto onto her back and embarked on their journey. However, she failed to notice that Xianglin, carrying Sasuke behind her, was lost in thought rather than focusing on him. Meanwhile, as she observed Qianyu's silhouette, Xianglin's expression subtly shifted. Soon after, the two arrived at the central tower, marking the conclusion of the second phase of the Chunin exams for Team 7. In the following days, there was little of note to report. The 3 members of Team 7 rested in the central tower, enjoying a rather comfortable respite. There were a few live broadcasts showcasing other teams. But Qianyu did not make an appearance. The only noteworthy event was that Qianyu successfully extracted her mother's name from Xianglin. Of course, the name of Xianglin's mother was not particularly important, as Qianyu was not seeking to propose to her mother-in-law. She was primarily interested in acquiring her mother's surname, as she had surmised, while Xianglin bore no surname herself. Her mother was one of the Uzumaki clan members who had escaped during that era. Thus possessing the Uzumaki name, that it remained a mystery why the Uzumaki clan members, scattered far and wide, would rather rot away in small nations than seek out their most prominent relatives in Konoha. Qianyu speculated that there might be countless sordid tales hidden within, leading to the deep-seated resentment among the wandering Uzumaki people. However, that belonged to a bygone generation of the present. The only Uzumaki in Konoha was Naruto. Should Naruto lose control, the vast Konoha would struggle to find a second individual with the potential of a Jinchuriki. From a value standpoint, Xianglin, who had evidently inherited the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, was exceedingly precious. Therefore, Qianyu promptly informed Iruka of Xianglin's existence, who in turn relayed the information to Kakashi. Given Kakashi's intellect, he understood many things without needing to be told. Remaining in Konoha was undoubtedly preferable to being in the grass village. Moreover, with the third Hokage nearing death, Tsunade would soon return, which would be even more beneficial for Xianglin. Ultimately, just as Qianyu had anticipated, shortly after she disclosed this matter to Iruka, the Umbu exclusive to the third Hokage promptly arrived and swiftly took Xianglin away. As if fearing someone might attempt to snatch her away for the grass village, it seemed there were others who would negotiate with them. In any case, the matter concerning Xianglin had reached a temporary conclusion. A few days later, the 7 teams that had successfully passed the examination stood in the arena on the first floor of the central tower. Qianyu quietly scanned the surroundings and noted that the teams that had passed were once again the same individuals. Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team 2, Do's team, the Sand Siblings, and the Sound Ninja team. The only notable change was that the Sound Ninja team had been replaced by Honglin Sound Ninja Squad. But otherwise, everything remained as usual. After the third Hokage explained the significance of the microcosmic war represented by the Chunin exams, Moonlight Breeze appeared to announce that before the third exam, a preliminary round would take place. Subsequently, Yakushi Kabuto, as in the original work, withdrew from the competition. Naruto looked worriedly at Sasuke and asked, "Hey, is that curse mark of yours all right?" "It's fine," Sasuke shook his head. After resting for so many days, "I just need to use a bit less chakra." For his past self, this would have been troublesome, but now he merely needed to borrow a knife from Qianyu. His own blade had been destroyed in the battle against Orochimaru. "Is that all right?" Sasuke inquired of Qianyu, and "Oh problem." Qianyu nodded, "Just borrowing a knife, not a wife." Following this small incident, the electronic board displaying the matchups for the preliminary round appeared. Everyone looked up in anticipation. Soon, names began to flash rapidly across the screen. However, this time, the duel was not between Sasuke and Chiku, but rather Sasuke and Ken Mizumi. Upon seeing this outcome, Moonlight Breeze announced, "Please, the selected 2, step forward. The rest, please wait on the sidelines." Is it really me? Sasuke was taken aback. Qianyu was equally surprised. The originally designated Chiku had been replaced by Ken Mizumi. She recalled that Ken Mizumi's ability was to stretch his limbs at will. Stretching limbs was one thing, but he wasn't a rubber fruit user. Why was it him? Qianyu remembered that Orochimaru's intention should have been to compel Sasuke to use the curse mark, with Ken Mizumi's ability. Wouldn't Sasuke be able to wreak havoc with a blade? Considering Orochimaru was already aware of Sasuke's swordsmanship, this arrangement seemed conspiratorial. Seizing the opportunity while handing Sasuke the sword, Qianyu cautioned, "Be careful. That person gives me a strange vibe." "You think so?" Sasuke furrowed his brows, immediately becoming serious. I understand. I'll take this seriously. Good. That's great. Don't lose. Seeing Sasuke's attitude, Qianyu patted his shoulder with satisfaction. I actually look forward to a serious match with you. Oomph. A faint smile graced the corners of Sasuke's mouth, and I likewise. Just don't hold back when the time comes. Sasuke then turned to Naruto. Of course, you too. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto, who had initially felt somewhat sidelined, froze for a moment. He had thought that, seeing Qianyu and Sasuke exchanging blades and making plans for a battle, he would be left out of the equation. Unexpectedly, Sasuke had specifically included him, confirming that Sasuke indeed valued him. Absolutely. Naruto's spirit soared, his smile radiant. When the time comes, I'll be coming at you with the intent to defeat you. Sasuke, don't be surprised if I knock you down. Humph, you're just a laggard. Sasuke scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Yet regardless of who it was, anyone who caught sight of the unmistakable smile on his lips could discern his current mood. In that instant, the atmosphere within Team 7 reached an entirely new height of camaraderie. Subsequently, Naruto and Qianyu bid farewell to Sasuke and made their way to the stands. However, as 1,000 individuals have 1,000 interpretations, some viewers had varying understandings of this scene. Odd comments began to emerge. Sasuke, just indulge him. It's clear Naruto is the true heroine here. Sobbing, this ship is truly delightful. Yes, the moment Naruto appeared downcast, he rushed to console him. Sasuke is so warm. Yet upon witnessing these rather suggestive comments, some viewers could no longer contain themselves and interjected, Hey, you delusional shippers, this is just normal brotherly affection. But soon, others countered, Alright then please explain why with such a stunning beauty like Qianyu and the team. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke seems interested in her. The crowd fell silent, as they genuinely could not comprehend this point. Even more astonishing was the next comment. Qianyu. So, am I also a part of your play? Meow, meow, meow. Upon seeing this comment, Qianyu expressed her confusion. In the original work, there was a Sakura present to distract Naruto's attention. With her here, Naruto seemed solely focused on Sasuke. Surely she wouldn't become a part of their play. Would she? What is this Team 7? I am perplexed indeed. Fortunately, Moonlight Breeze's voice soon rang out, interrupting Qianyu's somewhat precarious train of thought. The participants for the first match are Uchiha Sasuke and Ken Mizumi. Is there any objection? None. Both Sasuke and Ken Mizumi spoke simultaneously. Then, Moonlight Breeze raised his hand high before bringing it down. Let the match begin. With the conclusion of Moonlight Breeze's words, Ken Mizumi propelled himself forward with force, charging at Sasuke with the intention of closing the distance. He really coming straight at me? How bold. Remembering Qianyu's reminder, although wielding a blade, Sasuke was still reluctant to allow Ken Mizumi to approach. With a swift motion, he created illusions with his hands, launching 3 sharp kunai that formed an equilateral triangle aimed directly at Ken's eyes and throat. Witnessing such a flawless throw, Kakashi's eyes sparkled. You've improved. Sasuke! He then turned his gaze to Ken Mizumi, eager to see how he would respond. Yet, what unfolded was astonishing. In the face of Sasuke's kunai, Ken Mizumi did not flinch or evade. Instead, he shielded his face and neck with his hands and charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp kunai clashed against Ken's arms, producing a sound reminiscent of a hard object striking a tire. To Sasuke's surprise, Ken emerged with merely a few shallow scratches on his arm, just enough to break the skin. What? Ken's remarkable defensive capability clearly caught Sasuke off guard. He leaped backward multiple times, retreating while launching ninja tools, maintaining distance from Ken. However, regardless of where Sasuke aimed his tools, Ken merely protected himself with his hands, emerging unscathed. Even when Sasuke executed a series of intricate Uchiha Shuriken techniques, attacking Ken from all angles, Ken merely extended his arms, forming a protective layer akin to a fleshly armor, rendering Sasuke's attacks ineffective. In Ken's presence, the renowned Uchiha's ninja tools appeared almost ineffectual. Observing Ken's extraordinary performance, the live chat room was filled with playful banter. Excellent. Our ninja world needs its own Straw Hat Kid. You remind me of a dear friend. Who? Where are they? No one. Repeat, it's the human fruit, mythical type, Nika form. Yet, those present were not as relaxed as the chat suggested. How could this be? Watching the bizarre scene unfold, Naruto clenched the railing nervously. Is this what Orochimaru prepared for Sasuke? Qianyu also frowned, her delicate brows furrowing. Earlier, she had joked about a rubber fruit, but now Ken Mikasumi truly resembled a Straw Hat Kid, embodying a post-hockey Luffy, with arms that not only contracted but also possessed extraordinary resilience. Impervious even to sharp weapons, it was undeniable that what once could have been resolved with a simple fireball jutsu now posed a significant challenge for Sasuke, who was low on chakra. In this predicament, even Qianyu could not devise a solution on the FLY.AT this moment. After circling the expansive battlefield thrice, they came to a halt. Sasuke breathed lightly. The exertion of maintaining precise shots while being relentlessly pursued had undoubtedly drained his stamina. Observing him, Ken Mikasumi's small eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. "You're already fatigued. Is this all the illustrious Uchiha can muster? But this won't be enough to defeat me. Don't get too cocky. You brat." Sasuke gritted his teeth. Through his observations, he recognized that Ken's abilities were indeed formidable. However, there were weaknesses. The invulnerability was confined solely to his hands, as long as he could maneuver around those hands to strike a vital area. Victory was within reach. Yet, as Ken had indicated, merely shooting ninja tools while retreating would not suffice. Thus, Sasuke drew the sword he had borrowed from Qianyu. "Are you resorting to weapons now?" Ken's expression stiffened. Though his hands had significantly enhanced defensive capabilities due to Orochimaru's temporary modifications, they still had a fear of sustained cuts, unlike the thrown kunai. Fortunately, he had different strategies for varying circumstances. The two charged at each other once more. First form of the White Fang sword technique, slash. Second form, thrust. Third form, chop. Fourth form, lift. The foundational sword technique Sasuke had copied from Qianyu flowed seamlessly from his blade. Even though these moves were borrowed, Sasuke had practiced diligently over the days. At this moment, his long sword executed horizontal slashes from left to right, thrust from back to front, downward chops, and upward lifts, all with remarkable precision, coupled with the body stimulation techniques inherent in the White Fang sword technique. Sasuke's swordsmanship was incredibly swift, akin to a whirlwind. Yet in response to Sasuke's strikes, Ken Mikasumi exhibited remarkable flexibility. Whether by leaning back to evade or shifting his hips to dodge, combined with the defensive power of his hands. The two engaged in a fierce standoff. After all, no matter how sharp Sasuke's sword was, it was rendered useless if it could not land a hit. However, at this juncture, even though they were evenly matched, Ken's reliance on flexibility would inevitably drain his chakra over time, giving Sasuke the advantage in a prolonged battle. Yet, after a period of stalemate, Sasuke unleashed a powerful slash, only for Ken to be caught off guard, resulting in a visible wound across his abdomen. Just as the spectators perked up, anticipating Sasuke's follow-up strike, a sharp pain suddenly surged from the back of his neck. Sasuke's body stiffened. Finally, Ken's eyes lit up at the sight. His right hand shot forward like a serpent, coiling around Sasuke's blade multiple times before seizing his in a swift motion. Ken twisted and pulled. Clang! Sasuke's long sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as Ken ensnared him with both hands and feet, strong arms constricting around his throat. This was the long-lost Asian binding technique. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted in alarm. Ken chuckled darkly. "Your teammate seems quite concerned for you. He has been shouting since the battle began. How about conceding? We wouldn't want to keep your teammate worried for too long." Ugh. Sasuke's face flushed crimson, unable to respond. It was then that Ken seemed to realize his mistake, apologizing. My apologies. I forgot I bound you too tightly." "You can't speak." Nevertheless, there was no need to worry. It would all be over soon. Ken tightened his grip, intent on suffocating Sasuke. Under Ken's restraint, Sasuke's struggles grew increasingly feeble. It seemed as though his obsidian-like eyes were on the verge of rolling back entirely. Just as the others despaired, believing that the illustrious Uchiha was about to fall, Naruto's voice rang out once more. "Sasuke, hold on. You're really loud. Naruto." Sasuke's eyes shot open, the crimson Sharingan locking on Ken's gaze. "Sharingan, this is bad." Ken hurriedly attempted to close his eyes. However, before he could, Sasuke unleashed his Genjutsu, illusion. Naraka's gaze. Ah! Terrifying scenes began to echo within Ken's mind. As the Genjutsu took hold, the grip binding Sasuke slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke broke free from Ken's hold, snatching up the long sword from the ground, poised to finish Ken off. That I've won. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, raising his fist in triumph. Yet, just as Sasuke's blade sank into Ken's right shoulder, blood sprang forth. A pained cry escaped him. Ugh! Sasuke gasped in agony. The use of the Sharingan had triggered the cursed seal, fiery patterns spreading from the back of his neck and rapidly engulfing half of his body. That's it. Embrace its power further, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru, disguised as a sound ninja jounin, watched with gleeful anticipation. If the situation allowed, he would have licked his lips in excitement. Has the cursed seal activated again? Sasuke? Qianyu's expression turned grave. The cursed seal was notoriously invasive. In the original story, Sasuke had managed to suppress it, but was uncertain whether he could do so here. After all, in the original tale, he was merely drained of chakra. But now he was using the Sharingan. Most importantly, his opponent, Ken Mikasumi, was no mere puppet. At that moment, under the stimulus of pain, Jianmeiqing effortlessly broke free from Sasuke's illusion and revealed a sinister grin directed at him. With her still functioning left hand, she once again coiled around Sasuke's neck, tightening her grip fiercely. Die, Uchiha Sasuke! After facing a life-and-death crisis, Jianmeiqing dared not hold back any longer, though she was now limited to just her left hand. Her strength surpassed that of both hands combined previously. Crack, crack, crack. Under Jianmeiqing's immense pressure, Sasuke could almost hear the groans emanating from his cervical spine. No, it wasn't merely an impression. His cervical spine was indeed wailing in agony. Were it not for the inherent toughness of the Uchiha clan's bones and the enhancement of the cursed seal, Sasuke's neck would have undoubtedly been snapped by Jianmeiqing's grip. Consequently, the cursed seal that enveloped half of Sasuke's body now extended further, covering more than 3/5 of him. With the cursed seal inside and Jianmeiqing outside, Sasuke's situation was perilously dire. Sasuke! The sudden turn of events reignited concern among the onlookers. However, Qianyu wore a smile. For through the livestream, she could hear Sasuke's inner roar. How can I fall here? I still have to kill that man. Yet despite his intent to kill, the fleeting images before Sasuke's eyes were fragments of Uchiha Itachi's prowess with shurikens. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Sasuke suddenly released his grip on Jianmeiqing's arm. Giving up? As the audience observed Sasuke's actions, their expressions froze. No, it wasn't surrender. This was a final desperate attempt. Qianyu shook her head. True to her instincts, Sasuke's relinquishment of his hands was not an act of defeat. Rather, he was rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. Noticing Sasuke's movement, Jianmeiqing exerted even more force while adjusting her body position, completely concealing herself behind Sasuke. It's futile. Your kunai cannot possibly pierce me. Ugh. As Jianmeiqing pressed down once more, both suffocation and dizziness surged through Sasuke's mind. Yet in this critical moment, he bit down hard on his tongue to force himself to remain conscious. Gathering his strength, he hurled the sharp kunai upward in a parabolic arc toward Jianmeiqing. If all went according to plan, the kunai would strike her squarely on the head. However, its descent, relying solely on gravitational pull, was painfully slow. Think you would attempt to kill me with a kunai. What a delightful notion! But what if I do this? Jianmeiqing seized Sasuke and forcefully pulled back. With her adult weight and deliberate exertion, their center of gravity shifted, causing both to tumble backwards and fall flat on the ground. The kunai that had initially aimed for Jianmeiqing's head now pointed directly at Sasuke's chest. Sasuke! Naruto's voice roared louder than anyone else's. At that moment, Sasuke launched another kunai. The subsequent kunai collided with the first, altering its trajectory from Sasuke's chest to Jianmeiqing's eye. Ah! With Jianmeiqing's anguished scream. The falling kunai shattered her glasses and embedded itself into her left eye, causing her grip to slacken immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke rolled over and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the kunai's end. Thud! The kunai penetrated her brain, rendering her beyond salvation. The once crying Jian Meicheng fell silent. Gasping for breath, Sasuke slowly rose, noting that the cursed seal had spread to nearly 2/3 of his body through this series of actions. However, ultimately, these cursed marks retracted under Sasuke's will. Observing this, Moonlight Breeze stepped forward, glanced at Jian Meicheng, and then shook his head. There's no saving her. I declare the victor of the first round of the Chunin Exam preliminaries is Uchiha Sasuke. Hooray! We won. Hearing Moonlight Breeze's verdict, Ino and Naruto cheered, while others wore relieved smiles. As expected of you, Sasuke. Qianyu sighed as she gazed at Jian Meicheng's lifeless form, reflecting, you were formidable, but this is the protagonist. The earlier moments were forgotten, and the middle part was rare. Whenever faced with a crisis, he would unleash his true potential, and then it would be So, losing was not unjust after Jian Meicheng's demise. The medical team arrived to carry away her body. Meanwhile, Kakashi took Sasuke away, evidently to perform the sealing technique. Following the unexpected clash between Sasuke and Jian Meicheng, the subsequent matches were rather unremarkable. Yamanaka Ino faced off against Shino, and against the Swarm's will, Ino suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in Shino's victory. Akatsuki's red copper armor battled against Kankuro, ending in a fate even grimmer than Jian Meicheng's. Temari clashed with Tenten, and after the wealthy Temari carelessly scattered ninja tools, Temari secured victory through her advantageous position. Next, Shikamaru triumphed over one of the sound ninjas from the Honlin team, while Choji successfully advanced after defeating another opponent. Naruto bested Kiba, and Hinata endured a brutal beating from Neji, which was followed by a dramatic scene where Neji was simultaneously stopped by Kakashi and the two elite Jonin, Hong and Moonlight Breeze. TSK. Observing this scene, Qianyu shook her head slightly, realizing that such treatment was precisely why Neji felt so imbalanced. Subsequently, the injured Hinata collapsed, spitting out blood, prompting Kurenai Yuhi to check her condition. The moment Kurenai unzipped Hinata's garment, a chorus of gasps erupted. Oh my! Wait, this girl, though petite, is so well endowed. Could this be the legendary hidden treasure? It seems to rival Qianyu's wife. Within the live stream chat, comments began to flood regarding Hinata's physique. Although Qianyu had anticipated this moment, she felt a sense of resignation. Did these people not consider focusing on Hinata's injuries instead? Nevertheless, Hinata was indeed stunning. Perhaps one day, she could invite her to a hot spring? With her shy and introverted demeanor, even if bullied by a ruffian, she would likely just turn red and remain silent, or softly protest against the villain's lewd comments. That would be splendid, Qianyu mused. Until Naruto, in a fit of rage, declared war against Neji, snapping her back to reality. Following this, Naruto's declaration was akin to the firing of a starter's pistol, heralding the most thrilling clash of the Chunin exams. Gaara versus Rock Lee. Finally, it's my turn. Gazing at the names on the electronic board, Little Lee brimmed with enthusiasm. Might Guy gave him a thumbs up. Go for it, Lee. Asu! Little Lee leaped onto the railing, just as he was about to jump down. A delicate, fair hand caught hold of his clothing at the waist. Qianyu? Little Lee turned in surprise toward the newcomer, his excitement palpable as he declared, Qianyu, are you worried about me? No need to fear. No matter what adversities lie ahead, the fiery spirit of Rock Lee shall never be extinguished. With that, Little Lee flashed his signature thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Might Guy echoed, well said, Lee. The master and disciple exchanged identical thumbs-ups and radiant smiles, sharing a silent understanding. Then came an impassioned embrace, tears welling up. Lee, Teacher Guy, Lee, Teacher Guy. In that moment, the backdrop of the Chunin exam transformed into a scene by the sea, with waves crashing against the cliffs. As for the stunning Qianyu, with her sweet voice and alluring figure, where was she in this spectacle? A comment from earlier flickered through Qianyu's mind. Am I truly just a part of your play? Qianyu mused, a look of existential doubt crossing her face. As if on cue. The chat erupted in laughter. Qianyu's daily life of being ignored 11. Having accepted this reality, despite being the first beauty, it seemed I had grown accustomed to being overlooked. The legends of the ninja world were indeed curious. Sighing at the mockery in the chat, Qianyu resignedly held her forehead. Clearly, she shouldn't have come here. Little Leah professed to like her, but was this how he expressed it? It seemed that in the world of Naruto, love was nothing but an illusion. Bonds were what truly mattered. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Farewell. Qianyu decisively turned away, seeing that the beautiful girl was about to leave. Shaoli finally recalled his affection for Qianyu and hurriedly extricated himself from the comforting embrace of his teacher, Akai. Wait, Qianyu! Shaoli called out as he chased after it. He stammered, gazing at Qianyu's flawless and delicate face. His cheeks flushed. Did you come to see me for something? I appreciate your assumption that I sought you out for a purpose, Qianyu retorted, her eyes resembling those of Kakashi, devoid of enthusiasm. My apologies. Shaoli promptly admitted his fault. Never mind. Qianyu chose not to dwell on it and instead conveyed her purpose for coming, which was to deliver Gar's message to Shaoli, if it could spare Shaoli some heartache. That would indeed be wonderful. However, regrettably, sometime later, Gaara, lying on the ground, extended his hand towards Shaoli with great difficulty, yet with unwavering resolve. A significant portion of the yellow sand, under Gaara's control, surged toward Shaoli, who was now devoid of any resistance, ensnaring his limbs. Then, Gaara's fingers clenched tightly. Sand binding coffin! Aya! Shaoli's anguished scream reverberated throughout the venue. Overwhelmed by bitterness, he collapsed at, "Oh, this is how it ends." Witnessing this outcome, Qianyu sighed that it was somewhat unexpected, yet not entirely so. After all, the disparity in strength was evident. Gaara was undeniably formidable. Then, as she gazed at the unconscious Shaoli, Gaara's yellow sand stirred, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, a green comet descended. Boom! As if scorched by the blazing sun, Gaara's yellow sand melted away like snow. It was Might Guy, who had intercepted Gaara's assault on Shaoli, standing like a wall of sorrow between them. Upon seeing Akai's pained yet serious expression and his determined stance shielding Shaoli, Gaara felt a pang of discomfort, recalling past moments. Why save him? Gaara questioned, clutching his head. Because he is my cherished subordinate. Akai replied passionately and earnestly. Fine, I won't fight. After a moment of staring at Might Guy, Gaara turned to leave. Yet, just as the moonlight and wind were about to declare Gaara the victor, a shocking event unfolded. Despite trembling limbs, the gravely injured Shaoli stumbled to his feet, adopting a fighting stance once more. Enough. Your body can no longer support you in battle. Akai rushed to dissuade him. However, before he could finish, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing him to tear up, for at that moment, Shaoli had already lost consciousness. This was merely a subconscious reaction. You fool, even in a state of unconsciousness. You still wish to prove your ninja way? As Akai's heartfelt words resonated, the camera zoomed in on Shaoli's face. His scarred visage and vacant eyes were like a chisel, carving into the hearts of everyone present. Anyone who witnessed this scene could not help but feel a profound shock. So this is why I chose to convey the message rather than intervene. Qianyu closed her eyes, murmuring to herself. Preventing Shaoli from continuing would certainly allow her to alleviate her regrets. Yet for someone like Shaoli, would that not extinguish the brilliant flame of his spirit for her selfish desires? The victor is Gaara. The voice of the moonlight wind finally echoed. Yet compared to the victor, it was undoubtedly the defeated who captivated the crowd's attention at this moment. Though he lost, he remained a victor in spirit. This was Shaoli. Soon after, Shaoli was carried away by the medical team. Qianyu leaped over the railing, standing in the center of the arena. Finally, it's my turn. I never expected to be the last one to appear. The red-haired, pineapple-haired Honglian descended from the stands, proclaiming, "So am I." With an air of arrogance, she expressed her frustration at being unable to participate while others battled fiercely. That I'm brimming with fighting spirit now. Don't get hurt, pretty girl. As Honglian's words echoed, Qianyu had yet to respond. However, as one of her two top subordinates, Naruto couldn't contain his annoyance. Who is this person speaking so arrogantly? Indeed, the comment section erupted in agreement. The previous Ounin's underhanded tactics against Naruto had seemed formidable, but they turned out to be mere bluster. With their comrade's defeat so resounding, what right did she have to act so high and mighty? Let us disperse. She is likely just a loudmouth, agreed. Let us go. Nothing to see here. She'll probably be defeated in an instant. I'm off to the restroom, and one held any expectations for Honglian. After all, logically speaking, the recent battle between Gaara and Shaoli hardly seemed fitting for a lower ninja. Whatever followed was unlikely to surpass it. This sentiment echoed beyond just the comment section. Hurry up and finish. I'm exhausted. Ino yawned. I'm hungry too. Choji patted his stomach. After 5 days of survival in the vast death forest, enduring a fierce battle, and witnessing the spectacular clash between Shaoli and Gaara, they were utterly drained, feeling as though their eyelids were in a battle of their own, with yawns resounding throughout. Only the two on the sidelines understood the intensity of the adversaries they each faced. Everyone seems a bit drowsy. What say you? With a glance at the others in the stands, disregarding Honglian's clumsy provocations, Qianyu smiled brightly at her. Oh, drowsy? Honglian raised an eyebrow. Then let us make things lively. All right. Qianyu nodded. Examiner, may we begin? Ahem, yes. The moonlight wind raised his hand high before bringing it down. Ahem, then the 10th match. Qianyu of Phoenix Temple versus Honglian. Begin. As the moonlight wind's words settled clang, Qianyu unsheathed her long sword. Crystal release. Emerald crystal blade. Honglian called out lightly, a red circular aura emanating from her fingertips. Much like a Kamen rider changing gear, 2 translucent crystal arm blades materialized on her arms. The two exchanged a glance before charging forward simultaneously. Clang, the steel long sword clashed with the crystal blades. Yet in the next moment, half of the long sword was sent flying, narrowly missing Naruto's face, embedding itself into the wall of the stands. What just happened? Just from a single clash, the sword broke. This outcome caught everyone off guard. The comment section buzzed with confusion. What does this mean? Qianyu's sword just broke. What is going on? I seem to recall this was a new sword. Indeed, Iruka treated Naruto to a meal and then supplied Qianyu with a sword. I remember it being rather expensive. Surely, Iruka wouldn't deceive Qianyu, right? Was the weapon shop cutting corners? The audience in the comment section found it difficult to draw conclusions. However, it was evident that the weapon shop had not skimped on quality. Even if they sought to profit unethically, they had to consider their daughter, right? Otherwise, Qianyu was nearly of an age where she could begin honing her skills. In truth, after the initial shock faded, Qianyu had already come to terms with the fact that her sword being severed by Honglian was not particularly surprising. There was a rather common-sense defying factor at play here. Crystal is harder than iron. While forging can significantly enhance the properties of metal, the weapon in Honglian's hands was also a product of her unique ninjutsu. Moreover, Qianyu glanced at the broken sword's cross-dash section, the smooth cut. There was a tiny chip the size of a grain of rice. This chip had initially formed during her battle with Gaara, having struck a hard object within the sand. Then, just moments ago, during the fight with Sasuke and Jian Meichong, it had struck bone, resulting in another chip. Originally, under Sasuke's swordsmanship, as long as the blade was aligned correctly, cutting through bone and flesh would have been effortless. Without such an occurrence. But at that moment, Sasuke had been affected by the cursed seal, hadn't he? Impressive, you managed to catch such a detail. Qianyu admired, looking towards Honglian, with a proud lift of her chin. Honglian replied, So, what will it be, pretty girl? You still have time to surrender. Without weapons, you stand no chance against me. I beg to differ. Qianyu shook her head with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a certain character from Washington, who says one can't strike a blow with just half a blade. Is that so? The smile on Honglian's face grew increasingly audacious. Say it again, pretty girl. I said without weapons. Who says I left you with even half a blade? What? Qianyu was taken aback by Honglian's words. A sudden sense of danger surged from the blade in her hand. Almost instinctively, Qianyu discarded her sword and stepped back, allowing the long blade that had accompanied her for over a month to fall naturally. Yet before the blade could touch the ground, crack, crack, a cacophony of crystalline sounds erupted from the blade. The astonished gazes of the crowd, pink crystals began to sprout from the severed edge of Qianyu's sword, rapidly extending along the blade. Ultimately, this layer of growing crystal formed a sheath of amber, encasing the broken sword. Ding! The crystal-encased sword clattered to the ground, producing a clear, melodious chime, observing the sword imprisoned in crystal. The venue fell into an eerie silence. as if a pin dropping could be heard, for they could scarcely fathom that Qianyu, whose swordsmanship constituted a significant portion of her prowess, had lost her weapon right at the onset. Such an outcome took everyone by surprise. Witnessed Qianyu, who had never faltered even before Gaara, now in such a predicament. Was there another master at play? The barrage of comments flooded in. What should we do? Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired urgently. Qianyu is now without a sword. Can we find her one? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Tian, evidently impressed by her recent duel rising dragons. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Tian understood and began rummaging through her scrolls. After all, she wasn't without her own collection of ninja blades. However, Kakashi shook his head. How could that be? This is an assessment, not a battlefield. We cannot intervene. Naruto was profoundly disappointed. Then what should we do now? It's all up to Qianyu. Kakashi looked seriously at the arena. It's all right, Naruto. Have faith in Qianyu. Yes, Qianyu, you absolutely cannot lose to that arrogant woman. With Kakashi's encouragement, Naruto rallied his spirits, continuing to cheer for Qianyu. Yet while Naruto's optimism was innate, others did not share his sentiment. Kanjuro's malice was palpable. Let her lose. Let her lose. That woman was so arrogant before. Now she is receiving her comeuppance. Tisk. Gaara frowned in irritation, saying nothing. Neji regarded her with disdain. Will she truly lose? If she falters now, it seems she is not as formidable as I thought. Indeed, only those who have undergone rigorous training in martial arts are truly reliable. As the spectators' attention shifted from indifference to rapt focus, with most favoring her, Orochimaru cast a glance in her direction, and Holian's exhilaration peaked. I told you, I am undoubtedly the strongest. Sasuke, Qianyu, they are all trash. Watch closely, Lord Orochimaru, and behold the humiliation of the one you favor as she admits defeat. Roaring within, Holian pointed her blade at Qianyu, proudly proclaiming, This is your last chance. Surrender, pretty girl. Otherwise, such a lovely face might get marred. Well, you're quite the gallant one. Thank you. You're beautiful too. Qianyu replied with a genuine smile, seemingly sincere. This strange exchange caused the audience to frown once more, puzzled by Qianyu's unexpected compliment. Yet, they quickly comprehended, for under Qianyu's praise, the previously fierce expression on Holian's face flushed with embarrassment, and she began to smile shyly. Holian slightly turned her head. Well, it's not bad, but let me make it clear. Even if you say that, I want to hold back. Then, as if realizing her moment of vulnerability, Holian quickly turned back, forcing her lips into a semblance of her earlier demeanor. All right, I'm here to serve as a Chunin, not to engage in idle chatter. Enough of these distractions. We either fight or you concede. This declaration was made with firm resolve. Having witnessed her earlier haughty demeanor, the audience's impression of her had flipped a full 180 degrees. It was akin to an elf stumbling into a gobliness lair. There was no turning back. Such arrogance. What is there to boast about? Indeed, with neither front nor back, this little pride is laughable. Isn't it just arrogance? Watch as I take her down with straightforward strikes and claim her as my prize. In truth, Qianyu hadn't anticipated that Holian was at Sundara. She merely found it odd that Holian seemed more intent on her admitting defeat than on defeating her outright. Having caught a glimpse of Holian's inner thoughts during the broadcast, Qianyu decided to humor her, adhering to the stereotype of a proud genius girl eager to prove herself. And her flattery was, as Holian suggested, a means of stalling for time. For in her current state, losing her sword had a significant impact. Some tangible matters cannot be overcome merely by willpower and perseverance. However, during this interval, Qianyu indeed devised a rather unconventional solution. It's just a sword, isn't it? Watch me conjure one. Shadow clone technique. Qianyu formed hand seals, and a brand new clone of herself materialized with a poof. The theatrical clone exchanged glances with Qianyu, pressing her hand against its chest, then closed its eyes and softly intoned, Please, use me. With that, the clone secretly formed hand seals. Transformation technique, another puff, echoed. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the clone that had just been created transformed itself into a traditional Chinese long sword. This is possible. Observing the sword in Qianyu's hand, the audience was left speechless. Kurenai turned to Kakashi, the most experienced among them in ninjutsu. Kakashi, is it feasible to transform a shadow clone into a weapon? I'm not sure. Kakashi was momentarily unable to provide an answer and glanced at Asuma. As far as I know, there is only one instance of someone transforming into a weapon. Indeed, that would be the old man's Monkey King. Asuma nodded, taking a long drag from a cigarette. But the Monkey King could transform into the Rui Jingu Bang for the old man, because he himself was as hard as steel. Yet, this shadow clone shatters upon contact. How could it possibly serve as a weapon for someone else? Faced with Qianyu's audacious maneuver, the elite Jounin were left scratching their heads. However, Qianyu's approach was not without rationale. Primarily, her clone was akin to a wood clone, possessing great resilience. Though it wasn't as sturdy as the Monkey King, her transformation technique was remarkable. Perfect mimicry, if you will. Yet, Qianyu stared at her long sword. Her expression filled with disbelief. This was precisely the long sword she desired. The sword's hilt was crafted from white jade, adorned with intricate patterns at the blade's tip and guard, featuring a vibrant emerald in its eye. The hilt resembled the shape of a crescent moon, cradling a prominent sun-like emerald in the center, while the spine of the sword matched the color of the large emerald, and the edges gleamed with a sharp brilliance, presenting an extravagant and eye-catching appearance. Indeed, it was extravagant and dazzling, for this theatrical clone had whimsically bestowed upon her the legendary sword, Huzhong Ryu, in an era when eternal calamity had become a free game. Qianyu's sword was instantly recognized by the crowd. Huzhong Ryu, what the heck, a heist? So you play too? How much did Eternal Calamity pay you? I'll give you double for PUBG. All right, rubber kid up front. The Rui Jingu Bang, and now Huzhong Ryu. Huh, this is delightful. Finally, AI is beginning to replicate the things I know. The most AI episode yet. No longer can I doubt that it's extraterrestrial technology. Yeah. Observing such a barrage of comments, Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated an unmasking, yet she was surprised to discover that they interpreted it in this manner. Upon reflection, it made sense from their perspective. Her actions were akin to an AI-generated drama, and encountering familiar elements was entirely reasonable, especially considering it was AI. How to put it? Such an understanding was rather favorable, at least for her, as it relieved her of the constant need for caution. Setting aside her awareness of the external audience, Qianyu, wielding the transformed Huzhong Ryu, turned her gaze towards Hong Ti that moment. Hong Lian also regained her composure from the astonishment of Qianyu's avatar transforming into a sword. Did she really think that merely transforming an avatar into a sword could obstruct my crystal escape? What a joke! My crystal escape is not something so trivial. Shatter. Hong Lian brandished her dual arm blades, charging at Qianyu just as she had at the beginning. However, this time, with her weapon intact, Qianyu was unafraid. She swung the Huzhong Ryu to meet the oncoming assault, the perfect mimicry of the sword blade clashing with Hong Lian's crystal escape blades in a flurry of strikes, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. With Qianyu's swordsmanship, as long as the issue of weapons was resolved, how could Hong Lian, essentially a ninjutsu-type ninja, wielding dual arm blades, hope to withstand her in the fierce exchange between Huzhong Ryu and the arm blades? Hong Lian soon revealed a flaw, leaving her wide open an opportunity. Qianyu sent her sword gliding towards Hong Lian's neck. Yet, Hong Lian's reaction was swift. She dispelled her arm blades, brought her hands together, and then opened them. Crystal escape crystallization. Ding! A sudden pink hexagonal crystal shield materialized, blocking the edge of Qianyu's sword. Following this, Hong Lian thrust her hands forward, the hexagonal crystal shield pressing relentlessly, an immense force surging towards Qianyu, without activating her water arm technique. She found herself being pushed back as Qianyu retreated. She activated her water arm for reinforcement, but the hexagonal crystal shield before her began to manifest ominous patterns that, in a flash, she vanished from her original position. The next instant, boom, a moderately sized explosion erupted, the shattered fragments of the hexagonal crystal shield scattering like bullets in all directions, creating chaos. Seizing upon the moment of Qianyu's brief pause after her instant movement, Hong Lian formed a hand seal with one hand, while a brand new hexagonal crystal began to spin in the other, resembling a halo. Crystal escape, giant hexagonal shuriken. Swish, swish. A high-speed light will surge towards Qianyu in a vertical trajectory. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Qianyu initially intended to sidestep. However, as the colossal hexagonal shuriken approached her, it unexpectedly shifted horizontally, rapidly expanding its area of attack. With no choice, Qianyu could only raise her sword to defend. Zizi, the hard hexagonal crystal grated against Huzhong Ryu, producing a sound that was grating to the teeth. Under the force of the ninjutsu, Qianyu was pushed back several steps before she managed to shake off the impact. Rumble! The massive hexagonal shuriken collided with a statue in the preliminaries arena, dislodging a multitude of large stones. Once Honglian's crystal escape offensive commenced, it flowed like an unending torrent. Crystal escape crystallization column. Enormous pink crystal columns descended in rapid succession, creating large craters akin to those left by Rock Lee's Lotus technique. In an instant, the previously sparse preliminaries arena was crowded with 5 or 6 crystal columns the size of pavilions. Visually overwhelming. Furthermore, it appeared that Honglian was still not satisfied. She formed another 3 or 4 hand seals, then slammed her hands to the ground. Crystal escape divine passage technique. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rows of pink crystal columns erupted from the earth, surging towards Qianyu. With no other choice, Qianyu evaded once more, only to be met by another barrage of crystalline shurikens, which she deflected with Huzhong Ryu. This moment, Qianyu realized that under Honglian's relentless barrage of techniques, the arena was becoming increasingly congested, leaving her with diminishing space to maneuver. Before long, the area would be filled to capacity with the byproducts of Honglian's crystal escape. Tisk, troublesome. Qianyu furrowed her brow. Is this what the renowned bloodline ninja, trained by exceptional masters, is like? With an extensive array of skills, versatile applications, and formidable power, not to mention the ease with which they can be executed. No need for the painstaking trial of intricate seals. Just a simple clasp of hands would suffice, or even a single-handed seal. The occasional sealing ninjutsu requires no more than 6 seals, easily completed within a second, without the need to showcase a 6-seal performance. This intensity is truly beyond what ordinary individuals can compare to. Before the battle commenced, she had contemplated how to shatter her opponent's crystalline constructs. Little did she expect that once the fight began, she would be prevented from closing the distance. It seems I must find an opportunity to utilize my swift escape, Qianyu resolved. However, before she could employ her swift escape, a lingering question remained. What manner of being is Honglian? A humanoid-tailed beast, perhaps? How could she so freely unleash such widespread crystal escape without breaking a sweat? Coincidentally, this very question was posed by Naruto to Kakashi amidst the chaos of Qianyu being bombarded with crystals. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Kakashi appeared initially surprised, seemingly pleased that Naruto was beginning to think critically before offering an explanation. This crystal escape is quite unique. The so-called crystal escape seems to be a ninjutsu that crystallizes matter. Kakashi, with a Sharingan, observed the battlefield. Do not be fooled by the grandeur of these crystals. Before they were transformed, they were merely minute particles of dust suspended in the air. Thus, unlike earth or water release techniques that require actual soil or water, crystal escape has an element of turning waste into treasure, being both cost-effective and efficient. It does not require the manipulation of substantial physical matter, resulting in a relatively low chakra consumption. It seems that the most chakra-intensive technique is the one that causes crystals to erupt from the ground, as that derives from the earth itself. Is that so? Naruto exclaimed in realization. Meanwhile, hearing Kakashi's explanation, Yuhi Kurenai expressed her amazement. I must admit, the younger generation truly is formidable. Such a ninjutsu would likely pose a significant challenge, even for me. I would be left with no choice but to evade constantly, just as Qianyu is doing. Simultaneously, Asuma interjected. Hey, Kakashi, shouldn't you consider intervening in the battle? You've seen the condition of Guy's student. This crystal escape can crystallize minute particles, and it could very well do the same to a person. She is employing the blade techniques of the late White Fang, isn't she? Upon hearing Asuma's words, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Asuma's implication was quite clear. Guy's 8 gates technique is an exclusive lineage, and now that he has finally found a suitable disciple, it appears she is on the brink of devastation. His own white fan techniques are similarly precious. If he cannot utilize them, it will be a loss of a rare opportunity for passing on a legacy. Therefore, from a rational perspective, it would be prudent to intervene in a battle that poses a risk to a successor. Moreover, unlike Lee, Qianyu's character is not as obstinate. She would likely not protest if he intervened. Thus, Kakashi felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, should he truly intervene, Kakashi hesitated. "Let me observe a little longer," Kakashi mused, his body tensing. "All right," Asuma nodded, refraining from further comment, yet remaining poised to intervene. Noticing this, Qianyu halted her steps. The elite Nin seemed poised to intervene. She could not afford to grant them that opportunity. As Qianyu paused, Honglian, who had nearly filled half the space with her crystallization, also took a moment to catch her breath. Why has she stopped? Is she surrendering? Surrender? Absolutely not. Qianyu shook her head. I am merely preparing to get serious. Honglian, upon hearing Qianyu's words, was evidently taken aback. Following her surprise came a surge of anger. Are you underestimating me, you brat? Honglian believed she had exerted her utmost effort. The advantage lay entirely with her. Qianyu was merely floundering, making a desperate escape. Yet, even if Qianyu was fast, once the arena was filled to capacity, capturing her would not be difficult. Little did she expect that on Qianyu's side, she was still claiming not to have exerted her full strength. Let me witness your true power then. Crystal escape shuriken dance. Honglian clasped her hands together, then spread them apart, summoning hexagonal crystal shurikens, smaller than the giant ones yet larger than the standard, swirling around her like a flurry of cherry blossom petals. Forming a circle. Following this, Honglian leaped high into the air, curling her body before extending her limbs. In an instant, a multitude of hexagonal crystal shuriken fell like raindrops, blanketing the entire arena. Simultaneously, a swift white light enveloped Qianyu. In the air, the hexagonal crystal shuriken that were aimed at her slowed dramatically, the surrounding sounds elongating and distorting. Then Qianyu felt an exceedingly intense gaze upon her. She turned to the spectator stands. It was Kakashi, observing Qianyu, who was now embodying the legendary poise of White Fang. Kakashi was utterly astonished, his pupils trembling in disbelief. In response, Qianyu made a gesture of pressing down with both hands, signaling Kakashi to refrain from such exaggerated reactions. Subsequently, she redirected her focus back to the arena and took a step forward. The next moment, everyone witnessed a striking white figure darting through the intricate gaps left by the Crimson Lotus Crystal Shuriken, moving at an astonishing speed, while the shuriken, dancing chaotically all around, could not keep pace with Qianyu's swift movements. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Honglian. She finally comprehended what Qianyu meant by going all out. The speed she had previously displayed was far from her true limit. At this pace, it seemed that before Qianyu even landed, her adversary would already be waiting below for her. This decision to leap and unleash ninjutsu was undeniably flawed. But would she concede defeat? Impossible. Honglian clasped her hands together, sending a crystal soaring beneath her feet. Crystal release. Emerald crystal prison technique. Alteration. With a resounding rumble, the red crystal began to grow upward. Just before Qianyu's arrival, Honglian sealed herself within it. Simultaneously, Honglian began forming hand seals rapidly inside the crystal, gathering strength. Clearly, she intended to follow Angara's footsteps and establish a powerful defense to decisively turn the tide of battle. Observing this, Qianyu internally scoffed. So it turns out that she and Lee are facing the same type of substitute. Yet it was fortunate that she had initially chosen swift release precisely to counter defenses like Honglian's. Wasn't it? Let us give it a try. A brilliant white light once again radiated from Qianyu, belonging to the essence of swift release. Surrounding the crystalline defense of Honglian, she wielded the vessel of the sun and moon. Secret Sword. 1/1000 strikes. In the next instant, the vessel of the sun and moon transformed into countless forms, densely striking the crystalline prison where Honglian resided, producing a disconcerting frequency. Following rapid, continuous vibrations, Hong Lian was horrified to discover that what had once been deemed indestructible crystal release began to crack for the first time under external pressure. In just a fleeting second, the fissure spread throughout the entire emerald crystal prison. Under such circumstances, even if her charging was incomplete, there was no turning back. At the moment the emerald crystal prison shattered, Hong Lian's wrist twisted as she plummeted. Crystal release. Shattering crystal dragon technique. Thus, the recently fragmented pink crystal reformed, ultimately taking the shape of a pink divine dragon that lunged at Qianyu from the air. Yet the issue lay in the fact that a complete shattering crystal dragon consisted of 3 dragons, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. But here, she had only one, while offense was accounted for. What about defense? Qianyu disregarded the dragon charging towards her, casting the vessel of the sun and moon aside to allow her clone to momentarily resist, while she herself conjured a tempest, unleashing a flurry of gale palm strikes directly at the airborne Hong Lian. Just then, Hong Lian attempted to employ her previous tactic, using the crystalline shield to fend off Qianyu. However, it was too late. Before she could bring her hands together, Qianyu seized her wrist. Then, with a forceful strike, she unleashed a powerful blow. Deliberately, or not, as Hong Lian was inherently a fragile ninjutsu user. After just 2 solid punches from Qianyu, she fell into a deep, infantile slumber. Qianyu descended from the air, holding the unconscious Hong Lian. Gazing at Hong Lian, who was tightly shut-eyed, she was momentarily taken aback. Was it really this simple? Earlier, the crystal release had been so fierce. Yet now, just 2 punches in close quarters had sufficed. It was rather amusing. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. A ninjutsu-type ninja was indeed vulnerable when faced with her physical prowess in close combat. Plop! Casually placing the unconscious Hong Lian on the ground, Qianyu turned to Mizuki Shippu. Referee, this should count as my victory, right? Indeed, Mizuki Shippu approached, scrutinizing Hong Lian closely before delivering his verdict. Yes, she is unconscious. Therefore, I declare the victor of the 10th round to be Qianyu from the Phoenix Temple. Hooray! Upon hearing Mizuki Shippu's proclamation, Naruto leapt with joy. Alas! That guy! Qianyu shook her head helplessly. It had been quite a ruckus from start to finish. Yet, she didn't particularly mind. With Hong Lian now unconscious, Qianyu's victory signaled the formal conclusion of this brutal Chunin preliminary exam. Under the summons of the 3rd Hokage, the 10 candidates who had passed the preliminaries reconvened in the chaotic arena. They were Sasuke, Shino, Kankuro, Naruto, Temari, Niji, Choji, Ishika, Gaara, and Qianyu. Among these 10, 7 hailed from Konoha, though influenced by her butterfly effect. Qianyu still found it rather exaggerated. If one truly considered the 3rd Hokage's assertion that the Chunin Exam was merely a small-scale rehearsal for war, outsiders might mistakenly believe that Konoha was exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, the 3rd Hokage appeared to be in high spirits as he leisurely explained the rules for the 3rd round of the Chunin Exam and the date set for a month later. Listening to this information, which she had already absorbed in her previous life, Qianyu promptly zoned out, redirecting her attention to the live broadcast featuring the meeting between Orochimaru and Kabuto. Their encounter, however, was rather uneventful. Orochimaru informed Kabuto that Sasuke had developed an exceedingly deep bond with her and Naruto, and he feared it would be difficult to sever over time, thus instructing Kabuto to bring Sasuke to him. Yet, Qianyu understood from the plot that what Orochimaru truly desired was for Sasuke to seek him out voluntarily, rather than being forcibly taken away. Observing Orochimaru's arrangement for Kabuto to abduct Sasuke, it seemed like a ploy to expose himself, completely severing his ties with Konoha. In the original story, Kabuto, clumsily attempting to see Sasuke, encountered Kakashi, who was there to investigate. However, given the outcome, it appeared Kabuto was fortunate not to have successfully captured Sasuke. After all, Kakashi had come on a whim. But regardless, no matter the circumstances, Kabuto would have been unable to take Sasuke. Consider this. The preliminary exam had just concluded. Hinata was severely injured, and so was Lee. This meant that even without Kakashi, the hospital was still guarded by elite jonin, such as Hyuga Hisashi and Might Guy, making it an extremely secure environment. That it was inconceivable that Kabuto, merely possessing a skill level comparable to Kakashi, as per Orochimaru's words, could manage to abduct someone from such a fortified hospital. At this point, Qianyu couldn't help but sigh. Poor Kabuto, he was being toyed with by that eccentric lady. After watching the conversation between Kabuto and Orochimaru, the third Hokage had nearly finished his explanations and announced the commencement of the draw to determine the order of the third exam. Unfortunately for Qianyu, she drew the number 9. Thus, the order of battles for the Chunin Exam was set as follows: Naruto versus Neji, Sasuke versus Gaara, Kankuro versus Shino, Temari versus Shikamaru, and Qianyu versus Choji. Alas, she was the last on the list. Looking at the battle chart, Qianyu felt somewhat exasperated. Did this not mean she was destined to be sidelined? How unfortunate that she had specifically drawn first. Oh well. Qianyu shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. Instead, she pondered how to spend this month. After all, during this month of training, Kakashi was supposed to find her a teacher, wasn't he? After the meeting dispersed, Qianyu followed Naruto to Konoha Hospital. Amidst their conversation, a special jonin named Ebisu, whom she had previously encountered while teaching Konohamaru, emerged, seeing Ebisu, whom she had once defeated with her harem technique. Naruto clearly struggled to accept the situation. However, after a thorough lecture from Kakashi, he had no choice but to temporarily believe it. Subsequently, Naruto left with Ebisu. Having remained silent throughout, Qianyu turned her gaze towards Kakashi and posed a critical question. What about me? You, huh? Kakashi sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. To be frank, finding a suitable teacher for Qianyu was quite a challenge. While he could work with Naruto from his weaker foundation, Qianyu was another matter entirely. Kakashi contemplated briefly before inquiring. How about Guy? He dropped the pretense. I know that you've seen the 8 gates of opening. You witnessed Lee's combat prowess back then. That I have a good relationship with Guy. Although Lee is in this condition now, if I ask, he would still be able to seriously train you in this month. Regardless of the circumstances, if a door can be opened, it serves as a trump card. Is it Teacher Akai? Listening to Kakashi's words, Qianyu fell into deep contemplation. It must be said that this is indeed a commendable choice if she did not possess a system. Qianyu also revealed a hint of her own card. But I can already open the door. Can you truly open it? Upon hearing Qianyu's response, Kakashi was once again astounded by her innate talent. Really? Kakashi couldn't help but inquire further. Is there any doubt? Qianyu helplessly shook her head. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you? No, there's no need for that. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand. The sound of opening the door is rather conspicuous, and he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. After finally finding an entry point, he now found himself a loss for how to guide Qianyu. He could only ask her. So, what do you desire? Me. This question truly stumped Qianyu. Originally, according to her past plans, she intended to continue enhancing her wind sword technique, and she had even mapped out her future path. However, after her battle with Honglien, Qianyu realized that a pure ninjutsu route was not entirely unfeasible. Yet, in this world of ninjas, such a path seemed a tad too mundane. Even if she specialized in swordsmanship, she would still need to acquire other skills. One cannot afford to be one-dimensional. After all, even the likes of Zabuza had to practice the 44 hand signs for the water dragon technique. Not to mention that she possessed a unique advantage in accumulating points. Thus, Qianyu found herself in a quandary. Of course, her predicament stemmed from the fact that she had insufficient impression points, this time. During the Chunin exams, Qianyu had gained an unprecedented bounty of 200,000 impression points. Adding that to the previous 150,000 she had saved, she now had a total of 350,000. This was ample for enhancing her wind sword technique. However, acquiring additional skills would be more challenging, as she was unlikely to gain impression points in the same manner as before for the foreseeable future, in the absence of a means to increase her sources. She could only find ways to reduce her expenditures. However, there were indeed methods to minimize the consumption of impression points by acquiring experience points through alternative means that in the past. Qianyu had 2 methods for gaining experience points: self-training and instruction from a teacher. Therefore, if she could find a teacher who could provide guidance on both her swordsmanship to reduce her point requirements and on her ninjutsu, that would be ideal. Qianyu conveyed her dual desires to Kakashi. Kakashi was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Qianyu's avarice. Sensing this, Qianyu's expression shifted, and she inquired with a hint of mockery. Kakashi-sensei, you are renowned as the copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi, with your vast experiences. Is it truly impossible to find someone to teach? What a disappointment, Kakashi-sensei. Qianyu's tone was teasing, her expression brimming with disdain, the essence of a mischievous girl fully on display. You little rascal, observing Qianyu like this. Kakashi felt his fists clench. Naturally, he resisted the urge to strike her in the abdomen, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet it must be said, sometimes one truly must push themselves. Provoked by Qianyu, Kakashi genuinely thought of a suitable candidate for a teacher. Stay right here and do not move. I shall return shortly. With that, Kakashi vanished in a few swift steps. Not long after, while Qianyu pondered who Kakashi was preparing to find as her teacher, a frail old man, carrying a large pot approached behind Kakashi. It was none other than him. Upon seeing the approaching old man with a distinct pot on his back, Qianyu was taken aback. For such an unmistakable characteristic, was it not the legendary shinobi of Konoha, Maruhoshi Kyuk? She never expected Kakashi would bring Maruhoshi Kyuk to her. However, upon reflection, it made sense. She had requested a teacher capable of instructing both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. And Maruhoshi Kyuk from Konoha perfectly fit that requirement. Thank you, Kakashi. With thoughts of Maruhoshi Kyuk's unique water-style techniques and Konoha's unparalleled illusion sword, Qianyu couldn't help but mentally commend Kakashi to AT this moment. As Qianyu noticed Maruhoshi Kyuk, he, too, recognized her presence. Being the longest-serving practitioner of swordsmanship in Konoha, he could distinctly sense the sharp sword intent radiating from Qianyu. Impressive, Maruhoshi Kyuk exclaimed, nodding in admiration. What a striking young lady. What a sharp sword. He was thoroughly pleased. Kakashi, it seems you have found me a worthy student. As long as you're satisfied, Kyuk-senpai, I told you Qianyu would not disappoint. Hearing Maruhoshi Kyuk praise Qianyu, Kakashi felt a sense of pride. He then waved to Qianyu. Come here, Qianyu. Your teacher has arrived. Qianyu obediently approached. However, as she reached Kakashi and Maruhoshi Kyuk, she was taken aback once more. For even with her keen perception, the aura emanating from Maruhoshi Kyuk was exceedingly faint, as if he were merely an ordinary old man. Yet her sword aura could detect even Orochimaru. Although this could be attributed to Orochimaru's numerous reincarnations leading to issues with his soul, it was still unlikely that she could completely fail to sense anything. Was it? This situation could only imply one thing. Maruhoshi Kyuk was far superior to her in swordsmanship, and currently, Qianyu's realm in swordsmanship was that of a master. In other words, this frail old man before her was actually a swordsmanship grandmaster. Qianyu was genuinely astonished. However, her surprise was undoubtedly interpreted by Kakashi as a sign of underestimating Maruhoshi Kyuk. Kakashi understood her perspective. After all, Maruhoshi Kyuk appeared to be nothing more than a kindly neighborly old in fact. Kakashi was initially waiting for Qianyu's astonishment, so he could turn the tables and prove her previous doubts wrong. Qianyu, this is Maruhoshi Kyuk-senpai. Do not let his appearance fool you. He has been trained by the second Hokage and has fought alongside the third and fourth Hokage on the battlefield, Kakashi proudly introduced. Yet before he could anticipate Qianyu's astonishment, he was met with a barrage of skeptical remarks. Just him. He looks completely unremarkable. I, too, am a seasoned veteran and have fought alongside the leader. I've attended Huangpu Military Academy. Who says I wasn't trained by the bald-headed one? The audience was not particularly optimistic about Maruhoshi Kyuk. Nevertheless, Kakashi continued. Conveniently, Kyuk-senpai excels in swordsmanship and water style and possesses a unique secret technique that combines swordsmanship with illusion, making him a perfect fit for your needs. So what do you think? Your teacher is quite impressive, isn't he? The boastful young man began to take credit. Yes, indeed, Qianyu, displaying her grace, joined her hands in front of her chest, revealing the adoring gaze of a young girl, and sincerely exclaimed, truly worthy of being Kakashi-sensei. It's nothing special. Kakashi calmly waved his hand. However, it was evident to all that being praised by his beloved disciple. Qianyu, despite his tranquil demeanor, his heart was already brimming with joy. Thus, the livestream chatroom erupted once more. You know what I want to say? I know you know what I want to say. So it seems we all want to go together? Very well, I will count to 3, and we will all write in the chat simultaneously. How about that? All right, 321, go! The poor Kakashi was completely at the mercy of Qianyu's whims, and the chat was filled with merriment. At this moment, observing Kakashi, Maruhoshi Kyuk couldn't help but shake his head. How is it that Kakashi, despite being a teacher, appears somewhat lackluster in his role? He did not dislike this mode of interaction. However, seeing that Kakashi seemed intent on continuing his conversation with Qianyu, Maruhoshi Kyuk interjected. All right, Kakashi, now let me have a word with your disciple. To be honest, although I have agreed to your request, I am rather uncertain about my ability to teach her. Kakashi hastily reined in his thoughts, buoyed by Qianyu's praises. Senior Gujia, you flatter me that if you cannot guide Qianyu, then it seems no one in Konoha village can. With that, he glanced at Qianyu, his expression turning serious. Qianyu, you must show respect to Senior Gujia, understand? Rest assured, Qianyu replied earnestly. Very well, Kakashi departed with satisfaction, leaving only the two of them, Wushin Gujia and Qianyu, remaining in the hospital lobby. Observing the noisy surroundings, Wushin Gujia furrowed his brow. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Follow me. The two exited the hospital and made their way to a nearby vacant training ground. Wushin Gujia turned to face Qianyu once more. Previously, in the hospital, her beauty had remained understated, but now, under the bright outdoor light, Qianyu's allure was fully revealed. Wushin Gujia was astonished to discover that Qianyu was not merely handsome. She possessed a breathtaking beauty that could incite a war in the Warring States period. Such magnificence was rare, even in Wushin Gujia's extensive experience. Curiosity piqued, he inquired. So, Qianyu, when Kakashi approached me, he only mentioned your name. What is your full name? Full name? It is Feng Wangxi Qianyu, she responded. Feng Wangxi. Upon hearing this surname, Wushin Gujia was momentarily taken aback. Then a long-buried memory surged forth. Wushin Gujia suddenly realized. Ah, so you belong to the Feng Wangxi clan. No wonder, no wonder. Qianyu found his reaction puzzling and asked, Senior Gujia, is there something special about the Feng Wangxi clan? Not particularly. Wushin Gujia shook his head. It is merely that the women of the Feng Wangxi clan were renowned for their beauty in the past. Is that so? Qianyu exclaimed in surprise, though it was merely a fleeting astonishment. After all, knowing such a fact was just that, knowledge, until Wushin Gujia, with a sense of nostalgia, continued, you may not be aware, but even Kakashi's mother was a member of the Feng Wangxi clan. We all thought that Konoha Sasuke would never find a suitable wife, yet he ended up with one from your clan. Qianyu was taken aback by Wushin Gujia's words that Kakashi's mother had always been a mystery, and now it seemed she belonged to her clan. Did this imply that Kakashi and she shared a bond deeper than what Yakushi Kabuto had suggested? Perhaps they even had blood ties? In fact, they might be closely related, potentially even siblings. Absurd. Qianyu shook her head. Kakashi was her brother, a reality she was reluctant to accept, considering that compared to an orphan time traveler, Kakashi was the true tragic hero of the series. It wasn't that she despised him. She merely felt a sense of foreboding that moment. Wushin Gujia was equally astonished by Qianyu's reaction. He had just realized the reason for Kakashi and Qianyu's peculiar rapport. After all, they were relatives, but now it seemed... You didn't know? Wushin Gujia asked. I had no idea. Qianyu shook her head. I only suspected we might be related, but had no confirmation. I see. Then who is your father? Wushin Gujia pressed further. His name is, Qianyu disclosed. Upon hearing this name, Wushin Gujia quickly calculated. By relation, you should be Kakashi's cousin. Quite close indeed, considering that your father and mother are siblings. This time, Qianyu was genuinely shocked. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. What had previously been a playful jest about calling him Big Uncle now turned out to be true. Kakashi was indeed Big Uncle. Kakashi, I admit I may have disrespected you earlier, but now that we are alone, may I kneel before you? The comments exploded. Is that really kneeling? It seems more like an eagerness to kneel before Big Uncle. Indeed, let me reiterate, Qianyu belongs to all of US, and no privatization of public property. What do you mean by privatization? Are we to treat Qianyu like a public bus? By the way, have you checked who the rising star in the manga world is? Yes, just a hint. Qianyu is not merely slated to become the queen of manga, but also a rising star in the 3D realm. Do you understand what a New Jerusalem means? The comment section erupted with laughter. Damn. Qianyu felt the same. Originally, she was taken aback by Wushin Gujia's words, but now with the prospect of becoming the queen of manga looming, what did it matter that she was Kakashi's sister? This identity was rather advantageous, as it clearly facilitated her entry into Team 7. Thus, Qianyu quickly regained her composure. Observing this, Wushin Gujia nodded inwardly. Unflappable in the face of change, maintaining calm amid chaos. Excellent. He then clapped his hands. All right, enough idle chatter. Let's discuss the matters Kakashi entrusted to me. I hear you wish to develop your skills in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Indeed, Qianyu nodded, eager to share her challenges. Senior Gujia, I currently— Stop! Wait! Wushin Gujia interrupted her. As Qianyu looked on in confusion, Wushin Gujia chuckled. If we start discussing these matters, it could become rather cumbersome. Qianyu, as a swordsman yourself, let us converse through the blade. Converse through the blade? Qianyu smiled brightly. I cannot ask for more. The opportunity to spar with a master swordsman was invaluable. She stepped back a few paces to establish a proper distance for their duel, then executed her technique, creating a shadow clone that transformed into a sword. Although Wushin Gujia found her method of turning a clone into a sword somewhat baffling, he said nothing, merely gesturing for her to proceed. Then I shall begin. Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she channeled chakra in her body. Then with a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, appearing before Wushin Gujia with her sword aimed at his face. Such swift strikes, Wushin Gujia unsheathed his blade simultaneously. However, the first collision with Qianyu's attack did not come from Wushin Gujia's ninja blade, but rather from a large iron pot. It was unclear what material the pot was made of. But when Qianyu's sword tip struck it, though it was a precise attack, she was unexpectedly jolted, her hand going numb. Subsequently, the pot was removed, replaced seamlessly by a ninja blade, the transition executed with the finesse of a Roman legionary. Facing such an opponent for the first time, Qianyu seemed somewhat caught off guard as Wushin Gujia's blade was poised to strike her. Yet, just as Wushin Gujia was about to make contact, he abruptly halted his assault, swinging the iron pot to his left. In the next moment, Qianyu's figure appeared, as if in perfect synchronization with the trajectory of the pot, colliding with it. Clang! The sharp sound of impact resonated as Qianyu's previous clone transformed into a wooden substitute, while the real Qianyu was momentarily halted by the pot. Although she had paused, the pot, propelled by the force of the collision, flew back to Wushin Gujia, who effortlessly caught it in his left hand. Is it possible to do that? This unexpected maneuver left Qianyu astonished. In that fleeting moment, the figure before her seemed less like a frail old ninja and more akin to someone clad in a stars and stripes uniform. The years of her transmigration made her feel this way, let alone the viewers in the live stream witnessing the battle. Captain, is that you? Wow, the pot can return automatically. Does that mean you'll showcase geometric pots next? Wushin Gujia replied, I could keep this up all day. All right. No wonder I haven't heard any news about Captain America retiring. Turns out he has become a ninja in the shinobi world. 666. Yet, at that moment, Wushin Gujia was unaware that in the eyes of Qianyu and the viewers, a five-pointed star had materialized at the center of the iron pot he used for cooking. Smiling at the astonished Qianyu, he remarked, It's nothing remarkable, merely a little technique that comes in handy now and then. If you wish to learn, I can teach you later. You promise? Qianyu gathered her scattered thoughts. Unlike any of the adversaries she had faced before, Maruhoshi Kagane was a ninja primarily skilled in swordsmanship, yet he wielded an iron pot shield that set him apart from the typical swordsman. Coupled with the seasoned experience, the synergy between his sword and shield was nearly seamless. In a scenario of multiple opponents, it was manageable. After all, Maruhoshi's iron pot was not akin to Captain America's vibranium shield, which had the ability to absorb attacks and could not deflect every onslaught. However, in this one-on-one confrontation, particularly in a duel with cold weapons, Qianyu found herself at a disadvantage with only her sword against his sword and shield. It was imperative to neutralize that shield first. Resolute in her decision, Qianyu charged forward once more. This time, however, she did not rush in to strike directly. Instead, she began to swing her sword mid-charge, unleashing gusts of wind blades from the tip. Resembling a barrage of miniature homing missiles aimed at Maruhoshi Kagane. To his astonishment, Maruhoshi Kagane realized that she could indeed unleash wind blades directly from her sword. A flashback of a large-nosed figure flickered before him. As a renowned elder of Konoha, Maruhoshi had some acquaintance with that peculiar individual. Relying on his past experiences, as Qianyu's wind blades bore down upon him, Maruhoshi held his iron pot aloft, advancing rather than retreating, presenting the pot as a barrier. This tactic proved effective, akin to a skill that could withstand a barrage of attacks, comparable to Naruto's Rasengan. Not only did Qianyu's wind blades get nullified, but Maruhoshi also closed the distance, his long sword clashing with the iron pot once more. Under the force of the iron pot's impact, Qianyu found herself pushed back, her feet carving two deep furrows into the ground. Eventually, as the strength of the iron pot diminished, Maruhoshi exerted himself, leaping back with the pot, ready to follow up with 3 shuriken, intending to turn the tide in his favor. As for why it was Qianyu who would gain the upper hand instead of him. It was simply because in a life-and-death battle, he typically employed shuriken laced with explosive tags. Yet, just as Maruhoshi lifted the iron pot and prepared to release the shuriken, 2 delicate palms were already aimed at him. Not good. A knot formed in Maruhoshi's heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, 2 explosive gusts erupted from Qianyu's palms. Take flight, double gale palm. With a resounding boom, propelled by the explosive winds, Maruhoshi was launched into the air as if strapped to a rocket, soaring 7 or 8 meters high in the blink of an eye, and he continued to ascend. Under normal circumstances, Maruhoshi's lean and diminutive frame could be shielded by an iron pot, proving quite convenient. However, at this moment, he exhibited the disadvantages of his lightweight physique, being blown so high by the gale palm, as for the iron pot that could have added weight. It had long been sent flying by Qianyu's technique. Observing the airborne Maruhoshi, now devoid of any means of defense, Qianyu took the rare opportunity to form seals with utmost seriousness. While forming the seals, she silently expressed her gratitude for Ant Snake's generous gift. For she was about to employ the ninjutsu from the Wind Release scroll Ant Snake had given her that day. Wind Release. 1,000 Faces Wind. Unlike the earlier skirmishes, thousands of minuscule wind blades surged forth like an enraged swarm of bees. Converging on the airborne Maruhoshi, with nowhere to evade, Maruhoshi felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow as he realized. Was this little girl attempting to kill him? It appeared he would have to reveal some of his true prowess. Swiftly, Maruhoshi formed 2 seals. Water Release. Water Barrier. Suddenly, droplets of water materialized in the arid air in the next instant. Under Maruhoshi's influence, those few droplets multiplied instantaneously, coalescing into a fierce torrent that surged beneath him and swiftly formed a water vortex, enveloping him completely. Qianyu's relentless 1,000 Faces Wind was thus rendered utterly ineffective, dissipating into nothingness. Absurd. Qianyu gasped, her mouth agape at the sight of the water barrier. She had long known that Maruhoshi's water release was formidable. But to execute such a technique in a waterless environment was utterly astonishing. It could only be said that this was the true mastery of a water shadow, a legacy of the Senju clan. As for the Mist Ninjas, mere pretenders to the title of Water Shadow. The first generation was ill-fated, the second a warmonger who only toyed with steam and explosions, the third initiated internecine struggles through blood mist. The fourth was manipulated by the Sharingan, exacerbating the blood mist. And finally, the fifth returned to normalcy, yet played with blood techniques, with none truly adept at water release. This moment, witnessing such mastery of water release. Qianyu felt a surge of envy, a droplet of saliva escaping from the corner of her mouth. It solidified her resolve to enhance her swordsmanship and immediately sparked the desire to learn ninjutsu. However, Maruhoshi remained oblivious to Qianyu's myriad thoughts. Observing her, he curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Aren't you going to attack?" Qianyu rolled her eyes. "Attack? To fall prey to your tricks, Senior Kagane? You old rascal are quite cunning. Even attempting to deceive me. You figured it out." Maruhoshi was taken aback. Of course, with those seals so conspicuously maintained, it would be problematic if I couldn't deduce it. Qianyu shot a glance at the water barrier behind Marahoshi, which still retained its basic form. Yet intrigued by the spectacle, she couldn't help but wonder. Although she sensed danger through Marahoshi's movements and her intuition, she truly had no idea what further transformations he might employ. Thus, Qianyu queried, "Your water barrier is already quite extraordinary. Typical water barriers form walls by expelling water, yet yours arises from beneath, taking the form of a vortex that envelopes you. What further transformations can such a unique water barrier undergo? Since you're curious, allow me to show you the technique I inherited from that esteemed individual." Maruhoshi beamed with pride as he spoke. Then, before Qianyu and the many viewers in the live stream, Maruhoshi formed 3 more seals in the next moment. The water barrier behind him transformed again, now resembling a water vortex that exhibited an upward trend. Its pinnacle, a finely sculpted dragon head emerged, followed by its body and tail. Unlike the dragons utilized by Kakashi and Zabuza, whose forms consisted mainly of water streams aside from their heads and tails, Maruhoshi's dragon bore a smooth, flat surface, appearing almost as a true dragon, save for the absence of scales. Water dragon bullet? Qianyu gasped in astonishment at the sight of the dragon. Is this possible? As the water barrier morphed into a water dragon bullet. She had indeed never witnessed such a transformation before. Why not? Maruhoshi chuckled, his delight growing. The water release of that esteemed individual is not so rudimentary. With that, Maruhoshi called out, "Water release. Water dragon bullet." The colossal water dragon surged forth, unstoppable, barreling into the small grove within the training grounds. Under the force of the solid water dragon, numerous trees toppled and snapped, revealing fresh wood shavings. One might easily mistake it for a tempest having ravaged the forest. Wow! Witnessing such power, everyone was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, in the live stream, a uniquely curious question arose that is this the water dragon bullet? How come it only took 3 seals? Didn't Kakashi and Zabuza require 44 last time? And yet, this is so powerful. Indeed, why is that? The viewers were puzzled. This all hinged on Qianyu. Quickly, the viewers clamored, "Wife, ask her, you rascal. Why call her your sister-in-law? Even if Qianyu is your wife, she should be asking on my behalf. Ask her, ask her." The comments erupted into chaos. So, what was Qianyu, the one bearing the hopes of the crowd, doing at this moment? The answer was that after witnessing the water dragon bullet's display, she suddenly experienced déjà vu, leading her to recall past events. Upon reflection, Qianyu realized she had indeed seen a transformation of the water barrier into a water dragon bullet before it was during the battle between the Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna. Faced with Izuna's assault, Tobarama initially used water rising from beneath to defend against the attack. Then that water transformed into a water dragon and surged forth. However, he had shouted out water dragon bullet directly, which was why Qianyu had no prior memory of it. Now, recalling the mastery of water release exhibited by Senju Tobarama, it became evident that for such a water release master, conjuring any form of water release was merely a matter of will. Even a water dragon bullet can serve the purpose of a water barrier. Operations resembling those of Maruxing Gukiai, however, are merely acts of desperation, for he cannot achieve the same level of control as Senju Tobarama. Nevertheless, even this is truly remarkable. Impressive, Qianyu exclaimed in genuine admiration. It was at that moment she noticed the commotion in the livestream chat. Since they were prompting her to ask, she decided to inquire. "Gukiai-senpai, is that a water dragon bullet you're using? I recall that Kakashi-sensei and a Miss Shinobi engaged in a battle where they also utilized a water dragon bullet. But it's supposed to require 44 hand seals?" Qianyu's question left Maruxing Gukiai momentarily bewildered, as it indeed surpassed his understanding. He prided himself on having fought in the ninja world for many years, witnessing all manner of techniques. Yet he had never encountered a water dragon bullet that required 44 seals. Scratching his head, he couldn't help but ask, 44 seals? Even a rate of 6 seals per second, that would take 7 or 8 seconds. Wouldn't one get sliced in half during such a lengthy process? "Are you certain you're referring to Kakashi?" "Yes," Qianyu affirmed with unwavering certainty. It was Kakashi and one of the Miss Ninja swordsmen, Momochi Zabuza, while Kakashi was utilizing his Sharingan to, renowned figures indeed, Murakusen Gukei remarked, his brow furrowing in confusion. From my perspective, if I do not preemptively gather water with a water barrier, a water dragon bullet requires 5 seals. The technique taught to me by the second Hokage only requires 3. The number of seals is fundamentally determined by one's mastery and proficiency with the technique. Given what you described, I can only deduce that Zabuza had other intentions, and Kakashi, compelled by Sharingan, followed suit. I see. Qianyu nodded, as if beginning to grasp the concept. Naturally, her understanding was of little consequence. It would ultimately depend on whether the viewers in the chat comprehended it. She glanced towards the live stream chat box, where viewers were actively participating. Zabuza commented, "Yes, I actually forgot the seals and was just trying them one by one. Who knew Kakashi would obediently imitate me?" Zabuza added, "Incorrect. How could I possibly forget how to perform a water dragon bullet? I merely saw Kakashi copying me and intentionally added a few more seals." Zabuza continued, "Is it possible that my list of techniques is precisely like that? The issue lies with that old man and the second Hokage of Konoha." Murakusen Gukei interjected, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am merely an ordinary person." Murakusen Gukei reiterated, "Indeed, I simply wield a sword and utilize water release in the most unremarkable manner to— yes. Qianyu mentally connected the dots with the last comment she read. Simply wielding a sword with master-level swordsmanship combined with a unique illusionary sword technique. Utilizing a water release technique passed down from the second Hokage, even in a waterless environment, it still exuded an imposing presence. If this is considered ordinary, then nothing in the world could be deemed special. However, there was no need to dwell on this. Qianyu redirected her attention back to Murakusen Gukei. If the previous engagements had been to ascertain each other's strengths. Now, with Murakusen Gukei employing 2 water techniques in a waterless environment, it was evident that although he could still endure, he had expended a significant amount of chakra, rendering continued combat untenable. Thus, Qianyu showcased her swift release, followed by an earnest exchange of sword techniques with Murakusen Gukei at last. Qianyu experienced firsthand what it meant to be a master of swordsmanship. One could only say that Murakusen Gukei's technique, while lacking in flamboyance, was not something she could contend with at her current level. After their exchange, both Murakusen Gukei and Qianyu felt a profound satisfaction with one another's roles, teacher and student. There are countless ways to express joy. One might indulge in a fine meal, watch a film, take a leisurely stroll, or sing a song. Yet Murakusen Gukei's method of expressing joy was distinctly different. His way of showing happiness was to prepare a splendid meal. After their conversation, Murakusen Gukei retrieved the iron pot that had flown away, and then, as if by magic, he summoned various ingredients from the forest. With culinary skills that were arguably on par with his swordsmanship, he rapidly conjured a dinner that was as pleasing to the eye as it was to the palate, as the aroma of the pure, untainted ingredients wafted through the air. Tears of repentance streamed from Qianyu's lips. In that moment, she fully realized the gravity of her prior transgression. She had nearly shattered the revered Iron Pot God and had even deemed him bothersome. Such irreverence was utterly unacceptable. This was no ordinary mistake. It necessitated a decisive act of contrition. She resolved to punish herself today with 3 servings and 4 large bowls, under Murakusen Gukei's hospitality. The young girl embarked on a delightful culinary experience. Meanwhile, the onlookers had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation, until, on the other side, Naruto's circumstances were also broadcasted. Watching Naruto finally escape from Ebisu and find Jiraiya as a teacher, only to discover that Jiraiya was also an unreliable lecher, forced Naruto to use transformation techniques to sell his appearance. And even to dine, he had to pay for himself. In contrast, every day, Qianyu had a teacher who provided her meals, her little belly round and full, prompting the spectators to express their confusion that, this is how you differentiate treatment. Gukei-senpai. But doing splendidly. Indeed, eat and eat more. This way, mothers will no longer need to worry about their children lacking nourishment. I declare Gukei-senpai worthy of the Imperial Temple. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Yet no one opposed. However, was this the official endorsement of a beloved daughter? The crowd sighed in amazement. But how could the audience on another planet know that Qianyu, viewed as the official daughter who had meals provided daily, was actually quite troubled? After her initial live broadcast with Guki, her subsequent streams had vanished, only appearing briefly each day before mealtime, showcasing what she was eating. It made Qianyu feel as though she were a food live streaming host. Although Guki's cooking was indeed exceptional, under the rigorous training, she was even gaining weight. Yet more than the food, Qianyu was reaping the benefits of understanding swordsmanship. For she never anticipated that Maruxing Guki had connections with Uchiha Shursui. If the influence of Konoha's Ri on her wind sword technique was minimal, then the Uchiha Ri sword technique that Shursui possessed was akin to an epiphany, significantly refining her wind sword technique. After all, wind and fire are inherently closely related ninjutsu, and one can learn from the techniques of others. I'm sorry, Mizuko, but I will no longer joke about you safeguarding Konoha's future. In return, I will inform Uchiha Itachi about what truly constitutes Konoha's future. The girl silently vowed within her heart. The days that followed were rather uneventful, merely training, and more training. Qianyu was pleasantly surprised to find that even without using points to enhance her skills, her experience in various techniques was rapidly increasing under Maruxing Guki's guidance. Should she choose to invest a bit more in skill points, that speed would only accelerate. In no time, Qianyu absorbed the swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and understanding of secret techniques imparted by Maruxing Guki like a sponge soaking up water. Her strength thus entered a phase of remarkable growth, with a teacher to guide her in her skills and a chef to provide her meals. Qianyu's life was undeniably delightful compared to Naruto's struggles. However, as is often the case, joyful days are fleeting. Before Qianyu could savor more of Maruxing Guki's cooking, one day, a striking woman with purple hair, alluring red lips, and distinct flame patterns on her shoulders suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Qianyu diligently honing her swordsmanship under Maruxing Guki's tutelage, the purple-haired woman momentarily fell into a daze. The next second, a hint of sadness flickered across her face, only to be swiftly concealed. Guki-sensei. The purple-haired woman approached, softly calling out, "Yin." Upon recognizing the visitor, Maruxing Guki's eyes sparkled with intense joy. "What brings you here?" "Come and see this old man." "Haha, you arrived just in time. Let me introduce you. This is Qianyu, an exceptionally talented child." "Qianyu, this is Yuin, one of my former disciples." Maruxing Guki presented Utsuki Yuin to Qianyu. "Hello, little sister." Utsuki Yuin greeted gently. "Hello, beautiful big sister," Qianyu replied. Qianyu smiled faintly, concealing the astonishment that lingered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Yuzuki Yugao had maintained a master-disciple relationship with Maruhoshi Kosuke. If that were the case, as Yuzuki Yugao's childhood companion, Tsukikage Jifeng would likely be in a similar situation. Childhood friends, innocent and untainted, and also skilled swordsmen. No wonder Tsukikage Jifeng had such a beautiful fiancée, in Yuzuki Yugao. However, this raised questions about the intentions behind Yuzuki Yugao's visit today. Qianyu scrutinized Yuzuki Yugao's visage and discerned the fatigue and weariness that even her makeup could not conceal. The events surrounding Tsukikage Jifeng unfolded during the night, and she had been too worn out these past few days to pay close attention. It seemed that Tsukikage Jifeng had indeed succumbed prior to the transmission of the storm, which was originally of little consequence to Qianyu. Yet she had not expected this couple to be connected to Maruhoshi Kosuke. This was truly troubling, she mused inwardly. Having spent time together, she had grown quite fond of Maruhoshi Kosuke, an amiable and open-hearted elder who shared his knowledge without reserve and possessed remarkable culinary skills, almost like a grandfather figure to her. The death of Tsukikage Jifeng, his beloved disciple, would hit Maruhoshi Kosuke hard, akin to the loss of a son, given that he had no children of his own. Qianyu felt an immediate urge to prevent Yuzuki Yugao from revealing the news of Tsukikage Jifeng's demise. However, as she gazed at the violet-haired beauty before her, she reconsidered. It was evident that Yuzuki Yugao was already grappling with this matter. Since their initial greeting, she had been lost in thought, her gaze flickering between dazed and pained, perhaps triggered by some recollection evoked by Qianyu's presence. Observing Yuzuki Yugao, in such a state, Maruhoshi Kosuke displayed an unmistakable look of skepticism. Thus, rather than allowing the elder to uncover the truth himself, it would be more prudent to inform him now, as it would at least afford him the chance to bid farewell to Tsukikage Jifeng one last time. With a soft sigh, Qianyu gently called out to Yuzuki Yugao. Sister, sister, Yuzuki Yugao finally snapped back to reality, her expression one of confusion. Concern etched on her face. Qianyu inquired, Sister, you seem quite weary. Has something happened? Ah, you noticed? Yuzuki Yugao sighed deeply. Given your appearance, you must be a newly graduated genin this year. I cannot believe that I am so shaken. Hearing their exchange, Maruhoshi Kosuke, who had been eager to ask, interjected, Yugao, what has transpired? Master, Yuzuki Yugao's emotions surged, unable to be contained any longer. Master, she lamented, Jifeng is dead. Clang, the long sword in Maruhoshi Kosuke's hand clattered to the ground. The fact that Master Swordsman could not maintain his grip on his weapon spoke volumes about his shock. Maruhoshi Kosuke, somewhat disoriented, murmured, though I always suspected that, given the child constitution, this day would come. How could it be so soon? What happened, Yugao? Maruhoshi Kosuke pressed that it is as follows. Yuzuki Yugao began to recount the tale of Tsukikage Jifeng. Her narrative was brief, mirroring the original text. He had followed Yakushi Kabuto and subsequently vanished. By the time he was discovered the next day, his body had already begun to stiffen as for the perpetrator. Unknown. The Umbu found no trace of evidence that so. We have no idea who did this. Maruhoshi Kosuke clenched his fists in frustration. Where is Jifeng's body? Has an autopsy been performed? It has been taken back by the Umbu, and an autopsy has been conducted. Yuzuki Yugao responded, but Jifeng's brain has been expertly tampered with, leaving no information. All we know is that he fell victim to an exceptionally skilled wind technique. Thus so, we truly do not know who is responsible. Maruhoshi Kosuke's anger and sorrow intensified. However, even with Konoha's interrogation team, comprising torture experts and mentalists, they have been unable to ascertain the truth. What could he, an old man, accomplish with a heavy heart? Maruhoshi Kosuke resigned. Very well, take me to see Jifeng. The three made their way to the Konoha hospital's morgue. After a while, Qianyu and Yuzuki Yugao exited the room, leaving Maruhoshi Kosuke to his farewells. Having delivered the news to Maruhoshi Kosuke, Yuzuki Yugao felt a measure of relief, her burden somewhat lifted. She turned to Qianyu, her gaze softening. Qianyu, you need not have accompanied us. That cannot be said. Qianyu shook her head. Though I am not a formal disciple of Kosuke-sensei, he has taught me everything he could during these past days. While we may not share the title of master and disciple, we have forged a genuine bond. Therefore, since Jifeng lies within that room, my senior has met with tragedy, and I cannot simply remain absent. Moreover, Jifeng-senpai is also my examiner for the Chunin exams. We share a connection. Is that so? Yuzuki Yugao expressed surprise. You are a candidate for this Chunin exam. It seems Jifeng did mention you. Since you are training under the master, it follows that you have passed the preliminary rounds and will participate in the main event next month, correct? Indeed. Qianyu nodded, offering no further commentary, as this information was publicly known. However, upon hearing that Qianyu was an examinee, Yuzuki Yugao suddenly apologized. I am sorry. Qianyu was bewildered by Yuzuki Yugao's apology, unsure of its meaning. Yuzuki Yugao then elaborated on her reasoning. You are currently in a crucial phase of preparation, and each day is invaluable. Yet, due to our circumstances, you must accompany us. This is our failure as seniors. How can you say that, Sister Yugao? Qianyu replied, somewhat helpless. She believed that as long as she was not in front of the camera, there was no such thing as wasting time. Yet, Yuzuki Yugao remained resolute, stating that since they had taken up her time, they ought to offer her some form of compensation. Consider it a welcome gift from your seniors. From her ninja tool pouch, Yuzuki Yugao produced several small scrolls and handed them to Qianyu. What is this? Qianyu accepted the scrolls, perplexed. Yuzuki Yugao explained, these contain Jifeng's insights on the Sandan Tsuki no Mai. He excelled in this technique, along with his secret sword, Tsuki no Kage, and my own secret sword, Rigetsu no Yuru. Qianyu's hand trembled. It was not that she could not hold these items steady, but rather that their value was overwhelming. A swordsman's secret technique was essentially their ultimate move, not something to be shared lightly. Sister, despite Yuzuki Yugao having just lost her fiancé, she insisted on gifting Qianyu such precious items. Even someone as carefree as Qianyu felt the weight of this gesture and wished to return them. However, Yuzuki Yugao anticipated her thoughts. Keep them. Perhaps they will serve you better in your hands. Yuzuki Yugao's words were somewhat vague, yet Qianyu understood her intent. In the original story, Yuzuki Yugao had been devastated by Tsukikage Jifeng's death, ultimately reducing her to a state where she could not even wield a sword, resorting instead to becoming a medical ninja, a swordwoman. She would undoubtedly wish for her secret techniques to not be lost to obscurity. This was clearly an act of entrustment. After a moment of silence, Qianyu accepted the items. The 3 scrolls were small, but they felt weighty in her hands. Initially, Qianyu held no strong opinions or feelings regarding Tsukikage Jifeng or Yuzuki Yugao. In fact, because of Tsukikage Jifeng's traits, she had previously joked about him being a lovesick wretch, and with such a beautiful fiancé, like Yuzuki Yugao, it was no wonder he felt drained. Yet now, her narrow and rigid impressions had transformed into a recognition of 2 vibrant individuals. The affection from these seniors was palpable to Qianyu at this moment. The realization that Yakushi Kabuto had slain Tsukikage Jifeng took on a new hue. Yakushi Kabuto, and Maki as well? Qianyu's gaze deepened. It was unlikely she could catch Yakushi Kabuto, but she was determined to ensure Maki would not escape. Excellent. Initially, during this Chunin exam, Chihane found herself devoid of any fighting spirit or aspirations, as she had not expected to take the stage at all. Yet, upon reflection, who could claim there were no goals? Indeed, there were quite a few. She had made up her mind. She would confront Maki. This would serve as a means of avenging her unfortunate senpai, repaying the teachings of Marahoshi Koke, and acknowledging the gift from Yuzuki Yukane. Slaying Maki would mark her unique 3rd round in the Chunin exam. Chihane silently vowed within her heart. After some time, bidding farewell to the moonlit gale, Marahoshi Koke stepped out. Chihane, alongside Yuzuki Yukane, escorted the sorrowful elder back home. Due to this unexpected interlude, Chihane's training came to a temporary halt. However, this suited her just fine. The following day, after a restful slumber that alleviated the fatigue from her prolonged training, Chihane opened her personal panel. This moment, her impression points had soared to a staggering 420,000, even after utilizing some during her training. Originally, she hadn't amassed such a considerable amount, but given that her recent meeting with Marahoshi Koke was broadcasted live alongside her daily food broadcasts, the accumulation was quite remarkable. With such an abundance of impression points, it was evident that Chihane was poised to make significant enhancements. Thus, her gaze fell upon the long-neglected Wind Blade Technique. Wind Blade Technique Mastery 4021-434-3000, though she had not invested points into it. Her combat experience and daily usage had naturally elevated her proficiency to over 40,000 experience points. Chihane began to experiment with a notion she had been contemplating, that if 2 lower-tier abilities could amalgamate into a higher-tier ability, it stood to reason that her abilities could be fused as well. Consequently, it should be feasible to integrate one ability into another. This way, she would only need to advance one major ability, allowing the remaining system abilities to enhance correspondingly. For instance, Wind Palm and Body Flicker Technique Wind. These abilities already associated with the wind would elevate alongside the Wind Blade Technique. Subsequently, Chihane encountered failures but also successes. She failed with the White Fang Sword Technique, receiving a system notification that higher-tier abilities required even more advanced components for synthesis. However, the Konoha-style Willow from Koke and the Dance of the Crescent Moon, gifted by Yuzuki Yukane, successfully merged into the White Fang Sword Technique. Meanwhile, techniques like Wind Palm and the newly acquired Secret Sword Moon Shadow were integrated into the Wind Blade Technique. Chihane then invested her impression points. Beep consumed 265,773 impression points. Wind Blade Technique Mastery 7726-734-3000. Wind Blade Technique Expert 1. 686,000. A torrent of knowledge and physical energy surged into Chihane's body. The wind shield of the wandering blade she desired, the razor-sharp slashes of the steel slash, the whirling tempest slash, and the forward strike of the secret sword Moon Shadow finally manifested. Simultaneously, under the enhancement of this newfound power, Chihane felt her senses sharpen, and her chakra surged vigorously within her. The system panel underwent a transformation. Agility. Special Jonin, Ordinary Jonin Mentality. Ordinary Jonin, Elite Jonin Chakra. Ordinary Jonin, Elite Jonin Current Impression Points. 154. 227. Upon completing her intended enhancements to her sword techniques, Chihane did not hesitate to expend the remaining 150,000 points. She directly spent 100,000 to unlock Ice Release, simultaneously learning the magic Mirror Ice Crystal and Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Preparing to temporarily utilize Water Release in place of Ice Release, leaving the refinement of specific skills for later, a new round of enhancements commenced. Constitution. Special Jonin, Ordinary Jonin Strength. Elite Chunin, Special Jonin Mentality. Elite Jonin Phantom Chakra. Elite Jonin Phantom after fully allocating her points. Chihane's fundamental attributes transformed as follows. Constitution. Ordinary Jonin Strength. Special Jonin Agility. Ordinary Jonin Mentality. Phantom Chakra. Phantom except for strength. All attributes surpass the Jonin threshold, with mentality and chakra reaching the phantom level. Observing such attributes, Chihane felt an overwhelming sense of security. The sole concern was that after the Wind Blade technique consumed a significant portion of her impression points, although she had acquired Ice Release. She possessed little in the way of Ice Release ninjutsu. Out of a need for Ice Release techniques, Chihane recalled a certain young boy who had gone incognito since arriving in Konoha. So, where was Haku? Oh no, could it be that he was taken by Danzo? Chihane felt a wave of unease wash over her. It had been some time since she had kept track of Haku. And upon reflecting, she realized there had indeed been no news at AS is well known. A lack of news in Konoha often equates to troubling tidings. Chihane pondered further. Within her social circle, the only individuals likely to have knowledge of Haku were probably Mizuki, who belonged to the Hokage's direct umbu, and Kakashi. Given that Yukane was still grieving, the considerate Chihane certainly could not disturb her. This left her with no choice but to seek out Kakashi. Coincidentally, she thought it would be a good opportunity to check on Sasuke as well. Thus, Chihane made her decision. Simultaneously, considering that it had been a while since they had all convened, she felt it would be polite to freshen up and take a shower. Having just increased her points, she did not possess the grimy appearance often depicted in fantasy tales, but had worked up a light sweat. Thus, Chihane made her way to the bathroom to shower. Glistening water droplets cascaded down her slender, swan-like neck, lingering momentarily at her delicate collarbone before traversing up the peaks and plunging into the valleys. They continued their descent along her enticing legs, swirling around her lovely feet before spiraling down the drain in the appropriately sized bathroom. The sound of cascading water harmonized with the youthful melody of Chihane's relaxed humming. However, what Chihane did not anticipate was that while the livestream cameras had refrained from appearing during her training and Yukane's visit, they suddenly activated the moment she began her bath. A pair of water-drenched feet, stepping upon the pristine white tiles, appeared first in the livestream frame, seemingly whiter than the porcelain itself. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience who had just tuned erupted in excitement. Food again? Is this a bath? Who? Slurp, it can't be my wife, can it? Oh my God, could it be that after 6 episodes of waiting, this 56th episode has finally arrived? Hurry up and serve it. I can hardly wait. Amidst the eager gazes of the public, the livestream camera began to ascend. Thus, the pure, unadulterated Chihane emerged before everyone, a vision of natural beauty devoid of artifice. Yet holy light, who summoned the holy night? How many times must I reiterate? No holy nights, no holy nights. That malevolent presence in front, the holy light, seems worth a battle. Fight. How exhilarating. As the light from the void obscured much of Chihane's delicate form, the viewers were left with a tantalizing glimpse of her beauty, prompting fierce criticism in the comments as they longed to join the fray against that holy night. However, the sorrows and joys of individuals differ greatly. The comments scrolled frantically like a flurry of chaos, yet Chihane felt a profound sense of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's fortunate this isn't an 18 stream, or she would have faced a tremendous loss. The primary issue was that she had never dealt with such a situation during previous live streams, leaving her utterly unprepared. If only she could control the live stream timings. Chihane lamented for what felt like the umpteenth time in her heart. Sadly, as of now, she had yet to discover a means to regulate the live stream. She only understood that it broadcasted during the original storyline's timeline, as well as when new plot developments emerged. Reflecting on it now, her sudden exposure on the live stream was likely due to her intention to find Haku, as she indeed owed him a follow-up. Having come to this realization, Chihane could only resign herself to her misfortune. As for the present moment, bathing was out of the question. Despite the holy light, she had no peculiar inclinations toward being observed by an unknown number of onlookers while bathing. Thus, Chihane hastily rinsed herself off and promptly used wind release to dry herself. Hastily donning her clothes, of course, during the dressing process, she put on her underwear, adjusted her bra, and slipped into her stockings. It is yet another wave of benefits being bestowed upon the live streaming audience. Thus, within just a few fleeting minutes, the impression value she had already accumulated soared to unprecedented heights, akin to a rocket ascending into the sky.